The ninth mountain and sea is filled with clouds and movement as various sects and clans look on in eager anticipation. On the eastern Victory Star, the appearance of Fang Yenshu, a middle-aged man from the Medicine Immortal Sect, shocks everyone present. His heart lies with the Fang family, and he appears at a critical moment to intervene. Seasoned fighter Ji Shofang initially believes her opponent's cards are exhausted, but she is left surprised by Fang Xiaodao's composure. However, Meng Hao's heart fills with a strong sense of foreboding. Just as Fang Yenshu is gaining the upper hand and the rebelling clan members are retreating steadily, Meng Hao notices a sardonic expression on Fang Donghai's lips. Fang Donghai should be a member of the Fang family, yet he seems to have been forgotten by those around him, leaving Meng Hao deeply confused. Meng Hao's alarms blare, and as his gaze meets Fang Donghai's, he feels as though he is being dragged into a bloody world as countless crimson chains hurtle towards him. Meng Hao's body falls under an uncontrollable torpor. At this critical juncture, the nirvana fruit in his storage pouch suddenly begins to tremble, jolting Meng Hao awake. In a split second, Meng Hao realizes that the man before him is not the real Fang Donghai. With a wave of his hand, the quasi-Dao sovereign Fang Danyu is gravely injured and spits out blood. While the Medicine Immortal Sect sovereign, Fang Yenshu, is forced to retreat. At this moment, Fang Donghai can no longer conceal his true identity, and the middle-aged mont's genuine appearance is revealed. He exudes no cultivation fluctuations, yet his presence sends shivers down the spines of all Fang family members. Fang family, does anyone still recognize me? Fang Donghai asks softly as his desolate voice reverberates throughout the heavens and the earth. His appearance instantly alters the dynamics of the Fang family rebellion and heralds the arrival of an even greater storm. In the midst of upheaval at the Fang clan ancestral home, a mysterious man named Fang Daisy emerges, his bloodline rousing the Fang clan. He is identified as the long-lost eldest son of the Fang clan's first ancestor. Fang Daisy's revelation shocks everyone, as he unveils his connection to the Ji clan and implies their involvement in the Fang clan's turmoil. To prove his identity, he demonstrates footage of a battle between Fang Xiaodao and Ji Shofang. Fang Xiaodao, driven by gratitude, had endangered the Fang clan for Fang Daisy's sake. The Fang clan, facing Fang Daisy's power, bows to him, their bloodlines boiling in danger. However, Meng Hao suspects a hidden plan. Noting Fang Xiaodao's unusual composure, Ji Shofang also has doubts. As Fang Daisy prepares to shatter the spatial tier, a withered arm emerges, its power easily dispersing Fang Daisy's three essence arts. The arm's presence terrifies Fang Daisy, hinting at the survival of someone long believed dead. Fang Daisy screams in disbelief. Rejuvenation of withered wood. Impossible. You died. I saw it with my own eyes. You can't be alive. Who are you? Who are you? Meanwhile, the ninth mountain experiences an unprecedented surge, as if the arm's presence has awakened someone from eternal slumber. A cataclysmic transformation occurred in the ancestral abode of the Fang family. The emergence of an ancient, withered hand from the fissures shook the ninth mountain and sea. The expressions of ancient Taoist ancestors and sect leaders turned pale as they were struck by an unspeakable shock. They realized that it was the return of the first-generation ancestor of the Fang family. This first-generation ancestor had followed the mysterious Lord Li and risen through the chaotic ninth mountain and sea. Fighting alongside Lord Ji, they battled in the nine heavens, dispersed all powers, and established the first sect in the ninth mountain and sea, the Shenyao sect. As the ancestor awakened, the laws and principles of the ninth mountain and sea fell into silence, leaving only the hand. As the source dissipated, a figure in a light blue robe slowly emerged from the fissures. It was the first-generation ancestor of the Fang family. Recognizing the familiar figure, the Fang family members knelt down one after another. Meng Hao was taken by surprise. He recognized that the person in front of him was the corpse sitting cross-legged in the underworld palace. Fang Xiaodao knelt in excitement and respect, while the rebellious family members followed suit with trembling hands. Even Ji Shofang was stunned. She realized that Fang Xiaodao's trump card was the return of the ancestor, and their goal was Fang Daisy. In fear and horror, Fang Daisy came to realize that his worst fear had come true. The first-generation ancestor of the Fang family hadn't fallen. He recalled the disappointment and sadness in his father's eyes during their fight back then. He had laughed with joy and madness, uttering that he would destroy the Fang family and establish his own. Back then, Fang Daisy had betrayed the Fang family out of fear of his father. However, After awakening from reincarnation, he had been hiding in the dark, waiting for the right moment. Fang Hashan had disrupted the plan by crushing the jade talisman. But Ji's family had already prepared. Even without the talisman, the Fang family's unrest was inevitable. The origin of everything was related to lordly inheritance. Meng Hao had merged with the ancestors' nirvana fruit, which made Fang Daisy realize his father was still alive. Just when he was about to succeed, Fang Daisy discovered that his father was still alive. Fang Xiaodao revealed his hardship. They couldn't find the reincarnated Fang Daisy and could only force him to show up. Fang Daisy laughed in despair. Even if he failed, half of the Fang family would be buried with him. Fang Xiaodao sighed and revealed a secret. This star was no longer the former Dongsheng star. The first-generation ancestor raised his hand and the withered tree came back to life, seemingly implying a new beginning and hope. In the Fang clan's ancestral home, the first-generation ancestor unleashed an earth-shattering spell, reversing time. All deceased clansmen resurrected, as if time had rewound. Meanwhile, all the traitors who had betrayed the clan died one after another, their deaths exchanging for the rebirth of the dead. Even Meng Hao's deceased friend, Fang Wei, miraculously returned. Faced with such a heaven-defying spell, everyone present was shocked. They realized that the Fang clan's first-generation ancestor's power was unfathomable, possibly touching the mystery between life and death. Meng Hao speculated that this spell could only be cast on Dongsheng star, which made him think of the ultimate state of the thought star change, profound art transforming into a star. He began to doubt whether the Fang clan had already turned Dongsheng star into their own star. Upon seeing this, Ji Shoufeng and the three quasi-Dao seniors were terrified and hurriedly fled. The first-generation ancestor gave the order, and the killing intent of the entire Dongsheng star surged out, annihilating the three quasi-Dao seniors. Ji Shoufeng was also caught up by the star's killing intent and perished. Fang Xiaodao asked the first-generation ancestor for permission to kill all those who offended the clan. The first-generation ancestor made a move, and the killing intent of 9 heavens spread, warning all forces in the 9th mountain and sea. The Fang clan still could not be violated. Those who offended the Fang clan would be exterminated. In the 9th sea of stars, a colossal tempest was quietly brewing, as the Ji clan led 3 Dao realm experts in besieging the Fang clan's star of victory. An ancient voice boomed from the 9th mountain, reverberating throughout the heavens. The voice belonged to a white-haired elder, who sat cross-legged within a colossal eye in the depths of the starry sky. Speaking calmly, he raised his right hand, pointing at the star of victory, and unleashed a surge of mighty power, halting the Ji clan's assault. Simultaneously, Ji Patriarch's elder Ji Shoufeng was grievously wounded by a murderous intent from the first ancestor, perishing instantly. The reverberations of the murderous intent shook the starry sky, forcing the 3 Dao realm experts of the Ji clan to flee in disarray. In their moment of despair, the elder within the colossal eye intervened, neutralizing the murderous intent from the star of victory. He engaged in a remote dialogue with the first ancestor, culminating in an agreement. The Ji clan was forbidden from stepping foot within 10 celestial zones of the star of victory. In this battle, the Fang clan, by virtue of the deterrencing power of their first ancestor, repelled the Ji clan, slew Ji Shoufeng, and instilled awe throughout the 9th sea of stars. From that day forward, the Fang clan rose once more as an irresistible force, none daring to provoke them lightly. Yet before his departure, the first ancestor's words to Meng Hao caused a great stir. He revealed the connection between the lordly legacy and the Fang clan, as well as the significance of the nirvana fruits. Meng Hao learned that the lordly legacy was not on the star of victory but rather a ruse orchestrated by the first ancestor to draw out the Ji clan. Additionally, if all the nirvana fruits were integrated, it would open the ancient realm's gates without any time constraints. The first ancestor's words ignited within Meng Hao an unprecedented beacon of hope. His heart surged with excitement, and he resolved to forge a path unlike any other, utilizing the nirvana fruits to unlock the ancient realm's gates and attain a realm that surpassed all who had come before him. After Meng Hao sent the terracotta warrior into the fissure in the ancestral land healed and disappeared. The entire Fang family seemed to have returned to normal, but the earth was barren and spiritual energy was scarce. Meng Hao realized that the weakness of the East Victory Star might be related to the awakening of an ancestor from the first generation. The clansmen sighed heavily, and the patriarch, Fang Xiaodao, announced that the family had gotten rid of the evil disease and would regain its glory. and he would personally serve as the acting patriarch. Fang Wei, who had died and resurrected in the chaos of war, was now lonely and in pain due to the loss of his relatives and friends. Fang Anyu chose Fang Wei as the shield of the family, and Fang Wei was determined to protect the family. Meng Hao witnessed all this and felt the rules behind the family's glory behind every radiant sun like Fang Xiaodao. There was always a shield like Fang Anyu willing to be the shadow. Fang Wei became the next shield, making silent contributions to the family. Fang Danyan gave Meng Hao a smile, expecting a different brilliance from him in the future. As Fang Xiaodao was leaving, Meng Hao quickly stopped him and asked for a reward, claiming that he had made a great sacrifice for the family. Fang Xiaodao was helpless and took Meng Hao to the attic, showing Meng Hao the scene in which he had not swallowed pills or absorbed spirit stones during the great battle. Leaving Meng Hao speechless, Fang Xiaodao smiled slyly, giving Meng Hao the feeling of meeting a formidable opponent. Meng Hao has distinguished himself through remarkable achievements, including repelling the Reapers, killing powerful enemies, and establishing immortal veins, bringing glory to the Fang clan. However, when he sought rewards from the clan, the patriarch, Fang Xiaodao, cited the clan's poverty and asked him to fill out an IOU. Meng Hao was taken aback. He pointed out his contributions and questioned why he was not given tangible rewards. Fang Xiaodao explained that rewards were insufficient to express the clan's appreciation for Meng Hao and announced his appointment as the young patriarch. Next in line to become the patriarch, Meng Hao was drawn to the prestige but also foresaw the clan's financial struggles. Fang Xiaodao then took him to the clan treasury, showing him their scarcity of resources. As congratulatory gifts arrived from the sects of the Ninth Mountain and Sea, Meng Hao realized their worth far exceeded the clan's expectations. He understood that Fang Xiaodao was using him. The three major sects courted him because his status as young patriarch elevated his standing, bringing in bountiful gifts. Enraged, Meng Hao stormed into the banquet and confronted Fang Xiaodao for not sharing with him. Fang Xiaodao cunningly smiled, stating that as the young patriarch, Meng Hao should prioritize the clan's future rather than focus on immediate gains. The intense competition between the three sects for Meng Hao allowed the Fang clan to accumulate resources in a short period, alleviating their financial crisis. Meng Hao perceived the pitfall but still accepted the role of young patriarch. He resolved to revitalize the Fang clan, freeing it from reliance on external handouts. Meng Hao, the immortal sovereign, after integrating the nirvana fruit, has made rapid progress in his cultivation, becoming famous in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. The three great Taoist sects and various factions are competing to recruit Meng Hao. But his identity as the young patriarch of the Fang clan makes it difficult for other sects to do so. Under the gaze of the sect prodigies and Tao realm ancestors, Meng Hao appeared in the Great Hall. The three ancestors of the immortal ancient Taoist field, the Nine Seas divine realm, and the Taihong sword clan were shocked after seeing Meng Hao, and asked the Fang clan's patriarch, Fang Shudao, to provide a secret chamber. As it turned out, the three ancestors sensed an astonishing fluctuation in Meng Hao, and believed that he might have come into contact with a woman in white, who was related to the three great Taoist sects. Meng Hao admitted that he had met the woman in white, and the three ancestors took out a stone, asking Meng Hao to place his hand on it. As Meng Hao's hand touched the stone, an ancient rune, 13, appeared on his brow, sequence 13. This represented that Meng Hao had obtained the sovereign's designation. The three ancestors were overjoyed and announced that Meng Hao would become the common successor of the three great Taoist sects, not a disciple. The sequence contest is even more cruel than the prodigy war, and Meng Hao's background determines that he cannot reveal his identity prematurely. The three great Taoist sects decided to arrange for Meng Hao to leave the Ninth Mountain and participate in the sequence war of the Nine Great Mountains and Seas, vowing to exist solely for the sequence. Meng Hao, upon learning that his true nature has been discovered by the three great Tao sects, understands the gravity of the situation and decides to inform his clan for protection. Fang Xiaodao, upon receiving the news, strikes an agreement with the three great Tao sects, consenting to have Meng Hao taken away by them in 3 months. In order to garner the clan's support, he makes a promise to distribute the gifts they received among them. Unexpectedly, the Li clan arrives with generous betrothal gifts, expressing their intention to establish a marital union with the Fang clan by marrying their daughter, Li Linger, to Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao is already married to Xu Qing, and he is furious upon hearing this news. Fang Xiaodao attempts to persuade Meng Hao to consider the clan's interests, but he adamantly refuses the Li clan's proposal, declaring that he already has a wife. He reminisces fondly about Xu Qing, expressing his profound love and yearning for her. Meng Hao's declaration shocks the attendees, who witness his despair and unwavering determination. Li Linger's initial disdain gradually transforms into pity. Meng Hao, filled with sorrow and bitterness, retreats from the hall and proclaims his unwavering love for Xu Qing. Despite the significance of the clan's interests, he refuses to compromise, recognizing that certain values hold greater importance in life. After the sumptuous wedding banquet, the three major Taoist sects and the various clans and families gradually dispersed. However, the marriage between Meng Hao and the Li family remained unresolved, and at the insistence of the clan elder Fang Xiaodao, it was merely postponed temporarily. On multiple occasions, Fang Xiaodao summoned Meng Hao, only to find that he was no longer an ordinary clansman as he once was, but had become the clan's most promising star. Even Fang Xiaodao himself was surprised by his newfound importance. Meng Hao, however, ignored Fang Xiaodao's summons, using seclusion as an excuse to push aside the matter. 3 days later, Fang Xiaodao personally arrived at Meng Hao's secluded attic, exuding an aura of authority that forced Meng Hao to open his eyes. "Is she important to you?" Fang Xiaodao asked, his voice low and his eyes piercing. Meng Hao paused for a moment before replying in a hushed tone. "She is my wife." Fang Xiaodao sighed and spoke slowly. "Forget about her. You are the young master of the clan. Forget about her." Meng Hao lifted his head and shook it solemnly. "Grandfather, between the clan and that woman, she stands supreme." Meng Hao reminisced about his past with Xu Qing, detailing how they had met, how they had grown closer, and how they had fallen in love. Fang Xiaodao's expression gradually softened, and he sighed softly. "It's just a ceremony. Why be so stubborn about it?" Meng Hao shook his head. "To the clan, it may be a mere formality, but to me, it would be an act of betrayal." Fang Xiaodao stood silent for a long while before rising to his feet. 3 months from now, the 3 major Taoist sects will come to retrieve you. I have prepared 15 billion spirit stones for your cultivation. Since you refuse this marriage, are you willing to make a bet with this old man? If you win, I will personally annul the marriage arrangement. If you lose, you must not reject the clan's decree and must go through with the ceremony. Meng Hao took a deep breath and said calmly, "What is the bet?" "Before the 3 major Taoist sects arrive, earn 15 billion spirit stones with your own abilities. Immortal jade is not included in this. If you can accomplish this, the clan shall never ask you to do anything you are unwilling to do again." Fang Xiaodao explained. Meng Hao understood the difficulty of this wager, but he was not afraid. "All right, I accept." Meng Hao left the attic and headed directly to the medicinal pavilion of the alchemy school. News of this event spread quickly, and the entire Fang clan was abuzz with excitement. Meng Hao had previously achieved the astonishing feat of grafting 75,000 herbs on the 6th level of the medicinal pavilion. And now people anxiously awaited his next breakthrough. Countless clansmen followed Meng Hao to the medicinal pavilion, eager to witness this momentous occasion. Meng Hao observed the stone tablet outside the medicinal pavilion, and as soon as he stepped inside, the clansmen gathered around him, presenting him with spirit stones as celebratory gifts, quickly amassing a substantial amount. Fang Xiaodao was astonished by this grand display but realized that Meng Hao's goal this time was not to refine pills but to progress through the medicinal pavilion. After consulting with the Celestial Immortal Sect, Fang Xiaodao learned of the extreme difficulty of refining the Zenith Pill of Contemplation and the Sky-Breaking Reversal Pill. Relieved, he believed that Meng Hao had no chance of winning the bet. At the same time, Meng Hao was already moving swiftly through the medicinal pavilion, breezing through levels at an astonishing speed, eliciting cheers and excitement from the onlookers. Fang Xiaodao, however, secretly gloated, convinced that Meng Hao's failure was inevitable. Soon enough, though, his wishful thinking would be shattered. Meng Hao stepped into the 7th level of the medicine pavilion in the alchemy haven. Revealing his extraordinary understanding of herbs and plants, he grafted 75,000 species of medicinal herbs at astonishing speed, far surpassing the previous record. Although his mind was subtly depleted, he decided to challenge the 8th level, which presented a far greater difficulty. The 8th level was a desert inhabited by a giant azure dragon. On the dragon's body grew 1,000,000 medicinal herbs, Meng Hao's task was to separate these herbs into their pre-grafted states. Despite the extreme difficulty, Meng Hao, relying on his deep understanding of herbs and plants, progressed steadily. He separated the herbs one by one, the number continuously rising. When the number of separated herbs reached 100,000, the azure dragon's body began to revive, emitting a dragon's roar. Unmoved, Meng Hao continued his separation, only pausing slightly after separating 800,000 herbs. At this point, Meng Hao sensed immense difficulty, but he refused to give up. He activated his immortal meridians, focusing his immortal will, and devoted himself to deduction. Finally, he separated the remaining 200,000 herbs, achieving the perfect separation of 1,000,000 herbs. At that moment, the entire medicine pavilion roared. The steel outside the pavilion displayed Meng Hao's name and the number of 1,000,000 herbs, astounding the entire alchemy haven. Meng Hao had passed the 8th level of the medicine pavilion in an unprecedented manner, establishing himself as a peerless genius in the realm of alchemy. In the Fang family apothecary, an emerald azure dragon flew out of the 8th level, encircled the East Victory Star, and shed green light, nourishing the land. The family members who witnessed this scene were all shocked, including Fang Yanchu, who was far away in the apothecary immortal sect. He muttered to himself, confirming the ancient legend about the 8th level of the apothecary. Whoever first steps into the 8th level and unlocks the seal of the green dragon will receive the dragon's breath blessing to nourish the stars. Meng Hao, a member of the Fang family, was able to unlock the dragon seal with his outstanding alchemy achievements. In the apothecary, he sat in meditation, committing the millions of medicinal herbs he saw in the 8th level to memory. When he opened the door to the 9th level, a new world unfolded before his eyes. The 9th level was an ancient wilderness, full of life. Meng Hao witnessed a small herb endure several hardships and transformations before finally becoming a sacred medicine. This scene inspired his understanding of the profound truths of plants and herbs, and gave him a new understanding of his own pursuit. A vicissitudes of life voice appeared on the 9th level, asking Meng Hao if he wanted to become the tiny herb or the hand that changed the herb's fate. Without hesitation, Meng Hao replied that he wanted to become the one who controls everything. This answer won the admiration of the time-beaten voice, who rewarded Meng Hao with the opportunity to ask a question. Meng Hao asked about the peak realm of herbalism. A vicissitudes of life voice did not give a direct answer, but asked a series of fundamental questions about the Tao. Meng Hao fell into deep thought, his mind filled with countless questions. Finally, a vicissitudes of life voice concluded the origin is the Tao. Trace the origin. Control the world. When you can understand everything unknown, how difficult can it be to defy the heavens and seal the earth? As Meng Hao stepped into the exit of the 9th level, after a moment of shock, he found himself back in the apothecary courtyard, while a vicissitudes of life voice had transformed into a new bud. The rebirth of the small herb he had seen earlier. On planet East Victory, Meng Hao shakes the pill house and shocks his family by being the first to perfectly pass the pill house challenges. In the midst of the celebration, Meng Hao notices a sudden mass exodus of family members and realizes that Fang Shaodan is retaliating. Meng Hao unwillingly tolerates the situation and investigates in secret. After reviewing various texts, Meng Hao discovers that spiritual soul nourishment can block a breath of divine power of the Tao and that one thought can shift a star. Subsequently, he decides to refine pills within the Tao of alchemy and strikes the second large drum in the pill house. Refining the ultimate sea anti-heaven pill requires grafting over 100,000 medicinal herbs, making the task extremely difficult. Meng Hao recalls the teachings from the 9th level of the pill house. The root is the Tao. He realizes that the root can overcome the difficulty of the anti-heaven pill. The divine fire immortal vein erupts within him, revealing a feeble root. Although it is insufficient for the Tao, it is enough for pill refining. Meng Hao begins to graft the medicinal herbs, and under the watchful eyes of his family, 99 medicinal herbs swiftly merge. The power of the root allows Meng Hao to overcome the challenges of refining the pill. He successfully grafts over 100,000 medicinal herbs and completes the first stage of the ultimate sea. Meng Hao continues pill refining, embarking on the path of defying the heavens to refine the ultimate sea anti-heaven pill. Within the ancestral residence of the Reliance Sect, Fang Yanju sensed the awakening of the divine fire spirit veins in Meng Hao's body. Fang Yanju inferred that Meng Hao had comprehended the threshold of the Tao realm but worried about his unstable mentality. Fang Shidao was concerned about Meng Hao's marriage alliance with the Li clan. Believing it would affect his future, Fang Yanzhu pacified Fang Shidao, emphasizing the special status of the Li and Wang clans and the benefits Meng Hao would gain from the alliance. Fang Shidao decided to take on Meng Hao's grievances and sent a message to restrain his behavior. Before the pill hall of the alchemy lineage, Meng Hao grafted 99 medicinal herbs to produce 100,000 herbs, demonstrating his astounding attainments in herbology and talent in alchemy. The Fang clan members were shocked while cultivators skilled in alchemy discerned his intentions. Meng Hao separated the 100,000 herbs into balls of sap, infused them with the source power, and condensed them into a fist-sized ball of sap. Under the full force of Meng Hao's divine fire spirit veins, the sap ball violently exploded, and the splashing sap reversed its flow and fused with Meng Hao's defying heaven power, forming a green defying sea pill. The pill's aroma filled the air, triggering a heavenly tribulation. Meng Hao used the thousand-zhong blood demon head formed by his blood demon grand magic to smash the tribulation clouds, after which the defying sea pill emitted a blinding light. In the air above the ancestral residence, a Dao bell rang 18 times, resonating in the hearts of all the Fang clan members. Meng Hao did not leave the pill hall but walked towards the third giant drum, hinting that he possessed greater ambitions and goals. The Fang clan members bowed in unison, having witnessed Meng Hao's miraculous alchemy and extraordinary potential. Meng Hao resolutely decided to refine the legendary Zenith Thought Pill of the Fang family, a pill that was extremely difficult to concoct and only the first-generation ancestor of the clan could refine. To gather 100 million contribution points, Meng Hao sought assistance from the clan members and received strong support from the Pill Dao lineage and ancestor Fang Danyu. Faced with the requirement of the pill formula to extend one's divine sense across the starry sky and pluck a meteorite, Meng Hao realized that the starstone in his left eye was a Zenith Thought Pill. However, he was unable to refine it and needed the strength of high-level cultivators. With ingenuity, Meng Hao utilized the herbs to perform a secondary refinement, imprinting his own mark on the starstone. As the medicinal liquid was absorbed and Meng Hao chanted incantations and cast spells, the starstone emitted dazzling starlight and triggered a celestial phenomenon, resonating with the starstone in Meng Hao's hand. This was the sign of the successful refinement of the Zenith Thought Pill. However, Meng Hao's trickery was discovered by Fang Shidao, who accused him of cheating. However, in the mid-air of the ancestral home, the Dao bell representing the Fang family's recognition rang 27 times, signifying their approval of Meng Hao's successful refinement. At this moment, Meng Hao's plan took a crucial step forward, and he was ready to leave East Victory Star in search of a greater world. After internal chaos in the Fang family on the East Victory planet, 27 bell tolls resonated, stirring people's hearts. Meng Hao refined the legendary Heavenly Sun God Pill, sea-breaking defying heaven pill, and one thought of the sky pill, becoming the second Dao of Pill Lord in the history of the Fang family. The Dao bell rang, announcing Meng Hao's achievement as the Lord of Pill Dao. All members of the Pill Dao lineage, including Fang Danyu, paid respects to Meng Hao. The Dao bells will recognize Meng Hao's status and granted him the right to ring the bell. After Meng Hao rang the Dao bell, a light enveloped his body and carried him to the bell. Meng Hao gained the benefits of expanded divine sense and being with the intention of the clan. Fang Shidao and other high-level clan members also paid respects to Meng Hao, acknowledging his status. Meng Hao's divine sense, with the help of the Dao bell, covered the entire East Victory planet, observing all living beings. However, he unexpectedly discovered the turtle-shaped backed ancestor carrying the Zhao kingdom away from the East Victory planet. Meng Hao realized that backed ancestor left the Fang family to avoid his bell tolls. At this time, all living beings were in a state of trance, and Meng Hao's divine sense could cover the entire East Victory planet. He gained unprecedented vision and stability of divine sense, laying a solid foundation for his future development. On planet East Victory, Meng Hao rings the Dao bell, his divine sense sweeping across the star sea, accidentally discovering the ancestral Reliance cultivator hiding in the state of Zhao. The ancestral Reliance cultivator panics, performing a secret technique to open a bloody teleportation array in an attempt to escape. Meng Hao performs a thought become star transformation, turning into starlight and teleporting into the bloody teleportation array, intercepting the ancestral Reliance cultivator. He claims to have mastered the restriction that can control the ancestral Reliance cultivator, terrifying him. In order to survive, the ancestral Reliance cultivator spits out a mouthful of blood, activating the bloody teleportation array, planning to teleport far away. However, Meng Hao has calculated this in advance, using the ancestral Reliance cultivator's urgency to escape to lure him into activating the teleportation array. At the moment the teleportation array activates, Meng Hao turns into starlight, teleporting into the array at an extremely fast speed, catching the ancestral Reliance cultivator. The bloody teleportation array blooms with dazzling light and disappears into the starry sky. At the same time, the Dao Bell on planet East Victory suddenly loses its trance, and Fang Xiaodao and Fang Yanyu discover that Meng Hao has disappeared. They realize that Meng Hao has used the Dao Bell to track them down, and has escaped from planet East Victory using the trance period and an unknown teleportation technique. Fang Xiaodao smiles wryly, guessing that Meng Hao's goal is to escape the marriage contract with the Li family. However, Meng Hao's escape and the unknown teleportation technique of thought become star transformation also shock them. Planet East Victory returns to tranquility on the surface, and Meng Hao's departure is kept strictly confidential, with only a few people knowing that he has left, including Fang Wei and the Terracotta Warrior. They wait with mixed feelings for Meng Hao to return and fulfill his promise. Outside the gloomy immortal ruins, in the star-strewn space of the Ninth Mountain Sea, Patriarch Baishan joyously escapes the Eastern Victory Star, intending to evade Meng Hao's pursuit. However, Meng Hao had long deployed the star relocation technique. Trailing him silently, Meng Hao materializes atop Patriarch Baishan's colossal form, greeting him mockingly. "Old tortoise, long time no see." Patriarch Baishan is startled and enraged. He attempts to devour Meng Hao, but restrictions within Meng Hao's body deter him. Patriarch Baishan flees again, but Meng Hao relentlessly pursues, employing the 8th demon sealing restriction, halting Patriarch Baishan in his tracks. Meng Hao discovers that Patriarch Baishan lacks karma threads and seizes his precious flying knife. Patriarch Baishan wails in anguish, condemning Meng Hao's ruthlessness. Meanwhile, on the nearby Beilu star, the Li clan is in celebratory array, preparing for Li Linger's wedding to young Lord Fang. However, Li Linger secretly flees her clan, determined to escape her betrothal to Meng Hao. The Li clan's Taoist patriarch watches Li Linger depart, conversing with a black-robed figure. The black-robed figure divines that the Li clan's chance to rejoin their main family rests with Meng Hao, and Li Linger's current mission is to locate him. The Li clan's Taoist patriarch pauses, then says softly, "We cannot force her. If she chooses to leave, let her be." Meng Hao seized the flying dagger from Patriarch Reliance and sealed his body with a restriction. Patriarch Reliance was forced to agree to take Meng Hao to the Nine Seas God World but secretly plotted how to rid himself of him. En route to the Nine Seas God World, Meng Hao's parrot and piglet harassed Patriarch Reliance. Meng Hao, meanwhile, reminisced about his past experiences, visiting old haunts like Grand Mountain and the North Sea. He reunited with a maiden named Jiyu Yiting Sanyu and pledged to help her break through to the sea transformation. Meanwhile, two figures in the starry sky, an old man and a youth, watched Meng Hao and Patriarch Reliance. The old man saw through Meng Hao's identity and power, but the youth underestimated him, deciding to use him as a target for his training. Far away in the Ninth Sea, Li Linger was seeking an island to cultivate on when she was attacked by a youth named Zheng Linfa. Zheng Linfa introduced himself as one Dharma child and threatened to make this the most unforgettable memory of her life. In the vast expanse of stars, a colossal turtle swiftly carries Meng Hao. The turtle, known as Reliance Patriarch, harbors immense frustration but dares not retaliate. Meng Hao, free from his arranged marriage, leisurely enjoys his drink. Meanwhile, Li Linger, a peak celestial, desperately flees for her life, pursued by a formidable opponent. One Dharma. With one Dharma's enigmatic identity and terrifying power, Li Linger faces certain defeat. She seeks refuge in Meng Hao, but he remains indifferent. Li Linger senses a faint barrier between her and Meng Hao, realizing that he cannot save her. In despair, she triggers a celestial eruption, breaking through the barrier into the celestial ruins, seeking a glimmer of hope. Reliance Patriarch, puzzled by Meng Hao's passivity toward Li Linger, follows Meng Hao's commands to preserve his own safety. One Dharma. Upon reaching Li Linger, discovers her presence in the celestial ruins and senses impending danger. His protector warns him to resolve the matter swiftly, employing an illusion to deceive their enemies. One Dharma enters the celestial ruins but fails to accomplish his objective, ultimately retreating with his protector. Amidst the vast expanse of stars, Meng Hao, under the protection of the patriarch Reliance, embarks on a perilous quest through the immortal ruins to find the missing Li Linger. However, a sinister cultivator named Yifazi pursues Li Linger, seeking to force her into marriage. Initially oblivious to Yifazi's machinations, Meng Hao, aided by the patriarch Reliance and the parrot, discovers Li Linger's plight. As a celestial, Yifazi deploys a secret technique to prevent Li Linger from self-destructing and attempts to capture her. In a desperate attempt, Li Linger nearly pierces Yifazi's throat with a willow leaf but is countered. Witnessing Li Linger's perilous situation, Meng Hao's anger ignites, unleashing the fifth seal rift. He perceives the hidden aspects of the immortal ruins, revealing Yifazi's atrocities. Meng Hao's celestial veins roar, his aura soaring, as he resolves to thwart Yifazi's wicked deeds. Meanwhile, in a boat hovering behind Yifazi, an elder watches with growing concern, underestimating the might of the patriarch Reliance and Meng Hao. His plan to instigate conflict between the two major factions of the Spirit Star realm by Li Linger's demise has faltered. With Yifazi's life hanging in the balance, the elder is forced to intervene. Thus, an earth-shattering battle erupts in the immortal ruins as Meng Hao and the patriarch Reliance confront Yifazi. The outer reaches of the immortal ruins shudder, and an eerie presence pervades the atmosphere. Meng Hao's Tao of immortal supremacy collides with Yifazi's celestial aura, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The question remains: can Meng Hao rescue Li Linger, vanquish Yifazi, and save the Spirit Star realm from peril? Meng Hao witnessed Li Linger on the verge of death, and rage surged within him. He rushed forward, switching places with Li Linger and taking the fatal blow for her. Li Linger was severely weakened, and Meng Hao's anger became uncontainable. Yifazi revealed himself, mocking Meng Hao that his immortal force was not enough to break through his armor. Meng Hao was unfazed, transforming into a golden rock and engaging in a fierce battle against Yifazi. However, Yifazi possessed a formidable protective aura, and Meng Hao's attacks were unable to inflict any damage. Yifazi was smug, mocking Meng Hao for being merely famous in name. Meng Hao snorted coldly and unleashed his ultimate technique. He surrounded himself with sun and moon, projected the ninth mountain, and used the black and white pearls as the foundation, executing a magical combination attack that shook the heavens. Amidst the thunderous roar, Yifazi's protective aura shattered, and he was severely injured, his expression turning to one of panic. Meng Hao seized this chance and descended with his fifth step, killing intent raging within him. At the critical moment, an aged voice echoed, ordering Meng Hao to stop. Meng Hao witnesses a mysterious cultivator nearly killing Li Linger, without interference from the Li clan, raising suspicions. Deciding to rescue Li Linger, Meng Hao joins forces with Ancestor Reliance to confront the cultivator. However, a twist arises. The cultivator is revealed to be a traitor from the Zhang clan of the lower realm. Intense vibrations from the monster-sealing Jade Scroll expose the feud between the Zhang clan and the monster-sealing clan. Meanwhile, the Ninth Sea Mountain realm trembles, and a mournful roar resonates from the Ji family's ancestral home on the Ninth Mountain. A colossal Xuanwu struggles in agony, sending waves crashing through the heavenly pool. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the hatred surging from the monster-sealing immortal veins compels Meng Hao to kill the traitor. As the cultivator transforms into an aberrant three-headed, six-armed form, a gigantic eye appears in the Ninth Sea Mountain realm's sky. An ancient voice booms, announcing the intrusion of foreigners into the Ninth Sea Mountain realm, who must be slain according to an ancient pact. Meng Hao faces an unprecedented challenge, driven by the monster-sealing immortal veins, the Zhang clan's vengeance, and the scrutiny of the entire Ninth Sea Mountain realm. The tranquility of the Ninth Sea was broken when the news of the foreign invasion spread throughout the Shenshu. Myriad powerful cultivators then headed to Shenshu. Simultaneously, within Shenshu, the elder protecting Mount Leaning Patriarch felt the presence of the foreign beings and realized the impending crisis. Panic-stricken, he tried to flee, unaware of another dreadful presence approaching him. Deep in Shenshu, a woman in white opened her eyes, revealing chilling murderous intent. A translucent thread shot out and pierced the elder's skull, killing him instantly. His protective boat then appeared and was devoured by Mount Leaning Patriarch. Witnessing the elder's fall, Mount Leaning Patriarch was bewildered, seemingly touching upon ancient memories. Meng Hao sensed the elder's death and was astounded. He pursued the foreign being, Yifa, determined to uncover the truth. Driven by fear, Yifa fled relentlessly, but even with secret techniques, he could not shake off Meng Hao. Meng Hao's sealing demon art countered Yifa's speed advantage. As the chase continued, they encountered a massive, floating skull. Yifa's speed waned under the skull's intimidating presence. Meng Hao seized the opportunity, using the sealing demon art and star plucking technique to tear off Yifa's wings. Yifa let out a pitiful cry and fled in disarray. Meanwhile, powerful cultivators from the Dao territories outside Shenshu began arriving, commencing their search for the foreign beings. The skull's appearance made Meng Hao realize the promise made by the Black Tortoise: only with the annihilation of the foreign beings could it rest peacefully. Thus, the prelude to the chaos in Shenshu began. With a thunderous roar that echoes throughout the ninth sea and mountain, the Xuanwu summons the Dao realm to enter the immortal ruins, casting an aura of deathly intent. Drawn by the seal of the ancient demon Jade, Meng Hao harbors a profound hatred toward the foreign race. When Yifa provokes him, Meng Hao pursues relentlessly. Yifa conjures bats to obstruct Meng Hao, but Meng Hao swallows the bats with his blood demon skull and transforms into a crimson beam of light in pursuit. Yifa summons his lifeblood light to dissolve Meng Hao's thunder cauldron, then employs dark light to counter the supreme bridge. Meng Hao, in his stellar form, crushes Yifa and shatters his rocky egg defense. Yifa sends out a final call for help, hoping to summon a mighty existence to his aid. Meng Hao casts the demon sealing technique, ensnaring Yifa's thread of karma and severing his head. Upon searching Yifa's soul, Meng Hao is stunned by the secrets he uncovers. Realizing the terrifying power possessed by Yifa's world, Meng Hao continues to weaken Yifa, using soul search to explore his memories. As Yifa screams, visions unfold in Meng Hao's mind, shaking his understanding to its core. Meng Hao clutches Yifazi's head, and a surge of vast power rushes into Yifazi's consciousness. Instantly, a flood of information and images pour into Meng Hao's mind like a torrent. Meng Hao is stunned by what he sees: an unbelievable world unlike any he has encountered in the 9 mountains and seas. The sky is below, the earth above, and the mountains and buildings are suspended upside down in the air, while the sun, moon, and stars hang beneath his feet. Life forms in this world are strange and bizarre, mostly monstrous creatures that are neither human nor beast, and they exude a savage and murderous aura. Meng Hao realizes that Yifazi is not from the 9 mountains and seas, but from a mysterious and powerful world called the Supreme Immortal Realm. The Supreme Immortal Realm ruled over 3,000 lower worlds, including Spirit Star Realm and Meng Hao's own 9 mountains and seas. However, in ancient times, a cataclysm descended, and 2 forces from the Starry Sky waged war against the Supreme Immortal Realm. During the catastrophe, the Supreme Immortal Realm was torn apart, and the 3,000 lower worlds were reduced to a mere 9%, leaving only 33 realms to survive. These 33 realms harbor deep hatred for the Supreme Immortal Realm, and they specialize in hunting immortals, using their blood to strengthen themselves. Meng Hao comes to understand that the monster-sealing lineage may have some connection to the Supreme Immortal Realm's cataclysm, as each generation of monster sealers must pass the Mountain Sea Tribulation, which seems to be a means of resisting the oppression of the 33 realms. Meng Hao's spirit is deeply shaken, and he realizes that the world he knows is only a small part of a much larger, hidden, and unknown reality. He resolves to leave the dangerous immortal ruins and travel to the 9 Seas God Realm, to increase his strength and witness firsthand the truth of Yifazi's memories. In the meantime, Meng Hao also uncovers the secret of the immortal ruins. They are composed of fragments from an immortal realm shattered during the Great War. As he explores, he stumbles upon a black land covered in immortal plants, and discovers traces of the ancient cataclysm. Amidst the verdant expanse of the pharmacy, Meng Hao stumbles upon an area brimming with vibrant purple flora, harboring rare medicinal herbs. However, lurking beneath the idyllic facade are countless menacing black beetles, forming the very fabric of the ground. As Meng Hao approaches, the purple vegetation ripples, and the ground beneath begins to stir. He hastily suppresses his cultivation, but his presence has alerted the teeming hordes of black beetles, their sheer number sending shivers down his spine. Frantically, Meng Hao searches for the cause of the beetle's relentless pursuit. He suspects an item in his storage pouch and, after a thorough search, pinpoints two sources of their frenzied reaction: a multicolored incense stick and a jet-black spirit immortal stone. Upon retrieving the spirit immortal stone, the entire horde of black beetles takes flight, swarming towards Meng Hao with an overwhelming hunger and ferocity. He hastily conceals the stone, prompting the beetles to gradually disperse. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Hao, armed with his knowledge of insect way, plots to tame a vast number of the black beetles. Intrigued by these creatures, he recognizes their potential as a formidable force should he manage to subdue thousands of them. With the spirit immortal stone at his disposal, Meng Hao embarks on a daring mission to amass the pharmacy's medicinal herbs and enslave as many black beetles as possible. Bolstering his might in the process, Meng Hao hides in the ruins and uses a black feather to alter his aura, disguising himself as a black worm in the medicinal field. To avoid detection by the black worm swarms, he places sealed spirit immortal stones that attract the swarm's attention. As the medicinal field floats by, Meng Hao unseals the spirit immortal stone, releasing its aura to lure the black worm swarms into a frenzy. He blends in with the swarm, concealing himself until the right moment. Meng Hao observes that the black worms revere those that have consumed spirit immortal stones, and ghost eyes appear on their backs, granting them greater power. He uses the spirit immortal stones to lead the black worms and takes the opportunity to gather medicinal herbs. When Meng Hao collects a sufficient amount, the swarm detects the disturbance. To evade pursuit, Meng Hao releases more spirit immortal stones, diverting the black worms away. Suddenly, a woman emerges from nothingness, clad in a pink dress. She carries a lantern with a burning white stick, releasing a smoke that lulls the black worms to sleep. Meng Hao's form is unaffected by the smoke, so he charges out and engages in a struggle with the woman over the herbs. The woman is surprised by Meng Hao's presence but quickly realizes that his black worm disguise allows him to move freely and resist the smoke. Meng Hao mimics the black worm's cries to confuse the woman and continues collecting the medicinal herbs. As the air crackles with an abrupt roar, deafening buzzes erupt as swarms of black beetles stir from their slumber. A terrified woman in a pink dress realizes that it was she who had unknowingly awakened a beetle. In her fury, she crushes a white stick, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, upon Meng Hao's roar, more beetles stir and charge towards the woman. However, to his surprise, the awakened beetles appear to acknowledge Meng Hao, circling around him as though recognizing him as an ally. This discovery fills Meng Hao with a sense of bravado, believing he has achieved a certain status within the sea of insects. Understanding her predicament, the woman crushes the stick, transforming herself into a beetle to blend into the swarm. However, Meng Hao sees through her guise, and notices her clumsy gathering of medicinal herbs, which agitates the beetles. Unable to tolerate her behavior, Meng Hao confronts her, only to be met with suspicion and threats. She accuses Meng Hao of being a demonized insect and demands his departure. Meng Hao attempts to reason, explaining that they are both cultivators, but the woman remains unconvinced. In a struggle over a medicinal herb, the woman transforms into 3 beetles, yet is outmatched and outmaneuvered by Meng Hao. Enraged by her failure, the woman releases a mist that disrupts Meng Hao's disguise. Realizing his aura has been compromised, Meng Hao flees the scene. The woman gloats, believing her plan has succeeded. However, Meng Hao uses a spirit immortal stone to distract the beetles, leading them back towards the woman. Horrified, she understands she has been outsmarted by Meng Hao and surmises that he has a limited supply of the stones. She resolves to avoid the spirit immortal stones, believing Meng Hao's resources will soon be exhausted. Meng Hao's profligate spending on spirit stones in the face of a greedy woman enrages a swarm of black beetles, which chase after her in pursuit. Undeterred, the woman deploys a secret technique, driving a towering 1,000-foot tree into the ground and piercing a titanic black beetle hidden beneath. Infuriated, the beetles surge out from subterranean fissures in their tens of thousands, forming a phantasmal black hand composed of an ocean of insects. Vowing relentless pursuit of Meng Hao and the woman, employing a technique that conceals her presence, the woman redirects the swarm to pursue Meng Hao. In a bid to elude the swarm, Meng Hao changes direction, only to have the woman employ a stealth technique and redirect the swarm back to him. The woman exudes confidence, certain of Meng Hao's impending defeat, after which she plans to extort his spirit herbs and spirit stones. Meng Hao and the woman flee at breakneck speed, escaping the confines of the medicinal garden. But the army of black beetles remains in relentless pursuit. Just as Meng Hao's hope wanes, he changes direction, causing the woman to be targeted by the swarm once again. The woman revels in anticipation, planning to ransom Meng Hao's treasures after his defeat. However, at this crucial moment, the woman's presence concealing technique fails, and the swarm of beetles pivots, once again pursuing Meng Hao. Caught off guard, the woman can only flee in disarray. Meng Hao, on the other hand, unleashes his golden rock technique, exponentially increasing his speed and gradually distancing himself from the swarm. Seeing that Meng Hao is about to escape the beetles, the woman refuses to give up and tails him, watching for an opportunity to extort him. Meng Hao gallops while being chased by black beetles and finds pink-clad woman Xu Yan following him. Intending to loot him while he is in peril, Meng Hao sees through her scheme and, filled with fury, decides to fight back. He holds a spirit stone in his hand as the black beetles frenzy during the pursuit. Increasing their speed, Meng Hao etches a rune with his left hand and imprints it into the spirit stone, integrating the sixth seal of monster sealing into it. Meng Hao throws the spirit stone into the sea of insects where the black beetles swallow it, but then explode due to the seal of life and death. The unyielding Meng Hao repeatedly throws spirit stones and successfully controls one of the black beetles. As time goes on, the number of black beetles he controls escalates, reaching over 300. However, the death toll of black beetles also continues to rise, reaching 50,000. At this moment, a mournful roar sounds from the land of Medicine Academy, summoning the Sea of Insects back. The Sea of Insects responds to the summons and hesitates whether to give up chasing Meng Hao. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity and continues to throw spirit stones to attract the black beetles, dividing the Sea of Insects into two. Xu Yan feels alarmed and decides to leave. However, Meng Hao summons over 500 black beetles and orders them to chase Xu Yan. Xu Yan is terrified by this, realizing that Meng Hao can control the black beetles. A cold glint flashes in Meng Hao's eye. She will not let Xu Yan go. He sits cross-legged on the back of a black beetle as over 500 black beetles with shimmering ghost eyes and gloomy auras pursue Xu Yan. Xu Yan is panic-stricken. She has never heard of anyone who can control these ghost-eyed insects that are notoriously difficult to recognize as masters. Her fear of Meng Hao intensifies drastically, and she realizes that she must escape as quickly as possible. In a celestial abyss, Meng Hao and Xu Yan engaged in a fierce pursuit. Xu Yan was being hunted by black beetles, but Meng Hao closely followed her, seeking revenge. Xu Yan, with her ancient cultivation, unleashed the 7 steps of the underworld god, causing the heavens and earth to roar and the void to shatter, also obliterating Meng Hao's sovereign bridge. Meng Hao, unwilling to be outdone, summoned the Yinglong, while Xu Yan unleashed a heaven and earth-shattering roar, creating a monstrous gust and causing a storm that injured Meng Hao. However, just as Xu Yan thought she could escape, Meng Hao activated the Thunder Cauldron, releasing a burst of lightning that trapped her. 500 black beetles swarmed Xu Yan, and Meng Hao's divine fire origin also descended upon her. In this critical moment, Xu Yan used her palm pattern divine ability to fend off the black beetles. As she prepared to flee, 2 beams of rainbow light flew in, revealing themselves as Meng Hao's subordinates. They accused Xu Yan of pursuing them. Xu Yan angrily defended herself, claiming that Meng Hao was the true culprit. Meng Hao arrived, recognizing the 2 men as the ink sword scholar he had encountered earlier. The 2 sides clashed once more, resulting in Xu Yan's escape and Meng Hao's pursuit. A new battle was about to unfold, as Meng Hao was intrigued by Xu Yan's divine abilities and vowed to make her his own. In a realm known as Immortal Ruins, Parrot and Li Linger are being pursued by a formidable beast called the Devourer, a rare and terrifying creature in the Immortal Ruins. Parrot's peculiar obsession with furry creatures inadvertently provoked the Devourer. As they flee, they encounter Meng Hao and Xu Yan. Parrot immediately suggests seeking their help while framing them. Recognizing the danger posed by the Devourer, Meng Hao and Xu Yan find themselves trapped in a predicament. Faced with no other choice, Xu Yan devises a plan to deceive the Devourer into attacking her to seize an opportunity to escape. However, Meng Hao discerns her plan and consumes a nirvana pill, raising his cultivation to the realm of an ancient immortal emperor. Meng Hao swiftly intervenes, rescuing Li Linger and Parrot, and with his overwhelming might, intimidates the devourer into retreating. Xu Yan is astonished to discover that Meng Hao is a sequence, possessing power surpassing that of an immortal realm supreme. Witnessing Meng Hao's grandeur, courage, and enigmatic abilities leaves Li Linger awestruck, while Xu Yan gains a new perspective on her relationship with Meng Hao. After the sky-swallowing beast vanished into the starry sky of the immortal ruins, Meng Hao retracted his immortal emperor aura and sealed Xu Yan before tossing her into his storage pouch. Though Xu Yan's face held a sneer, the shock and complexity in her expression could not be hidden. Meng Hao turned to face the parrot and Li Linger. Li Linger avoided his gaze, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had initially detested Meng Hao, but after being saved by him, everything had changed. She realized that after fleeing her arranged marriage and leaving the Li clan, she suspected that she was also a sacrifice for her family's political alliances. The parrot and little doe blamed the vanished prime ancestor, but Meng Hao retracted his gaze, sighing as he guessed the reason for Li Linger's departure from her home. The black insects surrounded Meng Hao, radiating a sinister and murderous intent. Meng Hao inquired about Li Linger's destination, learning that she had also eloped. The parrot and little doe denounced the prime ancestor for his injustice, while Meng Hao sat cross-legged on a black insect and explained the misunderstanding to Li Linger. Meng Hao boasted of his handsomeness and claimed to have no interest in Li Linger. Li Linger responded with anger, but Meng Hao felt relieved. He invited Li Linger to sit on a black insect and offered to escort her out of the immortal ruins. Li Linger flared up again, believing Meng Hao's apology was insincere after he had rejected her. Meng Hao helplessly admitted that he truly had no regrets, causing Li Linger to go berserk and break into tears. The parrot and little doe exchanged secret messages, speculating that there was a misunderstanding between Meng Hao and Li Linger. The black insects sped up, and the debris of the immortal ruins gradually diminished. Meng Hao determined that they were nearing the edge of the immortal ruins, and a thick fog appeared in the distance, likely indicating the ninth sea. Suddenly, a white-robed woman emerged from the void, her presence eclipsing the heavens and the earth. Meng Hao recognized her as the female scion of the Dao and hurriedly bowed in obeisance. The parrot and little doe also displayed fear, and Li Linger curtsied. The female scion of the Dao asked Meng Hao if he still remembered her, and little doe answered, no. Meng Hao sensed something amiss with little doe's response. In a mystical land of fairies, a woman clad in white quietly gazed at a jelly-like substance, her expression a complex mix of remembrance and resentment. Meng Hao sensed her resentment keenly, his mind filled with questions. The woman in white asked if the jelly substance knew the Thunder Emperor, one of the 9 great emperors with whom she once had a pact. The substance denied it, but its voice carried a hint of bitterness. The woman in white fell into deep thought, then turned her gaze towards the parrot beside Meng Hao, disgust evident in her eyes. Suddenly, the woman in white was drawn to Li Linger's beauty and asked if she was willing to cultivate under her guidance. Li Linger eagerly agreed and left with the woman in white. Meng Hao felt ignored and his mind raced with suspicion. The parrot and the jelly substance secretly sighed in relief, revealing that they had been playing a game of deception. The jelly substance boasted of its superior disguise skills, but the parrot argued that it had given itself away too many times. Meng Hao recalled the woman in white's words and speculated that there might be a tragic tale between the Thunder Emperor and the jelly substance. He decided to refrain from asking for now and continued his journey towards the ninth sea. Along the way, he attempted to fuse with the nirvana fruit, but was still unable to sustain it. As he neared the ninth sea, Meng Hao felt an overwhelming aura approaching him. He released a single black beetle, retrieving the others, and stepped alone into the mist of the ninth sea. The moment Meng Hao entered the ninth sea, countless sea beasts and monsters in the vicinity opened their eyes in unison, snarling and filled with anger. It seemed that some aura emanating from Meng Hao had provoked their hostility. Upon entering the ninth sea, Meng Hao was immediately confronted by a group of ferocious sea beasts, including a particularly formidable Frizong sea dog that exhibited intense hostility toward him. Without hesitation, Meng Hao seized the sea dog's neck and crushed it instantly. But this only enraged the other sea beasts, which began to attack him relentlessly. Meng Hao summoned over 500 black beetles to combat the beasts, and these creatures swiftly devoured several of their adversaries. The carnage became increasingly intense, attracting the attention of a massive and deadly sea dragon. Meng Hao demolished the sea dragon's head with a single punch, only to realize that an endless number of sea beasts were emerging from the depths of the ninth sea to attack him ferociously. Sensing that something was amiss, Meng Hao realized that it was not just the sea beasts but the entire ninth sea that seemed to hold animosity and rejection toward him. He produced a token and cried out for help, announcing himself as a disciple of the Nine Sea Divine Realm. Just as the surrounding sea beasts were about to overwhelm him, a man with dark skin and a golden scale on his forehead emerged from the seabed. His gaze was filled with both hatred and disgust, but he forcefully restrained his killing intent and ordered Meng Hao to follow him. As they descended deeper into the sea, Meng Hao discovered that his cultivation level was subject to immense pressure from the ninth sea, limiting him to only 70% of his strength. However, this pressure also ignited a sense of excitement within him, as he recognized that cultivating in the ninth sea could vastly enhance his capabilities. Eventually, the man led Meng Hao to a vast expanse suspended above the seabed. Resembling an underwater palace, it had mountains, rivers, exotic flowers, verdant vegetation, flourishing cities, and countless cultivators, all surrounded by 9 radiant golden gates. The foremost gate bore the characters 9 Sea Divine Realm. Amidst the boundless ninth sea, the 9 Seas Divine Realm, one of the 3 great Taoist sects, stands supreme, shrouded in the profound pressure of the ninth sea. The primordial power within is rich and vast, providing unparalleled cultivation conditions for practitioners. Upon his arrival at the 9 Seas Divine Realm, Meng Hao is awestruck by its majestic presence. He beholds 9 resplendent golden gates, inscribed with the names of countless disciples, signifying their honor and cultivation. Among them, Fan Dong'er's name stands high, a testament to her extraordinary achievements within the 9 Seas Divine Realm. Yet, as Meng Hao follows an aloof man into the sect, he encounters the vehement hostility of all the demon cultivators within. Their gazes burn with resentment and disdain, as if Meng Hao were an unwelcomed enemy. To Meng Hao's further bewilderment, a handsome, middle-aged demon cultivator launches an unprovoked attack on him. The middle-aged demon cultivator possesses immense cultivation, possessing 90 celestial veins, and conjures 9 flying swords that morph into ferocious autumn fish. Unable to evade, Meng Hao is forced to defend himself. His body proves impenetrable, withstanding the relentless onslaught of the fish-scale storm. Faced with the middle-aged demon cultivator's relentless pursuit, Meng Hao's anger surges. Unflinching, he unleashes his aura, unleashing a formidable pressure that forces the middle-aged demon cultivator to vomit blood and retreat. Subsequently, Meng Hao summons the blood demon skull, its terrifying roar sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding demon cultivators. Confronted by the demon cultivators' combined assault, Meng Hao stands undeterred, maneuvering with the thunder cauldron and executing a decisive strike upon the middle-aged demon cultivator, splattering blood mist without a trace sullying his form. Just as Meng Hao prepares to further establish his authority, a thunderous voice booms, chastising him for his audacity. Meng Hao's expression remains composed as he retorts coldly, questioning the true perpetrator of insolence. Without hesitation, he unleashes another decisive strike, pulverizing the middle-aged demon cultivator's body, enveloping the scene in a dense blood fog that instills fear throughout the realm. In a flash of lightning, Meng Hao cleanly killed a member of the demon cultivators amid the group. Surrounding disciples of the 9 Seas God World were shocked, and the demon cultivators were stunned by Meng Hao's decisive actions. However, despite Meng Hao's status as a disciple of the 9 Seas God World, the surrounding cultivators did not fully acknowledge him and treated him as an outsider. His ruthless tactics and bloody scenes shook the hearts of the 9 Seas God World cultivators. At that moment, a roar sounded out, and the black-robed elder of the ancient realm, Sea Saint, descended. A colossal black sea dragon's phantom emerged behind him. Sea Saint accused Meng Hao of being reckless and unleashed the sea dragon with a gesture, carrying the powers of law and sealing. Shaking the earth, Meng Hao transformed into a golden rock to evade the dragon's first attack but was subsequently struck by its tail. In a critical moment, Meng Hao returned to human form, and 500 black beetles formed a shield to block the dragon's tail, dispersing its terrifying force and causing the dragon's phantom to fade away. Sea Saint attacked again, but Meng Hao countered with words, accusing him of acting without cause and suspecting he may be a remnant of the Ji family, aiming to sow discord among the 3 great Taoist halls. Although Sea Saint's killing intent surged even stronger, he could only order the demon cultivators to capture Meng Hao and bring him to the ancestral hall for questioning. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding disciples, the elder in black held a deep grudge and intended to humiliate and frustrate Meng Hao to increase his enemies. Meng Hao decided to incur a great debt from the demon cultivators. Confident that the ancestors of the Nine Seas God world would not stand idly by. In a picturesque region, Meng Hao encounters a group of 7 demon cultivators, including 3 alluring women and several handsome men. The group, exuding murderous intent, attempts to attack him. Meng Hao deploys his devouring mountain technique to summon mountains to suppress the demon cultivators. But they counter with a well-prepared array and powerful abilities, shattering the mountains. The alluring female leader, adorned in a giant conch, possesses incredible speed and unleashes a treasure pearl to immobilize Meng Hao. However, he promptly activates his record of cause and effect ability, forging a bond with her and capturing her in a storage bag. He repeats this strategy, swiftly capturing 4 more demon cultivators, causing astonishment among the Nine Seas God Realm disciples and their foes alike. Outraged, hundreds of pseudo-immortals from the demon cultivators swarm to attack Meng Hao. Despite his strength, he struggles to resist their overwhelming force. At a critical juncture, the thunder cauldron emerges, and Meng Hao transforms into a stream of light that darts amidst the demon cultivators. Skillfully dodging their attacks, while evading, he continues to capture demon cultivators, seizing over 30 in a short time. Elders from the Nine Seas God Realm finally intervene, their Dao Realm fingers descending to strike Meng Hao. His expression changes as he realizes his inability to counter their pressure. Suddenly, Ling Yunzi appears and exerts his aura to block the Dao Realm fingers. He argues with a voice of experience, claiming that Meng Hao did not initiate the conflict and that the captured demon cultivators owe him a vast sum of spiritual stones. Meng Hao produces the promissory notes as evidence, asserting that the demon cultivators have agreed to repay their debt by servitude and presents supporting documents. This disclosure forces a stalemate between the Nine Seas God Realm and the demon cultivators. Meng Hao's utterance of the word seafood provokes the Yaosho from the Nine Oceans Divine Realm to seek his death. Meng Hao disregards these threats, indicating the connection between such Yaosho and seafood, turning their perceptions upside down. Despite threats from a hoarse and aged voice, an old woman steps forward, announcing herself as Meng Hao's protector, and another Taoist cultivator reveals their divine consciousness. The Yaosho side also unveils 2 Taoist cultivators, creating a delicate balance. Meng Hao declares himself the young master of the Fang family, a formidable power with esteemed ancestors. Threatening the Taoist elder, he proclaims himself the core disciple of the immortal ancient Tao field and the Taihong sword sect, questioning the elder as to whether they dare compel the 3 forces to bow down. Meng Hao also presents a jade slip, claiming it contains the secret inheritances of a previous patriarch of the Fang family. Able to summon him at any time, he divulges himself as the inheritor of a thought shifts the stars, the refiner of 3 saintly pills, and an immortal of his own proven Tao, having opened 123 extreme meridians, and even a sequence, causing tremendous shock. The Yaosho are incensed by Meng Hao's provocation and leave in anger, while the other Taoist cultivators choose to retreat. Meng Hao's forceful demeanor and sharp words establish his prestige in the Nine Oceans Divine Realm, demonstrating his close ties with formidable powers and making all sides wary of provoking him. Meng Hao's arrival in the Nine Seas Divine Realm caused a great stir and intimidated the demon cultivator lineage. However, Meng Hao remained skeptical, wondering about the source of this unexpected hostility. Later, Meng Hao was brought to the Nine Seas Divine Realm Elder Palace, where he met with 3 elders. Grandmother Ju Po was kind and approachable, while Divine Teacher Shangren was impassive, his sharp gaze seemingly penetrating Meng Hao's soul. Grandmother Ju Po revealed the origin of the 3 Taoist sects to Meng Hao, claiming their lineage from 3 supreme beings. Sea Dream Supreme created the Nine Seas Divine Realm. Ancient Immortal Supreme founded the ancient Immortal Taoist Sanctum, while Nine Seals Supreme remained an enigma, their creation unknown. Even more astonishingly, Divine Teacher Shangren divulged a shocking secret: Nine Seals Supreme might have created the entire mountain and sea realm they resided in. Meng Hao learned that he was the second sequence cultivator of the 9th mountain and sea. His destiny extended beyond the mountain and sea realm to the sequence battle that encompassed the entire mountain and sea realm. The elders placed great hopes on Meng Hao, expecting him to safeguard his sequence identity and possibly go further in the sequence battle. However, Meng Hao understood that the sequence battle was not only a personal contest but also a struggle between sects and even between the two mountain and sea realms. His heart surged with emotions as he realized the challenges and obstacles he would face on his future path. In the grand hall atop the mountain, Meng Hao learned an astonishing secret. The three Taoist powerhouses in the grand hall confirmed that the sequence plan established by the Supreme Paragon Hai Meng was aimed at cultivating Supreme Paragons for the mountain and sea realm. Individuals who were qualified to become Supreme Paragons in the future. Meng Hao understood that the status of Supreme Paragon had been unattainable since the catastrophe. And the As-Wind realm that opened the 9 seas of divinity was the proving ground for cultivating the sequence. The As-Wind realm was once a world that was one of the 3,000 lower realms of the Immortal Realm. It was shattered in a war and was later taken away by Supreme Paragon Hai Meng, becoming the first proving ground in the 9 seas of divinity. Its source was chaotic, but it contained the source of a realm, which could allow one to comprehend the power of the ultimate source and directly step into the ancient realm. The old woman said that not only would disciples from the 9th mountain and sea realm participate in the As-Wind realm trials, but so would the sequences from other mountain and sea realms. She warned Meng Hao that he must kill other mountain and sea sequences in the trials and to prioritize his own survival if he encountered someone he could not defeat. Because the cultivation of the sequence was like raising GU worms. Only the survivors could become the strongest. To prepare for the As-Wind realm opening in 3 months, the old woman gave Meng Hao a storage bag filled with generous rewards, including an ancient immortal weapon and supreme paragon blood. She urged Meng Hao to comprehend more and improve his strength. She also provided him with a cave mansion and an identity token, allowing him to move freely within the sect. However, Meng Hao still had one question that remained unanswered: why did sea beasts and demonic cultivators have such extreme hatred for him ever since he entered the 9th sea? The 3 Taoist powerhouses knew about this matter. The old woman said that as long as Meng Hao crushed the token jade slip, they would come to his aid within 3 breaths. Meng Hao's accidental possession of the monster cultivator aura has attracted hatred from the entire 9th sea monster cultivators. Although these monster cultivators are not of the same kind as the sea beasts widely distributed in the sea, due to their bloodline, they were enraged by the countless sea beasts Meng Hao had slain, with the aura on Meng Hao himself being the trigger. The monster cultivator forces of the 9th sea are very powerful and are above human cultivators. However, based on the established agreement with the 9 sea divine realm, they prioritize sequence. That is to say, Meng Hao's cultivation level and status will determine the relationship between him and the monster cultivators. After learning the truth, Meng Hao had no choice but to accept it. Realizing that he couldn't eliminate the aura on him, he was assigned to a cave at the intersection of 2 mountain ranges. The environment was beautiful and secluded but could not completely avoid the monster cultivators' watchful eyes and hostility. At the same time, in a projection world in the vast land in the distant starry sky away from the 9th sea, someone was looking for Meng Hao's whereabouts. Through the sacrifice of a black-robed elder and the big tree behind him, they discovered that as long as Meng Hao used the power again, they could locate him. Meanwhile, in another projection world, a white-robed young man that looked like a statue was also paying attention to this matter and calmly stated that he was in no hurry because those who were waiting for Meng Hao to return as soon as possible were more anxious than those who wanted him to leave. In the ethereal 9 seas god realm, Meng Hao ventures into an ancient cave dwelling. Within the cave, he stumbles upon a boiling pool of seawater. Meng Hao throws in 33 captured demon cultivators, claiming to cook them. The demons are terrified, but Meng Hao remains unyielding, using the essence of divine fire to heat the seawater and subdue them. He appoints a parrot and a jelly to train the demons, intending to sell them for profit. Meng Hao also discovers 30 bugs known as ghost eye worms and feeds them spirit immortal stones. His aim is to observe the worm's transformation after consuming the stones, hoping for the development of more powerful ghost eyes. On the 2nd floor of the attic, Meng Hao locates an ancient immortal artifact sensor mentioned by the 9th mistress ancestor, along with a precious drop of supreme blood. As he infuses his divine sense into the supreme blood, a wisp of blood mist enters his body, coursing through his celestial veins as power. To combat the force of the supreme blood, Meng Hao consumes a nirvana fruit. The fruit melts, its power intertwining with the blood mist, causing Meng Hao's body to tremble violently as his aura surges. If the nirvana fruit successfully merges, his cultivation will ascend to the realm of Immortal Emperor for eternity. As time passed, Meng Hao failed to complete the fusion after the nirvana fruit's effects wore off. He realized that the supreme blood had been diluted, and the results would not be as expected, but he was unwilling to accept this outcome. Desperate to obtain the complete supreme blood to surpass the immortal realm's supreme beings. With no other choice, Meng Hao decided to use the power of the bronze mirror to replicate the supreme blood. He placed the supreme blood on the mirror, which immediately began to tremble violently, releasing an astonishing aura that enveloped the Nine Seas divine realm and shook the rules of the starry sky. The parrot flew out, filled with terror as it realized the bronze mirror's unimaginable power. Meng Hao was equally awed by the images the mirror revealed. He witnessed the bronze mirror creating the starry sky, saw countless Dao realm beings vying for it, and even beheld a powerful existence comparable to the white-robed female supreme being. Eventually, the bronze mirror finished replicating the supreme blood and retracted its terrifying aura. The parrot, exhausted, collapsed in front of Meng Hao, blaming him for the grave injuries it had sustained. Meanwhile, outside the mountain and sea realm, beyond the 33 heavens, an ancient voice awoke from a slumbering coffin, excitedly announcing Meng Hao's location. They commanded the divine clan to launch a war, pitting them against the supreme immortal realm once more for the awakening of the nether god. The world projection faded away, and 3 mysterious women activated the power of the world, preparing to bestow the divine realm's essence upon Meng Hao's location. In a void world, 3 women decide to initiate a war, summoning projections of their world from afar. Meanwhile, in another dimensional world with 9 suns, another resolute decision is made, at all costs, to succeed. However, in the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao remains oblivious to this, preoccupied by the strange behavior of his parrot. The bird speaks anxiously, hinting at an impending catastrophe but feigning nonchalance. The parrot's conduct raises Meng Hao's suspicions. Sensing something amiss, he recalls 3 visions from a copper mirror, a sense of foreboding growing within him. Meng Hao realizes the mirror not only possesses the ability to replicate but conceals other unknown powers. He resolves to continue using it to duplicate supreme blood, bolstering his strength to face the impending crisis. Meng Hao spares no expense in spirit stones and immortal jades, replicating dozens of portions of supreme blood. Yet, he still feels insufficient, instructing his puppet boy to retrieve cultivation resources from the Nine Seas divine realm. Simultaneously, Meng Hao notices cracks forming on the stone door of the stone chamber in his attic, followed by thunderous noises. Using the power of life and death restrictions, he peers into the chamber and spots a colossal ghost eye slamming against the door. Attempting to break through, Meng Hao realizes with astonishment that the life and death restrictions have weakened. As the stone door crumbles, the ghost eye bursts forth, unleashing an earth-shattering roar and lunging at Meng Hao. In the nick of time, Meng Hao recognizes the urgency of enhancing his power to confront the unknown perils that lie ahead. The stone door crumbled into debris and sharp ghost eyes lunged at Meng Hao. A cold mist spread, covering the stone chamber with green frost. Meng Hao recognized it as a toxic gas. Despite the loosening of the life and death seal, Meng Hao remained impassive. He waved his right hand, releasing a powerful immortal force that shattered the debris into a tempestuous storm, enveloping the ghost eyes within. However, the ghost eyes emitted a sinister light, corroding the storm and breaking free from the encirclement. Flying towards Meng Hao, Meng Hao stood his ground, unleashing a punch with the strength of his true immortal body and 123 immortal meridians. The ghost eyes hastily formed a barrier with its tentacles, closing its eyes for defense. Meng Hao destroyed the barrier with one punch, heavily injuring the ghost eye. The ghost eye collapsed, leaving a tiny black figure that lunged at Meng Hao, attempting to seize his body. Meng Hao snorted coldly, solidifying the life and death seal, and the black armored figure immediately trembled, desperately begging for mercy. Understanding the black armored figure's abilities, Meng Hao grabbed it and transformed it into a black bead. The bead was incredibly hard, and only when Meng Hao exerted 70 of his strength did the black armored figure cry for mercy. Meng Hao realized that these black armored figures were mutated from the spirit fairy stone, possessing formidable strength and sentience. If they were cultivated further, they could become powerful weapons. He found 2 more black armored ghost eyes devouring and dormant in other stone chambers. He put all 5 black armored figures into the stone chamber, sending them into the spirit fairy stone. The puppet boy returned with a storage bag. Meng Hao discovered that the spirit stones and immortal jade inside were greatly depleted. Meng Hao continued to copy the supreme blood, heartbroken but resolute. A week later, he had copied 80 portions of the supreme blood. The puppet boy returned again, bringing a jade slip from Ling Yunzi. Ling Yunzi was furious, accusing Meng Hao of exhausting nearly 10 of the 9 Seas God Realm's cultivation resources. Left with no choice, Meng Hao decided to participate in the Golden Gate Stone Tablet trial to gain rewards and replenish resources. He noticed an inspiring song coming from the pool. It was the puppet boy singing Little Seafood. Upon his arrival in the 9 Sea God Realm, Meng Hao accidentally trespasses into a pond. He is astonished to find 33 demonic beasts chanting fervently, worshipping a shimmering parrot in the sky. To his bewilderment, the parrot's accompaniment is none other than a jello that has transformed into a large drum. Meng Hao realizes that the parrot possesses the ability to tame beasts. So he bestows Su Yan upon the parrot in the hope that it will also tame Su Yan into submission. The parrot is thrilled by this, boasting that it will make Su Yan obedient. Meng Hao then proceeds to the 9 Sea God Realm's trial site for immortal jade spirit stones. The 9 Golden Gate Stels. He intends to study them before deciding which one to challenge. At one of the stels, Meng Hao witnesses a woman named Fan break into the top 30 in the Celestial Realm. Drawing exclamations of astonishment, Fan notices Meng Hao and, despite her hostility towards him, informs him of the different types of trials at the Golden Gate Stels, including that the 7th stele tests divine sense. Meng Hao is confident in this, but ultimately decides to challenge the 9th stele, which tests physical strength. However, Fan scoffs at Meng Hao's goal, claiming that it is impossible for a Celestial Realm cultivator to place in the top 10. Undeterred, Meng Hao makes a wager with her if he achieves his goal. Fan must grant freedom to Xu Qing, the female corpse that Fan possesses. Fan is taken aback by Meng Hao's boldness but remains skeptical. She agrees to the wager. Before the Golden Gates at the Juha Divine Realm, Meng Hao and Goddess Fan made a bet. Meng Hao chose the 9th Golden Gate, the trial of the flesh, and wagered 100,000 immortal jades and 500 spirit stones. Fan was confident that Meng Hao would fail, but Meng Hao was full of confidence. Entering the gate, Meng Hao found that his immortal veins and storage bag had been sealed. At this moment, a masked man with a body cultivation base appeared from the void. His bloody chi boundless. Meng Hao did not use magic, but instead used his true immortal flesh to fight. As the battle continued, Meng Hao's opponents multiplied, but his chi and fighting will also grew stronger. He used his physical strength to bombard his opponents, each punch making an earth-shattering sound. The number of figures around Meng Hao increased, and his ranking on the stone tablet continued to rise. His laughter echoed, displaying his domineering and frantic presence. Fan confident smile gradually froze as she realized that Meng Hao's strength far exceeded her expectations. Meng Hao's trial of the flesh continued. His opponents multiplied, but he fought more and more bravely, as if there was an endless power supporting him. Meng Hao's name initially appeared in 997th place on the Golden Monument of Dao Kun. Yet, Meng Hao's performance was shocking. His ranking skyrocketed, and in less than an incense stick's time, he had broken into the top 500, advancing to 498th place. As Meng Hao delved deeper, the challenges he faced became increasingly formidable. He fought consecutively against 512 cyan figures with potent energy, comparable to cultivators at the peak of the immortal realm. Meng Hao relied solely on his physical strength, not utilizing any magical techniques or divine abilities, and engaged in protracted battles with these figures. Meng Hao's physical body was tempered through continuous combat, unleashing astonishing combat prowess. Right after he defeated the 512 cyan figures, a crimson-robed figure emerged, its dense vitality influencing the surrounding rules and posing a threat to Meng Hao. Meng Hao and the crimson-robed figure engaged in a physical confrontation, exchanging blows relentlessly. After 10 breaths, Meng Hao roared and shattered the crimson-robed figure with a single punch. Meng Hao's physical body further improved during this battle, deepening his understanding of the path of a body refiner. Meng Hao continued to advance, repeatedly defeating crimson-robed figures, his physical body growing increasingly formidable and even influencing the surrounding rules. Nonetheless, as the number of crimson-robed figures augmented, Meng Hao gradually fell into a bitter struggle. Facing encirclement, he unleashed his final trump card, the Little Black Bean. The Little Black Bean was savage, keeping more than a dozen crimson-robed figures at bay. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Hao continued to slaughter the other crimson-robed figures. Ultimately, the Little Black Bean let out a piercing shriek, transforming into a dagger and critically wounding a crimson-robed figure. Meng Hao seized this moment, annihilating the figure in one fell swoop. Within Meng Hao's cave abode in the Nine Seas God world, two sealed stone chambers burst open with a roar. Two malevolent ghost eyes emerged and prepared to flee. However, the parrot in the cave spotted them and gave chase in a fit of fury. Strangely, the parrot did no harm to the ghost eyes. Instead, the two little men within the ghost eyes let out piercing screams and retreated rapidly. Their tentacles transformed into black beans, then into black daggers that stabbed at the parrot. The parrot was taken aback and realized that the black bean daggers could devour red-robe fiend cultivators, causing their flesh and blood to vanish. Meanwhile, in the 9th Golden Gate Steel trial, Meng Hao was battling countless red-robe fiend cultivators. The difficulty was escalating, so he decided to use his physical strength and convert the 123 immortal meridians in his body into physical power. A thunderous boom echoed within Meng Hao's body as a shocking roar erupted, crushing all the red-robe fiend cultivators. His ranking skyrocketed from the 40s to the top 20, then to 19th, and finally to 5th place, just below the legendary 4 battles immortal. The Nine Seas God World disciples outside were astonished by Meng Hao's incredible performance. They had never seen anyone break through so many levels so quickly and surpass the immortal emperor's physical realm. Fan suspects Meng Hao of cheating out of jealousy, but he faces the trial purely based on his strength. He enters the Golden Gate Steel and encounters the last challenge, an old man in white robes without a mask. The old man announces himself as the final stage of the trial, and few can withstand his 3 punches. The old man unleashes his first punch, the Death Punch, containing the powerful force of extinguishing life. Despite being severely wounded, Meng Hao comprehends the true meaning of the Death Punch and retaliates, unleashing a death wind that neutralizes the old man's demonic punch. The old man praises Meng Hao's understanding and uses his second punch, the Selfless Punch, also known as the Demonic Punch, possessing immense momentum and lethal force. Meng Hao once again grasps the essence of the Death Punch, utilizing it against the Demonic Punch and enduring it with difficulty. Believing Meng Hao unable to withstand his third punch, the old man allows him to leave. Meng Hao expresses gratitude and declares his intention to return after increasing his strength. As Meng Hao exits the Golden Gate Steel, the outside world erupts into commotion. His ranking has risen to 2nd, surpassing 3 war immortals, shocking everyone. Fan accepts her defeat, while Meng Hao sets his sights on the number 1 ranked Zhang Wuyaya, his heart burning with a fierce desire to challenge him. Meng Hao's emergence from the 9th Golden Gate astounds everyone present with his overwhelming power. He claims 2nd place, leaving an indelible mark on the 9th Golden Gate Steel. However, Meng Hao acknowledges his true prowess surpasses his ranking, confident in challenging the top 4. Yet, acquiring the immortal jade and spirit stones for refining sovereign blood requires the rewards from the Golden Gate trials. Upon examining the steel, Meng Hao finds sufficient rewards to meet his requirements. Fan accuses Meng Hao of cheating, wagering a storage pouch. Faced with her hostility, Meng Hao calmly accepts, but Fan storms away. Unwilling to engage further, Meng Hao sets his sights on other Golden Gate stels, seeking to explore them and maximize his gains. However, his plans face resistance from the 9 demons of the Sea Realm. These 9 ancient geniuses unite to suppress Meng Hao in the Golden Gate trials. As Meng Hao enters each Golden Gate Steel, the 9 demons relentlessly pursue, securing top 20 positions and diminishing Meng Hao's ranking by contrast. They taunt him with accusations of cheating, ridiculing his supposed prowess. Meng Hao remains composed, unfazed by the 9 demons' provocations. He observes rather than fully engages, biding his time for a true test of his abilities. After traversing 8 Golden Gate stels, Meng Hao departs. The 9 demons sneer, attempting to incite his anger. However, Meng Hao remains unmoved, rejecting their wager. As Meng Hao leaves, the 9 demons' contrasting tactics temporarily overshadow the impact of his 9th Golden Gate victory, leading many to doubt his legitimacy. Yet, this setback is transient. Meng Hao's true power will ultimately reveal itself in future challenges. As Meng Hao was about to leave, he heard about the bet proposed by the 9 demons of the Sea Realm, and his heart was shaken. While he acknowledged that his actions had led to the conflict between them, the provocations of the 9 demons ignited his anger. He realized that strength was the key that determined authority. Meng Hao was initially reluctant about the bet, but he was enraged by the 9 demons' taunts. They portrayed Meng Hao as a coward and even insinuated that he would bully Fan Donger, which provoked intense antipathy in Meng Hao. The 9 demons proposed the bet, requiring Meng Hao to rank among the top 10 on the Golden Gate Steel. The stakes were 10 million immortal jades and 5 million spirit stones. And if Meng Hao failed, he would be expelled from the 9th Sea and never be allowed to enter again. Meng Hao countered by raising the wager to 80 million immortal jades. Long Tianhai decided to accept the bet, but he revised its conditions. If Meng Hao ranked among the top 10 on all Golden Gate stels, they would pay 300 million immortal jades. However, if Meng Hao failed, he would lose his limbs and his cultivation. Meng Hao realized that Long Tianhai, who had pretended to be indifferent earlier, was actually scheming. He proposed Dao soldiers as part of the wager, testing the demon cultivators' determination. When the demon cultivators refused, Meng Hao was relieved and agreed to give his answer in a month. Giving himself room to maneuver, Meng Hao returned to his residence to find the parrot torturing everyone with a nauseating song. He retrieved the black inkling puppet, sealed the attic to block out the noise, and then examined the copper mirror, hoping that the reward he had received would help him fuse a complete paramount blood. Meng Hao, with the help of Ling Yunzi, obtained a massive fortune and, with his supreme blood as the foundation, duplicated it 100-fold. After 7 days of relentless effort, he had fused together these 100 portions of supreme blood. During the fusion process, a terrifying aura was constantly being released, to the point that even the surrounding structures began to tremble. The parrot and Paidong did their utmost to suppress the aura, while Meng Hao endured the shock of the pressure, constantly swallowing pills to sustain his body. As the fusion continued, the aura within the blood mass became increasingly violent, and the pressure intensified accordingly. Meng Hao gritted his teeth and persevered with the fusion during this time. Cracks appeared in his body on multiple occasions, but they were all repaired by the power of his eternal realm. When 80 portions of supreme blood had been fused, the pressure contained within the blood mass was sufficient to shake heaven and earth. Paidong and the parrot went all out to prevent the aura from leaking out, but it still caused Meng Hao's pavilion to collapse. Meng Hao suffered serious injuries, but still refused to give up, and continued to fuse the remaining supreme blood. Ultimately, 90 portions of supreme blood were successfully fused, forming a ball of blood that radiated golden light. The parrot and Paidong were dumbstruck. The aura of supremacy emanating from this blood mass exceeded anything they could have imagined. Meng Hao used the aura of the monster sealing clan to resonate with the blood mass, causing it to tremble. At that moment, Meng Hao's mind roared, and he realized the secret of the 3 supreme seas. Dream Supreme created the 9 seas god world and the Taihong Sword Sect. Immortal Ancient Supreme created the Immortal Ancient Taoist Temple, and the 9 Seals Supreme created the Monster Sealing Clan. An ancient drop of Supreme 9 Seals blood has mysteriously appeared in the mountain and sea realm, shaking the world. The suns, moons, and stars tremble, bowing to an unknown power. The Zon turtle of the 9 mountain and seas roars, prostrating itself towards the 9th mountain and sea. An ancient voice echoes through the world, predicting the arrival of the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord is an existence above the 9 mountain and sea lords, with the power to rule the entire mountain and sea realm. The news spreads like wildfire through the 9 mountain and seas, triggering an uproar. Countless Dao realm experts and prodigies are drawn to the 9th mountain and sea to seek the Realm Lord. Meanwhile, within the 9th mountain and sea, a female supreme in white senses the supreme 9 seals blood and is shocked. Meng Hao, in a valley, feels the tremors from outside and the roar of the Zon turtle. He realizes that as the 9th seal, he has a deep connection to supreme 9 seals. When he masters the 9 restrictions, it will be time for the Realm Lord's return. This earth-shattering prophecy fills Meng Hao with both excitement and trepidation. He knows that to become the realm lord, he must face countless challenges and competition. In the world of mountain and sea, the 9 great mountain and sea masters rule their own territories like kings, while the lord of mountain and sea is the emperor. However, once an emperor emerges, the mountain and sea masters will join forces to kill them and preserve their power. Meng Hao understands this principle all too well and knows that once his identity is exposed, he will face devastating consequences. At this time, the parrot and skin jelly warn him that he needs to absorb supreme blood. Meng Hao does not hesitate and absorbs the supreme blood, feeling its immense power. At the same time, a terrifying divine consciousness sweeps across the 9th mountain and sea, searching for the vestige of the future lord of mountain and sea. Meng Hao uses the power of the parrot and skin jelly and the combination of supreme blood and the aura of the monster sealing lineage to conceal his own aura. Evading the probing of the divine consciousness, Meng Hao uses the power of the supreme blood to fuse with the nirvana fruit, improving his cultivation and monster sealing techniques, bringing his physical body closer to the ancient realm. He has a premonition that he will enter the ancient realm physical body by passing the trial of the 9th Golden Gate Stone Tablet. As the nirvana fruit fuses, Meng Hao's cultivation continues to climb, progressing towards the immortal emperor realm. He spends a large number of spirit stones and immortal jades, taking the unique path of the ancient supreme immortal realm, which holds infinite possibilities. A month later, the storm to find the future lord of mountain and sea in the mountain and sea realm continues. While Meng Hao is still in the fusion stage, but the number of times his divine consciousness is swept over decreases. He is surrounded by lightning, and his body exudes a violent aura, as if his will is about to awaken. 2 months later, the nirvana fruit is fully fused, and Meng Hao's momentum suddenly erupts, forming a storm that condenses the emperor's intent. Reaching the immortal emperor realm, the strange phenomenon of 8 virtual thunderbolts shaking the sky appears, startling the entire 9th sea. Meng Hao slowly rises, the aura of the immortal emperor erupting, full of majesty. He says calmly, "The extreme of an immortal is far from being reached." When Su Yan questioned Meng Hao answered meaningfully, "Immortal is merely a realm in this cultivation path." Su Yan remained silent. After pondering for a while, Meng Hao continued, "Immortality has a profound meaning, transcending ordinary understanding." He explained that the merging of the nirvana fruits and the effect of the supreme blood were only aids, while his true realm upgrade came from comprehending the supreme law and gaining the approval of the sequence mark. Meng Hao's cultivation level has now far surpassed that of the immortal supreme. Reaching the immortal emperor realm, after merging the first nirvana fruit, he felt the existence of 12 other sequences through an inexplicable connection. Other sequences also sensed Meng Hao's existence. Competition and the principle of survival of the fittest exist between sequences. They believe that the weak do not qualify to stand with them and will be eliminated if they do not speed up their progress. Therefore, when Meng Hao became a sequence, other sequences reacted differently. Some were hostile and tried to eliminate him. In other mountain and sea realms, sequences paid attention to and evaluated Meng Hao's appearance. Among them, the man with the surname Chen from the first mountain said that Meng Hao was too weak. But a woman named Shuier believed he needed to be visited. She abandoned her ongoing chess game with Chen and headed out. Meng Hao realized that his sequence identity had been recognized, but he did not pay much attention to the competition between sequences. Instead, he focused on the changes within himself. He believed that his cultivation level had already surpassed all cultivators below the level of extinguishing 5 lamps in the ancient realm and longed to try merging nirvana fruits again to obtain even greater power. In the current world of mountain and sea, a supreme being is the highest rank of the immortal realm, cultivated with all 33 heavenly veins. Meng Hao alone has reached this realm, exceeding even the 4th mountain and sea master, Dizang. The realm achieved by the nirvana fruits that Meng Hao briefly merged with in the past is higher than the supreme being and is the legendary immortal emperor realm. Now, with Meng Hao fully merging another nirvana fruit, he has truly stepped into the immortal emperor realm. Above the immortal emperor realm are the Luotian emperor immortal and the Luodao immortal. The Luodao immortal is extremely rare, with only 9 individuals in the history of the immortal realm achieving it. The Luodao immortal is said to be the foundation of the immortal realm, and those who reach it after being a supreme being can ascend to the celestial peak. However, throughout history, 5 Luodao immortals perished in ancient realms, and the other 4 have either disappeared or fallen. making the Luodao immortal a legend. Coincidentally, Meng Hao acquires a second nirvana fruit and, while attempting to merge with it, the sealed power in his bloodline awakens and transforms into an immense immortal qi. With the partial merging of this nirvana fruit, Meng Hao's physique and cultivation undergo a metamorphosis. His heavenly veins fuse into a single one, forming a perfect cycle, and his cultivation skyrockets. In the aura emanated by Meng Hao, a supreme azure representing Luodao appears alongside an emperor's will stronger than even the immortal emperors. Yet, as Meng Hao is on the brink of stepping into the Luotian Emperor immortal realm, his body suddenly shrinks, his heavenly veins disperse, his immortal qi dissipates, his realm regresses, and he eventually falls unconscious. Upon waking, Meng Hao learns from the parrot and Pudge's excited gazes that he has become a Luotian immortal. He senses the immense power from having merged with the nirvana fruits and is filled with yearning. The parrot implies that if Meng Hao becomes a Luodao immortal, he can unlock the second state of the copper mirror, transforming it into a weapon. Meng Hao acquired the treasure battle soldier, an artifact for tempering the body rather than cultivating the law of the heavens. The parrot is elated, but Pai Dong remains silent. Pai Dong shares his past with Meng Hao, including the latter's past life with the Celestial of Luo Tian. Meng Hao constructs a new cave and divides it into 8 stone chambers. Pai Dong pesters Su Yan for stories, driving her mad. 7 days later, Meng Hao receives a jade slip from the Order of the Service, instructing him to travel to Heishan Island on a mission to apprehend a murderous cultivator. Meng Hao suspects this is a ploy by the fiend cultivator lineage to force him out. Concurrently, Meng Hao receives a jade slip from Ling Yunzi, who explains that the fiend cultivator lineage instigated this mission and assures Meng Hao that he will not encounter Dao or Antiquity Realm peak opponents, making it a symbolic departure from the sect. Even if Meng Hao declines the mission, they will find a way to deal with it. Meng Hao decides not to travel far to complete the mission but instead heads for the 9th Golden Gate Steel to continue cultivating the third fist of body cultivation. The fiend cultivator lineage sends 3 individuals, Chen Fan, the little fatty, and Chu Yuyan, as bait, threatening to eliminate them if Meng Hao does not fulfill the mission. Long Tianhai shows Meng Hao a vision of his former friend, Chu Yuyan, trapped inside a massive black shell with razor-sharp edges, ready to decapitate her. Long threatens to end Chu Yuyan's life if Meng Hao does not surrender. Initially intending to have the 9th matriarch handle the situation, Meng Hao is confronted with the dire situation before him. Enraged by the sight of Chu Yuyan's peril, he charges at Long Tianhai. Long Tianhai claims that he is only an illusion and that Meng Hao cannot harm him. However, Meng Hao activates the 7th restriction of the demon ceiling, cause and effect restriction, which breaks Long Tianyai's illusory transformation, connecting his illusionary and tangible forms. Utilizing the path created by the threads of fate, Meng Hao strikes at Long Tianyai's illusory body, unleashing 9 consecutive attacks of the 9th heavenly collapse, shattering Long's illusionary form. Simultaneously, Meng Hao severs the threads of fate and captures Long Tianyai's soul. Meng Hao activates the 5th restriction of the demon ceiling, causing another end of the threads of fate to appear in Long Tianyai's lair, devouring half of his body. Long Tianhai is heavily injured, and though his life is spared, his qi and blood are significantly depleted, leaving him overwhelmed with fear. Long Tianhai realizes that Meng Hao has been hiding his true strength and becomes terrified. Meng Hao senses Chu Yuyan's location and transforms into a bolt of lightning. Heading towards her rescue, Meng Hao's speed skyrocketed, surpassing the early stage of the ancient realm and approaching the mid-stage. Defying the pressure of the 9th ocean, he erupted in furious killing intent upon learning that Chu Yuyan was being held hostage by Long Tianhai. Exiting the 9th ocean, Meng Hao manifested the presence of the immortal Emperor realm, absorbing the force of heaven and earth and bursting forth with a speed comparable to the mid-stage of the ancient realm. Countless sea beasts attempted to obstruct his fervent advance, but he refused to slow his pace, wielding the illusion of 10,000 mountains to suppress them. As Meng Hao sensed he was approaching Chu Yuyan, a gigantic hand suddenly emerged from the seabed, grasping at him. Simultaneously, the ocean churned in all directions, and 10,000, perhaps even 100,000, sea beasts materialized, encircling him. Undeterred, Meng Hao summoned the origin of divine fire and pressed it into the 9th ocean. Upon contact with the ocean, The origin of the divine fire erupted with an astonishing heat, causing the water to boil and surge as the temperature soared. Sea beasts nearest to the source were instantly scalded to death, and others struggled to escape the scorching heat. The entire surface of the ocean became a massive cauldron of boiling water. The sea beasts screaming in agony. Meng Hao continued his relentless advance, the origin of divine fire blazing a path. In its wake, sea beasts were cooked or burned, leaving a trail of destruction. Meng Hao's anger remained unyielding as he slaughtered the beasts, vowing to appease his fury with their lives. Meng Hao rushes to Sea Silk Island with determination, aiming to rescue Chu Yuyan. However, the island is heavily trapped, with 8 monster cultivators from ancient realm and a formidable presence lurking in the background. Facing the pressure from the 9th sea, Meng Hao stands firm, countering it with the power of the immortal emperor and summoning the supreme bridge in an attempt to shake the pressure. The 8 monster cultivators belittle Meng Hao, believing that the formations and pressure are enough to deal with him. However, Meng Hao's immortal emperor power proves formidable. With each step he takes, the pressure warps heaven and earth. The 8 monster cultivators are affected by the clash between Meng Hao and the pressure, coughing up blood and retreating. They are stunned to witness Meng Hao's ability to shake a portion of the pressure coming from the 9th sea. At this moment, Meng Hao takes his 5th step, unleashing a powerful force that awes everyone present. The 8 monster cultivators are deeply shaken, unable to believe that someone could achieve such a feat. Meng Hao seizes this opportunity to break through the pressure, heading straight for Chu Yuyan's hiding place. Meng Hao stepped onto the supreme bridge, shaking the 9 seas with his might, pressing forward towards the 8 demons of the sea realm. His strength horrified the 8 demons, who realized that without the protection of the formation spell, Meng Hao could easily slaughter them. As Meng Hao took his 5th step, thunder roared and the 8 demons were heavily injured once more. With his next 5 steps, the island began to collapse and the pressure of the 9 seas threatened to break. 3 of the 8 demons had already been completely destroyed. Of the remaining 5 demons, 3 were seriously injured and fleeing. One of the female demons gathered all her strength and attacked Meng Hao with 5 half-extinguished soul lamps. However, as Meng Hao took his 8th step, the pressure of the 9 seas intensified, causing the female demon to explode into a bloody mess. The last female demon made a desperate attempt and absorbed the life force and cultivation of her companions, reaching the ancient realm. But as Meng Hao took his 9th step, 1/3 of the island collapsed and the female demon was crushed to dust. Just as Meng Hao was feeling weak, the elder of the demon cultivator lineage arrived, ready to take advantage of his vulnerability. However, Meng Hao swiftly recovered and used the blood demon grand technique to absorb the elder's cultivation. As his 10th step landed, the pressure of the 9 seas shattered, the formation spell disintegrated, and the island exploded. Meng Hao's aura surged, like a true dragon emerging from the abyss, facing no further obstacles. With the 9 seas coercion dissipating, the formation collapsing, and the 8 demons of the sea realm perishing, Meng Hao's immortal emperor intent fully erupted. The heavens and the earth underwent a transformation. Clouds and thunder roared, and immortal spirit intent spread around him, as if the emperor himself was present. A gigantic vortex surrounded him, and the sea dared not approach under his imposing aura. His eyes shone like stars, radiating a powerful imperial intent and immortal spirit energy. The middle-aged demon cultivator turned pale, his body retreating uncontrollably, his heart filled with terror. The aura and combat strength Meng Hao displayed at this moment were the strongest he had ever seen. Under Meng Hao's gaze, Seaweed Island shattered with a loud bang, cracks running through the entire island. Parts of the ground sank into the sea, forming a huge cavity. The mountain range in the center of the island collapsed, revealing a gigantic cave. Inside the cave was a purple swamp, and in the swamp was a black shell with Chu Yuyan lying unconscious inside. Meng Hao's figure flashed and appeared inside the cave. As the shell attempted to close, he let out a low shout seal. The 8th seal of the demon seal was activated, preventing the shell from closing. Using all his strength, he forced the shell open. Chu Yuyan had been poisoned and was in a coma. Meng Hao's cultivation infused into her body, discovering that the poison was extremely stubborn. With Chu Yuyan's resistance, she would not be able to hold on much longer. The killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes intensified. Chu Yuyan's consciousness was vague, and after waking up, she weakly said, "Is this another dream?" Then she lost consciousness again. Her words made Meng Hao realize the longing in her heart for him. Anger surged in his heart, and Meng Hao turned and looked at the terrified middle-aged demon cultivator. The demon cultivator realized Meng Hao's might and wanted to escape. But Meng Hao instantly switched positions and sealed his six senses, causing him to lose all perception. Meng Hao raised his right hand, and red light spread out, forming a bloody demon head. He drained the middle-aged demon cultivator, restoring Chu Yuyan's vitality. The demon lineage took it from Chu Yuyan, and I will reclaim it all. Meng Hao's icy voice echoed, declaring his path of revenge against the demon lineage. Clad in black, Meng Hao watched as the blood demon drained the life essence of a middle-aged demon cultivator, transferring it to the severely injured Chu Yuyan. Chu Yuyan's originally pale complexion gradually regained color. However, Meng Hao knew that this was only a temporary phenomenon. As long as the poison in Chu Yuyan's body remained, she would continue to weaken and eventually die. Driven by his determination, Meng Hao sealed Chu Yuyan's body and toxins, temporarily slowing her decline. He looked up, killing intent spreading, and swore a great vow to wipe out the demon cultivator lineage of the Ninth Sea Realm to avenge Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao's voice pierced through the 9 heavens, shaking the Sea Realm, even causing the 4 major stars to tremble slightly. The will of the 9th Sea Demon cultivators was enraged. However, due to Meng Hao's future identity as the Lord of the Sea Realm and the limitations imposed by the rule of non-interference, they could only remain silent. Meng Hao transformed into a rainbow, speeding towards the 9th Sea Divine Realm. Along the way, he slaughtered countless sea beasts. As he approached the 9th Sea Divine Realm, an enormous wall of water rose from the ocean, trapping him. A giant black sea dragon and an old man standing with his hands behind his back appeared atop the wall. The old man was none other than the elder of the 9th Sea Demon cultivators, the Sea Saint. The Sea Saint elder stared at Meng Hao with hatred in his eyes, accusing him of slaughtering the demon cultivator lineage in the southern heavenly star and killing his only bloodline. Meng Hao responded calmly, stating that he could not recall the events that the Sea Saint elder spoke of. The Sea Saint elder was enraged and controlled the sea dragon to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao countered with 10,000 mountains, crushing the sea dragon. He grabbed the dragon's tail and swung it with such force that it shattered the dragon's body. Meng Hao planned to use the sea dragon's life essence to prolong Chu Yuyan's life and, at the same time, seek vengeance against the Sea Saint elder. He swore to rid the 9th Sea Realm of all sea demons forever. Within the deadly confines of the prison, Meng Hao faced off against the formidable Elder Hai Sheng, a cultivator from the ancient 9th Realm. Elder Hai Sheng, assuming his plan was foolproof, underestimated Meng Hao, costing him dearly. His life continuation jade slip shattered, revealing that Meng Hao's strength far exceeded the expectations of the fiend cultivator's lineage. Unveiling an enigmatic black cranial head that overlapped his own, Elder Hai Sheng's cultivation skyrocketed to the peak of mid-ancient 9th Realm. Igniting 9 extinguished soul lamps, he attacked with newfound confidence, aiming to seize Meng Hao in one swift move. Despite being a mere immortal emperor, Meng Hao's fighting spirit burned fiercely, resolving to fight to the death. Summoning his fleshly true immortal, he soared above Elder Hai Sheng, seizing the initiative. Undeterred, Elder Hai Sheng conjured a vast ocean and a colossal sea turtle from the 9th Sea's power, launching a 2-pronged assault on Meng Hao. Meng Hao sustained grave injuries, but his rapidly circulating eternal realm empowered him to fight on. Manifesting as a celestial body, he pierced through the seawater and sea turtle, his blood-soaked body radiating an indomitable aura. Elder Hai Sheng, astounded by his resilience, dared not delay any further. Releasing a soul lamp to confront him, Meng Hao activated various techniques, including mountains descending, 9th mountain illusion, and the Dharma aspect of the 33 heavens. Clashing violently with the soul lamp, Elder Hai Sheng unleashed a rippling grimace, seeking to obstruct Meng Hao's advance. However, Meng Hao anticipated this tactic and, with his formidable physical cultivation, launched the deathly extinction fist. Imbued with the essence of death, Elder Hai Sheng was forced to invoke his dragon scales for protection. Amidst the deafening collision, Elder Hai Sheng was knocked back. Meng Hao seized this opportunity to lure him into the seawater, releasing the previously concealed divine fire source. The divine fire erupted, entrapping Elder Hai Sheng within a flaming inferno. Meng Hao then invoked the 8th seal of fiend sealing, imprisoning Elder Hai Sheng from breaking free. Surrounded by the inferno, Elder Hai Sheng's skin cracked and his hair withered. The divine fire penetrated his protective artifact, scorching his vital organs. In desperation, he spewed forth blood, manifesting a blood dragon to escape. However, Meng Hao's relentless onslaught of the deathly extinction fist and eighth seal shattered his hopes. In the end, Elder Hai Sheng was consumed by the divine fire, leaving only ashes. Meng Hao emerged victorious but severely wounded. Nonetheless, he had triumphed over a formidable ancient ninth realm cultivator, proving his unparalleled strength. The flames blazed, releasing deafening roars as the Sea Saint Elder was trapped within the inferno, his life hanging in the balance. With all his might, he unleashed his ultimate technique, transforming into a pitch-black heart. Each beat generated a force capable of shattering mountains, piercing Meng Hao's body. Meng Hao fought back, gritting his teeth against the heart's pounding and the agony it inflicted. He hurled forth a barrage of black beams. They morphed into grotesque, shrieking figures that charged towards the heart. The Sea Saint Elder's heart shook violently, black energy dissipating as his black mask let out a terrified cry. The beam figures fused with the heart, initiating a possession. The Sea Saint Elder screamed in horror, his cultivation fluctuating wildly between 5 and 9 soul lamps. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao unleashed his divine ability, suppressing the Elder within the flames once more. Enduring the excruciating pain and the instability of his cultivation, the Sea Saint Elder revealed his true form, a colossal black sea dragon hundreds of meters long. It roared towards the heavens, summoning every ounce of its strength to expel the beam figures. But in the process, it was fully exposed to the inferno. Scales melted, bones became visible, and the dragon, filled with fury, lunged at Meng Hao. Unflinching, Meng Hao unleashed his sacrificial fist, sending a devastating blow that sent the dragon recoiling into the flames. The heavens shook, and the dragon let out a blood-curdling shriek. Meng Hao coughed up blood, but his gaze remained unwavering. The dragon, filled with terror, charged at the walls of the prison, shattering a hole with 9 mighty blows. However, the backlash tore at its flesh, leaving it mangled and dazed. It fled into the ninth sea, seeking refuge with the mother of 9 seas. Meng Hao pursued relentless, his eyes burning with determination. He watched as the dragon rapidly healed under the nourishment of the ninth sea's energies, and uttered a menacing growl. Ninth sea, if you dare to protect it, when I reach the Tao, I shall render your 9 mountains sealess. In the ninth sea, Meng Hao battles hard with the Sea Saint Elder transformed into a sea dragon. Meng Hao cages the sea dragon in a cage with his fiend ban. But the will of the ninth sea intervenes, helping the sea dragon escape the perilous situation. Fueled by anger, Meng Hao employs the blood fiend technique and white bone spear to kill the sea dragon. But the will of the ninth sea once more intervenes, extending the sea dragon's vitality. Meng Hao issues a strict warning to the ninth sea, but the will of the ninth sea continues to ignore him. Meng Hao realizes that the ninth sea chose the sea dragon, not he who will become the future lord of the mountain and sea realm. It's a provocation for him. Outraged, Meng Hao unleashes the blood fiend formation, trapping the sea dragon, and thrusts his white bone spear, piercing the sea dragon's head. Although the sea dragon's vitality remains strong under the nourishment of the will of the ninth sea, Meng Hao practices soul-searching technique and seizes 30% of the sea dragon's memory. The dragon soul dissipates, and its flesh is devoured by the blood fiend. The will of the ninth sea tries to attack Meng Hao, but it's forced to disperse due to the rule limitation. Meng Hao glances at the ninth sea coldly, not threatening it anymore, and turns around to leave. Meng Hao's heart is filled with hatred, and he swears that he will destroy the ninth sea when he attains the Tao. He recalls the promise he made to Jiyu Yiding and prepares to turn the ninth sea into Jiyu Yiding's new Hawaii Sea. Meng Hao goes straight to Long Tianhai, the first demon cultivator in 9 Sea God Realm, with the aim of rescuing the poisoned Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao's killing intent is overwhelming. Determined to purge 9 Sea God Realm, he kills 3 waiting demon cultivators with his immortal emperor's aura, shocking everyone present. Meng Hao's divine sense locks onto Long Tianyai's cave abode. He kills all the demon cultivators who meet his gaze with hatred. He believes that strength is the greatest principle. There are many demon cultivators in 9 Sea God Realm, but the strongest are only at the 2nd or 3rd ancient realm, which arouses Meng Hao's suspicion. He continues to kill, targeting those who harbor animosity towards him. At this time, the Dao realm experts in 9C God realm are meeting. However, they are restricted and cannot intervene. The image of Meng Hao's massacre is clear, causing the Dao realm demon cultivators to frown, while the 9C God realm side secretly breathes a sigh of relief. The appearance of the deathly prison blocks everyone's view, but the subsequent screams of the sea dragon and Meng Hao's figure make the Dao realm demon cultivators' expressions change drastically. They witness firsthand the threat Meng Hao poses to the demon cultivator lineage. Meng Hao steps into 9C God realm and continues his killing spree, infuriating the Dao realm demon cultivators. However, they are stopped by Ling Yunzi, Divine Master, and Zhu Po, who cite the agreement to prevent the Dao realm demon cultivators from taking action, and state that Meng Hao is fated with 9C God realm. Within the 9C sect, Meng Hao unleashes a brutal massacre targeting demonic cultivators. He had once attempted peaceful coexistence, but the relentless persecution from the demonics pushed him over the edge. Now, he is determined to intimidate the demonic lineage with an overwhelming display of force. Wielding his skeletal spear, Meng Hao slaughters countless ancient realm and immortal realm demonics, staining the ground crimson, when an array of 9 ancient realm demons with 2 or 3 soul lamps besiege him. He acts with lightning speed, seizing one of the sea dragons and gouging out its heart to extract its blood. Subsequently, hundreds and thousands of demonics assemble into a colossal sea crab formation, with 8 sea dragon demons forming its core. Meng Hao pinpoints their array and relentlessly approaches, holding back his decisive strike. However, just as he nears the sea crab, a formidable body refinement powerhouse descends from the heavens and unleashes the annihilation fist at Meng Hao. Immediately after, a demonic saintess named Beiyu, the Sea Lady, also joins the fray. Fandomer swiftly intercepts Beiyu, engaging her in an intense duel. Meng Hao confronts the body refinement powerhouse and, without hesitation, transforms his fist into a seal, invoking the Supreme Bridge to counter the annihilation fist. The body refinement powerhouse attempts to exploit a loophole, but Meng Hao sees through his deceit and turns the tables, using him as a shield to charge directly into the sea crab formation. Meng Hao's massacre continues relentlessly, his indomitable resolve reverberating through the ranks of the demonic lineage. In the heat of battle, human body cultivator Meng Hao briefly crossed swords with a monstrous demon cultivator. Meng Hao then used the demon as a shield to fend off a magical attack. The demon retaliated by biting Meng Hao, but was met with a devastating counterattack. Meng Hao grabbed the demon and used it as a weapon, ruthlessly slamming it into an enormous sea crab demon beast. Simultaneously, the sea crab's pincers snapped. In a moment of peril, the demon bit its own tongue, spraying blood to form a blood armor and shielding Meng Hao from a lethal blow. Witnessing this, Meng Hao gave the demon some pills, temporarily restoring its strength. However, as Meng Hao prepared to attack the sea crab again, the demon suddenly let out a cry of terror. Meng Hao looked closely and noticed the demon's movements were peculiar. On the surface, it was roaring and lunging at Meng Hao, but it was secretly retreating. Meng Hao found this highly amusing. Recognizing the demon's cowardice, Meng Hao turned his attention away and summoned a mountain 10,000 feet high, sweeping across the battlefield and annihilating countless demon cultivators. The demon was among them, feigning cries of sorrow while fleeing. Ultimately, the demon cultivators could not withstand Meng Hao's formidable assault and turned to escape. This included the last sea dragon, who had witnessed Meng Hao's massacre of other sea dragons and was consumed by fear. Meng Hao pursued the sea dragon and arrived at its lair, demanding that Long Tianhai surrender or be forcibly apprehended. Long Tianhai cowered in his lair, trembling with terror. Meng Hao charged into the 9 Seas divine realm, heading straight for the intermediate mountain peak, but was blocked by a light barrier. He unleashed a powerful attack that shook the light barrier and startled Long Tianhai, who was inside a cave manor on the mountain peak. Long Tianhai activated a secret technique, summoning 2 colossal stone figures whose auras matched an ancient realm cultivator with 5 extinguished spirit lamps. Meng Hao unleashed his sun and moon fusion, shattering the stone figures. However, the stone figures reformed, their auras now matching an ancient realm cultivator with 7 to 8 extinguished spirit lamps. At that moment, Long Tianhai sacrificed his life to activate the 9 Seas divine realm's protective array, causing the stone figure's strength to soar once more. Meng Hao detected an approaching demon cultivator Dao realm patriarch and, pressed for time, decided to use the nirvana fruit. As the nirvana fruit took effect, Meng Hao's aura surged beyond that of the immortal emperor. His body swelled and his strength grew to terrifying levels. With 2 consecutive finger strikes, he shattered the stone figures and destroyed the 9 seas divine realm's rules. His third strike broke the intermediate mountain peak's light barrier, revealing Long Tianhai within the cave manor. Despite the furious roars of the demon cultivator Dao realm patriarch, Meng Hao's overwhelming power allowed him to disregard everything and seize Long Tianhai by the neck. Just then, the nirvana fruit's effects waned, causing Meng Hao's cultivation to plummet and his aura to weaken. Yet, he still held on to Long Tianhai. Looking sheepish, as the demon cultivator Dao realm patriarch descended, Meng Hao was heavily injured but recovered by consuming a pill. He looked up at the sky and said softly, "This junior does not dare." Under the coercion of the Dao realm Grand Master, Meng Hao insists he killed no demon cultivators and cunningly shifts the blame, claiming that his bet with Long Tianhai was an affair between him and the demon lineage. The crimson-haired Grand Master, angered and ashamed, demands Meng Hao hand over Long Tianhai. Meng Hao, with his skillful rhetoric, evades the issue and denounces the demon lineage for disregarding the taboo among cultivators and massacring the innocent. He cites the case of his hometown friend, Chu Yuyan, accusing the demon cultivators of capturing her and placing her life in danger. Meng Hao's impassioned speech resonates with the assembled cultivators. They recognize that the actions of the demon lineage have violated the fundamental principles of the cultivation world. The 9th ancestress intervenes and urges the demon lineage to provide an explanation. The crimson-haired Grand Master, pressured by all sides, agrees to fully support the opening of the Ruguang realm and bear all the resource consumption, while maintaining that Meng Hao must take responsibility for the death of the demon lineage disciple. Faced with the demon lineage's accusations, Meng Hao denies any wrongdoing and states his willingness to pay compensation. He claims that his bet with Long Tianhai was initiated by Long Tianhai himself, and that he entered Long Tianyai's cave mansion out of desperation. The crimson-haired Grand Master questions Meng Hao about his reasons for capturing Long Tianhai, and Meng Hao explains that it was to prevent Long Tianhai from going back on his word. He produces a pill bottle filled with medicinal pills, noting that he had been using them to restore his cultivation, and asks the audience whether they are aware of the terms of his bet with Long Tianhai. The surrounding demon cultivators confirm the bet between Meng Hao and Long Tianhai, but their account differs from the crimson-haired Grand Master's. The crimson-haired Grand Master is enraged, convinced that Meng Hao is stalling for time. Meng Hao reiterates the importance of the taboo among cultivators and condemns the demon lineage for their wanton slaughter of innocents. He uses the example of Chu Yuyan as evidence, accusing the demon lineage of resorting to underhanded tactics and threatening the family and friends of cultivators. These words further incense the assembled cultivators. The 9th ancestress again mediates, demanding that the demon lineage provide a clear explanation for their actions. All of the disciples of the 9 Seas God Realm are gathered to witness the duel between Meng Hao, a disciple of the 9 Seas God Realm, and the demon cultivators. Meng Hao accuses Chu Yuyan, the leading disciple of the demon cultivators, of murdering his close friend. All of the disciples are shaken and glare at the demon cultivators. Even the demon cultivators themselves argue over this. The divine priest steps in to mediate and proposes that Meng Hao continue with the duel. And additionally, the demon cultivators will be granted 1 extra place to enter the realm. The demon cultivators reluctantly agree. Meng Hao digs out the heart of Long Tianhai, the perpetrator, in front of everyone, and takes his heart blood to use as a medicine to heal Chu Yuyan. In order to get revenge on the demon cultivators, Meng Hao makes a grand statement that he will rank in the top 10 on all of the Golden Gate tablets, and use this to win 300 million immortal jades from the demon cultivators. He enters the 5th Golden Gate tablet and faces a trial of slaughter. A sect has been invaded by an external enemy and they search for the fiend within the sect. Meng Hao discovers that the trial is not just about killing all of the fiends, but also about questioning the judgment of the sect's higher UPS. Meng Hao gradually senses that there is some other purpose for this trial as he navigates the complex situation. In a bloody and silent zone, a sect clashed fiercely with a group of fugitives. The fugitives claimed to be victims, willing to die to prove their innocence, while the sect cultivators insisted that they were possessed by demons and had to be killed. Within the sect's leadership, a conflict erupted when one of them questioned the sect's decision, only to be attacked by the other two. The third elder, helpless, chose to self-destruct and channel his cultivation to his disciples to enhance their strength. Meng Hao and the other disciples felt a surge of warmth coursing through their bodies, gaining a layer of protective light. However, the voice of doubt lingered until the sky tore open, revealing a blood-red realm. Cultivators emerged from the rift, bearing expressions of joy and goodwill. Attacked, however, their faces twisted, revealing their malevolent nature. Their robes turned crimson, and wings unfurled, exuding an evil aura. Meng Hao killed one of them, only to see innocence in his eyes as he claimed they were refugees seeking shelter, not harboring malicious intent. Others soon discovered similar anomalies, causing a flicker of doubt. At that moment, a Dao realm ancestor appeared, reproaching Meng Hao for not killing and forcibly banishing him. Yet, Meng Hao realized the cultivators from the rift were, in fact, savage star fiends who reveled in devouring souls. The sect's disciples finally understood the truth of their sect's warning. Meng Hao, overcoming his doubt, joined the slaughter, his name quickly ascending to the top 100 of the 5th Golden Gate Steel. Beyond, the other cultivators witnessed Meng Hao's exceptional performance, while those like Granny Nine pondered the hidden implications of this trial. It was not only a test of the disciples' abilities but also an indoctrination, subtly instilling a mindset of adherence to sect, obedience to orders, and suppression of doubt. The 5th Golden Gate Stell's trial is designed to foster the disciples' loyalty to the sect. The trial only begins if the disciple trusts the sect. As the ranking increases, the trial scene changes constantly, each time representing a test of the sect's will. Eventually, Meng Hao faces the destruction of the southern heaven star. The sect orders him to kill everyone on the star to destroy the star gate. But he hesitates. The sect's voice explains to him in a pained and sorrowful tone, showing him visions of the 9th sea of mountains being destroyed due to an invasion by outsiders. Meng Hao is cast out of the trial world, ranked 10th. Although the scenes in the trial might just be illusions, Meng Hao is affected by them. Patriarch Spirit Sever reminds Meng Hao that from within the top 10, the trials change. Meng Hao realizes that even if the future scenes are real, if he has enough power, he can change the outcome. He resolves to no longer rely on the sect, but to cultivate his own strength. Meng Hao then challenges the 7th Golden Gate Steel, a trial of divine sense. He realizes that his cultivation method for the way of the gods was incorrect. As he perseveres in his climb, his divine sense grows constantly, and his understanding of the way of the gods deepens. Eventually, Meng Hao understands the true method of cultivating the way of the gods. Changing his divine sense attacks into the power of absorption. Meng Hao's cultivation in the Dao divine ability is not the traditional method of cultivating in a meditation posture, but through battles of divine senses to improve. During the 7th Golden Gate trial, he suddenly understood and discovered the secret of the Dao divine ability. This technique can absorb the divine senses of others to strengthen itself. Meng Hao is brave and fearless. With every step he takes, his divine senses surge. He has increased his divine senses by nearly 10 times, ranking 10th on the 7th Golden Gate Stone Tablet. After the trial ended, he did not stop, but successively challenged the 8th, 6th, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd Golden Gate Stone Tablets, all ranking in the top 10. The 9th Sea Divine Realm was in an uproar, and countless cultivators witnessed his glory. During the 1st Golden Gate trial, Meng Hao ventured into the depths of the 9th Sea. Enduring enormous pressure, he continually broke through his limits, reaching a depth of 20,000 feet. His physical body and cultivation also improved significantly during this process. In the end, Meng Hao, with his courage and perseverance, completed the challenges of the 9 Golden Gate Stone Tablets, ranking in the top 10. Shocking the world, the disciples of the Divine Sea were watching the number-own Golden Gate Stone Stels with anxiety and excitement, waiting for Meng Hao's result. If Meng Hao could also enter the top 10, he would win the bet of 300 million immortal jade with the old monster of the monster sect. From the 2nd Golden Gate Stone Steel to the 9th, Meng Hao had been in the top 10. If he could also reach the top 10 on this stone steel, he would complete the bet and win the enormous wealth. As time passed, Meng Hao's ranking continued to climb, and finally it stopped at number 15. Everyone was discussing that if Meng Hao could hold out for long enough, he would have a chance to enter the top 10. However, the suppression of the divine sea for Meng Hao was extremely great. And he had to endure much more pressure and pain than the other cultivators. Meng Hao persisted for 8 hours. And his body was already covered in cracks. Blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. But his cultivation base was also crazily stimulated. Resisting the suppression, he realized that only by enduring the limit could he force out the potential in his body and adapt to the heights of the divine sea. As time passed, Meng Hao's ranking slowly rose. From number 15 to number 10. With only 4 hours left. He persisted, using his body and cultivation base to resist the suppression. Until the 20th hour. With a roar, Meng Hao's name on the stone stele jumped to number 10. Becoming the 5th person in history to be in the top 10 of all 9 gates. The scene was in an uproar. And the old monster of the monster sect was unwilling. But he had to admit Meng Hao's victory. Just when Meng Hao had persisted to the limit, he suddenly discovered a new force being born in his body, repairing his body and forcing out the potential of his fleshly body. He realized that his fleshly body was taking a different path to the ancient realm. Beyond the realm of immortal fleshly bodies. After understanding the opportunity for a breakthrough, Meng Hao yearned to continue sinking, to make his fleshly body even stronger. But the suppression of the divine sea threw him back to the ground. He returned to the stone stele and asked the 9th ant for a recovery elixir. The 9th ant was surprised by Meng Hao's physical aura, realizing that he was about to step into the gates of the ancient realm. And without hesitation, gave him a pill bottle with 9 lights flowing around it. Tomorrow, Meng Hao will step into the ancient realm of the fleshly body. Seeking even greater power. 2 ancient demon cultivators and Dao realm experts from the 9 Seas God world notice a strange phenomenon above the 9 Seas and send Meng Hao to investigate. With the help of Zhu Po, Meng Hao takes a restorative pill and uses his physical strength to resist the pressure and descend through the 9 Seas. Meng Hao faces great danger during his descent. But with unwavering determination and a willingness to sacrifice everything, he finally reaches an area of 30,000 meters. Here, the pressure from the seawater is terrifying. And Meng Hao's body is on the verge of collapse. Just as Meng Hao is about to lose consciousness, a crimson pillar of light descends from the sky and envelops his body. This pillar of light is from the crimson ancient gate and represents a sign of the flesh entering the ancient realm. Everyone in the 9 Seas God world, including the Dao realm experts, is shocked by this sudden phenomenon. The crimson pillar of light leads Meng Hao to the massive ancient gate in the sky. Meng Hao uses his physical strength to push open the ancient gate and, under the gaze of everyone, enters the ancient realm with his flesh. Entering the ancient realm with the flesh is a special ancient tribulation that does not require the use of cultivation but instead breaks through with physical strength. Meng Hao uses his secret technique to transform his 123 immortal veins into physical veins, unleashing terrifying physical power, which ultimately opens the crimson ancient gate. The crimson ancient realm's gate slowly creaked open, releasing a howling gale that tore at Meng Hao. To everyone's astonishment, behind the gate was an enormous bell. Undeterred, Meng Hao stepped inside and punched the bell. Its resounding toll seemed to draw his life and soul into it, forming a swirling black hole on his chest that voraciously absorbed his vitality. To their shock, everyone witnessed a dim soul lamp phantom appear within Meng Hao instead of the typical soul lamp illumination found in ancient realm. They came to the realization that Meng Hao had entered the legendary reverse ancient realm. Unyielding, Meng Hao struck the bell with renewed force. His body withered as he managed to ignite 7 soul lamps one after another. As the bell neared its vanishing point, Meng Hao unleashed his remaining power, igniting 2 more, forming 9 ethereal humanoid lamps that radiated an extraordinary and imposing aura. The ancient realm's energy surged into Meng Hao's body, nourishing him and elevating his physical strength beyond the peak of the immortal realm into the ancient realm. The 9 soul lamps also absorbed the realm's energy, preparing to ignite themselves. Meng Hao's soul lamps within his eyes ignited first, propelling his physical power to the level of an ancient realm expert. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength, shattering the void and shaking the earth with each punch. Meng Hao's form shot through the sky like a rainbow towards the 9 Seas God realm, descending into the 871,443rd fathom deep seabed. There, on the first Golden Gate monument, Meng Hao's name was etched at the very top, marking his overwhelming dominance as the strongest cultivator in the 9 Seas God realm. In the divine realm of the nine seas, Meng Hao dived into the seabed through the first gold gate stele, where he discovered a colossal corpse with 8 dim stare points on its forehead. As he was about to turn away, he witnessed a woman in a purple dress appear within one of the stare points. It was Han Bei, his old acquaintance from the southern heaven star. Meng Hao detected foul play in Han Bai's disappearance as her memory had been erased. He kept this secret, intending to confirm it upon Chu Yuyan's recovery. He then went on to challenge the 9 gold gate steles, claiming the top rank in the first 8 with his incomparable strength. When he stepped into the 9th gold gate stele, he encountered an old cultivator who imparted the third fist to him, the God Slayer. Meng Hao realized the essence of God Slayer lay in integrating the power of the world and vanquishing gods. Instead of resisting the old man's fist, he countered with God Slayer. The old man was overjoyed and infused his world power into Meng Hao's fist. With a single strike, Meng Hao shattered the world. Upon comprehending God Slayer, Meng Hao emerged from the 9th gold gate stele, his name surpassing the original top-ranker, Zhang Wuyan. Meng Hao's feat shocked the entire divine realm of the 9 seas. He became the first to simultaneously hold the top rank in all 9 gold gate steles, etching an eternal legend in the annals of the realm. In the 9-sea divine realm of the 9th mountain and sea, Meng Hao has broken a 1,000-year record, becoming the first of the 8 gates. This feat has shocked the entire sect, and people couldn't help but recall Zhang Wuya, who was equally stunning 1,000 years ago. Meng Hao's brilliance amazed everyone, leading to speculation that he might leave an unforgettable mark, just like Zhang Wuya. 1,000 years later, at this moment, the voice of Zhu Po was heard, reminding Meng Hao that the netherworld door will open in 7 days, and he should prepare himself. Returning to his cave dwelling, Meng Hao found the parrot and Padong training a group of monster cultivators into an aggressive and enthusiastic band, practicing a song called Seafood Song written by the parrot. The parrot and Padong guided the monster cultivators, dreaming of taking their concert to the entire mountain and sea realm. In the cave, Meng Hao saw Su Yan with a pale face and her will almost shattered. The parrot was giving a pep talk to the monster cultivators. Looking like a grandmaster, Meng Hao helplessly entered the cave, blocking out all the noise. He found that the poison in Chu Yuyan's body was slowly dissipating, transforming into something that could help her cultivation. Meng Hao felt that this could be a blessing, which might help Chu Yuyan break through to the immortal realm. Suddenly, Chu Yuyan opened her eyes and looked at Meng Hao in confusion. After some conversation, Meng Hao learned that Chu Yuyan had regained her senses. She thanked Meng Hao for saving her life and said that she would remember his kindness. Chu Yuyan stood up weakly, but fell after only a few steps, hitting her forehead and bleeding. Meng Hao stepped forward to help her, but Chu Yuyan refused. She struggled to stand up, but fell again. Meng Hao stepped forward once more, calling her name in a low voice, and helped her up. Chu Yuyan is trapped in a cave, weak and vulnerable. Meng Hao saves her, but she refuses to leave. 2 days later, Chu Yuyan wakes up and claims to have no memory of Han Bei, arousing Meng Hao's suspicion. Meng Hao plans to go to the Rufeng realm and invites Chu Yuyan to join him. After learning that the rules in the Rufeng realm are shattered, making it ideal for advancement, Chu Yuyan agrees to join. Meng Hao seals away the demon cultivator and Su Yan, and sets off with the parrot and Pai Dong. The 9 seas god realm trembles. 7 Dao realm ancestors raise pillars of light, tearing a hole in the starry sky. The entire sect's land rises steadily, supported by the cultivations of its members, forming a passageway to the Rufeng realm. Meng Hao is filled with excitement, looking forward to stepping into this former lower realm. Amidst the vast landscape of the Shanhai realm, the 9 seas undergo a cataclysmic transformation. From the 9th sea, a colossal island emerges, releasing 7 pillars of light that pierce the heavens, creating a void fissure. Simultaneously, the other 8 seas follow suit, piercing the starry sky and forming 8 interconnected fissures. The Shanhai realm trembles as if struck by a colossal lightning bolt. In this pivotal moment, the chosen from each sea, known as sequences, appear. They are the elite warriors, tasked with unlocking the realm of ascendancy, their mission to claim the world's origin and determine the ultimate victor. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the 9th sea sequence, Meng Hao, leads the charge into the fissure. He is followed by Fan Donger, Bei Yu, and a group of 82 others from various seas. As they enter the fissure, a surge of gravitational force pulls them through an endless void. When they regain their senses, they find themselves in an unfamiliar realm. They are greeted by a chorus of reverent voices. We, the lesser beings, welcome the arrival of the immortals. As the garden of the immortal realm, the Aswind realm was a place where countless cultivators ascended to immortality, even giving birth to a Taoist supreme. However, a catastrophe shattered the Aswind realm, sealing off its connection to the outside world. In the present Aswind realm, the cultivation limit is the peak of inquiry, and no one can ascend to the immortal realm. Therefore, when 9 cultivators from the Samsara realm descended into this world, they were revered like deities. In the desert of the southeast, over 10,000 cultivators knelt before an altar, awaiting the arrival of the 9 deities. 9 golden beams of light descended from the heavens onto the altar, revealing the figures of Meng Hao and the other 8. Their aura of dominance sent shivers down the spines of the cultivators. The human sovereign of the 9th nation led hundreds of thousands of people in prostration, expressing their worship. The elderly swordsman, Jiandaozi, representing the 7 great sects and 3 great families, respectfully stated that they would meet any request of the 9 deities, even to the extent of self-destruction. However, when a youth looked up at Beiyu and Fandonger, Jiandaozi instantly killed him without hesitation and severed his own arm as an apology. This scene shocked Meng Hao and the others, making them realize the absolute power they possessed in the Aswind realm. Throughout the Aswind realm, the arrival of the 9 deities triggered similar scenes of awe and reverence. Each oceanic realm occupied a nation, and the divine temple became the ultimate destination for all. The realm of the winds consists of 9 countries, separated by strong winds as barriers. As people descend, the barriers protecting the 9 countries shake, and signs of the winds dissipating appear. In the 9th country, Meng Hao and the others witnessed the majesty of the ascended immortal. An old man lost an arm and was saved by Meng Hao's pills. The sword Taoist, as the leader of the 9th country's cultivators, showed the 9 of them a map of the country, marking the areas suitable for cultivators to inhabit. When they chose residences based on their levels, a conflict broke out between Meng Hao and Beiyu. Beiyu had his eye on a mountain peak that possessed the country's fortune, and Meng Hao also claimed to have his eye on it. 3 demon cultivators supported Beiyu, and the atmosphere became tense. At this time, the temple of the realm of the winds erupted with the origin of the world. The pressure bore down, and the barriers that had sealed off the 9 countries rapidly dissipated. The wind intensified, the sun's color changed, ferocious beasts roared, and the rules and origins of the world became visible and within reach. However, the eruption of the origin of the world also brought with it a powerful pressure, as if the world had been placed deep under the sea. Meng Hao, though he had adapted to the pressure of the 9 sea god realm, still felt the immense power of the pressure. As the pressure descended, a mountain peak with the country's fortune transformed into a golden dragon, surrounded by storm and thunder. A hint of a smile appeared on the sword Taoist's lips, revealing his calculating and cunning nature. Just as Meng Hao was deep in thought, the 2 demon cultivators behind Beiyu suddenly attacked him. However, the sound of heavenly thunder exploded, and Chu Yuyan, Su Yan, and the demon cultivator from Meng Hao's storage bag all spewed out blood. The sword Taoist came to a sudden realization that only 9 people could enter each sea of the realm of the winds, and anyone in excess would be wiped out. As Meng Hao enters the realm of as the wind stands, Fandonger and the other 8's expressions change drastically. They realize that the disciples of the 9 seas god world they had brought with them have been betrayed by the 9 matriarchs and are being stealthily brought into the realm of as the wind stands. As 9 bolts of lightning strike, these attendants face the danger of being wiped out. The red marks on the backs of their hands become their saving grace. Meng Hao realizes that the rules of the realm of as the wind stands have changed, and each country is limited to only 9 entrants. Facing the crisis, he takes decisive action. Mountains descend, the blood fiend's head transforms, and a fierce battle ensues. Meng Hao guides the marks on the back of his hand to Chu Yuyan's body, protecting her from the lightning tribulation, and feeds her pills to help her recover. As Meng Hao takes action, a massacre breaks out on the altar of the realm of as the wind stands. Everyone fights to claim the only 9 spots, because only the ones with the marks will be spared the wrath of the lightning. Beiyu, Fandonger, and the others must turn against the disciples who have accompanied them for years because they become threats to their survival. As the battle intensifies, the number of people on the altar decreases. But the thunder becomes more violent. Meng Hao explains the changes in the rules of the realm of as the wind stands while fighting. He confesses that he is an outsider in the Nine Seas God world. And this crisis is just a case of mutual utilization. In the cruel battle, Meng Hao kills several accompanying cultivators and takes their marks from the backs of their hands, helping Chu Yuyan to qualify. Fan Dahmer's disciples are also reluctantly forced to turn against her to preserve their own lives. Thunder roars continuously, and the altar is filled with the sounds of wailing. Everyone struggles between life and death, giving it their all to seize the only 9 places. Meng Hao slaughters on the altar. His prowess terrifies Jian Daozi and others. Blood flows like rivers, leaving only 11 people on the altar. Of them, Fan Dahmer and Bei Yu survive, while Meng Hao kills half of the others. Crimson creeks appear on the altar as runes begin to emanate an evil glow. The sky thunders, and the number of survivors increases to 2. However, only 8 bear the red mark on their palms. As the killing resumes, only 3 remain without the mark. Meng Hao kills one of the remaining demon cultivators, and the others are killed by the crowd. Only 8 remain Meng Hao, 2 human cultivators, and 5 demon cultivators. Despite the destruction, the thunder persists, indicating that someone still lacks the mark. The crowd suspects that Meng Hao hides someone within his storage pouch, but he refuses to open it. He suspects that Xu Yan, who possesses the reincarnation spell, can only be erased by the world's primal thunder. Meng Hao stalls for time, urging Xu Yan to surrender the divine spell. Xu Yan hesitates, but the fear of death drives her to consent. Meng Hao acquires the divine 7th step technique and releases Xu Yan. As the seal manifests on Xu Yan's palm, the thunder ceases. Only 8 remain on the altar, 9 including Chu Yuyan in Meng Hao's storage pouch. They all become eligible to enter the realm of the winds. The slaughter ends, and everyone steps back in vigilance. Fan Dahmer and the others realize they are no longer superiors but spectators. And the altar has become a stage. Upon the altar of the Azwind realm, 9 sequences gather, heralding the commencement of a sweeping 9 nations war that will engulf their world. Meng Hao stands at the precipice of the 9th nation's altar, his gaze sweeping over the heavens. An aura of grandeur radiates from him, the formidable presence of a supreme being. Behind him, fellow cultivators stand in solemn reverence, bowing their heads in prostration, none daring to challenge his authority. On the 8th nation's altar, an emaciated youth exudes an oppressive miasma of malevolence, surrounded by strewn corpses that testify to his savage brutality. The 7th nation's youth wields a formidable spear, its tip piercing through 7 heads, his resolve unwavering. The 6th nation's childlike man wears a veneer of cheerfulness, but his eyes conceal an icy detachment. The 5th nation's youth emerges from a sea of blood, brimming with self-assurance. Lin Kong of the 4th nation exudes an aura of self-assured supremacy, his retinue trailing behind him, their murderous intent palpable. From the 3rd nation, a middle-aged man clad in imperial robes, his ambition burning brightly, has long awaited this moment. The 2nd nation's blue-clad man radiates an eerie coldness that sends shivers down spines. Most enigmatic of all, the white-clad youth of the 1st nation, who wields the awesome power of celestial lightning, stuns the onlookers. His attendants are no mere mortals, one of them a sequence in their own right. The white-clad youth declares his intent to embark on a search, seeking a treasured artifact and another sequence, eagerly anticipating the imminent clash of the 9 nations' war. Throughout the heavens, a cold voice echoes, pronouncing the commencement of the trial. Barriers separating the 9 nations dissolve. Laws and core principles of existence become apparent, altering the very fabric of reality. One by one, the sequences unleash their colossal auras, issuing a declaration of war upon the entire Azwind realm as they vie for the realm seal. Meng Hao, stirred by their proclamations, unleashes an explosive surge of energy. His aura clashes with those of the other sequences, sending shockwaves through the heavens. As the heavens and earth shift and transform, the 9 nations sequences declare war, their auras surging. On the altar of the winds, Meng Hao stands proudly, his immortal emperor's aura enveloping him as he surveys all beings. Mortal Winter, Jade Bell, and other non-sequence cultivators remain silent, understanding that this is not their stage. With a wave of his sleeve, Meng Hao steps off the altar. His command to lift your heads causing all to tremble. Cultivators look up, their eyes filled with reverence. Taoist Sword assembles a warship of 1,000 and invites Meng Hao to board. Meng Hao declines, stating he will not sail, while the other 7 sequence cultivators eagerly accept. They revel in the warship's luxuries. While Mortal Winter and Jade Bell hesitantly board, the group embarks on their journey, escorted by soldiers of the 9th Nation. Meng Hao walks silently, accompanied by Taoist Sword, who fawns over him. However, Meng Hao sees through his deceit and warns him not to provoke him. Taoist Sword denies his schemes, but Meng Hao sees through him, revealing his machinations. Suddenly, a cultivator from the 9 Sea God realm spots the nascent god Jasper on the white fox beside the waterfall. Driven by greed, he charges towards it. Meng Hao warns him against it, but the cultivator ignores him and rushes towards the gem. Before a waterfall, a group of fiendish cultivators are attacked by a middle-aged fiendish cultivator. However, with a cold snort, the middle-aged fiendish cultivator is hurled away by an invisible force and falls to the ground. Vomiting blood, the spellcaster remains concealed behind the waterfall, but his deceptive words shock the crowd. Meng Hao realizes that this spell belongs to the fiendish cultivator's most revered secret tradition, which only a select few can master. Fiendish cultivators Bai Yu and Bai Hu dive into the waterfall to investigate. Inside the cave beneath the waterfall, a middle-aged man sits in meditation. As Meng Hao peers into the man's face, the man suddenly turns his head and their eyes meet. Meng Hao notices a white scale on the man's forehead, revealing his identity as a fiendish cultivator. Realizing the connection between Sword Daozi and the fiendish cultivator, Meng Hao warns Sword Daozi not to test him any further. The group continues onward and reaches the capital of the 9th Nation. Beyond the capital lies Mount Baifeng, whose summit beckons to Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao senses that the summons may be a trap and ascends the mountain one step at a time. As Meng Hao climbs, he comprehends the mountain's fundamental rules and the fortune of the nation. The heavens shake, and the weather shifts as if the entire world is responding to Meng Hao's enlightenment. At the foot of the mountain, Sword Daozi watches in amazement and concern. He realizes that Meng Hao is grasping the essence of the 9th Nation. In the icy wilderness and swirling snowflakes, Meng Hao stands atop a mountain. As he regains consciousness, the cosmos trembles, and the laws and source energies fill the air. Throughout his journey, Meng Hao has comprehended countless laws and sources, yet he remains disconnected from them. He senses a profound estrangement from the land, as if repelled by an unseen force. Looking up, he sees a statue on the mountaintop. Its majestic gaze stirs Meng Hao's blood, and he coughs up blood. He realizes that the statue embodies a formidable national force, the root of his alienation. On the statue's hand, he notices a mark. Holding his breath and focusing, he exerts the 5th seal of demon sealing to break the barrier. In an explosive outburst, countless laws and sources erupt, forming a tempest that engulfs Meng Hao. As Meng Hao delves deeper, he discovers that the tempest contains only 300 laws and sources, corresponding to the flames in the statue's hand. These flames seem capable of guiding him to comprehend the 300 paths, laying the foundation for his future ascent. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind, revealing that the Tao consists of 3,000 paths, of which the 9 nations of the immortal wind realm each possess 300. By condensing the world's mark, the final 300 paths form the central shrine. Meng Hao is enlightened, understanding that these 300 paths are the key to fusing with the nirvana fruit. At that moment, a beam of light illuminates the sky, its ripples reaching every corner of the immortal wind realm. Among the numerous statues, one of Meng Hao appears, signifying his triumph over his predecessors and the creation of his own legendary image. The 9th national force is bestowed upon him. In an instant, Meng Hao's alienation vanishes. Cultivators and beings from other nations are astounded by this revelation, imprinting Meng Hao's name on their minds. Driven by a competitive spirit, they prepare for the impending explosion of power. Within the realm of roving winds, a storm is brewing, heralding a war of cultivators from across the 9 nations and the imminent clash of sequences. Each sequence is a prodigious cultivator from their respective immortal world, yearning to become the apex of their era. At this juncture, Meng Hao enters the grand temple at the heart of the mountaintop, triggering an outburst of blinding light and the manifestation of towering statues of mountains and skies. Simultaneously, he acquires the title of Sequence. Upon hearing this news, Shui'er, the direct descendant of immortal ancient Dao field, is filled with wonder and follows Meng Hao into the realm of roving winds. Meng Hao merges with a second nirvana fruit atop the summit of White Seal Mountain while seeking to comprehend the supreme Daos embodied within the statues. In the meantime, mortal soldiers from the 9 nations converge upon the Grand Temple region to engage in bloody combat. This mortal conflict influences the fortune of their respective nations, thereby affecting the sequence's comprehension speed and protective measures. Meng Hao discerns that the true purpose of this trial is to dispatch aid to the mortal battlefield. Unable to abandon his seclusion, Meng Hao materializes a divine thought avatar, infusing it with his divine thoughts, and sends it forth to assist in the war. Concurrent with these events, the crimson light atop each of the 9 towers steadily intensifies in tandem with the escalating conflict, reflecting the degree of carnage perpetrated by each nation. The cultivators descended from the 9 immortal worlds sense the compelling pressure and suppression emanating from the changes in their nation's fortunes. Recognizing the intrinsic connection between the mortal war and the clash of sequences. As the situation intensifies, a fierce battle between the 9 nations and the to strive for sequence is about to unfold. Who shall emerge as the zenith of the sequences and command the destiny of the realm of roving winds? In this mortal war that concerns the fate of the country, Meng Hao deeply understood the importance of the cultivator's power. In order to do his best to turn the tide of the war, he summoned the descendants of the 9th sea. Meng Hao found a demon cultivator and hoped that he could go to the central battlefield. But the latter was arrogant and refused to obey. Meng Hao coldly warned him that there would be a price to pay for disobeying the mission. With his own powerful deterrence, he forced the demon cultivator to set off. Afterwards, Meng Hao visited another demon cultivator, a physical cultivator who was proficient in body refining. This person was meticulous and cunning. But Meng Hao discovered his sincerity, recognized his differences, and hoped that he could stick to himself. Meng Hao also met Bei Yu, Fan Donger, and a young man who was not a demon cultivator. Bei Yu was in the Flower Sea, and her true body was being revealed. Fan Donger was in seclusion and had no contact with the outside world. The young man established a purgatory country and cruelly enslaved mortals to mine immortal jade. The moment he saw the immortal jade, a strong sense of greed and destruction surged in Meng Hao's heart, making his eyes red and his cultivation burst out. This impulse came suddenly and strongly. Meng Hao realized that he was being controlled by some kind of power. However, just as Meng Hao was about to make his move, his avatar collapsed on its own, and this impulse also dissipated. The young cultivator heard the sound and came over, puzzled and angry at Meng Hao's sudden attack. Back in Baifeng Mountain, Meng Hao was shocked to discover that during the process of comprehending the source, he was affected by something. His mind became colder, and his thoughts also changed subtly. He realized that after entering the Rufeng world, he might have been quietly changed, and his heart couldn't help but be filled with vigilance. At the same time, Han Qinglei of the 8th mountain became the first cultivator to comprehend 100 sources. He sensed Meng Hao's existence. His killing intent was high, and he vowed to kill Meng Hao, seize the mark, and to destroy the order. His actions made the war situation more complicated and dangerous. In the Temple of Zephyr, as Han Qinglei was the first to comprehend the 100 paths of origin, an illuminating beam of light shot up into the sky. A statue took the place of other figures, symbolizing his status in the sequence. At the same time, the fortune of his nation multiplied, greatly strengthening its defenses. However, the fortune of the 9th nation began to dissipate, affecting the minds of its cultivators and causing their desires to surge. Meng Hao found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the origin. As the influence grew in intensity, others, such as Fan Donger and Bei Yu, were also severely affected and found themselves in dire straits. At that moment, Han Qinglei led an army of white bone rainbows into the 9th nation. His ominous aura filled the heavens, changing the color of the sky and causing the earth to tremble. He sped along, heading straight for White Seal Mountain. The suppressive force of the 9th nation had no effect on Han Qinglei. He gave a long, arrogant laugh and summoned countless bone apparitions. The apparitions formed a black cloud that obscured the sky. As Han Qinglei approached, the cloud gathered into a black fist that was hundreds of meters wide and struck the protective barrier of White Seal Mountain with great force. White Seal Mountain shook violently, and the barrier cracked. Although the cracks gradually healed, they were a clear sign of danger. Han Qinglei took advantage of the situation and charged through. Despite being at the immortal realm, his power shook the ancient realm and drew forth 9 circling thunder dragons. Meng Hao was at a critical point in his comprehension and could not break free to defend against the attack. In a moment of crisis, Fan Donger rushed to his aid. She activated hundreds of treasure seals and clashed with Han Qinglei in a fierce struggle. Han Qinglei divided his avatar into 3 beings to fight Fan Donger and Bei Yu. As time passed, the barrier of White Seal Mountain came close to collapsing. Meng Hao finally completed his comprehension of the 99th path of origin. But in the face of the 9th nation's dissipating fortune, comprehending the final path proved to be extremely difficult. Fan Donger and Bei Yu fought valiantly, holding out against Han Qinglei's avatars. Han Qinglei's power from the Bloodthirst sequence shocks Fan Donger and Bei Yu. His strength far surpassed Fan Donger's imagination and could rival Meng Hao. Fan Donger can't help but ponder if the sequence's power comes from the host or the sequence itself. The 3 clones of Han Qinglei engage with Fan Donger, Bei Yu, and Bai Fengshan, respectively, unleashing the Trinity Way and the Bone Tomb to suppress them. Fan Donger and Bei Yu see their life force diminish as Bai Fengshan's defenses are breached. As Han Qinglei's main body and another clone close in on Meng Hao, Meng Hao reaches into his storage bag, releasing dozens of black bean dwarfs to intercept. The black beans are immune to attacks from Han Qinglei's clone, instead devouring his flesh and blood. Just as Han Qinglei prepares to vanquish Meng Hao, a deafening roar erupts from within Meng Hao, releasing the presence of the blood mastiff. Simultaneously, the storage bag opens, and the parrot and Paidong fly out, challenging Han Qinglei, claiming this place as their domain. Han Qinglei launches the Bone Sea attack against the parrot, sending it flying, causing it to lose feathers. The enraged parrot summons a downpour of seafood. Meng Hao is being hunted by Han Qinglei. In a critical moment, a parrot suddenly appears, enraged because its precious feathers have been plucked by Han Qinglei. The parrot summons a group of sea monster cultivators who, under the parrot's command, use their singing to control the primordial elements of the Rift Wind Plane, summoning lightning, the ocean, and mountains to attack Han Qinglei. Han Qinglei is shocked that the singing can summon the forces of heaven and earth. Forming an array, he sends out a clone to fight the parrot. But the parrot, strengthened by the sea monster's singing, defeats Han Qinglei's clone one after another, just as Han Qinglei's main body prepares to attack Meng Hao. The bell on Meng Hao's ankle transforms into a meat jelly, blocking Han Qinglei's attack. The meat jelly uses its soft, squishy body to defend against the attack, and it constantly accuses Han Qinglei of being a bully. Han Qinglei uses his divine powers and bone fist to attack the meat jelly, but they are all tenaciously defended against by the meat jelly. Han Qinglei tries to stop time using the time stop technique to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Meng Hao. But Meng Hao suddenly awakens and blocks Han Qinglei's fist with one palm. Their eyes meet, one surprised, the other indifferent. Han Qinglei becomes ferocious, while Meng Hao's gaze is like a knife, growing even colder. An intense battle raged on the White Seal Mountain as Meng Hao and the sequence cultivator Han Qinglei ferociously clashed. Their fists and palms collided, shaking the heavens and earth and tearing apart the sky. Meng Hao had comprehended the 100 Dao's origin and unleashed a formidable aura. With his domineering combat style, he charged straight at Han Qinglei. Han Qinglei fought back with his white bone throne and countless skeletal phantoms. Meng Hao's golden rock Dharma aspect was ferocious, while Han Qinglei countered with his white bone sword. Meng Hao delivered a devastating punch, causing Han Qinglei to cough up blood and retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao destroyed 2 white bone tombs, rescuing Fan Donger and Bei Yu. Han Qinglei refused to surrender, burning his clone and unleashing free body fusion, white bone tomb, and time slash, 3 of his most powerful moves. Meng Hao countered with his 33 heavens might, executing a devil's fist that shook the very earth. As darkness descended, the white bone tombs shattered, and the power of time was pulverized. Han Qinglei summoned a 3-headed, 6-armed Dharma aspect and cast the Wheel of Time. Meng Hao countered with the Supreme Bridge, causing the Wheel of Time to crumble. Han Qinglei unleashed his ultimate trump card, the White Bone Statue, but Meng Hao incinerated it with his Divine Fire Origin. Fear not at Han Qinglei as he cast Azure Lightning, attempting to boost his aura. Meng Hao responded with his divine 7 steps, exuding an aura as imposing as the heavens, completely suppressing Han Qinglei's momentum. Han Qinglei finally crushed a jade slip to escape. But Meng Hao cast paperweight of causality, leaving behind an inescapable bond. Meng Hao has created the overbearing law of indebtedness. Anyone who knows his name will form a causal connection with him. While fleeing, Han Qinglei suddenly feels his destiny changing. Meng Hao's figure takes over his thoughts in a trance. The sound "you owe me money" reverberating without end. Meng Hao uses the law of indebtedness, causing the sky and earth to become colorless, the wind and clouds to roll back. A dense network of causal lines appears above Han Qinglei's head, one of which connects him to Meng Hao. Meng Hao solemnly declares that Han Qinglei owes him a massive sum of money, a debt that will accrue interest and never change. As Meng Hao's spell is completed, the energy within Han Qinglei is drawn out, forming a promissory note. Han Qinglei is horrified, realizing that he has signed a contract with Meng Hao, incurring a huge debt. He spits blood and flees in a panic. But Meng Hao pursues him vigorously, demanding repayment. Fan Dong and Bei Yu come to Meng Hao's aid, weakening the protection of the 8th Nation's Mountain of Fortune. Han Qinglei returns to the 8th Nation, summoning the 8 Guardians to protect him. However, Meng Hao pursues him to the Mountain of Fortune, causing the sky and earth to tremble. The cultivators of the 8th Nation trembling in fear. Han Qinglei enters the Mountain of Fortune, ordering a defense to the death to prevent Meng Hao from entering. Injured and alone, Han Qinglei heals on the Mountain of Fortune destiny of the 8th Nation of the Like Wind Realm. Outside the Mountain of Fortune destiny, 4 ancient realm cultivators join to form the 4 Saints array, summoning the images of the White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and Azure Dragon to fight. However, Meng Hao swoops down from above, his physical strength shattering the White Tiger and Black Tortoise. He then conjures the divine fire Vermilion Bird, incinerating the white Vermilion Bird, and pins the Azure Dragon with his bone spear. The 4 Saints defeated, Meng Hao strikes the statue upon the Mountain of Fortune destiny, the shockwaves forcing him back. The 3 cultivators try to defend, but are slain by Meng Hao's strength. The 4 Saints array crumbles, and Meng Hao sets his sights on the Mountain of Fortune destiny. Meanwhile, Lin Chong, the 4th mountain of the 7th Nation sequence, hears of Han Qinglei and Meng Hao's battle. Confident that both must be injured, Lin Chong believes they will both fall, and he can seize the world seals of their 2 nations. Riding his bronze war chariot, he races to the 8th Nation, deterring other sequences to display his power. Meng Hao witnessed Han Qinglei healing his wounds outside the 8th Nation's Kingdom of Fortune. He anticipated the weakening of the enemy light screen and exploited a battle at the central temple to weaken the light screen. When Han Qinglei saw the light screen begin to break, he suddenly announced his breakthrough, causing Meng Hao to become suspicious. When the light screen shattered, Meng Hao's divine sense tried to probe Han Qinglei, but he was forced out by the aura of Han Qinglei's breakthrough to the ancient realm. Meng Hao's suspicion grew further, and he sped toward Han Qinglei. Han Qinglei employed the paramount law and the skeleton's illusory form, but they were both destroyed by Meng Hao's star's change at a thought. As the azure thunder light screen formed, obstructing Meng Hao transformed into stardust and shattered the light screen, grabbing Han Qinglei's avatar. Meng Hao later discovered that Han Qinglei's real body had escaped, and that his avatar was intended only to stall for time. When the pressure from the 8th Nation abruptly increased, indicating the arrival of other sequencing experts, Meng Hao swiftly exterminated the avatar. He sped toward the statue and grabbed the world mark. At that moment, a chariot emitting black light appeared with great fanfare, and a young man wearing a white robe and with black hair stood within it. Declaring his intention of exterminating Meng Hao's entire clan, Meng Hao coldly scoffed, "You're not worthy," and resolutely reached for the world mark. Above the 8th country, dark clouds gather, and millions of dead souls pull war chariots, as if opening the prelude to darkness. Lin Kong, the 4th mountain series, wields the power of the underworld. Like the Emperor of Death, Meng Hao remains calm in the face of danger, comprehending that his path to immortality is different from others, leading to the legendary Luo Tian Immortal Path. He believes the Luo Tian Immortal to be the strongest path to immortality, and he sets it as his goal. Faced with the power of the 4th mountain series, Meng Hao remains unmoved. He believes that immortal paths of different series will be impassable before him. Meng Hao's right hand touches the world mark in the statue like lightning. And in an instant, the sky trembles, and 1,000-foot-strong light rushes towards the sky. Like a towering pillar, the intensity of this light is unprecedented, shocking the entire Rufeng world. As the strong light rushes towards the sky, a huge whirlpool appears, revealing the veil of another world. In the whirlpool, 4 statues and 5 mountains are clearly visible, containing powerful forces. The first statue collapses with a bang and is replaced by a statue of Meng Hao. At this moment, Meng Hao becomes the focus of everyone in the Rufeng world, becoming the first person to seize the world mark of another country. The voice of the sky world then sounds, declaring that Meng Hao has broken the limits of his predecessors and rewarded the Rufeng world with 20 of its fortune. This reward shocks the entire Rufeng world, because this kind of fortune is enough for Meng Hao to become the master in this world. Meng Hao feels the changes brought by the blessing of fortune, and he has a strange connection with the Rufeng world, and his understanding of the source becomes smoother. He vaguely notices that the Rufeng world has released goodwill and protection to him. At the same time, the series of various countries are shocked by Meng Hao's achievements. They learn that the reward is fortune and speculate on Meng Hao's real purpose. Han Qinglei is in the 8th country. Observing all this in his mortal form, he sees that Meng Hao has long anticipated the reward of the Rufeng world and planned for it. He sighs that Meng Hao is unfathomable and remembers this name, as Meng Hao's statue stands at the top of the sky world. His name leaves a strong mark in the Rufeng world. Shui, the descendant of Shangwu, feels Meng Hao's uniqueness and looks forward to meeting him. Meng Hao embarks on the path of the Luo Tian Immortal, advancing towards the strongest with a fearless heart, determined to prove that his path is truly supreme. Han Qinglei was in hiding, but his heart was still pounding. He was once the pride of heaven, but he was badly defeated by Meng Hao. However, he was unwilling to give in and sent a clone to distract Meng Hao while he used a secret technique to hide himself. However, he knew that Meng Hao was extremely powerful, so he decided to give Meng Hao the 8th nation seal in exchange for a chance to breathe. While Han Qinglei was in hiding, the other sequences used secret techniques to observe the battle between Meng Hao and First Mountain's strongest sequence. Lin Kong used an army of spirit to besiege Meng Hao. But Meng Hao didn't care. With the protection of heaven and earth that he gained from having 2% of the luck of the realm of wind, he was able to withstand the army of spirit. Meng Hao boasted that he could kill Lin Kong in 7 steps, which made the other sequences laugh. But he was not moved and used the divine 7 steps to meet squarely. With great momentum, each step he took increased his power, and he threw 4 consecutive punches, forcing Lin Kong to retreat step by step. Lin Kong used his divine ability to summon the power of the Yellow Springs. But when Meng Hao took his 5th step, he unleashed the momentum of sacrificing his body and entering a demonic state. And with one punch, he destroyed Lin Kong's divine ability. Lin Kong was injured and retreated. And when Meng Hao took his 6th step, thunder roared and the heavens and earth shook. As Meng Hao's momentum continued to rise, Lin Kong fell into complete despair. He found that he was being suppressed by Meng Hao and could not use his full power. Meng Hao, on the other hand, became more and more courageous. When he took his 7th step, the thunder was like a myriad of weights, as if the end of the world had come. Under the pressure of Meng Hao's momentum, 8th mountain began to collapse. The shattered sky once again mended itself, but scars remained. Meng Hao's figure grew enormous, as a giant, exuding terrifying aura, wielding the might of heaven and earth. He unleashed his 6th punch. Lin Kong spat out blood, which transformed into the river of sticks to resist. But it was crushed by Meng Hao's fist. The injured Meng Hao took the 7th step without hesitation, as if replacing the will of heaven, integrating with heaven and earth. As his foot fell, the sky trembled as he threw another punch. Divine spirits vanished. Meng Hao's godkiller fist spread out, astonishing the chosen ones from each nation. The youth in white from the first mountain watched solemnly, admiring Meng Hao's fighting style. Lin Kong activated his ultimate technique, Elegy Ancestral Bone, but it was forcibly broken by Meng Hao. At a critical moment, Lin Kong received a glimpse of the future through his ultimate technique, and his expression changed drastically. He thrust the Elegy Ancestral Bone towards Meng Hao's godkiller fist, but it was futile. The fist, unstoppable, struck Lin Kong's chest. shattering his entire skeleton and exploding his chest. The cultivators within the Wind Realm were overwhelmed by the battle. The youth in white from the first mountain stood up, staring at the light curtain, his eyes filled with brilliance, acknowledging Meng Hao's right to challenge them. The chosen from the second mountain wore an icy expression, and the old man from the third mountain's heaven of destiny looked grim. The chosen from the fifth, sixth, and seventh mountains showed various expressions, growing wary of Meng Hao. In the eighth mountain's sky, only Lin Kong's head remained, being teleported away by a whirlpool of golden light. However, Meng Hao's aura erupted once more. With the ultimate power of 7 godlike steps, he took a step forward, crushing rules and destroying origin. Just as Lin Kong's life hung by a thread, he let out a horrified roar. Meng Hao, if I die, Xu Qing will die too. Meng Hao's mind was shaken, and his divine abilities faltered. Memories of Xu Qing flooded his mind. He had assumed Xu Qing was safe after her reincarnation, but Lin Kong's words stirred up a storm within him. Meng Hao's unstable divine ability allows Lin Kong to temporarily escape, disappearing into a golden vortex. Meng Hao is furious, realizing that Lin Kong may know the whereabouts of his wife, Xu Qing. He suspects that Lin Kong has seen Xu Qing's reincarnation and saw Meng Hao and Xu Qing's connection through Lin Kong's supreme law. Lin Kong's words haunt Meng Hao, who claims that if he dies, Xu Qing will also perish. Meng Hao grows enraged and immediately decides to head to the fourth mountain to find clues. Despite the dangers ahead, he must find out the truth in order to find peace. As Meng Hao traverses the central divine temple, he is met with resistance, but he kills his enemies mercilessly, leaving none daring to stand in his way. Upon entering the fourth mountain, he unleashes his divine sense and detects 5 auras, one of which matches Lin Kong's exactly. Meng Hao takes immediate action, sealing the 8th restriction with the monster sealing technique and performing a soul search to discover Lin Kong's whereabouts. On the borders of the 4th nation in the realm of wind, Meng Hao encounters cultivator Lin Kong. Lin Kong employs enigmatic techniques, using body doubles as disguises in an attempt to deceive. However, Meng Hao possesses formidable divine sense. Perceiving the flaws in his deception, Meng Hao deploys his Black Bean soldiers to verify the 4 remaining suspected Lin Kongs through possession. When the Black Bean soldiers approach the true Lin Kong, he is forced to reveal himself. Lin Kong's strength diminishes, and he resorts to a paramount dharma to seek a lifeline, only to find a glimmer of hope remains. In despair, he realizes that a portion of his memory is missing. However, Meng Hao's voice descends with the might of the heavens, gravely injuring Lin Kong and extracting his memories through a soul search technique. Meng Hao learns that Lin Kong's information about Xu Qing was a lie. Despite this, he respects Lin Kong's dignity and executes him. However, after leaving the 4th nation, Meng Hao realizes that Lin Kong may not be truly dead as the expected killing sequence reward fails to appear. He re-examines Lin Kong's IOU and discovers a suspicious detail. Meng Hao deduces that Lin Kong may possess a backup plan. But even so, Meng Hao has left a shadow in his heart, vowing to rise as the first sequence in the realm of wind. Meng Hao retrieves the 4th nation's world seal and continues his journey. Beneath his tyrannical demeanor, Meng Hao subtly outwits Lin Kong. Obtaining his IOU is a guarantee for future debt collection. However, Lin Kong does not die, instead utilizing the special abilities of a sequencer to return from the dead twice, having his soul survive the process. After returning to the White Seal Mountain, Meng Hao discovers the truth of Lin Kong's survival. Realizing the distinctiveness of sequencers, he begins to comprehend the world seals of the 4th and 8th nations, enhancing his luck in the Wind Realm. Simultaneously, on the battlefield of the Central Temple, the sequencers engage in fierce combat for possession of the world seals. Meng Hao's comprehension of 3 world seals is incredibly rapid, successfully merging 900 great paths and 900 origins. To elevate his strength, he incorporates a second nirvana fruit, expanding his physical form to 20 feet and unleashing a terrifying power within his bloodline. Meng Hao's 123 immortal meridians fuse into a flawless immortal meridian diagram, causing his cultivation to skyrocket, surpassing the realm of Immortal Emperor. The heavenly light shines upon him as he withstands 20 breaths of time while assimilating the nirvana fruit. Witnessing a glimmer of hope, Meng Hao comprehends that comprehending origins aids in the assimilation of nirvana fruits. allowing him to ascend to the Celestial Immortal Realm. Upon comprehending 3000 origins, he will fully integrate the Nirvana fruit, formally stepping into the Celestial Immortal position. With the descent of the Nirvana fruit, the glow atop Mount Baifeng dissipates. Yet the flame in Meng Hao's heart burns ever brighter. He treads on air, his aura unwavering in the face of the gale, set on seizing more world seals to forge himself as the paramount celestial, the first of his kind. En route to foreign realms, Meng Hao encounters a cultivator from the Shanghai realm, but remains unmoved by material wealth, severing the shackles of avarice. Meanwhile, the ranks of the Wind Realm's various nations undergo dramatic changes as the war intensifies. The paramount celestial of the first realm leads an invincible charge, sweeping across other realms and seizing their world seals. Passing through the seventh realm, Meng Hao crosses paths with its paramount celestial, Yu Wenjian, a master of bodily cultivation possessed of formidable physical strength. Bathed in divine blood, Yu Wenjian proposes a wager to Meng Hao should Meng Hao emerge victorious. The world seal of the seventh realm shall be his. But Meng Hao must wager his own seal in exchange. Yu Wenjian unleashes his sealing power, isolating the void and cutting off Meng Hao's access to the authority of the seventh path. Swelling his frame to gargantuan proportions, he unleashes a full-force punch, his blood chi surging. Undeterred, Meng Hao deploys his extinction fist, pitting the destructive force of the heavens against Yu Wenjian's physical prowess. As their fists collide, the world quakes and the void shatters. Meng Hao is forced back a dozen paces, while Yu Wenjian is sent flying hundreds of yards, coughing up blood. Undeterred, Yu Wenjian laughs, declaring that if Meng Hao can withstand his second strike, he will grant him the seal of the realm. The climactic battle is about to erupt, with both combatants' auras reaching ever greater heights. In the boundless sky, Xuan Yuanjian let out a wild laugh and inhaled deeply. The power of heaven and earth exploded and surged into his body. With each breath, his body grew taller, from the size of an ordinary man to 6 and 9 feet tall. Exuding an astonishing aura of oppression, Xuan Yuanjian clenched his fists and shot into the sky. His body transformed into that of a giant, and he punched towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao took a deep breath. The aura around his body suddenly turned violent, and he transformed into a shadow, concentrating the power of his life into his fist as he charged to meet the blow. The earth shook, and mountains crumbled. The two of them exchanged blows, and Xuan Yuanjian coughed up blood, flying backwards like a kite with a broken string. Meng Hao steadily retreated. However, Xuan Yuanjian refused to give up, and consecutively used six-fold body transformation. His huge body reached an astonishing 45 feet. Meng Hao's eyes flashed coldly, and his right hand slowly clenched into a fist. The pressure between heaven and earth descended as his murderous intent spread. Xuan Yuanjian felt an unprecedented crisis of life and death. He hastily retreated, suppressing his aura and changing his expression abruptly. He took the initiative to propose an exchange of imprints to defuse the crisis, and invited Meng Hao to the seventh nation's Mountain of Fortune. On the Mountain of Fortune, the two of them exchanged imprints and began to comprehend them separately. 3 days later, the critical moment of comprehension arrived for Yu Wenjian. Suddenly, the seventh nation's pressure surged, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. Yu Wenjian's expression changed slightly, and he looked into the distance. 3 streaks of light flew over. The first person was Dao Tian's follower, the 10th rank Hai Dongqing. Yu Wenjian recognized this person, and his heart cried out in alarm. Hai Dongqing had been defeated by him in the past, and had later become Dao Tian's follower. Faced with Hai Dongqing's provocation, Yu Wenjian was unable to make a move, so he summoned forth dozens of powerful puppets. Meng Hao pondered for a moment, then spoke up to question Hai Dongqing. Learning of his servile behavior towards Dao Tian, Yu Wenjian cursed, scolding Hai Dongqing for being shameless. Viciously cursing each other, Hai Dongqing and Yu Wenjian began a fierce battle. Hai Dongqing blasted Mt. Guoyan where Yu Wenjian was with his azure sword and sword energy, while Yu Wenjian fought back with equally vicious words. In the meantime, Hai Dongqing's 2 accompanying cultivators took action, trying to break through Yuanian's protective light screen. On the other side, Meng Hao, after comprehending the world mark, suddenly took action, seizing the seventh nation's mark and using the Supreme Bridge and Lightning Cauldron to swap positions. Launching an attack on Yuanian's accompanying female cultivator, Meng Hao demonstrated immense power. using the essence of divine fire, demonic fist, and 8th seal of curses to critically wound the male cultivator. Hai Dongqing and the female cultivator tried to stop Meng Hao, but he slew the male cultivator's immortal soul using a white bone spear, leaving the female cultivator devastated and furious. Meng Hao and Yu Wenjian joined forces against Hai Dongqing and the female cultivator, and the battle became even more intense. Meng Hao's speed increased dramatically, greatly troubling Hai Dongqing and the female cultivator. In the end, Meng Hao defeated the female cultivator with his formidable power and, aided by Yu Wenjian, forced Hai Dongqing to retreat. During the battle, in the face of life-threatening danger, Meng Hao comprehended the Seventh Nation's world mark and used it to defeat his formidable opponents, demonstrating his exceptional strength and courage. Within 10 breaths, Meng Hao had brutally killed one of the trio outside the light screen, displaying shocking combat prowess. Under Yu Wenjian's gaze, Meng Hao swiftly took down his target. Without any hesitation, he seized the opportune moment, striking down the second after killing one. The second target was an emotionally unstable woman. Meng Hao swiftly seized her, causing her divine sense to be severely impacted, resulting in her divine abilities becoming uncontrollable. During the chaos, Meng Hao grabbed her, tearing apart her flesh. However, Hai Dongqing's 9 sealing swords arrived, stabbing Meng Hao. The woman took the chance to escape, but Meng Hao chased her relentlessly. When she was on the verge of death, a remnant soul from her pendant appeared, saving her. Meng Hao sighed, but he understood that, to survive, he had to eliminate his opponents. With divine fire, he opened the Yellow Springs River, sending the souls of the man and the woman to the underworld. Meanwhile, Hai Dongqing launched a fierce attack, millions of sword shadows condensing into one large sword stabbing towards Meng Hao. But Meng Hao, fearless, met it head-on with his killing god punch, smashing the large sword to pieces. Hai Dongqing, too, spurted out blood, his mind trembling. Meng Hao roared towards the sky. The 4 swords within his body were also forced out, displaying his formidable combat strength, akin to a war immortal. In full view of the crowd, Meng Hao unleashed his astonishing power, vanquishing several powerful cultivators in succession. His performance left everyone present in shock, including Yu Wenjian on the summit. Meng Hao turned his gaze to Hai Dongqing, releasing a surge of overwhelming pressure that forced Hai Dongqing to consider retreat. Meng Hao employed his divine 7 steps and pursued relentlessly. Unable to resist, Hai Dongqing summoned millions of sword energies, which were effortlessly destroyed by Meng Hao's colossal foot illusion. In a desperate moment, Hai Dongqing abandoned his physical form and used his shimmering right hand to cast the supreme heavenly law, summoning a mountain of swords to defend against Meng Hao's giant foot. However, the sword mountain proved no match and was shattered by Meng Hao's irresistible force. Hai Dongqing was mercilessly trampled, his body torn apart, but through the power of his undying sequenced soul, he reformed from a cloud of blood mist. Meng Hao gave chase, and Hai Dongqing, unable to resist, unleashed the lesser 5 elements sword array. However, Meng Hao countered it with his 5th seal of demon sealing. Hai Dongqing attempted self-destruction, but it proved futile against Meng Hao. He resorted to casting the void opening formation to teleport away. However, Meng Hao used his 8th seal of demon sealing to restrain his divine sense, disabling the teleportation array. In despair, Hai Dongqing let out a piercing cry. Meng Hao showed no mercy as he approached, becoming the first sequenced cultivator to die by his hand. During his fierce battle with the Golden Eagle, Meng Hao killed it 3 times and acquired its sequence. At that moment, a complex sequence mark appeared at the center of Meng Hao's brow. And as it merged with the demon prohibition technique, a powerful force transported his soul beyond the heavens to the mountain and sea realm. In the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao overlooked all living beings, and among them, he saw many familiar faces, including Xu Qing, who was far away in the 9 mountains and 9 seas. He discovered that the coercion from the 4th mountain and sea statue was far greater than before and that he was protected by the statue. He then noticed a door under the ground of the Zhao nation on the back of the ancestor of Back Mountain, which exuded the familiar aura of Li's inheritance. Continuing his ascent, Meng Hao broke through 33 worlds and was about to glimpse the truth beyond the mountain and sea realm when a golden light struck him with force, causing his soul to dissipate. Upon returning to the wind world, Meng Hao coughed up blood and stumbled backward, his sequence mark fading as the demon prohibition technique dissipated. At that moment, the central temple of the wind world exploded with a dazzling radiance. The heavens split apart, and Meng Hao's statue appeared atop a hidden peak behind the 9 mountains and 9 seas. A cold voice declared that Meng Hao had violated the sequence rules. But its tone shifted abruptly, announcing a reward for Meng Hao, the ancient treasure, the Heaven Punisher Immortal Axe. During the trial on the Zephyr Realm, when Meng Hao killed a sequence, an extraordinary event occurred in the heavens and earth, and 2 voices were heard. The first voice was cold and authoritative, declaring that Meng Hao had broken the rules, while the second voice unexpectedly rewarded him with an ancient treasure, the Sky Halberd Immortal Axe. This unusual reward shocked all the sequences and made them realize that this trial was different from previous ones. Meanwhile, in the immortal ruins, the white-robed woman sensed that the connection between the Zephyr Realm and the Mountains and Seas Realm had been severed. And she immediately took action, tracking the movements of the Zephyr continent. Within the Zephyr Realm, the other sequences also took action, eager to seize the ancient treasure from Meng Hao. After Meng Hao obtained the Sky Halberd Immortal Axe, it was incredibly powerful, and with a single blow, it split the earth and even the mountain of national fortune in half. He realized that a change had occurred in the Zephyr Realm and deduced that the 2 voices had different origins. The first voice represented the rules of the Zephyr Realm, while the second voice encouraged the sequences to fight each other, hinting at possible changes. Meanwhile, Yuan Jian completed his enlightenment of the world's imprint, but was scared out of his wits by Meng Hao's unintentional blow. Reminded by Yuan Jian, Meng Hao recalled what the Tao had mentioned about the flaming eyes. And he had a faint feeling in his heart. After leaving the Liquid Zone, Meng Hao planned to go to ancient Tao Lake. He noticed that Yuan Jian was deliberately delaying his comprehension, so he warned him with a move. Yuan Jian felt guilty and returned the world sigil he had borrowed from Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao did not return the 7th country's world sigil he had taken, believing that Yuan Jian had malicious intentions first and that he could not be blamed for turning against him. At the same time, a beam of light thousands of feet long suddenly appeared from the central temple, forming a statue in the sky, which was Dao Tian from the 1st zone. He was holding a head, which was the 2nd zone's. The Liquid Zone announced that Dao Tian had won the reward of the ancient treasure mountain Immortal Lock. Meng Hao realized Dao Tian's strength, and Yuan Jian, worried about Dao Tian's threat, offered to help Meng Hao obtain the 6th country's world sigil, claiming that he had a close relationship with the 6th country's child, Hong Bin. Meng Hao was half convinced but decided to give the 6th country a try and gave Yuan Jian half a stick of incense. The 6th country's state luck mountain child, Hong Bin, was furious when he noticed the two's arrival. He accused Yuan Jian of harming him in the past and recognized Meng Hao's identity. Vowing that the 2 of them would die, Yuan Jian begged for mercy, while Meng Hao watched coldly, waiting for the outcome. On the mountain of national fortune of the 6th kingdom, a somber-faced child, Hong Bin, held the world seal of the 6th kingdom but hesitated to teleport away. Yu Wenjian came asking to see him, but Hong Bin rejected him, his trust in Yu Wenjian having vanished. Hong Bin's concerns stemmed from the abrupt change in the rules of the Wind Realm and the new situation facing the rise of the sequences. Meng Hao had single-handedly defeated Han Qinglei and Lin Kong, and he had even killed a sequence, a feat that shocked everyone and made Hong Bin realize that unity was the only path to confronting Daoshan. Yu Wenjian painstakingly explained to Hong Bin that if they did not unite, they would be defeated by Daoshan one by one. Hong Bin hesitated but finally agreed to hand over the world seal to Meng Hao after Yu Wenjian's persuasion. Meng Hao accepted the seal and laid out the conditions of their cooperation. They must fight together against Daoshan. Hong Bin and Yu Wenjian agreed, and the 3 of them erupted with an imposing aura, announcing their declaration of war against Daoshan. However, Daoshan's response was even stronger. He arrived out of thin air, his immense aura not inferior to that of Meng Hao. Hong Bin and Yu Wenjian combined. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Hong Bin retreated, suggesting using magic to support them from the mountain of national fortune. Yu Wenjian volunteered to lead the charge up front, giving Meng Hao time to familiarize himself with Daoshan's power. Meng Hao examined the immortal mountain chain on Yu Wenjian's arm, inquiring about its origin. Yu Wenjian confessed that it came from the god of slaughter and invited Meng Hao to the god realm to kill the god of slaughter. Meng Hao readily agreed. As Daoshan entered the 6th kingdom, The world shook violently. The three men watched warily, prepared to battle. Meng Hao took a deep breath, sensing Daoshan's earth-shattering qi, and a fierce fighting spirit burned within him. Dao Tian, the first mountain sequence, makes a powerful entrance, displaying fearsome dominance and combat abilities. He confronts three sequences, Meng Hao, Yuan Jian, and Hong Bin, head-on with overwhelming momentum. Yuan Jian attacks first, but Dao Tian inflicts a devastating blow with a finger, severing his fists. Hong Bin uses a formation, which Dao Tian effortlessly breaks, before destroying the Sixth Nation's Luck Mountain, forcing Hong Bin to activate a teleportation array. Meng Hao and Yuan Jian rush to Hong Bin's aid, but Dao Tian proves to be overwhelmingly powerful. Despite their combined efforts, Dao Tian's 9 ancient realm suppressions and falls leave them helpless. At a critical moment, Meng Hao uses the Paramount Law Paramount Bridge to obstruct Dao Tian and create a glimmer of hope for Hong Bin. Hong Bin and Yuan Jian also deploy Yin-Yang Dao and Deicide Diagram, respectively, facing the combined attack of 3 sequences. Dao Tian remains undaunted, exploding with power through 9 ancient realm heartbeats. He boasts of falling 9 times into ancient suppression, expressing contempt for Meng Hao and the others. Meng Hao refuses to yield, countering that if it is the right path, once is enough. He stands firm with his companions. Commencing a thunderous clash, Dao Tian confidently unleashed his sovereign technique, the supreme painting. As the painting scroll was unfurled, a potent malevolent energy surged forth, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The sovereign techniques unleashed in unison by Meng Hao, Yuan Jian, and the youngling, Hong Bin, disintegrated before Dao Tian's painting. Of the 3, Hong Bin faced the most tragic fate. When pursued by Dao Tian, he opted for self-detonation. However, Dao Tian used his own formidable cultivation to withstand Hong Bin's self-destruction, suffering only minor injuries. Amidst the chaos of Hong Bin's self-detonation, Dao Tian seized the opportunity to chase after him and employed his celestial demon Devour secret art to absorb Hong Bin's life essence, healing his wounds. Seeing Hong Bin on the brink of death, he made a heartfelt oath, stirring empathy in Yuan Jian and Meng Hao, hoping they would avenge him. However, Dao Tian intervened swiftly, using his superior powers to block Meng Hao and Yuan Jian and swiftly slaying Hong Bin. Nonetheless, Meng Hao swiftly unleashed the Thunder Cauldron and the 8th seal of the Demon Seal, granting Hong Bin a brief respite. Hong Bin used his formidable immortal soul to self-destruct, heavily wounding Dao Tian, causing him to cough up blood and retreat. Dao Tian attributed this setback to Meng Hao, fueling his murderous intent. Yuan Jian witnessed Hong Bin's tragic death and was filled with remorse. Meng Hao saw this and decisively pulled him, leading him to escape Dao Tian's pursuit and head to the 5th Nation. Dao Tian pursued relentlessly and quickly caught up to Meng Hao and Yuan Jian. Meng Hao used the Swallowing Mountain art to block Dao Tian, but Dao Tian broke it with a powerful secret technique and caught up to Meng Hao in an instant. Meng Hao transformed into a golden rock and escaped, with Dao Tian close behind. Meng Hao realized that Dao Tian's strength was extraordinary and was forced to use the Blood Demon's skull. After Dao Tian tore the Blood Demon's skull apart, Meng Hao suddenly launched more than 10 extermination strikes and gained the upper hand with the Devil Entering Fist. Dao Tian used the power of heaven and earth to confront Meng Hao, who in a critical moment used the Assimilate Heavenly Might technique to unleash the God-slaying strike. Dao Tian could not withstand the God-slaying strike and vomited blood as he retreated. Meng Hao seized the opportunity and, with the injured Yuan Jian, crossed the border into the 5th Nation. Yuan Jian had been prepared, and at the border he lay in ambush. When Dao Tian broke through the barrier and pursued them, he stepped forward and used the ancient battle axe given to him by Meng Hao to block Dao Tian. At this moment, Meng Hao consumed the second nirvana fruit, his body expanding dramatically as he released the aura of the Luosha Heavenly Realm. Dao Tian was taken aback, realizing that he faced a life-threatening crisis. Dao Tian sensed something wrong as Meng Hao's aura increased. He knew that if he didn't stop him, Meng Hao would die. He forced Yuan Jian aside and led the colossal beast to confront Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body swelled as he melted his immortal veins, causing his momentum to soar. But he was unable to fight. He broke through to half-step true immortal, triggering a great transformation in the heavens and earth. A terrifying giant eye appeared in the sky, Dao Tian saw that the stronger Meng Hao became, the more terrifying he became. He roared into the sky and commanded his colossal beast to fight Yuan Jian. Yuan Jian fought desperately, but was heavily wounded by Dao Tian. Just as Dao Tian charged towards Meng Hao suddenly appeared in his path, blocking the colossal beast. He pressed his hand through the air, causing the beast to wail and collapse. Yuan Jian was horrified. Meng Hao's body emitted a verdant light, and his aura carried the weight of ancient times. As if he had descended from the realm of immortals. He ordered Yuan Jian to leave, to escape Dao Tian's treacherous schemes. Dao Tian transformed into a size of 20 zhong and fought fiercely with Meng Hao. Meng Hao punched him, and Dao Tian was sent flying. But Dao Tian, unwilling to accept defeat, revealed black, fleshy wings and tried to sneak attack Meng Hao from behind. Meng Hao countered by colliding his back against Dao Tian, shattering his bones and causing blood to spurt violently. Meng Hao pursued relentlessly, using the Skyfinger to break Dao Tian's defenses and destroy his magical treasures and immortal locks. Dao Tian used an undying heavenly method to resist, but was still thrown away by Meng Hao. As Dao Tian entered the fourth nation, the undying heavenly method dissipated, and he was once again pursued by Meng Hao. In his desperation, Dao Tian retrieved a supreme painting and opened it to 70%, releasing an inexhaustible amount of malevolent qi and cold energy. In a painting, the black-robed figure on a statue shakes the world with its appearance, unleashing a black aura that engulfs the realm, as if from another dimension. This supreme law depicts not an image but a real scene. Meng Hao witnesses the awakening of the black-robed figure, its murderous intent directed at him. He senses a profound crisis emanating from the painted figure, far surpassing Dao Tian. Dao Tian explains that this supreme law does not originate from him but from the painted figure, whom he reveres as Lu, his master. The black-robed figure's presence weighs heavily upon Meng Hao, even in the celestial realm of Luo Tian, forcing him to retreat, his knees trembling as if compelled to bow. However, Meng Hao refuses to submit, taking pride in his freedom and dignity. He casts the Supreme Law Supreme Bridge, summoning an ethereal form with an AWE-inspiring aura that reverberates through the heavens and earth. The black-robed figure gazes upon the bridge and murmurs, treading the heaven bridge. At that moment, the figure steps out of the painting and onto the Supreme Bridge, advancing steadily toward its depths. Yet, the black-robed figure abruptly halts, revealing a sense of wistfulness and regret. The treading heaven bridge. Incomplete. I, too, am incomplete. He turns to face the bridge below, sweeping his sleeve, causing the Supreme Bridge to shatter. As the bridge vanishes, the black-robed figure returns to the painting. Simultaneously, Dao Tian suffers a backlash, his life force draining rapidly. Meng Hao, realizing the impending end of the Luo Tian era, voluntarily relinquishes his celestial realm. His aura diminishing, he regards Dao Tian coldly, ready to engage in battle. Dao Tian hesitates, unable to discern whether Meng Hao possesses any further hidden power. But Meng Hao's frown and a hint of helplessness sow doubt in his mind. Ultimately, Dao Tian resolves to test Meng Hao, transforming into a stream of light and charging at him. Meng Hao engages in an intense battle with Dao Tian from the first mountain sequence. Dao Tian is weakened due to the backlash from the Supreme Diagram. Meng Hao consumes the Nirvana fruit, forcefully raising his cultivation, and unleashes his divine fire source, intending to kill Dao Tian in one fell swoop. However, Dao Tian remains skeptical, suspecting Meng Hao's true intentions. He does not engage in a full-force battle and opts to retreat for the moment. Meng Hao realizes Dao Tian's doubts and feigns pursuit, forcing him to reveal his vulnerability. In the end, Meng Hao corners Dao Tian by burning his life force. However, due to his unstable realm, Meng Hao cannot maintain his enhanced state and is forced to retreat. Dao Tian, wary of Meng Hao's ruthlessness, chooses to withdraw and avoid further confrontation. Meng Hao relentlessly pursues Dao Tian, forcing him to reveal himself once more. Dao Tian acknowledges Meng Hao's strength and reveals his connection to Xu, the successor of the immortal ancient. He warns Meng Hao to cease his pursuit, or he will face certain death. Recognizing Dao Tian's formidable power, Meng Hao decides to proceed to the third nation. Upon entering the third nation, Meng Hao senses no pressure, indicating the presence of a hidden secret. Simultaneously, the blood-colored mask in his storage bag emits an intense blood-red light. awakening the bloodhound's presence and revealing its insatiable craving for the blood hidden deep beneath the ground. At the border between the third and fourth countries, Meng Hao steps into the third country. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in an imperial robe from the third country's Fate Mountain is observing Meng Hao through a crystal ball. The crystal ball contains 3 sealed souls: the deceased child Hong Bin, the 10th sequence Seahawk, and the second mountain sequence who died at the hands of Da Tian. Upon learning that Meng Hao has entered the third country, the middle-aged man in the imperial robe sends a black-clothed man to pursue him. While meditating in a cave dwelling in the third country, Meng Hao senses that the blood-colored mask in his hand contains something that the mastiff craves. He releases his divine sense to explore the underground and discovers an anomaly. After Parrot and Paidong investigate, they realize that an ancient formation is hidden there, the evil waste blood heavenly separation formation. This formation uses the blood of living beings as a sacrifice to summon an ancient evil creature. Through Parrot and Paidong's divine senses, Meng Hao sees a vast underground palace. In the palace, 99 blood pits are arranged with 99 cultivators sitting cross-legged in them, one of whom is the elder sword Daozi from the 9th country. Beneath the blood pits is a passage leading to a deeper underground palace, where a blood-colored ice block is sealed. Inside the ice block, a blood-colored bat is sealed, resembling the shape of the bat statues around it. The ice block is melting, emitting an evil aura. Meng Hao realizes that this power transcends the rules of heaven and earth, and even the source. Parrot murmurs, calling it reversed spirit. Meng Hao was unfamiliar with the term inverse spirit, but the parrot held complicated memories of it. Meanwhile, the blood mastiff within Meng Hao's storage pouch exhibited a strong desire toward the crimson bats within the underground palace, motivating Meng Hao to seize it. Though understanding the dangers involved, Meng Hao gritted his teeth and ventured forth. The parrot and jelly pudding followed behind. Deep within the palace, the black-robed cultivators guarding the inverse spirit blood burial ground sensed Meng Hao's presence, enraging them and swearing to take his life. Empowered by a mighty physique and mystical arts, Meng Hao broke through the black-robed cultivators' defense and arrived at the edge of a blood pool. He lifted the pool's cover, revealing an emaciated elder absorbing the blood within. The elder instantly recovered his immortal realm cultivation, but Meng Hao was unafraid, swiftly defeating him. As the black-robed cultivators closed in, Meng Hao transformed into a rainbow and penetrated a passageway at the pool's bottom, heading straight for the tunnel beneath the palace. The black-robed cultivators followed in hot pursuit, determined to prevent Meng Hao from reaching the inverse spirit blood burial ground. However, as Meng Hao stepped into the tunnel, a brilliant light filled the palace. The black-robed cultivators exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and transformed into rainbows to pursue him, disappearing into the same passageway Meng Hao had entered. A blood pit in the burial ground erupts with bloody swords, but the one from which Meng Hao disappeared remains empty, making him the target of the black-robed pursuers. Meng Hao escapes into a secret passage, where he encounters an overwhelming evil aura that triggers hallucinations and nearly destroys his cultivation. He discovers a blood-colored bat sealed in ice below the passage, the source of the evil aura. Meng Hao's hound charges at the ice, intending to dominate the inverse spirit. The blood-colored bat, the parrot and skin jelly assist with all their might. Sensing the approach of the black-robed pursuers, Meng Hao resolutely heads to the passage to confront them. He realizes that they are not wind realm cultivators, but individuals from the mountain and sea realm who had indulged in the desires of the wind realm and remained behind. The black-robed pursuers chant, "Everything for the true way," and their formidable power alarms Meng Hao. Meanwhile, inside the subterranean palace, the black-robed pursuers activate the blood fiend formation, causing the bloody swords from the blood pit to fly towards the passage where Meng Hao is located. Meng Hao stands alone, determined to resist. He understands that the only way to protect Ao Yin is to seal the cave entrance, preventing his pursuers from entering. As the black-robed pursuers approach the passage, Meng Hao charges into battle without hesitation. He is resolved to protect his pet, even if it means sacrificing himself. In the dark depths of the underground palace, 98 old men awaken from a blood pool, infused with evil energy by black-robed men. Their cultivation surpasses the spirit realm and reaches the immortal realm. Like puppets, they obey orders to kill the intruder. Meng Hao battles through the passageway, killing dozens of ancient realm black-robed men. However, The appearance of 98 blood-colored cultivators and 16 or 17 black-robed men poses a significant threat. The blood-colored cultivators possess immortality, while the black-robed men wield special Dao techniques that can withstand Meng Hao's extermination punch. In desperation, Meng Hao employs the possession technique, sending his Black Bean avatar to attack the black-robed men and disrupt their spells. Simultaneously, he utilizes the momentum of his God 7 steps and unleashes the extermination punch, decimating the blood-colored cultivators. However, just as he is about to inflict severe damage on the black-robed men, the final black-robed elder appears. The elder demonstrates the formidable power of the extermination punch and the demonic enchanting punch, forcing Meng Hao to retreat under overwhelming strength. Despite this, Meng Hao astutely identifies the elder's identity and utters the name Zhang Huaya. Caught off guard, Zhang Huaya gives Meng Hao an opportunity to unleash the killing god punch with all his might. Within the secret cave, the mastiff erupts into a desperate roar. Apparently in the crucial moment of possession, Meng Hao and the old man in black robes exchange blows, each using the ultimate fist technique called Killing God. Meng Hao used his Fengjia Qi fortune to gather his immortal emperor's power into a punch. Countering the Killing God fist the old man in black robes had honed through murderous intent. The collision of the two fists shook the heavens and the earth, tearing apart the passageway's space. Meng Hao was grievously injured, but he fought more fiercely, using the power of the eternal realm to resist the old man in black robes' Killing God power. The old man in black robes was also injured, but he still gave relentless chase. Meng Hao discovered that the old man in black robes' Taoist techniques could dispel illusions but could not shake his physical power. He launched 3 consecutive punches, shattering the old man in black robes' purple halo and destroying the passageway with a single punch. Meng Hao bought himself valuable time with this, and in a hidden cave, he integrated the second nirvana fruit, entering the Luotian immortal realm. At this time, the old man in black robes also broke into the hidden cave. Meng Hao once again used the Killing God fist, which was far more powerful than before. The old man in black robes was shocked and retreated, while Meng Hao, with his indomitable fighting style, seized the initiative and launched a fierce attack. An intense battle unfolds in the Windy Realm. Meng Hao showcases his immense power, defeating the formidable black-robed elder. However, after unleashing the divine fire source, a wave of fatigue overwhelms him, leaving him unable to pursue further. Seizing this opportunity, the black-robed elder reappears and launches a deadly strike against Meng Hao. As the attack is about to land, the mastiff awakens from the crimson ice and uses its body as a shield, saving Meng Hao from the blow. The mastiff's awakening brings renewed hope to Meng Hao, and upon their fusion, it gains power comparable to an ancient realm cultivator. It takes on a fearsome and ferocious appearance, its eyes filled with indifference towards the world and unwavering loyalty towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao mounts the mastiff and ascends to the sky, breaking the seal in place and incurring the wrath of the emperor-abed middle-aged man of the kingdom's Fortune Mountain. In response, the emperor-abed middle-aged man dispatches dozens of black-robed individuals in pursuit of Meng Hao. The strongest among them a hairless middle-aged man with piercing eyes. This individual, having fused with the black-robed elder, possesses cultivation close to that of a quasi-Dao realm and displays remarkable speed. Meng Hao, carrying the gravely injured mastiff, flees towards the central temple area, where cultivators from the 9 mountains gather. Mortals and cultivators alike are awestruck by the mastiff's massive form and exclaim in astonishment. Meanwhile, the hairless middle-aged man also enters the central temple area, marveling at the changes that have taken place. Midway through the temple, Meng Hao sensed a figure approaching him. His gaze fell upon a middle-aged man who radiated warmth and approachability, soothing the mortal's injuries and invigorating the cultivator's qi. Follow me, Meng Hao. I will show you the true world. I will tell you the truth, said the middle-aged man earnestly as he stepped towards Meng Hao, feeling a familiar presence within the mont's aura and sensing his overwhelming power. Meng Hao was filled with doubts. The man calmly admitted his identity as Zhang Huaya, the former #1 expert on the Golden Gate steel in the 9 Seas God world. Meng Hao questioned Zhang Huaya's past in the Jade Wind realm, to which Zhang Huaya replied, to find the true way. With that, he engaged Meng Hao in a debate about what constituted the true way. Zhang Huaya explained that Meng Hao's pursuit of a free and unfettered way was a mere obsession, not the true way. He believed the true way was free from all constraints and limitations. Something Meng Hao was unable to achieve due to his reliance on the world's laws. Zhang Wuya asserted that in the entire mountain and sea realm, only the true way he had grasped was genuine, labeling all others' insights as false. He claimed that all the spells and abilities Meng Hao possessed would dissipate against his true way. He shook Meng Hao's core by revealing the truth behind the mountain and sea realm. It was the creation of a supreme immortal world expert, with cultivators serving as nourishment to fuel his revival. Zhang Wuya urged Meng Hao to abandon his false way and leave the mountain and sea realm with him, seeking the true world and understanding the true way. He explained that only by shedding his body in sequences could Meng Hao truly escape the shackles of the Nine Seals' supreme being and attain freedom. Meng Hao was deeply shaken, his beliefs thrown into doubt by Zhang Wuya's words. He realized that his pursuit of a free and unfettered way was nothing more than an illusion, and the true path to freedom and the true way lay beyond his imagination. Meng Hao and Zhang Wuya meet within the central temple, where Zhang Wuya presents Meng Hao with a groundbreaking theory: the mountain and sea realm is not real but a fabricated illusion. He preaches a philosophy known as the true Tao, urging Meng Hao to abandon his current vessel and be reborn into the so-called real world. Initially, Meng Hao is shaken by Zhang Wuya's rhetoric, but as the inheritor of the Nine Seals' supremacy, his understanding of the mountain and sea realm far surpasses Zhang Wuya's. Meng Hao sees through Zhang Wuya's deceptions and deduces that his true intentions are not as simple as they seem. Zhang Wuya gives Meng Hao time to ponder his words. While Meng Hao secretly observes Zhang Wuya's actions, he discovers that Zhang Wuya is leading him towards a specific location, where he encounters an alluring woman in white. Meng Hao instantly recognizes her as Shui'er, the enigmatic woman he met in the land of inverse spirits. Without hesitation, Meng Hao exposes Shui'er's disguise, revealing that she has been surreptitiously following him for a long time. Shui'er's expression falters as she admits to her surveillance of Meng Hao. Meng Hao realizes that Zhang Wuya's scheme is far more intricate than he imagined. Zhang Wuya's apparent pursuit of him is a ruse, and he has intentionally orchestrated the encounter with Shui'er. Meng Hao begins to question Zhang Wuya's true motives and the larger conspiracy at play. Meng Hao's cold gaze fell upon a woman named Shui'er, whose beauty was undeniable but whose scheming ways made him ill at ease. Shui'er claimed to hail from the true immortal ancient dojo, and to be its sole inheritor in this life. She stated that after observing all the sequences, only Meng Hao met her requirements. Her purpose for seeking him was to play a game of chess. She emphasized her status as an inheritor, believing it made her worthy of a game with Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao declined, stating he wouldn't play. Shui'er persisted, calling her visit an opportunity for him. Meng Hao questioned her motives, pointing out her arrogance and her covert stalking. Conflict seemed imminent. Meng Hao unleashed his presence, which Shui'er countered with an ancient white crane. Meng Hao sent his parrot to attack the crane, where it displayed its power, heavily damaging the crane. Meng Hao seized the chance to strike, forcing Shui'er to unleash a flying snowstorm. Meng Hao pressed his advantage, using the 8th restriction of his demon seal to suppress Shui'er. As Shui'er's final move, she summoned the image of an old man with an immortal aura, resisting Meng Hao's divine 7 strikes and star-picking technique. In a desperate moment, Shui'er offered a time pill, willing to compensate for Meng Hao's injuries. Meng Hao recognized this pill, knowing it was a rare elixir that could accelerate his physical transformation. He accepted the pill but chose not to pursue her further, saying he had no interest in fortuitous encounters. Meng Hao took a seat at the chessboard, made a random move, and then conceded defeat. Shui'er was furious, emphasizing that Meng Hao had given up a chance for fortune. Meng Hao remained unmoved, stating that he didn't seek such things. Shui'er claimed she could assist Meng Hao, helping him become the strongest sequence. Meng Hao was not swayed, instead questioning the significance of being an immortal ancient inheritor. He stated that true success lay in the sequence itself, not in who supported them. Unable to persuade Meng Hao, Shui'er accepted his refusal. Meng Hao departed, leaving Shui'er bewildered, unable to comprehend why Meng Hao was so unique or why he would reject her. An immortal ancient inheritor. As Shui'er continues her pursuit, Meng Hao finally realizes that he has unwittingly offended a descendant of the immortal ancient. Determined to fulfill her sect's agreement, Shui'er repeatedly tries to persuade Meng Hao to play chess but is met with refusal. Out of desperation, Shui'er offers Meng Hao a gift of fortune that could help him avoid the danger posed by the black-robed figures from the third nation. Meng Hao sees through Shui'er's obsession with the chessboard, while he believes that the board is merely a tool for making choices. And the real choice lies in giving up. Shui'er has an epiphany, realizing her own attachment to the chessboard, and decides to destroy it, giving up the fight for the sequence. At this moment, Meng Hao reveals the three realms of life: the realm of nature, the realm of utilitarianism, and the realm of surrender. He believes that only by giving up obsessions can one truly comprehend the Tao. Deeply affected by his words, Shui'er understands Meng Hao's reluctance to play chess. She gives him a piece of multicolored light, which is the legendary heart of the sequence, a reward from the immortal ancient to those they recognize. The appearance of the heart of the sequence sends ripples through all the sequences in the realm of the wind. They rush to the central temple only to learn that Meng Hao has already obtained it. Shui'er and Meng Hao part ways, leaving a lingering sense of longing and an unspoken promise to meet again in the future. Meng Hao defeats Shui'er and obtains the heart of sequence, but he doesn't know how to use it. His divine sense skyrockets, covering the entire central temple area and the surrounding 9 nations. He discovers that the heart of sequence has allowed his divine sense to expand to the extreme, covering all areas including the national mountain of the wind domain. He also sees the pitch-black void, where the wind domain is constantly rising. Meng Hao realizes that the wind domain is undergoing a change, and he cannot intervene. However, the significance of the heart of sequence is not only to expand his divine sense, but to give him an understanding of the rules and origins of the wind domain. Meng Hao uses his divine sense to cover the heaven and earth, and enters the path of enlightenment. His speed is extremely fast, surpassing the limits of enlightenment through the world seal. His aura becomes increasingly imposing, and the origin of the rules rapidly increases. At this time, the emperor orders the black-robed man behind Zhang Wuya to kill Meng Hao. Zhang Wuya sighs, and the black-robed man rushes towards Meng Hao with murderous intent. The mastiff blocks Meng Hao, savagely pouncing on the black-robed man and devouring one of them. Meng Hao's aura becomes even stronger, and the rules of understanding reach 1,800 paths. As Meng Hao's comprehension of the wind realm reached 1800 daos, 9 mountains of national fortune collapsed one after another. 6 pillars of light shot into the sky, forming a vortex that slowed down the wind realm's ascent. When Meng Hao's comprehension reached 2100 daos, the national fortune mountain of the third nation collapsed, and the 7th vortex appeared, further decelerating the wind realm's ascent. The black-robed figures attempted to stop Meng Hao, but were desperately intercepted by the Earth Guard Mastiff. 3 of the black-robed figures self-destructed, severely injuring the Mastiff. Meng Hao continued to comprehend, reaching 2,400 daos when the national fortune mountain of the second nation collapsed, forming the 8th vortex and bringing the wind realm's ascent close to a standstill. The divine sovereign, along with more black-robed figures and Dao Tian, arrived. Dao Tian shattered the blood-colored light screen by pointing at it. Meng Hao opened his eyes, repelling everyone with a tempest, and storing the Earth Guard Mastiff in his storage bag. Upon completing his comprehension of 2,700 daos, he fused the second nirvana fruit, causing his aura to soar like a towering battle immortal, preparing for the impending battle. In the Cloud Wind region, Meng Hao, in his incarnation as Luo Tianxian, was unstoppable, determined to avenge the abused mastiff. He resolved to fight the black-robed men to the death. Meng Hao acted decisively and ruthlessly, killing a cultivator with 8 lamps of the ancient realm with one punch. Against the combined attack of nearly 20 black-robed men, he was like a sharp arrow, piercing through dozens of divine abilities and magic treasures to kill each one with his unrivaled physical strength. Although the black-robed men were driven mad in their pursuit of the true Tao, Meng Hao's power still made them fearful. The middle-aged man in the imperial robe suppressed his terror and used a secret technique to stir up their fanaticism. However, Meng Hao was fearless. Using his divine abilities, he disregarded their Tao techniques, ramming through them with his shoulder. He pierced them with a bone spear and burned them with divine fire. Within a few short breaths, dozens of black-robed men fell. The black-robed men watching from a distance were filled with horror, and Dao Tian's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated. Meng Hao pursued relentlessly, smashing through the giant beast that Dao Tian summoned. Dao Tian summoned a black fist shadow and a cursed gate, but Meng Hao extinguished the fist with one punch. broke open the cursed gate, and captured and burned the beast within. Finally, Dao Tian was covered in blood and fled in panic. Meng Hao gave chase, delivering punch after punch. Dao Tian was no match and had no choice but to use his trump card, the Scroll of Paintings. At that moment, the national fortune mountain in the cloud wind region collapsed, and the ninth pillar of light shot into the sky. The middle-aged man in the imperial robe's expression changed drastically as he prepared to sacrifice the blood jar to activate the blood realm formation. Meng Hao sensed immense resentment from the earthenware jar. Like countless roars converging, the middle-aged man in the imperial robe smashed the jar. And as the blood-colored liquid spilled out, it awakened the spirits of the land and mountains. As the blood seeped into the ground, the earth shook violently, and countless streams of blood gushed out, forming a river of blood. The middle-aged man in the imperial robe summoned the blood of the wind and pierced his own eyes, triggering the thunder of the heavens. The sea of blood boiled and condensed into countless figures, their resentful gazes fixed on Meng Hao and his companions. The middle-aged man in the imperial robe pressed down on the sea of blood, and the blood shadows merged into 9 tall towers, forming 9 blood-colored vortexes. The blood-colored vortexes merged, forming a single vortex that shattered the previous equilibrium. The land of the Ruofeng world rose again, as the middle-aged man in the imperial robe defiled the Guoyan mountain. The Ruofeng world cultivators offered their blood, which raced towards the pillar of light and extinguished all the lights of the Guoyan mountain. The pressure of the blood-colored vortex descended, and Meng Hao and his companions endured immense invisible pressure. Fan Damer and the other cultivators from the Shanghai world were severely injured. And Daoshan was also shocked, sensing that the turning point of the Ruofeng world was at a critical moment. Sensing an impending catastrophe, Meng Hao expands to a 30-zhang giant and engages in a fierce battle with Zhang Wuyaja, who bars his way. However, just as Meng Hao unleashes his divine fire source, Zhang Wuyaja abruptly retreats. Meng Hao pursues the middle-aged man in the imperial robe relentlessly, only to discover that his divine fire and palm strike cannot penetrate an inch of barrier in the middle-aged man's presence. The force of the backlash sends Meng Hao flying back 100 zhang. The middle-aged man in the imperial robe proclaims himself invulnerable, and with the will of the Rufeng realm as an ally, he tears the sky apart, revealing a blood-colored vortex that lifts the Rufeng realm skyward. Simultaneously, rules and sources manifest as runes and vast nets across the heavens. Dao Tian and other sequences are drawn to the rules and sources, commencing their enlightenment. The middle-aged man in the imperial robe mockingly announces the release of the final reward in the Rufeng realm, the 300 great Daos within the temple for the sequences to absorb. However, the middle-aged man in the imperial robe has a hidden motive. He reveals the Rufeng realm's unique Dao of the realm, the 3001st source, and proclaims that its possessor can own and create a world. To enhance the enlightenment process, the middle-aged man in the imperial robe casts a light on the sequences, causing them to merge with the Rufeng realm. Meng Hao, though initially resistant to the light, succumbs to the allure of the 300 great Daos. He recognizes it as a bait. But to obtain the second nirvana fruit, he must gain enlightenment of 3,000 great Daos and become a true Luo Tian immortal. The sovereign enticed a fierce competition, both overt and covert, by offering a tempting bait, enlightenment of rules and the origin, which would lead to acquisition of more essence of great Daos. Meng Hao and Dao Tian and others of the series eagerly did enlightenment despite knowing the risk. With advantage in his favor, Meng Hao's divine consciousness spread out and at one go enlightened 2800 Daos, only 100 Daos away from grasping all 3000 Daos. The nirvana fruit in his body was also merging continuously, about to be fully integrated with him. However, the sovereign at this time bewitched the crowd, borrowing the luck of the Rufeng realm to speed up the enlightenment process. Dao Tian and the others of the series were thrilled, calling out one after another for the luck to come, resulting in a surge in the enlightenment process. Lin Kong even summoned more luck than Dao Tian at any cost, breaking through to more than 2000 Daos. But Meng Hao was wary of the sovereign's luck and did not summon any luck, but relied on his own ability to continue his enlightenment. In the end, he grasped 2900 Daos, with only 100 left to complete the process. The sovereign, seeing Meng Hao's rapid progress, once again stirred things up, intending to provoke a sense of urgency from his competitors. Nevertheless, Meng Hao remained calm and collected, stuck to his own pace and resisted the sovereign's enticement. At the same time, Dao Tian and the others of the series also managed to grasp more than 2,000 Daos each with aid from the luck, and found a path that was unique to themselves. In the void beyond the Shanhai realm, the Rufeng realm ascended rapidly like wind, colliding with an invisible barrier above. As it ascended, the void distorted and layers of ripples spread, revealing the vague figures of the 33 heavens hidden behind the barrier. Far from the Rufeng realm, the Sea Dream Supreme and the Rufeng Sovereign engaged in a fierce battle. Tying down the latter, the Rufeng realm continuously approached, and within the chaos behind the barrier, enormous figures loomed into view: giants, beast forms, battle immortals, an elder riding an ox, and a three-headed six-armed giant. They observed the approaching Rufeng realm and the comprehension of rules and laws by Meng Hao and others. The three-headed six-armed giant harbored murderous intent, paying particular attention to Meng Hao. Around the temple, Dao Tian and others utilized the Emperor's luck to swiftly comprehend the source. Dao Tian surged to 2,800 Daos, with Lin Kong and Han Qing Lei surpassing 2,000 Daos, and the fifth mountain sequence breaking through 2,000 Daos. Only Yu Wenjian hesitated before ultimately choosing to preserve his luck. Suddenly, Meng Hao's entire body trembled as his comprehension of the source reached 3,000 Daos, igniting 3,000 Dao fires and becoming a Luotian immortal. His body expanded to 100 feet before beginning to contract, a formidable aura emanating from within him as his cultivation advanced rapidly. Meng Hao's aura ascended to the heavens, causing a sensation. The 33 heaven figures, as well as the Sea Dream and Rufeng, noticed this azure light, eliciting cries of astonishment and questioning the re-emergence of the Luotian immortal bloodline. The three-headed six-armed giant exuded monstrous killing intent, while the Rufeng sovereign withdrew his gaze, seemingly pondering. The Sea Dream Supreme acted, entangling Rufeng, and the two resumed their battle. Within the temple of the Hurricane Realm, Meng Hao experiences a continuous shrinking of his inner space, alongside a skyrocketing cultivation base. As he returns to his normal size, a cerulean anomaly engulfs the sky, heralding the arrival of a celestial immortal. This anomaly shocks the entire mountain and sea realm, eliciting terror among sea beasts, trepidation among the fiend cultivators of the 9 sea gods realm, and awe from countless cultivators. Even the heavenly bodies pause, as if drawn to the source of the phenomenon. Meng Hao realizes that the 2 nirvana fruits he possesses are not his own, and that it is the upcoming fusion that will truly belong to him. He takes a step forward, cerulean light illuminating the heavens as he targets the supreme Dao within the temple. However, the temple remains unmoved, merely displaying cracks. The celestial monarch, terrified by Meng Hao's combat power, acknowledges that he has progressed to the peak of ancient realm. Meanwhile, Dao Tian, Lin Kong, and Han Qing Lei grasp 3,000 grand Daos, triggering a surge in their cultivation bases. They challenge Meng Hao in unison. Dao Tian unrolls a scroll using his supreme technique, while Lin Kong unleashes storms and deathly aura. Han Qing Lei transforms into a bone lightning deity. However, Meng Hao's cerulean light flickers as he points a finger, sending Han Qing Lei flying with a spray of blood. A single palm shatters Lin Kong's supreme technique and leaves him critically wounded. Facing Dao Tian's scroll, Meng Hao utters a single word: retreat, causing Dao Tian to stagger backward. Meng Hao's might astounds all onlookers, cementing his status as an insurmountable peak among the younger generation of the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao confronts the supreme painting that has terrified him, recognizing the dreaded figure within as a supreme. However, unable to take the painting, he attempts to find its causal line using the demon sealing method. Meng Hao deploys the 7th ban, cause and effect ban, but discovers the supreme in the painting has no causal line. This indicates that he is assumed dead by the world and his acquaintances, and such a being cannot truly exist. Reluctant to accept this, Meng Hao summons the 9 Seals supreme bloodline in his body with the help of Luotian's immortal power, and receives a response from the mountain and sea realm. Upon casting the cause and effect ban again, Meng Hao finds a scene appearing behind the supreme in the painting, with a white-haired figure possessing a vast causal line. However, a black-clothed figure within the painting suddenly awakens, obliterating the figure in the causal line. The black-clothed figure steps out of the painting, its majestic voice shaking the heavens and earth as it inquires, "Who awakened me?" All are filled with terror. including the Celestial Emperor and the Overlord of Rufeng, who recognize the figure's identity. The Supreme of the Sea of Dreams admits to intentionally creating this chaos. And in the chaos outside the realm of Rufeng, countless figures tremble at the black-clothed figure's appearance, leaving with an aura of malevolence. The black-clothed figure is asked to stay by Dao Tian but is refused. Dao Tian, in despair after realizing that his supreme law has been erased, which he attributes to Meng Hao, charges at him. Meng Hao discovers a connection between himself and the black-clothed figure. In the ominous temple, Meng Hao watched the black-robed supreme being depart, sensing his imposing authority and desolation. Meanwhile, Dao Tian charged forward with a roar. Summoning the shadowy forms of 18 ancient ferocious beasts, Lin Kong activated the Yellow Springs path. Conjuring the netherworld realm, Han Qing Lei transformed into a skeleton, unleashing the Azure Thunder path. The trio combined forces, determined to slay Meng Hao. Unfazed, Meng Hao transformed into the Azure Rock, crushing Han Qing Lei instantaneously. He then faced Dao Tian's ancient ferocious beast, ripping them apart with his formidable demonic power. Against Dao Tian's attacks, Meng Hao unleashed the fifth restriction of demon sealing, negation, shattering Dao Tian's dark fire palm. When Dao Tian appeared contained, Han Qing Lei and Lin Kong seized the chance to attack once more. However, the youth of the fifth mountain sequence intervened, joining in the siege against Meng Hao. Yuan Jian stepped forward to impede the youth. In the crucial moment, Meng Hao unleashed the Blood Demon Grand Magic, countering Dao Tian's Sky Demon Devour. As the two similar magics devoured each other, Meng Hao's Blood Demon Grand Magic proved superior. Dao Tian's right arm collapsed, but he absorbed a cultivator using Sky Demon Devour, restoring his limb. As the tumultuous battle intensified, Meng Hao and Dao Tian's Blood Demon Grand Magic and Sky Demon Devour erupted simultaneously. The outcome of their life and death duel poised to be determined. In a fierce battle in the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao and Dao Tian engaged in a life and death struggle. Dao Tian suffered a severe injury to his arm and was unable to fully recover. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to kill a cultivator and absorb his life force. Dao Tian, seeing this, retreated to Fandonger's side. Meng Hao intervened to rescue her. Engaging Dao Tian in combat, Dao Tian employed the Black Fire Vine and the Blood Dragon technique. But they were all countered by Meng Hao's Azure Peak Mountain and the White Bone Long Spear. At a critical juncture, Dao Tian's primordial spirit self-destructed, transforming into a blood mist and escaping. Meng Hao gave chase, but was intercepted by Han Qing Lei. Meng Hao unleashed the power of the Celestial Immortal, intimidating Han Qing Lei. Han Qing Lei fled in disarray. Lin Kong employed the Netherworld Realm, but it, too, was broken by Meng Hao's 7 steps of destruction. The Emperor intervened to assist Lin Kong, bolstering his luck to prevent Meng Hao from pursuing. Meng Hao turned his attack on the temple, intending to release the essence of the one true world. Zhang Wuya appeared, hindering Meng Hao and imparting his own the fist of the Tao Seeker that he attained through enlightenment. As the distance between the net of heaven and the realm of as the wind grew shorter, the net of heaven's concavity became more pronounced, indicating that the realm of as the wind was about to break free. The battle between the Lord of as the Wind and the Supreme One of Sea of Dreams was intense. The Supreme One of Sea of Dreams caused the void to tremble, and the figure behind the net of heaven grew solemn. The realm of as the wind ascended at a speed of 10,000 zhang per breath. Like a meteor shooting towards the net of heaven, Zhang Wuya unleashed the fourth punch, his persistent pursuit of the Tao making it impossible for Meng Hao to resist. Meng Hao transformed into a star to fight, but the star stone ultimately shattered, leaving Meng Hao seriously injured. Although Zhang Wuya's right hand dissipated, his determination did not extinguish, and he continued to gaze at the firelight enveloping the sky. The realm of as the wind was only 10,000 zhang away from the net of heaven when it was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to go any further. At the same time, the Celestial Emperor, covered in blood, sacrificed himself to summon the souls of the dead from the realm of as the wind, forming a storm and turning into a blood-colored vortex. The Celestial Emperor lost his hearing and sight, and his body was nearly depleted. He used the soul world source of the realm of as the wind as a bargaining chip to beg the net of heaven to open the door. However, the net of heaven erupted with a brilliant light, blocking the world source from entering. The Celestial Emperor laughed tragically, revealing his own plot. and releasing the souls of 3 people including Hai Dongqing from the 10th sequence. Chains flew out from the light of the world source, binding the 3 souls and the perceptions of Meng Hao in the other sequences, extracting all of their Daos to provide power for the light of the world source. Screams filled the air as the Daos comprehended by the sequences were stripped away, becoming sacrifices to drive the light of the world source through the barrier. A supreme beam of world source from the collapsed central temple bombarded the great net in the void, releasing 10 chains that bound all sequences. The chains relentlessly drained the power from the sequences, causing them to wail in agony. However, one chain had yet to find its target. At this moment, Emperor Heaven stepped forward and filled the void with his own body, allowing the chain to absorb his power. Meanwhile, others endured endless pain as their ways and vitality rapidly faded. When the chains had drained a certain amount of power, East Ocean Blue, the second mountain sequence, and Hong Bin perished into nothingness. Dao Tian, Lin Kong, and Han Qing Lei were also on the brink of death. Meng Hao, with his unique understanding of the way and control over the essence of Liquid, slowed down the chain's absorption. Determined, Meng Hao erupted his cultivation base and used his will to resist the chains and the beam of world source. With his roar, the chains binding him shattered inch by inch, and he successfully broke free. Meng Hao did not stop there. He turned to help Yu Wenjian escape and then rushed to Dao Tian, preparing to rescue the other sequences. However, this action caused division among the figures of the 33 skies who were behind the net of void. Although they saw that Liquid was approaching, they were still wary and did not dare to descend or open the teleportation formation. At this moment, Meng Hao's cultivation reached its peak, and the 3,000 great Daos reappeared. He broke free from the last chain's restraints in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Dao Tian, with Meng Hao's help, also regained his freedom. Meng Hao's act of saving others moved Yu Wenjian, so the two of them joined forces to continue rescuing the other sequences. Meng Hao rushes to the bound Dao Tian and liberates him from his chains. Dao Tian is shaken, as he never expected Meng Hao's defiance to be out of camaraderie. Dao Tian, Lin Kong, and Han Qing Lei, despite their previous battles with Meng Hao, realize that his actions are righteous. The Emperor sacrifices himself to initiate a rebellion against the Celestial Realm known as the Oath of Rebellion. The entire Rufeng realm trembles as its inhabitants join the rebellion, and the essence of the realm transforms into the black-colored scripture of rebellion. This scripture pierces through the void, enlarging the black hole. The immortals and demons from the 33 heavens beyond the black hole crave the scripture of rebellion, promising to make Rufeng realm the 34th heaven. Rufeng realm roars as it approaches the black hole, and Meng Hao's blood boils as he senses his lineage's yearning for the scripture. The nirvana fruit in Meng Hao's storage bag trembles, and he realizes that if he acquires the scripture of rebellion, he can absorb another nirvana fruit and transcend celestial immortality to become a Dao immortal. It would also be pivotal for the entire Fang clan, opening the door to the glory of their bloodline. As the heretical Taoist scripture neared, Meng Hao's eyes turned crimson with longing. However, the repulsion force of the wind realm imprisoned him, preventing him from flying. The Sea Dream Supreme intervened, forcefully bringing Meng Hao and the others out of the wind realm. Unwilling, Meng Hao tried to charge towards the heretical Taoist scripture, but was blocked by the Sea Dream Supreme's induction and the repulsion of the wind realm. At that moment, Dao Tian, Lin Kong, Han Qing Lei and Yu Wenjian joined forces, forcefully pushing Meng Hao closer to the heretical Taoist scripture. However, when he was just one step away from the heretical Taoist scripture, Meng Hao's body was unable to advance and began to regress. Just then, Chu Yuyan from the Ninth Nation, disregarding life or death, broke through the heavenly realm and summoned the immortal gates. The immortal gates' coercion shook the wind realm, weakening the repulsion force. Meng Hao seized the opportunity and charged out, coming within a hair's breadth of the heretical Taoist scripture. However, the immortal gates suddenly dissipated, and the wind realm's repulsion force intensified again. Just as Meng Hao was in despair, a big black hand reached out from the dark web hole, intending to seize him. The Sea Dream Supreme let out an earth-shattering roar, "He who kills my son shall die." Meng Hao, facing a desperate situation, merged with the third nirvana fruit at a high price, unleashing terrifying power and elevating to the heaven immortal of Luo Dao. This power was so potent that he felt akin to a quasi-Dao sovereign. Only one step away, Meng Hao's 33 heavens collapsed, forming a Dao intent, but he felt unbearable hunger as if he would devour everything. When he was unable to resist, he activated the drop of Supreme Nine Seals blood in his body. Seeking help from the mountain and sea realm. The mountain and sea realm shook. The sun, moon, and stars ceased their courses, and an oppressive baleful aura erupted. The celestial light coalesced into a bow, which was drawn back and fired a luminous arrow. The arrow's speed transcended the Dao realm, instantly piercing through the black hole in the net of nothingness and striking the three-headed, six-armed figure. The colossal figure was annihilated in a single blow, its form and spirit both destroyed. This astounded the figures trapped in the black hole of the net, as if they had witnessed a shadow that once filled them with dread. The arrow pierced through the figure and continued onward, penetrating the black hole in the net before finally entering Meng Hao's body. With the mountain and sea realm's power, Meng Hao rose, instantly reaching the light of the heretical reformation, completing the fusion. Within the inner wind realm, the emergence of the apostasy caused violent fluctuations in the light source, disrupting the suppression of the immortal's arrival. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to plunge his hand into the light and activate the traction of the supreme being of sea dreams. At this time, the blood in Meng Hao's body boiled, absorbing the light of the apostasy and activating his bloodline power. A voice echoed in his mind, declaring the nirvana and opening of the chakra of the Fang family line of the nine heavens. All the Fang family members in the 9 mountains and seas of the mountain and sea realm, including Meng Hao's father and sister, had the seed of the Luo heaven condensed in their bodies. The Fang family thus became the Luo heaven family, with great momentum, and will rise as a powerful existence influencing the entire 9 mountains and seas. Meng Hao himself, whose bloodline was thicker than any Fang family members, became the true ancestor of the Luo heaven Fang family. He possessed the power of life and death to control the life and death of the Fang family members, as well as the ability to sense the existence of all Fang family members. Meng Hao absorbed the apostasy into his body, making it a part of him. At the same time, his third nirvana fruit began to merge, which would soon make him the only Luo heaven immortal in the mountain and sea realm, comparable to a powerhouse at the quasi-Dao level. Finally, Meng Hao watched as the inner wind realm left the mountain and sea realm through the black hole of the void net. Witnessing the parting of the inner wind realm, the void net dissipated, and the inner wind realm disappeared, leaving only a patch of darkness. As the wind realm disappears into the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao and his companions are brought back to a cave by the Sea Dream Supreme Being. They have witnessed the rebellion in the wind realm and are filled with mixed emotions, their past grievances now seeming insignificant. Li Linger appears, conveying the Sea Dream Supreme Being's decree that they must keep the secret of the wind realm and continue cultivating. Meng Hao bids farewell to his companions. Lin Kong arranges to meet him at the 4th mountain. Han Qinglei lets go of his grudge against him, and Yu Wenjian generously gives him a battle axe. Dao Tian warns Meng Hao to be wary of the other 3 in the sequence, stating that they are formidable. Fan Donger and others gradually depart, including Chu Yu Yan, who avoids Meng Hao throughout. Meng Hao confronts the Sea Dream Supreme Being alone, demanding an explanation for using him in the wind realm. The Sea Dream Supreme Being denies Meng Hao's claim, but her expression betrays her. Meng Hao probes further about the whereabouts of Shui'er, the ancient immortal's successor, revealing that the Sea Dream Supreme Being has sent her to the 33 heavens. The Sea Dream Supreme Being does not respond, but the 9 seals supreme blood in Meng Hao's body is triggered, releasing a murderous intent toward the Sea Dream Supreme Being. Ultimately, the Sea Dream Supreme Being's expression becomes somber, refusing to provide an explanation. Meng Hao questions Supreme Being Hai Meng's involvement in the betrayal of the Rufeng realm, believing that Emperor Rufeng's betrayal was genuine but that Lord Rufeng could not have possibly betrayed them. He points out Supreme Being Hai Meng's obstructive actions, suggesting she had prior knowledge of the Rufeng realm's betrayal and exploited it. Supreme Being Hai Meng denies Meng Hao's accusations and uses a gust of wind to drive him away. Meng Hao defies her, activating the 9 seals supreme blood within him, barely stopping at the edge of the vortex portal, and points out the 33 heavens' greedy intentions towards the Rufeng realm. In desperation, Meng Hao retrieves the copper mirror, which transforms into a bronze battle weapon. The weapon releases a formidable aura, freezing the vortex portal and stripping away the surrounding rules and origins. Supreme Being Hai Meng's expression turns complicated, and she mutters that the immortal of the Luotian Tao is the key to unlocking the second state of the copper mirror. Meng Hao realizes that he cannot wield the weapon but senses the immense power of a single strike that could split the 33 heavens. Supreme Being Hai Meng remains silent for a while before admitting her involvement in the Rufeng Realm incident but does not disclose the specific reason. Meng Hao speculates that the Rufeng Realm and Shui'er were tools for a teleportation array orchestrated by Supreme Being Hai Meng. Supreme Being Hai Meng only answers that he is both right and wrong, hinting that Meng Hao's speculation is partially correct. Meng Hao drops the issue and instead requests a piece of immortal ruins, claiming it as his greatest regret and motivator for cultivation. Supreme Being Hai Meng tears open the void and retrieves a continent-sized piece of immortal ruins, around tens of thousands of feet in diameter, and presents it to Meng Hao. Meng Hao is overjoyed and thanks Supreme Being Hai Meng for her generosity. In the ruins of the Celestial Realm, Meng Hao encounters a celestial ruins landmass tens of thousands of feet wide with a weight equivalent to 1/10 of the East Victory Star. The Sea Dream Supreme Being grants it to Meng Hao, but due to its immense weight, Meng Hao is unable to catch it and can only watch as the celestial ruins sink into nothingness. Unwilling to give up, Meng Hao exerts all his strength to chase after it and finally manages to put the celestial ruins into his storage pouch after exhausting the power of his nirvana fruit. The Sea Dream Supreme Being has already vanished, leaving only a voice reminding Meng Hao that the mirror is a treasure that hinders its master. With the matters of the As the Wind Realm concluded, Meng Hao returns to the 9th Mountain and Sea. He decides to leave the 9th Mountain and Sea to search for Xu Qing and fulfill their agreement. Before leaving, he plans to return to the South Heaven Star to bid farewell to his parents and collect on his debts. Meanwhile, two forces outside the Mountain and Sea realm are gradually approaching, and a mysterious figure dressed in black has appeared in the 9th Mountain and Sea. Its origins unknown. Meng Hao, armed with Ias and the bloodline power of the Luo Heavenly Tao, prepares to embark on a debt collection journey. Meng Hao, who has returned to the 9th Mountain and Sea, is unaware that the bloodline power within him has resonated with the Fang family of the East Ascension Star, making him the Fang family's true ancestor. With the coercion of his bloodline, he can control the Fang family's fortunes and even possess the strength to fight against the initial stage of the Tao realm. At the same time, Meng Hao is merging the third nirvana fruit, laying the foundation for stepping into the heavenly immortal realm of the Luo Tao. It is expected that he will succeed in a few months at the earliest and a year at the slowest, at which time his strength will be further enhanced and he will be able to compete with the Quasi-Tao. On the way to the South Heaven Star, Meng Hao came to an area of meteorites and discovered a market called Tianyan Square. The market is guarded by a powerful being named Tianyan Taoist, who is at the peak of the ancient realm, so order is well maintained and private fighting is not allowed. Meng Hao originally wanted to bypass the market, but seeing the lively scene inside, he decided to enter and buy gifts. With a huge amount of immortal jade, he entered a shop in a high-profile manner and pointed to hundreds of top-quality magic treasures, demanding to buy them all. This surprised the clerk, but Meng Hao then said, "I'll take the rest," which shocked the audience. At the Skycloud market of Meteorite Cluster, a beautiful woman inquires with surprise why Meng Hao only picked 7 treasures and intends to purchase all the other 20+. Meng Hao's arrogant reply and the reveal of his 4,000 immortal jades through a wave of his hand astound the woman and the entire store. Upon hearing the news, the store elder Mo Shuitian rushes over and, learning about Meng Hao's identity as the only disciple jointly accepted by the 3 great sects and the one who had slain an ancient realm expert with a celestial realm, offers a warm welcome and gifts him the 7 treasures as a gesture of friendship. Meng Hao strolls through the market, spending money like water and purchasing countless treasures, elixirs, books, and other items, costing nearly 1 billion spirit stones or 100,000 immortal jades. The cultivators following Meng Hao continuously report the news back to the red-robed cultivator and the brown-spotted old man in a secluded attic. Upon learning that Meng Hao has millions of immortal jades, the old man becomes both greedy and hesitant, worried that such wealth might indicate an exceptional background. He is hesitant to act rashly. A threatening pressure fills the attic, as if a storm is about to descend. Despite this, Meng Hao continues to shop without a care, acquiring almost 30% of the market's goods and spending over 300,000 immortal jades. This extraordinary wealth eventually overwhelms the old man's greed, leading him to decide to take the risk and covet Meng Hao's immortal jades. An old man grapples with the desire for an immortal jade and his suspicions about Meng Hao's origins. When news arrives that Meng Hao is at the auction house, the elder decides to attend to uncover Meng Hao's intentions. Meng Hao's appearance at the auction attracts attention. His wealth draws the interest of many female cultivators. The auctioneer presents a jade medallion bearing the characters Meng and a thunderbolt, claiming it is an identification token of the Meng family. Upon seeing it, Meng Hao is overcome with emotion. He recognizes it as his grandfather's token, and his concern for his grandfather and great-grandfather grows. Meng Hao bids 50 million spirit stones. But Tianfeng, an elder of the Skycloud market, joins the bidding, offering 100 million spirit stones. Undeterred, Meng Hao continues to bid. In a fierce competition, Meng Hao secures the medallion for 100 million spirit stones. Tianfeng is shocked but, honoring the Skycloud market's rule against malicious bidding, allows Meng Hao to take the medallion. In the bustling Heavenly Cloud market, the auction of a jade token ignited rampant greed. Skywind Immortal bid 10 million immortal jades, an astronomical price. However, Meng Hao offered only a million. Enraging Skywind Immortal summoned Crimson Robe cultivators to obstruct Meng Hao, threatening to shatter the jade token if he did not purchase it. Undeterred, Meng Hao seized the token, effortlessly defeated the 4 Crimson Robes, and grievously wounded Skywind Immortal. The crowd was stunned, realizing Meng Hao's cultivation surpassed their wildest imaginations. Terrified, Skywind Immortal fled, summoning the disciples of the market to pursue Meng Hao. With a thunderous roar, Meng Hao intimidated the pursuers. As Meng Hao prepared to pursue Skywind Immortal, a sinister voice from the depths threatened him. Suddenly, a piercing sword light erupted from the ground, aimed at Meng Hao. Defiant, he prepared to retaliate, his dominance eclipsing Skywind Immortal's. However, the true master of Heavenly Cloud Market, Heavenly Cloud Immortal, intervened. His sword light possessed overwhelming might, warning Meng Hao against causing harm. When Master Tianyan arrived, Tianfeng sensed a glimmer of hope. He tried to use Tianyan to get revenge on Meng Hao. However, how could Meng Hao tolerate such murderous intent? He scoffed and used his azure rock speed to appear above Tianfeng. Grabbing his skull with one hand, Tianfeng's soul was destroyed immediately. His physical form turned to dust under the power of destruction. Meng Hao did not want to kill, but Tianfeng's greed, threatening him with the jade, provoked his anger. Master Tianyan tried to sound polite but remained overbearing. Meng Hao would not accommodate such people. The ground trembled. Tianyan Auction's ancestor, Master Tianyan, stormed out with intimidating force. He roared and unleashed a lightning bolt at Meng Hao, but it did not affect him, which surprised Tianyan. Meng Hao faced Tianyan's questions calmly. He killed Tianfeng due to his greed and murderous intent, and he took the auction item because of Tianyan Auction's extortion. Tianyan domineeringly declared that Meng Hao's actions were unforgivable and that he had to surrender. But Meng Hao remained unmoved. Looking toward the Fang clan's teleportation array in the distance, he ordered 6 clan members to ask for help from the Fang clan and inquired if their ancestor, Fang Xiaodao, would be interested in renaming Tianyan Auction as Fang Auction. Tianyan sneered, deciding to wait for the Fang clan's arrival. However, as he waited, Meng Hao made a move. A single step caused the void to tremble, and a strong sense of danger spread. In panic, Tianyan cast a spell. Soul lanterns emerged and formed an array, releasing power to trap Meng Hao. But Meng Hao violently ripped open a space and summoned the complete Bloodfiend projection, which lunged at Tianyan. Tianyan's expression changed drastically at the sight of the Bloodfiend's ferocity. Meng Hao fused with the 3rd Nirvana fruit, causing his Blood Demon Grand Magic to undergo a significant transformation and summoning a complete Blood Demon figure. The Blood Demon clashed evenly with Celestial Master Tian Yun's right hand. Celestial Master Tian Yun summoned a mosquito made from his own blood essence, but it was also unable to harm the Blood Demon. Meng Hao cast a divine ability, summoning numerous celestial mountains, on whose peaks sat figures that resembled him. These figures combined their strength to resist Celestial Master Tian Yun's black flying sword, resulting in an intense battle. Afterwards, Meng Hao employed the Violet Moon technique, intending to create a violet moon mark on Celestial Master Tian Yun's forehead. But Celestial Master Tian Yun sacrificed a white banner, forming a bodyguards of 9 dragons. which nullified the violet moon's power. Meng Hao remained undeterred, using the sun explosion divine ability to summon a massive sphere of light that absorbed light from the surroundings, creating a surge of formidable energy. Celestial Master Tian Yun wielded various treasures, including Ghost Shadow, 9 stone-carved elders, a blood-colored whisk, and 3 purple pills, to desperately resist. Finally, Meng Hao used the A Thought Alters the Stars technique, transforming himself into a meteor and effortlessly breaking through all of Celestial Master Tian Yun's obstacles. Appearing before him, Meng Hao clenched his fist and unleashed an extinction punch, while Celestial Master Tian Yun countered with the heaven-rending Qi divine ability. However, Meng Hao refused to yield, forcing Celestial Master Tian Yun back a step, showcasing his overwhelming strength. The battle between Meng Hao and Celestial Sovereign Tiandao intensifies, with Tiandao realizing he is losing ground and unleashing his divine abilities. The ninth mountain appears and bombards Tiandao. Meng Hao uses the demon fists, delivering a powerful blow that forces Tiandao to retreat. Tiandao breaks his seal, gaining a significant power boost. But Meng Hao employs the demon sealing restriction, instantly destroying Tiandao's body. However, Tiandao survives, his primordial spirit possessing a nearby cultivator. Enraged, Tiandao summons all his soul lamps and dharma treasures, donning the ancient spirit realm helmet, which grants him immense power. He threatens Meng Hao to stop fighting, or he will summon the Taoist sect to execute him. Meng Hao's attention shifts to the Fang family's teleportation formation, and Tiandao seizes the opportunity to accuse the Fangs of oppression in front of Fang Xiaodao, who emerges from the formation. Tiandao claims to have endured humiliation, but the Fang family's relentless persecution forced him to break through. If he succeeds, he will attain the Tao realm. If he fails, he will become a quasi-Taoist. He questions Fang Xiaodao about the reasons behind this harsh treatment. Fang Xiaodao emerges from the teleportation formation with a somber expression. Meng Hao calmly faces Heavenly Cloud's cultivator, turns and bows to the highly revered Patriarch Fang Xiaodao, who emerges from the teleportation array. Patriarch Fang Xiaodao glares sternly at Meng Hao but observes his expression surreptitiously and falls into contemplation. Heavenly Cloud's cultivator continues his accusations, petitioning for justice. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Fang Xiaodao delegates the matter to Clan Elder Fang Tongtian. Under duress, Fang Tongtian sends a neutral elder to apologize to Heavenly Cloud's cultivator, indicating that the issue will be addressed. The elder reprimands Meng Hao with severity, demanding an apology and the surrender of the plundered items. Meng Hao remains unruffled, observing with indifference. When the elder orders him to kneel, Meng Hao coolly demands the elder's name and cautions him against further insolence. Fang Tongtian abruptly interjects, chastising the elder for his inappropriate language and emphasizing Meng Hao's position as a young master of the Fang clan. He proclaims that Heavenly Cloud's assembly attempted to harm Meng Hao, provoking the Fang clan, and thus the Fang clan will eradicate Heavenly Cloud's assembly and rename it Fang Assembly. Heavenly Cloud's cultivator is stunned into disbelief at the vehemence with which Fang Xiaodao and Fang Tongtian stand up for Meng Hao. Patriarch Fang Xiaodao's command that the Fang clan will exterminate Heavenly Cloud's assembly shocks all those present. In the Heavenly Cloud's assembly, as Fang Xiaodao declared the Fang family's intention to seek justice for their young descendant Meng Hao, the entire gathering was thrown into a state of shock. Heavenly Cloud Taoist realized the gravity of the formidable enemy he had provoked, and trepidation overwhelmed him. Fang Xiaodao revealed Meng Hao's extraordinary identity, second only to the Fang family's ancestor. He unequivocally declared Meng Hao as the future of the Fang family and vowed to protect his safety at all costs. Faced with the Fang family's wrath, Heavenly Cloud Taoist's feeble attempts at self-defense proved futile. Fang Xiaodao forced him to punish the family elder who had slandered Meng Hao and sever his path to the Luothine realm. In the meantime, Fang family members descended upon the Heavenly Cloud's assembly, sealing it off entirely. Left with no other recourse, Heavenly Cloud Taoist resolved to seek salvation through Taoism. He received the heavens and earth's response, and the starry sky roared as cosmic rules manifested. Fang Xiaodao used this opportunity to allow Meng Hao to witness Heavenly Cloud Taoist's process of Taoism, intending to provide guidance for Meng Hao's future path. Before the eyes of all, Heavenly Cloud Taoist charged into the starry vortex, embarking on a path of uncertainty. Fang Xiaodao expressed his awe at the arduous nature of Taoism, while Meng Hao, filled with astonishment, also felt a surge of aspiration for his own future. Witnessing Celestial Cloudwalker embark on the path of ascension to the Tao level from the ancient landscape, Meng Hao observes his perilous journey as he confronts a vortex and endures 9 lightning strikes. Despite his efforts to resist with his own rules and essence, Cloudwalker's form continues to diminish. Just as he approaches the vortex, a spear manifests from the mist and strikes him. Desperately retreating, Cloudwalker faces pursuit from 9 more weapons of mist, marking his failure in reaching the Tao. Fang Xiaodao attributes his downfall to an unstable Tao heart, unrefined essence, and faltering will, rendering him incapable of withstanding the tribulation. In the third trial, 4 formidable mountain and sea warlords clad in black armor and emitting an aura of immense evil emerge from the vortex. Fang Xiaodao recognizes their identities, while Meng Hao senses a stirring within his demons oppressing and supreme blood techniques, suggesting a possible connection to these beings. Meanwhile, Cloudwalker opts to consume the remaining rules in essence mist, becoming a quasi-Dao expert, a mere half-step away from true Daohood but with a lifespan reduced to a mere century. At death's door, he resolves to exact revenge, his aura reaching the peak of his existence. His gaze falls upon Meng Hao, brimming with murderous intent. Amidst the attention of all present, Tianyan wanted to kill Meng Hao, but Fang Xiaodao stepped in to stop him. Unexpectedly, with just one word from Meng Hao, 4 figures in black armor emerged from the whirlpool and kneeled before Meng Hao. These 4 figures were mountain and sea warlords of the third heavenly tribulation. A sight that shocked everyone present. Fang Xiaodao speculated that Meng Hao was the blood source prophesied by the Fang family for generations, and that the existence of these 4 warlords would allow the Fang family's heavenly tribulation survivors to avoid the calamity of death. He tentatively asked Meng Hao if he could control the warlords, and Meng Hao decisively ordered them to attack Tianyan. The warlords were swift in their attack, their killing intent earth-shattering, instantly causing Tianyan to suffer serious injuries and a rapid reduction in his lifespan. Fang Xiaodao was amazed by the power of the warlords, while Meng Hao personally confronted Tianyan, who was now on the verge of death. Meng Hao unleashed his extinction, demonic, and slaughterer fists, engaging in a fierce battle with Tianyan. Finally, Meng Hao delivered a fatal blow with a single punch, and Tianyan was instantly killed. After the battle, the 4 warlords bowed to Meng Hao again, while a green light appeared on the bodies of the Fang family members, seemingly resonating with Meng Hao. Fang Xiaodao realized with excitement that Meng Hao was the eternal ancestor of the Fang family. This battle not only resolved the immediate crisis but also laid a solid foundation for the future of the Fang family. As the celestial form of Celestial Tianyan was completely destroyed, 4 figures clad in black armor paid tribute to Meng Hao before flying toward the vortex in the sky and disappearing. The starry sky returned to tranquility, and only Tianyan City remained, renamed Fang Clan City. As a stronghold for the Fang clan, Fang Xiaodao announced the unsealing of the teleportation formation in the meteoroid field, and the cultivators left in fear and trepidation, their awe and dread for Meng Hao deeply etched in their hearts. The Fang clan members looked at Meng Hao with fervor. Due to the bond of the bloodline Dao seed, they felt a sense of reverence toward him. Meng Hao entrusted Fang Clan City to Fang Xile management, and Fang Xiaodao willingly agreed, learning that Meng Hao was going to South Heavenly Star to visit his parents. Fang Xiaodao was shocked and then came to a sudden realization. Thus, he decided to establish Fang Shoufan as the clan patriarch and personally protect him, assisting him in breaking through to the Dao realm. At the same time, he summoned all clan members above the immortal 5th stage to go to South Heavenly Star to hold a grand ceremony for Fang Shoufan. Meng Hao was deeply grateful for Fang Xiaodao's kindness and had a secret conversation with him. Over 1 million cultivators from the Fang clan mighty set off for South Heavenly Star, gathering outside the star and presenting an imposing aura. Elders like Fang Yanyu and Pil Ancestor welcomed Fang Xiaodao and Meng Hao. Fang Yanyu noticed Fang Xiaodao's subtle demeanor, standing half a step behind Meng Hao, insinuating Meng Hao's supreme status within the clan. With the formidable Fang clan members before him and Fang Xiaodao's support behind him, Meng Hao's heart swelled with emotion as he was about to embark on his journey home. Meng Hao left Southern Heaven as an anonymous spirit realm cultivator. Now, he returns with earth-shaking cultivation in the Demi-Dao realm, a renowned member of the 9th Mountain and Sea, and the young patriarch of the Fang clan. He leads the entire Fang clan to pay respects to his parents, Fang Shoufan and Meng Li, who are overjoyed to witness his boundless power in southern heaven. Fang Shoufan is elated after learning about Meng Hao's achievements and the secrets of the Luotian family. He readily accepts the proposal of Fang Xiaodao and Fang Yanyu to become the Fang Patriarch. Fang Shoufeng's cultivation has reached the greater perfection of the ancient realm. On the verge of entering the Dao realm, with Meng Hao's gesture, the Dao seed within Fang Shoufan awakens, emitting a brilliant azure light, revealing his Luotian bloodline. The Fang clansmen sense the bloodline connection and emit azure light, resonating with each other. The entire ninth mountain and sea trembles, heralding the rise of the Luotian family. Amidst his father's dignified gaze and his mother's joyful eyes, Meng Hao smiles, carrying a hint of weariness and contentment. The Fang clan's cheers reverberate through the starry sky as they bow to their new patriarch. Fang Shoufan, Meng Hao's return has brought honor to the Fang clan, and a surge of pride and excitement to his loved ones on southern heaven. On planet South Heaven, the Fang clan gathered and began a massive construction project to build a grand hall for Fang Shoufan, the clan's future patriarch. As Meng Hao's father, this move not only signified the rise of the Fang clan, but also marked South Heaven as the Fang's second stronghold. To support the grand event, areas throughout South Heaven were transformed into cultivator dwellings. The East Heaven region of Greater Tang even utilized arrays and teleportation formations for direct connection to the Fang clan's ancestral home. East Ascension Planet, the southern domain, under Meng Hao's influence, also received extensive aid, becoming the second most prosperous region after East Heaven. However, Meng Hao's father requested that the area near the Blood Demon Sect remain untouched, as a memento of his wedding with Xu Qing. Concurrently with the Fang clan's construction, Meng Hao met with Fang Xiaodao, Fang Yanyu, and Fang Shoufan. Meng Hao unveiled the secret regarding the Luotian clan and the Dao Seed awakening, leaving the Fang clan members astounded and thrilled. They resolved to keep the secret supreme. Fang Shoufan extended an invitation for Meng Hao to reside permanently on East Ascension Planet, which Meng Hao politely declined. Returning to his mother, Meng Hao presented her with gifts purchased at the market. While worried about his lavish spending, his mother was more delighted. She advised him to be vigilant in the cultivation world, to protect himself, and to avoid being taken advantage of. However, Meng Hao's mother was disappointed to hear of Meng Hao's transaction with Heavenly Cloud Lord at the market. She believed he had been too accommodating and had missed an opportunity to extort Heavenly Cloud Lord, even selling him to other mountains and seas for greater profit. Meng Hao was frustrated, realizing he had squandered a prime opportunity. Abruptly, Meng Hao's sister, Fang Yu, stormed in, demanding answers from Meng Hao about why he had instructed Sun Hai to torment her. Unbeknownst to Meng Hao, Sun Hai, who harbored a crush on Fang Yu, had sought Meng Hao's advice on wooing her. Upon realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Meng Hao had withdrawn. However, Sun Hai was already missing. Enraged at Meng Hao's evasiveness, Fang Yu's fury escalated. Sun Hai, recognizing trouble, rushed in with gifts to bribe Meng Hao and his mother. Meng Hao's mother, while accepting the gifts, was disgusted by Sun Hai's obsequiousness. Meng Hao realizes that Sun Hai is interested in his elder sister, Fang Yu, but Fang Yu's feelings are unclear. Fang Yu's parents have tacitly approved of this marriage and plan to have them become Dao companions in a few years. After learning about this, Meng Hao also approves of Sun Hai and hopes to facilitate this matter. To win Fang Yu's favor, Sun Hai pretends to be seriously injured and close to death. Fang Yu becomes very anxious and her feelings for Sun Hai deepen. Seeing this, Meng Hao secretly sends a message to Sun Hai, telling him to seize the opportunity. Fang Yu chases after Sun Hai to kill him. Meng Hao realizes that Fang Yu actually approves of Sun Hai, acknowledging him by about 7,080%. Meng Hao tells his mother of his plan to go out and search for Xu Qing. Although his mother is reluctant, she supports her son's choice. Meng Hao goes for a walk on the southern heaven star. Recalling the past, he accidentally comes to the Ji family and knocks on the same iron door as he did back then. The Ji family recognizes Meng Hao and kowtows to him. Meng Hao sees familiar faces and learns that Ji Shuilin has died, which fills him with regret. Ji Xiaoxiao and Ji Tianyi repay their debt from back then, settling their accounts with Meng Hao. Meng Hao resolves this karmic debt and continues on his path. As he walks through the storm, he thinks about the future. his heart filled with longing for Xu Qing and uncertainty about what lies ahead. Stepping onto the familiar Nantian star, Meng Hao looked back on the past with mixed emotions. He walked through the ancient immortal dojo, reminiscing about his past, and then stepped into Tianhehe and arrived in the western desert. Wandering over the purple sea of the western desert, Meng Hao reached Duannan Mountain and looked towards the Inklands. The Inklands were now prosperous and flourishing, with statues of Meng Hao everywhere. Countless worshippers, becoming a symbol and spiritual sustenance for the Inklands. When Meng Hao stepped into the Inklands, he witnessed the sacrificial ceremony of the Ugod tribe. Tens of thousands of tribesmen knelt before Meng Hao's statue, their incense power condensing into a vortex. Suddenly, a black-winged youth emerged from the vortex, absorbing the sacrifices from the incense. Meng Hao recognized this person as the bat demon beast that had followed him back in the day. And this demon beast had now transformed into a human form, similar to his own appearance. With Meng Hao's arrival, the bat demon beast became uneasy, releasing waves to investigate, but found nothing. Just as the bat demon beast was about to leave, Meng Hao let out a cold snort, like a thunderclap, revealing the bat demon beast's true form. The members of the Ugod tribe, seeing this, cheered and recognized the real Meng Hao. The bat demon beast was terrified and claimed to be Meng Hao. But Meng Hao exposed him. The two fought. Meng Hao gained the upper hand and forced the bat demon beast to flee. The Ugod tribe members witnessed everything and realized who the real saint was. They greeted Meng Hao in unison, and the entire Inklands shook. Meng Hao's return becoming a new legend. The world shook as a rumble echoed from the sacred mountain. The altar of the Raven clan boomed, and an aged elder emerged from the courtyard, gazing up at the sky. Simultaneously, Meng Hao descended, capturing the black-robed youth with cold eyes, causing the crowd to gasp. The Raven clan elder recognized Meng Hao. Bowing with excitement, the altar erupted, and a giant wolf emerged with boundless joy. Meng Hao recognized Big Hair. Stirring countless emotions, he bestowed upon Wu Chen pills and treasures, assisting Big Hair in cultivating and entrusting him to continue protecting the Raven clan. Meng Hao entered the southern domain. Wandering through familiar places and reminiscing about the past, he visited the former site of his wedding, the serene lake and mountains evoking memories. Meng Hao recalled Xu Qing, a pang of pain gripping his heart as her figure appeared before him. At dusk, 3 cultivators questioned Meng Hao's intrusion into the holy ancestor's former residence. Meng Hao calmly replied, "This has always been my home." The cultivators were stunned, recognizing Meng Hao's resemblance to the holy ancestor and exclaiming, "Holy ancestor!" Dozens of rainbows streaked towards them, and an elder demanded furiously who had dared to trespass. Dozens of cultivators dispersed to search the island as an old man arrives. The old man's divine consciousness finds nothing. So he questions eyewitnesses, who describe the intruder as identical to the Saint Patriarch, Meng Hao. The old man is dubious, but a jade slip message informs him that the intruder is hiding in the ancestral hall at the island's core. The old man rushes to the hall and finds a trembling cultivator kneeling. Behind him is the ancestral hall, a plain wooden cottage. Meng Hao stands with his back to the crowd, gazing at 2 statues within, one of himself in a vermilion robe and the other of Xu Qing. The old man senses an indescribable weight from Meng Hao and does not dare speak. Only waiting respectfully, Meng Hao asks who created the statues, and the old man informs him that it was a former acquaintance. Meng Hao then turns around, his face identical to the statue. Leaving the crowd aghast, the old man asks with a trembling voice who he is. Meng Hao calmly replies, "I am Meng Hao." The crowd erupts in shock. In the distant sky, hundreds of rainbows approach. Leading them is a middle-aged man who stares at Meng Hao. Stunned, countless sound transmission jade slips are sent from the Blood Demon Sect throughout the southern domain, announcing the return of Saint Patriarch Meng Hao. This night is one of emotion and peace for Meng Hao, but sleepless for the southern domain. Veteran cultivators are stirred by the news. To the cultivators, the Saint Island is a memorial to Meng Hao and Xu Qing. Meng Hao's presence shakes the southern domain. Every sect and family sends representatives to visit the Saint Island. The Song family patriarch also emerges from seclusion with Song Zhao. He asks Meng Hao to show himself, confirming his identity. Overjoyed, he steps forward to meet him. As time passes, more and more cultivators gather at the Saint Island, eagerly awaiting the opening of the wooden cottage. They believe that the Song family patriarch's entry confirms that the person within is Meng Hao. The cultivators are filled with reverence and anticipation, awaiting the approaching pilgrimage. At dawn, outside the wooden cottage, the Song patriarch exuded youthfulness, his face radiating gratitude. Once severely wounded, he had fully recovered and elevated his cultivation thanks to Meng Hao's assistance. He bowed deeply, expressing his appreciation for the gift of the celestial vine, which had aided him in achieving immortality. The Song family members witnessed the patriarch's transformation in awe. From the cottage, a beam of light shot out. Descending before Song Zhao, Meng Hao's voice emerged from within, bestowing upon her an emerald jade to support her cultivation breakthrough. Song Zhao accepted the jade, her gaze lingering on the cottage with complex emotions. Before departing with the Song family, cultivators from the southern domain flocked to the site. And by noon, the crowd had swelled. Meng Hao emerged from the cottage, and the attendees bowed in excitement, addressing him as sacred ancestor. With a warm smile, Meng Hao invited the fellow cultivators inside as guests, as an expression of gratitude for the southern domain cultivators' support over the years. Meng Hao announced a 7-day sermon outside the cottage. His words resonated with profound truths, immersing the cultivators in a mystical state as they absorb his insights into cultivation. Meng Hao sowed seeds of understanding in their hearts, empowering them to break through their limitations. During the sermon, the southern domain's spiritual energy surged, suffused with divine essence. Even fierce beasts were attracted, listening intently to Meng Hao's teachings, fostering an unprecedented harmony between cultivators and beasts. Meng Hao's sermon created a sensation across the southern domain, attracting the attention of powerhouses from the ink-blot lands. Meanwhile, on the southern sky star, the Fang family's grand ceremony preparations were underway. News of Fang Shoufan becoming the Fang family's patriarch reverberated throughout the Ninth Mountain and Sea, causing a stir. Known for his unwavering resolve, decisive methods, and fierce loyalty, Fang Shoufan had a formidable reputation in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Alongside a host of adversaries, the grand ceremony was expected to draw a diverse array of forces, promising a spectacle of unparalleled excitement. Meng Hao spent 7 days venturing deep into the sanctuary, where his words and aura touched the spirits of the four realms, transforming the holy island into an eternal place of cultivation that also protected the statue in the wooden house. He then went to the Blood Fiend sect's forbidden ground, where he mourned his old friend, the Blood Fiend patriarch, and discovered that the young bat had the inverse spirit soul. Meng Hao handed the young man over to the mastiff to merge with, giving him a new place to belong. In the Grand Prime Ancient Temple, Meng Hao molded a statue for the mastiff, witnessing his return to his sect. He then went deep into the Rebirth Grotto, where he found a hidden door on the wall but couldn't open it. At this moment, the mysterious old man, Shui Donglio, appeared, informing him of another world behind the door and the impending catastrophe. Meng Hao gazed at the starry sky, seeing a colossal butterfly pulling the land, vaguely sensing that the catastrophe was imminent. Worried about the crisis in the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao decided to go to the divine fire world of the primeval Dao Lake again. He sped towards his destination, his eyes trained on the central Dao Lake, ready to do everything he could to take away more of the divine fire source in preparation for the upcoming catastrophe. In the ancient Daohu region, cultivators frequently seek enlightenment. With the arrival of a meteor, Meng Hao, wearing a meteor robe, enters the central Daohu Lake, triggering the appearance of a teleportation array at the lake bottom. He finds himself in an underground world filled with mountains of magical treasures. Ferocious beasts stare at the green light emanating from Meng Hao and exclaim, "We pay homage to the Celestial Immortal." Meng Hao passes through the giant gate of the divine fire world and arrives in the second layer, where he encounters a towering mountain. The colossal beast at the summit recognizes Meng Hao as the Celestial Immortal of the Luo Tian Dao and bows submissively, saying, "Greetings, great Celestial Immortal." Upon entering the third layer of the divine fire world, Meng Hao's divine sense spreads outward, discovering 990,000 white bone towers and a floating black city at the center. A familiar voice echoes once more, "Daofeng must die. The celestial realm is destined for calamity, the immortal lands for ruin, and the celestials for annihilation. I will not submit." Meng Hao's divine sense trembles as he realizes the vastness of the divine fire world, which encompasses 6 distinct areas forming a human shape. Each area contains sealed towers and a black city. But the true shock comes from the presence of 5 chariots in the 5 outer areas, each pulled by a colossal dragon. The dragon's auras leave Meng Hao nearly breathless, surpassing Fang Xiaodao's cultivation. He gasps, understanding the enigmatic nature of the divine fire world. However, the divine fire source is crucial to him, and he resolves to obtain it despite the dangers it poses. Meng Hao's gaze fell upon the distant city, covered in white flora yet pitch black in its entirety. He resolved to seize the city's flame origin, to fuel his divine fire. Meng Hao absorbed divine fire from his surroundings, steadily strengthening his own origin. After half a month of absorbing, Meng Hao's divine fire origin had grown tenfold, yet still fell short of breaking through. He understood that only by absorbing deeper origins could he achieve a breakthrough. Despite the faint aura of danger emanating from the city, he resolved to venture in, through a world permeated by divine fire. Meng Hao absorbed divine fire as he went, his speed astonishing. When he had surmounted 10,000 towers and reached the city, the sheer heat caused him to break into a sweat. Entering the city, Meng Hao found it comprised solely of palaces, with a collapsed hall at its center. Within lay a strange human skin and a golden seat. The flame origin hovered 1,000 meters above the seat. As he approached the origin, a colossal fiery hand lashed out from the flames, intent on piercing his chest. Meng Hao dodged swiftly, summoning his fire spirit to engage the hand. As Meng Hao prepared to take the flame origin, a roar erupted from the sea of fire above. A massive fiery palm descended. Meng Hao summoned his blood fiend to block it. While he touched the flame origin, an erect eye appeared within the flame origin, whispering provocatively, tempting Meng Hao with origins, laws, and power in exchange for annihilating Dao Fang. The flame origin attempted to merge with Meng Hao, causing him unimaginable agony, yet he resisted with all his might for the sake of survival. Concurrently, the global sea of fire surged towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao's body incinerated entirely, leaving him at the crossroads of life and death, facing the stark choice: succeed in grasping the origins or be reduced to ashes. Engulfed in flames, Meng Hao stands amidst a sea of fire, his body enveloped in divine light. His eyes glow crimson as he harnesses the art of alchemy, transforming his own body into a furnace to refine the divine fire and enhance his physique. Despite the excruciating agony, Meng Hao's resolve remains unwavering, and ancient soul lamps ignite one by one within his flesh, marking the relentless increase in his physical power. Tempered by the fiery baptism, Meng Hao transcends the ancient realm, reaching its pinnacle, a mere step away from the absolute apex. However, this is merely the first step. To absorb the essence of the divine fire, he must endure an even more intense refinement. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hao surrenders all defenses, allowing the divine fire to surge relentlessly through his body. Unbearable pain tears at his flesh, yet he draws upon the celestial energy of the Luotian Dao and the third nirvana fruit to accelerate its absorption. He has transformed the divine fire into fuel for his cultivation, using its flames to temper his body and expedite the melting of the nirvana fruit, augmenting his strength with every passing moment. As Meng Hao ignites the 8th soul lamp, his physical power soars to unprecedented heights. The middle-aged man, guardian of this divine fire realm, witnesses Meng Hao's metamorphosis with growing astonishment. Noticing the faint azure glow radiating from Meng Hao's body, he gasps in disbelief, realizing that Meng Hao is employing the power of the divine fire to melt the nirvana fruit and hasten his advancement. Overwhelmed by Meng Hao's unwavering determination, the middle-aged man can no longer remain indifferent. His gaze transfixed upon Meng Hao, he prepares to witness whether he will shatter the curse and absorb the essence of the divine fire. Confronted by the raging divine fire, Meng Hao showcased his astonishing might. His body radiated an azure light, the legendary radiance of the heavenly Dao Immortal, a power possessed only by the most formidable beings. Despite the potency of the divine fire, Meng Hao's heavenly Dao Immortal power proved to be its equal, even suppressing it. With the assimilation of the third nirvana fruit, Meng Hao's heavenly Dao Immortal power surged, reaching the 9th realm of enlightenment. The azure light expanded to 100 feet, banishing the divine fire. The middle-aged man guarding the flame was astounded. He had presumed Meng Hao's demise, yet the latter had turned the tides with his immense heavenly Dao Immortal power. The middle-aged man realized that Meng Hao might break the local curse and attain the inheritance of the Dao Bell. Meng Hao's presence erupted with formidable energy, akin to the descent of a majestic sun. The heavens trembled, and the sky darkened. His azure light surged relentlessly, engulfing the divine fire and forming an expansive, 1,000-foot-wide, azure realm. The middle-aged man was forced to retreat, wounded by Meng Hao's lightning-fast, azure gaze. His physical form crumbled, and his soul was imprisoned by Meng Hao. Meng Hao reiterated his determination to retrieve the divine fire, unleashing a potent killing intent with his heavenly Dao immortal power. The middle-aged man's soul quivered, recognizing the sheer terror of the heavenly Dao immortal. He had never imagined that he would fall in such a manner. Azure light surged from Meng Hao's body, reaching its zenith. His gaze flashed, and azure lightning pierced the middle-aged man's soul, utterly annihilating it. Meng Hao remained alone amidst the azure realm, as if he were the sole sovereign of the world. His heavenly Dao immortal aura permeated the air, instilling terror in the middle-aged man's soul. Meng Hao declared his unwavering resolve to take the divine fire, promising that the middle-aged man would bear witness. The middle-aged man's soul was consumed by unfathomable fear. He understood that he had witnessed the horrific might of the legendary heavenly Dao immortal, a nightmare he would never forget. Confident in his knowledge of the Godfire world, the middle-aged man assumes Meng Hao would be unable to gain the fire seed, even as a Luo Tian Dao immortal. However, he was wrong. Meng Hao, a Luo Tian Dao immortal with an exceptional body, carries combat power that surpasses his peers. He does not rush to absorb the Godfire but instead focuses on refining his body and igniting his soul lamps. Upon igniting his ninth soul lamp, his physical strength reaches horrifying heights, comparable to that of a Dao realm body. Meng Hao absorbs the Godfire, continuously converting it to his advantage, refining both his body and cultivation. When all the Godfire within the Godfire world is absorbed by Meng Hao, his fire seed fulfills the will of the Fireflame Sun and acknowledges Meng Hao. Perfectly merging with him, Meng Hao obtains the essence of fire, becoming the only cultivator in the immortal realm to wield the power of an essence. Witnessing Meng Hao inheriting the fire seed, the middle-aged man's convictions crumble. Meng Hao has grown powerful enough to make him a witness to his own promise. However, a sense of unease strikes as Meng Hao suddenly turns, looking vigilantly towards the Black City below. Meng Hao approached the Black City, only to find the colossal human skin that once covered its thrones was now gone. His divine willpower detected nothing, yet he felt a profound sense of danger. As he realized the area around him was now sealed off, the color of the city began to change from black to a pale white. It began to writhe as if it were a living being. The city walls transformed into arms. The palaces merged into a torso. And ultimately, the entire city became a monstrous giant, clad in human skin. Its visage was fearsome. This giant was the vanished human skin, somehow fused with the city. It fixed its gaze on Meng Hao, declaring its intent to seize his soulfire or extinguish his bloodline. Unwilling to yield, Meng Hao prepared to fight back with his fully cultivated Great Perfection Primordial Dao Immortal Cultivation Base and the essence of his divine flame. The giant launched a punch that seemed to encompass the entire world. Meng Hao countered with his Extinction Fist, releasing a deafening roar. In the ensuing battle, the giant unleashed thunderclaps and wind dragons. But Meng Hao's divine flame essence proved overwhelming. Enveloping the giant spat out a black pearl, forming an array to bind the divine flame. Meng Hao summoned the Blood Fiend, the Violet Moon Mark, and the Yang Bombard Star, executing the Great Perfection Primordial Blood Arts of Slaughter Fist, Abandonment Fist, and Extinction Fist in succession. Their combined power was inspiring. The giant fought back with all its might, engaging in a fierce exchange that shook the heavens and drained the surrounding environment of all color. Although the giant bore many runes, there were only 9 upon closer inspection. They kept dividing and casting illusions, creating countless mirages. These 9 runes held ancient power, forming a 9-layer defense that made the giant as strong as an iron wall. Meng Hao sensed a trace of Taoist magic lingering on the runes. Putting him on alert, he unleashed the 3 fists of slaughter, bombarding the storm around the giant. However, after the storm exploded, the 9 runes shrank, protecting the giant from harm. The Taoist magic on the runes released an aura that forced Meng Hao back. Undeterred, Meng Hao resisted the aura with his heavenly Dao immortal cultivation and physical strength. Seeing this, the giant summoned the 9 runes to condense into a green armor, covered with grimacing faces and sharp spikes. A ferocious monkey's face appeared on its chest. The giant's momentum surged, and its cultivation skyrocketed. It grabbed a pitch-black cudgel and, by order of Taoist magic, set out to destroy the bloodline of the one who possessed the fire seed. Facing such a powerful foe, Meng Hao summoned the parrot, Jelly, and the copper mirror. Jelly transformed into a gray armor, and the copper mirror merged with the parrot to form an invisible war weapon, which became a colossal blade thousands of feet long. The mastiff cape draped behind Meng Hao as he gathered the strongest battle body he had ever formed. Wielding the war weapon, Meng Hao swung down with a single slash, annihilating the giant's pitch-black cudgel. The war weapon then tore through the rune armor, shattering each rune. Finally, the 9th rune crumbled, the giant's armor disintegrated, and the war weapon aimed straight for the giant's neck. In the 3rd layer of the Godfire world, Meng Hao encounters a powerful being clad in the armor of a giant. As Meng Hao attacks, the monkey face on the giant's armor emits a strange sound, declaring that the cycle of heaven and earth cannot be extinguished. Meng Hao's battle soldier knife cannot completely destroy the giant, but rather stimulates its vitality. However, Meng Hao argues that this world does not belong to the monkey face. Its words hold no sway. He activates his battle soldier to unleash a powerful light, instantly vaporizing the giant and causing the monkey face to dissipate. Yet, upon the giant's demise, the surrounding 5 continents tremble violently, coalescing into a colossal monkey face that lets out a deafening roar. Meng Hao senses an unprecedented crisis and flees at full speed. As he enters the exit, the monkey faces bellow tears at the void, destroying the exit. Immediately, the entire 3rd layer transforms into the monkey face, opening its maw and swallowing Meng Hao whole. In this critical moment, Meng Hao employs a karmic technique, forcefully indebting the monkey face to him. The monkey face, enraged, forcefully severs the karmic thread, also causing a backlash against Meng Hao. Bearing grievous injuries, Meng Hao escapes the underground world and ascends to the 2nd layer, only to encounter further karmic backlash from the monkey face. Despite the suffering, Meng Hao insists on exacting a price from the monkey face. Witnessing the events, the ancient colossal beast remains neutral. Meng Hao departs the underground, carrying his wounds but also valuable insights. He speculates that the monkey face may be the Dao Fang and looks forward to a future opportunity to collect on the karmic debt. Meanwhile, Fang Shudao contacts Meng Hao via spiritual transmission, urging him to return to East Earth to protect his father, Fang Shoufan. During his Dao initiation, Meng Hao sets out immediately, filled with both excitement and apprehension as he anticipates his father's great ceremony. Meng Hao, along with his father Fang Shoufan, ancestor Fang Xiaodao, and ancestor Fang Yanyu, head to the Great Tang Imperial City. Meng Hao learns that the Fang family is descended from the Luotian clan, and that the Great Tang is related to the Li family, also descendants of the Luotian clan, who bear the responsibility of guarding the mountain and sea realm. In the past, the entire Li family underwent a blood sacrifice, forming a gate that suppressed the gap in the mountain and sea realm, creating the Southern Heavenly Gate and the Southern Heavenly Star. As a result, the duty to guard the Southern Heavenly Star is of utmost importance. And Fang Shoufan is the guardian of the Southern Heavenly Star. In order to enter the Dao, Fang Shoufan decides to seek recognition from the Li family in the Great Tang Imperial City. Because only with the approval of the royal family will Dao realm experts not be killed by the Southern Heavenly Star. Meng Hao also goes along, using his identity as the master of the mountain and sea realm to assist his father. In the Imperial City, Meng Hao senses a familiar aura, making him suspect that the giant and the monkey in the divine fire realm are not truly in the Dao realm. This conjecture shocks him, because if it is true, it means that there may be a way to resist the Southern Heavenly Star's power of annihilation. Meng Hao and his group arrive at the palace of the Tang Dynasty Imperial Kingdom, where they find a majestic and solemn hall with only an imposing middle-aged man seated on the dragon throne. Fang Xiaodao and the others bow to him, expressing their respect for the heroic spirits of the Li family from Luotian, who sacrificed themselves for the Shanhai realm. The Tang Emperor deliberates for a moment, and then reveals that Fang Shoufang's attempt to enter the Dao is a monumental event. Success will elevate his realm, but failure will result in his death. He asks Fang Shoufan if he is determined to proceed. Fang Shoufan, filled with passion and determination, resolves to break through, even at the cost of his life. The Tang Emperor then activates an array opening the Li family's secret realm, into which Fang Shoufan, Fang Xiaodao, Fang Yanyu, and Meng Hao enter one after another. Inside the secret realm, there is a blood-red sky and earth, and only a blood-red door. From behind the door comes a deafening roar, as if someone is trying to break out, but is being suppressed by the growls of 10 blood-colored faces. The Tang Emperor warns Meng Hao that this door cannot be broken because it leads to a path that guards the southern celestial star. Fang Xiaodao arranges for Meng Hao, Fang Xiaodao, and Fang Yanyu to form a three-sided Dao array to assist Fang Shoufan in his tribulation. Fang Shoufan raises his hands to the sky and, with his ancient realm's great perfection cultivation, forcefully opens the path to enter the Dao. Above the crimson canopy, an invisible hand pushed aside the blood-red clouds, revealing a resplendent starry sky. Simultaneously, a colossal vortex emerged within the celestial expanse, exuding an oppressive force that descended upon the southern heavenly star. The entire southern heavenly star trembled, and countless cultivators gazed up in astonishment. Inside the Fang family's ancestral residence, Meng Hao's relatives were filled with anxiety and trepidation. Fang Shoufan adopted a meditative posture, his left hand resting upon his dantian while his right hand tapped his forehead. Amidst a series of violent tremors, his body withered slightly as a doppelganger that bore his exact appearance emerged and soared towards the celestial vortex. Meng Hao witnessed Fang Shoufang's doppelganger facing the first tribulation, where deafening thunderclaps reverberated, and lightning bolts intertwined like a cataclysmic ocean of thunder. Undeterred, Fang Shoufang's doppelganger unleashed its divine abilities and magical arts, confronting the thunder head-on. As time elapsed, Fang Shoufang's doppelganger became riddled with wounds, yet it remained defiant against the heavens, preparing to endure the second tribulation, the tribulation of weapons. 9 legendary weapons surged forth, emitting an overwhelming murderous intent. Fang Shoufang's doppelganger let out a cold snort and channeled the power of heaven and earth, transforming it into an illusory sword that emanated an indescribable sword energy. As the progenitor of all weapons, how dare mere tribulation weapons hinder my path? Fang Shoufang's aura overwhelmed the surroundings as his sword light pierced through the 9 tribulation weapons, annihilating them in an instant. After successfully overcoming the second tribulation, Fang Shoufang's momentum soared, as if the Dao tribulation posed no challenge to him. However, Meng Hao couldn't shake a growing unease within his heart. The third tribulation descended silently, manifesting as figures clad in black armor. Unexpectedly, under Meng Hao's divine sense, these figures retreated without engaging in battle. Fang Xiaodao and Fang Yanyu breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that Fang Shoufang's Dao tribulation was all but assured. Yet, Meng Hao sensed a lurking ominous presence. The fourth and fifth tribulations followed in quick succession, with the tribulation of the 5 elements taking the form of 5 colossal dragons that roared and surged forth. Fang Shoufang's doppelganger fought valiantly, severely injuring 1 dragon and sacrificing itself through a detonation to destroy 3 more. The 6th tribulation that ensued featured a single character, Dao, which continuously morphed, representing the immense pressure of the 9-fold Dao. Fang Shoufang's doppelganger unleashed its full strength, materializing a Dao mist and wielding an illusory sword to strike the Dao character. Suddenly, at this critical juncture, Meng Hao detected a faint azure light emanating from Fang Shoufang's doppelganger. This revelation sent a shockwave through his mind, and he exclaimed, "Father, suppress the Dao seed." Amidst a deafening roar, Fang Shoufang's sword clashed violently against the 9 runes of the 5th tribulation, instantly reducing the runes of the 6th tribulation to ashes. However, the azure light on Fang Shoufang's body suddenly surged. His Dao seed began to melt, releasing an alarming aura of heavenly immortal. Meng Hao realized that the awakening of the Dao seed would cause Fang Shoufang's tribulation to escalate, becoming exceptionally perilous. Just then, the vortex in the sky suddenly expanded violently, heralding the arrival of the 7th tribulation. The 7th tribulation consisted of 90 mountain ghost lay command copper coins, each of which contained the power to open up the heavens and create the earth. Fang Shoufang's sword qi engaged in a fierce struggle with these coins, triggering a furious conflict. An ancient voice boomed as the 90 coins transformed into 90 ethereal figures of mountain ghosts, radiating authority and possessing the power to slay demons and evil. Fang Shoufang's 2 clones were successively destroyed, but Meng Hao used the power of his 3 talents Dao array to condense a 3rd clone for him. allowing him to confront the remaining 27 bolts of lightning. In the end, Fang Shoufeng's third clone disappeared, while the 90 coins merged into one and vanished into the vortex. The eighth tribulation manifested as a colossal finger imbued with the formidable power of mountains and seas. Fang Shoufeng's father, Fang Xiaodao, and elder, Fang Yanchu, understood that this was a rare heavenly tribulation, and they invoked their souls and principles to manifest as a Tao mist, assisting Fang Shoufeng in confronting the finger. The ninth tribulation was the intangible celestial human tribulation, corroding one's spirit, body, and soul. Fang Xiaodao and Fang Yanchu sacrificed their own souls and spirits to aid Fang Shoufeng, alleviating the burden of the tribulation for him. Meng Hao was filled with anxiety but could not intervene, helplessly witnessing his father face such an arduous trial. As Fang Shoufeng is about to enter the Tao realm, he encounters a heavenly tribulation that is 10 times stronger than usual, putting Fang Shoufeng in danger. To help their father enter the Tao, Meng Hao, Fang Shouden, and Fang Yanyu share the heavenly tribulation, but in doing so suffer severe injuries. The entire Fang family sacrifices their blood to help Fang Shoufeng overcome the tribulation. Fang Shoufeng, relying on the blood of his family members, barely makes it through the first 9 feet, coming within reach of entering the whirlpool. However, the final approach is extremely difficult. With every step, Fang Shoufeng's body trembles violently, as if nearing the end of its life. Meng Hao is concerned, while Fang Shouden sacrifices an array connecting to the Fang family's ancestral city of Dongsheng Star, pleading for the Tao Bell to protect Fang Shoufeng. The Tao Bell sound reverberates through the whirlpool, enabling Fang Shoufeng to take the 4th to 8th steps. When Fang Shoufeng prepares to take the 9th step, a voice emerges from the void, stating that the 9th mountain and sea lord intends to destroy Luo Tianshan's path to the Tao, an act that violates the rules of the mountain and sea realm. As such, the fate of Fang Shoufeng will be determined by the 9 great mountain and sea lords. As Fang Shoufeng was on the verge of collapse in his 9 steps mountain seas journey, a momentous change occurred within the mountain seas realm. The 9 great mountain sea masters, through the realm's rules, made a decision on his path to enlightenment. 5 mountain sea masters agreed to ruin Fang Shoufeng's chance, while 3 rejected the proposal, and 1 abstained. A cold voice declared Fang Shoufeng's failure in enlightenment. However, as his body began to break down, a cold snort resounded from the Dongsheng Star. The Dongsheng Star ancestor appeared and, in the name of the Luotian clan, refuted the Mountain Seas Realm's decision, accusing the Mountain Sea Masters of wrongfully interfering with the Fang family's destiny. The ancestor made his move, firing 9 rays of light at the 9 great mountain seas, one striking the 9th mountain directly. A roar erupted from the giant eye on the 9th mountain, dripping with blood. Unknown changes occurred within the other 8 great mountains as well. In that instant, Fang Shoufeng's body was propelled by a mysterious force, enabling him to take the 9th step. A bloody Tao mist condensed above his head, transforming into a crimson sword that sank into his crown, unleashing an aura of profound Tao realm. Despite his initial failure, the enlightenment process became strangely successful. Fang's clansmen erupted in cheers, and his family members wept with joy. However, Meng Hao astutely detected a chill hidden within the previous voice, speculating that it was the Ji clan's attempt to use the Mountain Seas realm's power to eliminate Fang Shoufeng. Enraged by Ji Tian's attempt to harm his father, Meng Hao was determined to avenge the wrong. Just as Fang Shoufeng was basking in his successful enlightenment, the Nantian star's formation vanished, replaced by a mist. The expressions of Meng Hao and Fang Shoufeng changed as they realized that this was a transformation of the Nantian star's formation itself. On Southern Heaven Star, a formation abruptly activates, releasing a heart-pounding killing intent. This formation targets Tao realm cultivators, aiming to kill those it does not recognize. Fang Shoufeng successfully enters Tao, but the formation does not recognize him and places him in mortal danger. The killing intent looms over him as an ethereal net swoops down, intending to obliterate him. Meng Hao, upon witnessing this, rushes towards his father without hesitation, but is unable to break through the obstruction of the net. He realizes his helplessness and can only watch as his father faces this crisis. At this moment, the Tang Emperor appears, calling upon the spirit of his ancestor with his Li family bloodline and intervenes to block the net. He buys Fang Shoufeng time, the length of an incense stick, to help him refine the Tang Emperor's bloodline and gain the formation's recognition. Fang Xiaodao and Fang Yanyu try their best to resist the net, maintaining the formation's stability, but their cultivation is nearing its limits. Fang Yanyu, left with no choice, decides to withdraw. Meng Hao continues to fight, relying on the power of the Celestial from the Luo Heavenly Dao and the Nirvana Fruit to briefly break through to the ancient realm. He strikes the ground with both hands, unleashing an immense force to counter the net. As the time of an incense stick elapses, Fang Xiaodao and Fang Yanyu retreat one after another, leaving Meng Hao alone to face the relentless constriction of the net. He is in a desperate situation, but refuses to give up, gritting his teeth and fighting with all his might. Finally, with the aid of the Nirvana Fruit, Meng Hao breaks through the gates of the ancient realm, unleashing a formidable force capable of confronting the net. He holds on tenaciously, creating a glimmer of hope for his father's survival. In the face of imminent crisis, Meng Hao confronts a formidable illusionary net condensed by the Li clan members to save his father. Fang Shoufan, despite summoning the fourth Nirvana Fruit, Meng Hao proves to be no match for the net's oppressive force. The net, harboring murderous intent, bypasses the protective barrier and threatens Fang Shoufan. In a desperate moment, Meng Hao invokes the power of the Sea Mountain Realm, unleashing a blinding light from the sun and moon that repels the net. However, the net remains persistent, tightening its grip once more. Unwilling to accept his father's demise, Meng Hao invokes the Sea Mountain Realm by pledging his own name. Illusions of countless mountains appear around Fang Shoufan, shielding him from the net. Yet, the net's murderous aura intensifies, penetrating the mountain defenses. With only moments to spare, Meng Hao unleashes the divine flame and Dao essence, using his body as a shield to deflect the net's attack. He sacrifices himself to grant his father a chance at survival. The net descends with great force, its murderous intent absorbed by Meng Hao, who collapses unconscious from the severe wounds. Fang Shoufan, protected by Meng Hao's desperate act, successfully enters the Dao realm, but is equally wounded. While the Nan Tianxing arrays recognize Fang Shoufeng's achievement, they also acknowledge Meng Hao's heroism. The net gradually fades, leaving behind the critically injured Meng Hao and Fang Shoufan. Despite the entire clan's efforts to heal Meng Hao, his wounds are so severe that he remains comatose. Fang Shoufan, though wounded, is filled with gratitude and guilt towards his son. As the grand ceremony for the clan chieftain approaches, Fang Shoufan reluctantly prepares, his heart heavy with concern for Meng Hao. On the day of the ceremony, persuaded by his clan and his mother, Fang Shoufan assumes the role of clan chieftain, but his thoughts remain with his son. At the Fang family's grand ceremony to appoint their patriarch, illustrious guests from the 3 schools, 6 sects, and the Ji family attended. Fang Shoufeng's cultivation reached the Dao realm, elevating the Fang family's power and making it the 9th strongest force in the Shanhai, next only to the 3 great Taoist sects and the Ji family. On the first day of the ceremony, Fang Shoufan completed the ancestral worship rituals. On the second day, according to custom, the Fang family held a ceremony to end all grudges. However, an unexpected situation unfolded as cultivators challenged Fang Shoufan one after another. Despite their low cultivation levels, these cultivators seemed to be commissioned by someone. They consumed pills to forcibly enhance their cultivation, sacrificing their lives to drain Fang Shoufeng's spiritual power. Fang Shoufan repeatedly killed them, but the challenges continued, worsening his injuries. Just when Fang Xiaodao considered intervening, Fang Shoufan became contemplative. He realized their goal was to make him exhaust his spiritual power through constant attacks, exacerbating his injuries. Fang Shoufan was unwilling to let the Fang family become a laughingstock. But he couldn't just stand by either. At that moment, a feeble yet icy voice emanated from outside the plaza, questioning the cultivator who was about to challenge Fang Shoufan. "You dare challenge my father?" In Fang Clan's square, Meng Hao's arrival shocked everyone. Despite his pale complexion, he emanated an incomparable momentum. A celestial realm cultivator provoked Meng Hao, but he killed him without hesitation, demonstrating his tyranny and unquestionable authority. Meng Hao's dominance silenced the cultivators who had intended to challenge him. However, a nascent soul realm elder suddenly appeared, launching a fierce attack on Meng Hao. Nevertheless, Meng Hao remained calm, using his star-plucking method to shatter the Bagua and mountain sword formation, and capturing the elder's soul. Concurrently, A withered hand emerged from the void, exuding an aura of perfected Dao realm. Fang Shoufan and others immediately intervened, attempting to protect Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao decisively employed his Southern Heaven formation, unleashing a powerful array that suppressed the perfected Dao realm entity. Undeterred by the perfected Dao threat, Meng Hao forcefully suppressed the Elder's Dao destiny with his transcendent realm power. He similarly dealt with cultivators preparing to crush their jade slips or consuming spirit pills, killing them all. As the young patriarch, Meng Hao ordered Fang clan to execute over 100 cultivators, causing an outcry. He remained unmoved, stating that those who violated the rules would be treated ruthlessly. An elder in the nascent soul realm's great perfection stage also attacked Meng Hao. But he once again deployed his star-plucking method, capturing and searching the elder's soul. Amidst the elder's cries of despair, the withered hand reappeared, but Meng Hao activated his Southern Heaven formation, suppressing the perfected Dao aura. Fang Shoufan and others offered their assistance, but Meng Hao demonstrated complete control over the perfected Dao entity. At the grand ceremony for the patriarch, Meng Hao summons the Southern Heaven killing formation. Facing the threat of the withered palm, he shows no fear. The Southern Heaven killing formation covers the entire area, enveloping the withered palm, which dares not approach. At this moment, the old man Shangguan, the old ghost, appears, holding the legendary mountain demon thunder token, trying to break through the Southern Heaven killing formation to escape. The old ghost uses the token to tear open a small gap and is about to escape. Meng Hao controls the Southern Heaven killing formation to condense an illusory giant hand, which grabs the old ghost and annihilates both his body and soul. Before dying, the old ghost curses that the Fang family will never be able to become a Luotian family. This event shocks everyone present as they witness the power of the Southern Heaven killing formation and realize Meng Hao's extraordinary status on the Southern Heaven star. The world resounded with a terrifying roar and the spiteful voice of an old man, which shocked everybody present, making them realize the extraordinary nature of the Luo clan. Just then, the illusory net vanished, and Meng Hao soared towards the sky, setting his sights on the bronze coin that had lost control. However, 9 figures swiftly attacked from all directions, their target also the coin. 6 of them were blocked by the illusion of Meng Hao's immortal mountain. Yet the other 3 were faster, getting to the coin first. A cold light flashed in Meng Hao's eyes, and he let out a cold snort. With a flick of his finger, he immediately summoned dozens of black lizards, a long whip, and a rainbow, trying to block his path. Meng Hao smashed through these divine abilities with ease, relying on his formidable body and clever techniques, and headed straight for the coin. As Meng Hao was about to reach the coin, the last 3 figures emerged, releasing immense power to stop him. One of them took out a silver gourd and tried to absorb Meng Hao, but Meng Hao destroyed it with a punch. Another cultivator exploded, forming a devastating light burst. Meng Hao remained undeterred and used the 5th seal of the demon seal, positive and negative seal, absorbing the explosion and turning it into a violent shockwave that killed the self-exploding cultivator. Only Meng Hao and a middle-aged man were left. The 2 of them fought for the coin. The middle-aged man used the Ji clan's secret technique to wrap the coin in lines of causality, but Meng Hao cut them off with his shadowy blade and seized the coin. Unwilling to give up, the middle-aged man tried to stop Meng Hao from leaving, but Meng Hao used the 5th seal of the demon seal again, engulfing him in an explosion that annihilated him. The Ji clan members were furious but were stopped by the Fang clan members. Meng Hao stood in the sky, his eyes scanning the surroundings, and he sternly accused the middle-aged man of plotting evil deeds, claiming that he would investigate the matter using the bronze coin as a clue. He warned the Ji clan members not to stir up conflict between the Fang and Ji clans or face severe consequences. Among the furious roars of the Ji clan members, a young man, who appeared to be around 30, caught Meng Hao's attention. Calm and composed, yet carrying an air of leadership, the young man stood in stark contrast to the other Ji clan members. Meng Hao locked eyes with the young man across the void, a surge of intense killing intent flashing past. The young man's face turned pale as he quickly retreated. Under the gaze of the crowd, the Ji clan group hurriedly left Southern Heaven Star, claiming an urgent matter. Meng Hao surmised that the young man was the enigmatic Ji Dongyang, and resolved to kill Ji Tian to avenge them. The Fang clan supported Meng Hao's actions, despite the grand ceremony for their patriarch still being in progress. Meng Hao pursued the Ji clan members into a thunderous and cloud-filled area. Upon spotting Meng Hao, Ji Dongyong gasped in surprise. Meng Hao unleashed the Southern Heaven-killing formation, transforming into a colossal hand that covered the sky, resembling a heavenly tribulation as it descended with a deafening crash. The Ji clan members fought back desperately but were unable to shake the mighty hand. Falling one by one, under Meng Hao's cold and merciless gaze, the thunderclouds reverberated with their blood-curdling screams. Ji Dongyong warned Meng Hao that the Ji clan's ancestors would retaliate. To which Meng Hao coldly retorted, "Ji Tian, he wouldn't dare come to Southern Heaven Star." Controlling the Southern Heaven killing formation, Meng Hao was like an invincible sovereign on Southern Heaven Star, unstoppable in his decimation of the Ji clan members. Like thunderbolts striking, he transformed the thunderclouds into a pool of lightning that consumed everything in its path. Meng Hao deploys the Southern Sky killing formation, subduing waves of thunderclouds and releasing an illusory palm that instantly annihilates over 10 Ji clansmen. Only 2 Ji clansmen survive, one being Ji Dongyong, a young Ji clansman. The Ji family patriarch fights to the death, but is seized by Ji Dongyong, who uses a secret technique to hide within the patriarch's body. Ji Dongyong uses the Ji family's secret technique to draw Ji family blood using Meng Hao's own, attempting to revive Meng Hao's abandoned blood body and cultivate it into an ancestral blood god. Ji Dongyong deploys an eerie secret technique, using causal lines to shift his body. Meng Hao senses the crisis and counters with a punch. However, Ji Dongyong willingly approaches Meng Hao's fist and his body disintegrates, but not before he issues an eerie laugh. He claims that causality has been established, prophesying that during their next meeting, everything Meng Hao has will belong to him. Meng Hao discerns Ji Dongyong's plan is to establish causality with him in order to deploy a forbidden Dao technique. He dismisses Ji Dongyong's machinations, focusing on his own cultivation. Meng Hao's blood body manifests from the thunderclouds, absorbing the Ji family blood. Its aura skyrocketing. It is on the verge of a breakthrough, displaying the potential of an ancestral blood god. Meanwhile, within the Ji family's forbidden grounds, a withered body reawakens. It is the first of the sequences. He draws upon the power of heaven and earth to restore his body and adopts the form of Ji Dongyong, declaring that the causality has been established. The 8th yielder has awakened to prepare the body for the 9th yielder, who is Meng Hao. A lone eye appears in the void above, containing an elder whose gaze is identical to Ji Dongyong's, hinting at an unfathomable secret. The grand ceremony of the Fang family on South Heaven Star has concluded, with Fang Shoufan as the successor, receiving respect from all sides. South Heaven Star is now guarded by a significant number of Fang family descendants, and a connection with East Victory Stars has been forged, making the vow to protect Mountain and Sea Realm the responsibility of the Fang family. Meng Hao returns to East Victory Star, where he meets with old friends, unlocks the ancestral lands, and awakens the Terracotta Soldiers. The Terracotta Soldiers have a deep kinship with Meng Hao, and he takes them back to his immortal ruins. Meanwhile, a first-generation ancestor delivers news that the legacy of Lord Li resides in the 8th mountain and sea. Meng Hao departs from the ancestral lands and heads to the teleportation array, where he encounters Fang Wei. They were once brothers, but now Fang Wei is determined to make a breakthrough in his cultivation to protect the Fang family. Meng Hao offers help, awakening Fang Wei's Dao seed, and Fang Wei promises a rematch with Meng Hao upon his return. Meng Hao proceeds to Sun Mountain to demand his debt, causing a thunderous sound that shakes the heavens and earth, making the entire Sun Mountain tremble. At the hallowed Sun Mountain, Meng Hao's thunderous roar shook the world, targeting the indebted solar child. Repay your debt. The reverberations quaked the entire realm. Hundreds of Sun Mountain disciples, furious upon hearing the demand, confronted Meng Hao. However, their expressions turned to terror upon recognizing the relentless debt collector iron-fisted Meng Hao, and they swiftly fled. Meng Hao's reputation had spread throughout the Ninth Sea, notorious for his persistent debt collection and underhanded tactics. It was known that those entangled with him would undoubtedly lose everything. His roar echoed through the sacred land, reaching the ears of countless elders and ancestors. Their esteemed status made them disdain the likes of Meng Hao. Meanwhile, deep within Sun Mountain, the prodigious solar child was in secluded cultivation. His talents surpassed those of all solar children before him, and his cultivation had broken through traditional barriers. allowing him to challenge cultivators of the mid-ancient realm. Meng Hao's demand pierced into the volcano, igniting Solar Child's fury. He denied any debt, and resentment flared within him over Meng Hao's forceful approach. Solar Child erupted from the volcano and confronted Meng Hao in the sky. In the ensuing battle, Meng Hao summoned the soldier figurine, emitting a quasi-Dao aura that sent shockwaves through the onlookers. The Sun Mountain elders, overwhelmed by the figurine's might, retreated. Solar Child attempted to fight back, but Meng Hao struck him with a debilitating blow. At this critical moment, a Dao realm cultivator of Sun Mountain appeared, accusing Meng Hao of uttering nonsense. A fierce Dao realm clash ensued, with Meng Hao's divine fire essence colliding head-on with the cultivator's flames. Despite being at a disadvantage, Meng Hao's momentum surged, forcing the Dao realm cultivator to pale. The debt dispute culminated in the retreat of the Dao realm cultivator. Meng Hao pressed Solar Child once more, his voice akin to the thunderous might of heaven, quelling the entire audience. At Mount Taiyang, Meng Hao displays formidable combat prowess. Unfazed by a challenge from a middle-aged Dao realm cultivator, he calmly summons a colossal continent, the ruins of immortality, emanating overwhelming authority imbued with paramount essence. The ruins of immortality crushes the middle-aged Dao realm's magic seal instantly and hurtles towards Mount Taiyang. In the face of this crisis, a three-source Dao Lord emerges from a volcano and intercepts the ruins of immortality with his own power. Astonished by Meng Hao's might, he inquires about his intentions. Meng Hao explains that he has come to collect a debt. Sun Zi owes him 1,000,000 immortal jades. And after some negotiation, Meng Hao agrees to settle for that amount. The three-source Dao Lord of Mount Taiyang promptly provides the jades from storage bags. Meng Hao expresses gratitude to the three-source Dao Lord, then departs from Mount Taiyang. Before leaving, the three-source Dao Lord warns the middle-aged Dao realm cultivator not to provoke Meng Hao, hinting at a more formidable secret behind him that even he finds alarming. Subsequently, Meng Hao embarks on a relentless debt collection campaign. Every debtor amongst the Heaven's Pride faces his relentless pursuit. His dominance and reputation spread like wildfire throughout the Ninth Sea and mountains, causing a sensation among countless cultivators. One day, Meng Hao arrives at a meteorite cluster between the 8th and 9th Seas. This is the location of the Sky Bridge, built by the ancient demon Immortal Sect, and the place where Meng Hao made a promise to brother Han Shan. Treading Bridge, the vast astral bridge built by the ancient heavenly demon sect, was destroyed in the gruesome battle of the Ji Clan's rebellion. Its fragments now float in the void, forming a relic that bears witness to the bloody history. Meng Hao once encountered his benefactor Han Shan here, the reincarnated frost soil demon emperor. Han Shan and his wife are trapped within Treading Bridge, and Meng Hao promised that he would return to repay their kindness once he attained enlightenment. Now, carrying the power of the Heaven Immortal, Meng Hao has returned to Treading Bridge to rescue the couple. The residual souls of Treading Bridge coalesce into the Bridge of Resentment, unleashing an endless torrent of resentment upon Meng Hao. Meng Hao summons the Supreme Bridge to counter Treading Bridge, hoping to dispel the resentment within with his cultivation. The vengeful spirit of Treading Bridge manifests as an ethereal face, its roar filled with unwillingness. Meng Hao remains steadfast in his determination to bring the couple with him. He understands that the resentment of Treading Bridge originates from the Ji clan's betrayal, which should not be a burden for Han Shan and his wife. Meng Hao engages the vengeful spirit of Treading Bridge in a fierce struggle, vowing to use his strength to shake the bridge and erase its resentment. Cultivators witness this earth-shattering battle, awestruck by Meng Hao's resolve and might. Will Meng Hao succeed in dispelling Treading Bridge's resentment and freeing Han Shan and his wife? The answer remains unknown. Amidst the roars of malevolent spirits on the immortal Treading Bridge, Meng Hao strides onto the Supreme Bridge. The might of the Supreme Bridge clashes with the vengeful energy of the immortal Treading Bridge, forming 8 colossal palms that hurtle toward Meng Hao. Undeterred, Meng Hao suppresses the immortal Treading Bridge with his Supreme Bridge, triggering an intense confrontation. In the fray, Meng Hao discovers a striking similarity between the immortal Treading Bridge and his Supreme Bridge, as if it were a replica. Recognizing an unparalleled opportunity, Meng Hao pours his all into subduing the immortal Treading Bridge, absorbing its bridge stones into his Supreme Bridge. With each bridge stone absorbed, the Supreme Bridge's might intensifies, while the vengeful spirits of the immortal Treading Bridge weaken. Ultimately, Meng Hao exhausts all his strength. merging all of the immortal treading bridge's bridgestones into his supreme bridge, vastly augmenting its power. The vengeful spirits of the immortal treading bridge dissipate entirely, while the supreme bridge emanates an aura that transcends the mountain and sea realm, akin to the awakening of a celestial bridge's will. This earth-shattering accomplishment reverberates throughout the mountain and sea realm. The black tortoise divine beast from the 9 divine mountains emits an earth-shaking roar, as if heralding Meng Hao's triumph. Amidst the roars of 9 profound turtles, the bridge of the other shore mysteriously awakens into reality, sending a wave of anxiety through the creatures of the mountain sea realm. Meng Hao feels the power of the supreme bridge awaken within him, gradually leading him to the realization that embodying the essence of the supreme law involves transforming the intangible into the tangible, thus unleashing greater power. The bridge of immortal crossing soul, initially aiming to merge with the bridge of the other shore, is suppressed by the supreme bridge. Facing the threat of the mountain sea realm's supreme powers, Meng Hao opts to negotiate with the bridge of immortal crossing soul, intending to have it submit and become the supreme bridge's soul, granting protection to himself and the soul. At the brink of life and death, the bridge of immortal crossing soul reluctantly succumbs and releases its soul essence, allowing Meng Hao to imprint a mark within its spiritual sea. From then on, the bridge of immortal crossing aligns completely with Meng Hao, serving as a replica to facilitate the growth of the supreme bridge. Meng Hao determines to embark on a journey to the immortal ruins in search of the true bridge of the other shore and integrate it with the supreme bridge, fulfilling the ultimate objective of the supreme path. However, the will of the mountain sea realm disapproves of the awakening of the bridge of the other shore, and an arrow of destruction descends upon him. Meng Hao utilizes his identity to command the arrowhead to retreat, showcasing his authority as the son of the mountain sea. Ultimately, with the tacit consent of the 9 profound turtles, the will of the mountain sea realm ceases its hindrance, and the arrow of destruction dissipates. The mark on Meng Hao's forehead transforms into 9 peaks, signifying his esteemed position. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Meng Hao rescues a cultivator trapped in the spirit realm and the couple Han Shan. Amidst Han Shan's tearful gratitude, Meng Hao reminisces about the past. The Han couple, now free, decide to settle on the South Heaven Star. Upon learning that his childhood friend, the corpulent Li Fugi, has become an immortal in the ancient immortal terrace, Meng Hao visits him. Li Fugi has grown to an enormous size, taken numerous partners, yet he yearns for his hometown and parents. Meng Hao offers solace and recounts his fateful encounter on the Great Azure Mountain after failing the imperial examination. When Meng Hao mentions Xu Qing from the 4th mountain, Li Fugi expresses concern. Meng Hao promises to bring Xu Qing back. As a gesture of gratitude, Li Fugi introduces Meng Hao to his numerous partners and offspring. Meng Hao, amused, gives out gifts, which Li Fugi cleverly diverts one by one. Li Fugi confides that he aspires for his descendants to conquer the ancient immortal terrace, and Meng Hao encourages his dream. Before parting, Li Fugi embraces Meng Hao tightly, pledging their eternal brotherhood. Meng Hao reciprocates, and they depart with smiles and a mutual promise to meet again. After leaving the ancient immortal tomb, Meng Hao visits his grand elder brother, Chen Fan, at the Mount Tai Sword Sect. Upon learning of Chen Fan's understanding of the Tao of the sword, Meng Hao comprehends the subtleties of the true and false Tao and expresses his determination to find Xu Qing. Meng Hao then travels to the Lake of Fallen Moon to visit Wang Yukai, only to discover that he has resorted to cruel methods to cultivate, enduring the agony of consuming souls to perceive the colors of the world. Meng Hao's attempts at persuasion fail, but their conversation reveals that Wang Yukai has foreseen an impending chaos, believing that the moon has set while the sun has yet to rise, ushering in an era of darkness. Leaving the Lake of Fallen Moon, Meng Hao realizes the need to rapidly enhance his strength to face the approaching crisis. He bids farewell to Wang Yukai and continues his path of cultivation. Meng Hao journeys to the ancient sect of Yuxian in search of Kjusi, but encounters an intangible barrier that prevents his entry. Kjusi is unwilling to meet with Meng Hao due to the karma of GTN that burdens him. Meng Hao instead ventures to the immortal ruins, seeking the fragments of the supreme bridge. Utilizing his supreme law and the power of Taoist celestial luo, he forcibly fuses the fragments into a complete bridge. This fusion shakes the heavens and affects the 33 skies. During the fusion, the fragments resist being subdued and self-destruct, Meng Hao shifts his strategy and devours them, replacing their existence with his own. This allows the Supreme Bridge to be reborn, materializing into a true entity. Following the successful fusion, the remaining bridge fragments across the realm collapse. Meng Hao's Supreme Bridge assumes the paramount status that once belonged to the fragments. He declares to the Sea Dream Supreme, who appears above, that the Supreme Bridge now belongs to him and discards its former name. With the Supreme Bridge in hand, Meng Hao departs from the immortal ruins. As the Sea Dream Supreme watches his departure, she reminisces about Zhao of the past, noting the similarities between him and Meng Hao. Meng Hao enters a meteorite teleportation portal and heads to planet Bilu to collect his debts from the Song and Wang families. On the planet controlled by the Song family, Song Luotan attempts to pay him off immediately with a storage pouch, eager to see him leave. However, one of the Song family members insults Meng Hao, mocking him for extorting money and predicting that he will face retribution. Song Luotan, upon hearing about this, becomes nervous since he knows Meng Hao's notorious temper. He arrives immediately to apologize and apprehends the offending family member. Yet Meng Hao gives him a meaningful smile and offers to help Song Luodan secure his position. Song Luodan, left with no choice, asks Meng Hao for help. Meng Hao requests a sum double the amount of the debt, and Song Luodan accepts. Meng Hao then loudly declares that Song Luodan's rival, Song Roshan, owes him as well. He swiftly captures him in a thunderous display of force. Song Roshan's appearance provokes several Dao realm elders from the Song family, who threaten Meng Hao. Undeterred, Meng Hao even detects a shadowy figure hiding behind Song Luodan, revealing it to be Zhu, the supreme being from the first sequence of the supreme laws of the Azwind realm. Everyone present is shocked by Meng Hao's revelation. Amidst the celestial expanse, Meng Hao bears witness to a solitary, cloaked figure emerging from behind an aged man. His heart ablaze, Meng Hao impulsively pursues, but with a single glance, the enigmatic figure unleashes an AWE-inspiring technique, attempting to erase Meng Hao's memory of their encounter. Summoning his utmost resilience, Meng Hao resists, harnessing the power of the Nirvana fruit and supreme blood to preserve his recollections. Intrigued, the cloaked figure acknowledges Meng Hao and continues into the unknown. The remaining members of the Song clan, having observed the confrontation, are astounded to find their memories of Meng Hao's interaction with the figure wiped away. Reasoning deductively, they surmise a possible connection between the two. Meng Hao follows the cloaked figure into the starry void, emulating his gait until he masters an enigmatic technique that allows him to traverse both time and space. However, despite his newfound agility, he falls short of his expectations. Upon glancing back at the Song clan star, Meng Hao is bewildered to discover he has traveled only a short distance and that time itself has reversed, returning him to a moment just past a stick of incense. Meng Hao discerns that the technique taught by the cloaked figure is not one of slowness but of astonishing speed, capable of surpassing the limitations of time and space. Once more, he follows the figure's gaze toward an unassuming old man and a youth named Wang Mu in a bamboo grove. Meng Hao notices a gentle look in Black's eyes as he looked at an old man they came across. The old man exuded an intimidating aura, and Meng Hao couldn't tell where he came from. Black then approached the old man and Wang Mu, while Meng Hao followed secretly without being discovered. The old man guided Wang Mu in his practice, emphasizing perseverance, then sent him away. As Wang Mu left, a swarm of mosquitoes appeared in the bamboo forest, emitting a frightening, ancient aura. Meng Hao realized that these mosquitoes were far more terrifying than demonic beasts, and probably even predated the mountain and sea realm. One golden mosquito flew around Black, seemingly expressing joy and sorrow. The old man turned to Meng Hao, his piercing gaze making him tremble. As the old man was about to speak, Black asked about someone's whereabouts. The old man paused, then replied somberly, "He left a long time ago and never came back." Black closed his eyes, then a long moment later, asked again. The old man sighed. "She also left and never returned." Black asked who the old man was, and the old man hesitated, then said, "In the past." He dispersed. Black shook his head, denying it, then turned to leave. The old man was shocked, calling him king, which made Meng Hao realize that Black was likely a member of the Wang clan, possibly even an ancestor. Black left the bamboo forest, gazing at the sky as if waiting for someone. He indicated that the person he was waiting for was near, then stepped away. Meng Hao couldn't catch up. But Black had told him a stepping technique and said that if they met again, he would teach him a wind summoning technique. Meng Hao decided to master this stepping technique and establish a connection with the Wang clan. A few days later, Meng Hao mastered the technique and discovered that it not only allowed him to take giant steps but also distort space and time. Just then, he received hundreds of sound transmissions, informing him that the pill demon was looking for him regarding a sad matter. Meng Hao was shocked, but didn't yet know the details. Meng Hao was heartbroken when he learned that his close friend, Chu Yuyan's soul was about to dissipate. He rushed to Kunlun Dao. But on his way, Ji Dongyang unexpectedly blocked his path and intentionally destroyed the teleportation array. Amidst his anxiety and anger, Meng Hao executed his newly created battle tactic Wound in the Past. Merge in the present. He twisted time, returning to the past, and slashed at Ji Dongyang's mirror image. When the mirror image overlapped with the real body, the attack inflicted a fatal blow on Ji Dongyang, causing him to scream and be split in half. Meng Hao ignored Ji Dongyang's terror and dismay and continued his pursuit. In front of horrified witnesses, Ji Dongyang's figure dissipated into the air, leaving only his piercing screams echoing around. Meng Hao broke through Ji Dongyang's obstruction and arrived at the teleportation array but found it shattered. In his moment of despair, he realized that Ji Dongyang had done this intentionally to provoke him. Meng Hao forcibly broke through the protective barrier and stepped into the teleportation array. However, at that moment, the teleportation array completely shattered. Ji Dongyang reappeared with glee, once again obstructing Meng Hao. Filled with rage, Meng Hao performed his movement technique, distorting time and creating a mirror image of himself. The mirror image, armed with a war weapon, pursued Ji Dongyang. When the mirror image overlapped the original body, Meng Hao's war weapon struck Ji Dongyang again, causing him to collapse and die. The surrounding cultivators were in shock and awe. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary battle tactic. Before their eyes, Meng Hao had severely injured Ji Dongyang, buying time for Chu Yuyan's soul to revive. Meng Hao travels through time only to find that the laws of time are different from his own techniques of the years. More ethereal, despite resistance from Ji Dongyang. He ends up in the Kunlun Dao. The Kunlun Dao is beautiful like a fairyland. But in the distance, a mountain peak booms with thunder and clouds. Meng Hao rushes to the mountain peak, where he finds an aged man and Dan Gui struggling against a swirling force. Suddenly, Meng Hao's gaze falls on a jade coffin containing the slumbering Chu Yuyan. Dan Gui informs him that Chu Yuyan's soul has dissipated and even an elder couldn't return her to life. Meng Hao is torn apart with grief, unable to accept this truth. The Kunlun Dao disciples angrily accuse him of being heartless and defiling Chu Yuyan's remains. Dan Gui silences the crowd, allowing Meng Hao to see Chu Yuyan for the last time. Chu Yuyan's fellow disciples rail against Meng Hao, accusing him of being ruthless and owing her far more than he repaid. Meng Hao lets them vent their anger as he walks to the coffin. Looking at Chu Yuyan's pale face, Meng Hao recalls the past her love with Wang Tongfei, her meeting with Meng Hao in the southern domain, and her feelings for him. Meng Hao realizes that he was not heartless towards Chu Yuyan, but he loves Xu Qing more. Yet, his selfishness caused Chu Yuyan pain, ultimately leading to her sacrifice in the realm of wind. At this moment, Wang Tongfei descends from the sky in a fury, demanding why Meng Hao had pursued Chu Yuyan and not chosen her. Meng Hao's heart bleeds, and he vomits blood, collapsing. As time passes, Meng Hao understands his own selfishness, lamenting, "A mountain has no worries. But snow can make it gray, water has no troubles. But wind can disturb its peace." Heartbroken by Chu Yuyan's death and filled with intense hatred for Meng Hao, Wang Tongfei attacks Meng Hao with all his might. Meng Hao, consumed by guilt and remorse, remains silent, retreating continuously. Upon learning that Chu Yuyan's spirit is missing, Meng Hao is devastated and resolves to find her spirit. Casting the law of causality and the law of time, he witnesses a vision of Chu Yuyan being robbed of her spirit by an unknown voice while traversing the whirlpool back to the ninth mountain. Tracing the thread of causality, Meng Hao discovers that Chu Yuyan's spirit was taken deep within the whirlpool. With utmost effort, he eventually discerns the 9 mountains of the Shanhai realm within the vortex's depths. As Chu Yuyan passed through the 8th mountain sea, her spirit is beckoned away by a voice. In that moment, Meng Hao realizes that Chu Yuyan's death was not an accident but a conspiracy. Determined to uncover the mastermind and retrieve Chu Yuyan's spirit, he vows to restore her life. The vortex was not created by Sea Dream Supreme, but rather an ancient teleportation channel existing within the mountain and sea realm. Though its activation incurs a great cost, usually affordable only by Supremes. However, this teleportation path was not without its perils, as accidents could occur. During teleportation, Meng Hao witnessed two scenes. In the first, Chu Yuyan's soul was scattered, being captured by a cultivator using a soul-gathering technique. The perpetrator was a two-source Dao realm cultivator from the Black Soul Sect, refining a magic treasure that required souls, including Chu Yuyan's. The Black Soul Sect's mass slaughter of mortals for their souls violated the mountain and sea realm's stringent prohibitions. But for some reason, no heavenly tribulation had descended. Fury surged through Meng Hao, and he believed that regardless of the reason, he would be the Black Soul Sect's heavenly tribulation. His killing intent soared, and he resolved to avenge Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao arrived at the Kunlun Dao and witnessed Chu Yuyan's body, preserved in a coffin and protected from decay by the Kunlun Dao's spiritual energy. The Kunlun Dao's patriarch promised to safeguard her body, and in gratitude, Meng Hao offered a vast quantity of celestial jade, which accumulated into a burial mound and a mountain peak. Upon learning that Chu Yuyan's soul resided on the 8th mountain, Meng Hao bid farewell to the Kunlun Dao and departed for the 8th mountain. The patriarch of the immortal ancient Taoist temple, having foreseen Meng Hao's arrival, had prepared the immortal ancient bridge, which connected the 8th mountain and the 9th mountain, allowing Meng Hao to traverse the starry sky and reach the 8th mountain. Meng Hao embarked on the immortal ancient bridge, heading straight for the vortex, entering it, and traveling to the 8th mountain in search of Chu Yuyan's soul. In the western void of the 8th mountain and sea, a white glowing fissure was conspicuously shrinking in the pitch-black void. Around the fissure, two groups of cultivators were fiercely fighting, including 4 mid-stage Gujing experts and 2 late-stage Gujing experts. Suddenly, the fissure's glow intensified, releasing thick immortal energy brimming with the intent of origin. The surrounding cultivators' cultivation surged, and some even showed signs of breakthroughs. This indicated that it was an extremely valuable Dao-level secret realm. Realizing the secret realm's worth, 2 late-stage Gujing elders paused their attacks, deciding to send their prepared bodies for the Dao soul to merge with. Awakening its power, they summoned 4 young and handsome cultivators Tong'er, Shan Bin, Shan Shan, and Mu Yi. As the 4's blood splashed onto the fissure, it bulged, and a hand emerged from within. Subsequently, a handsome young man in white robes gracefully emerged from the fissure. The fissure instantly closed, and the glow dissipated. Those present were astonished, for this young man was entirely different from the Dao soul they had imagined. The 2 elders were also uncertain if he was the Dao soul. But the thick immortal energy and intent of origin left them in awe. The young man scanned his surroundings, noticing the 4 men and women kneeling before him with their right hands raised, requesting his acceptance of their offerings. The young man shifted his gaze to the 2 highest cultivation elders, who instantly trembled and backed away, claiming they were too old to serve as offerings. Meng Hao arrives at the 8th mountain and sea and inquires about the Dao soul fusion method. Upon learning that he can attain the Dao realm by fusing with his Dao soul, everyone is shocked. 2 old men from the ancient realm attempt to kill Meng Hao but are easily and severely injured. Meng Hao is intrigued by the soul shadows that awaken behind the old men and the symbiotic secret technique. Meng Hao asks the wood and fire Dao old man about the location of the Black Soul Dao. After learning that it is part of the League of Gods, Meng Hao decides to use wood and fire Dao to get there. The wood and fire Daoist sees through Meng Hao's foreign origins but still agrees to help in order to curry favor with a Dao realm expert. On the way, Meng Hao learns about the layout of the 8th mountain and sea, including the League of Gods, the 3 great Dao sects, and the 2 great families. He also learns that the secret realms there are actually scattered immortal ruins that have been used as tombs by cultivators. Meng Hao realizes that the 8th mountain and sea is a massive graveyard, and he needs to find an immortal ruin that is not yet occupied in order to fuse with his Dao soul. Meng Hao's original plan was not to go to the 8th sea mountain, but to the 4th. However, when he learned that Chu Yuyan's soul was trapped there, he decided to temporarily change his plans and go to the 8th sea mountain to rescue her. On the 8th sea mountain, Meng Hao met the Zhu mountain patriarch and subdued him to become his mount. Through the Wood and Fire Dao, Meng Hao successfully entered the territory of the Heaven Clan Alliance, and used the teleportation matrix to reach the formation of the Black Soul Dao after paying a huge fee. The Black Soul Dao occupied a sculpted star, and there were a total of 300,000 disciples. The cultivation techniques they practiced were especially cruel, mainly driving ghosts away and devouring souls. Meng Hao came to the edge of the Black Soul Dao formation, ignoring the questioning of the disciples, and directly stepped into the formation. Several disciples of the Black Soul Dao tried to stop him and summoned ghosts to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao used the Tempest to destroy ghosts and cultivators, and learned from searching their souls that there were 5 teleportation formations within the Black Soul Dao. Meng Hao cut off the Black Soul Dao's teleportation formation, blocked the mountain gate, and then walked toward it. As Meng Hao arrived, countless roars and divine senses swept in and out of the Black Soul Dao's mountain gate. Meng Hao's expression was calm, and he prepared to step into the Black Soul Dao to implement his plan of extermination. Meng Hao arrives at Black Soul Dao of the Divine Fealty Alliance, armed with ferocity, and confronts the entire sect alone. Despite Black Soul Dao's overwhelming presence, Meng Hao's divine sense quells their authority. Black Soul Dao disciples swarm, their soul spirits protruding, but Meng Hao summons blood fiends and blood spirits, whose ruthlessness far surpasses that of Black Soul Dao. Meng Hao unleashes his immortal techniques, sending an immortal mountain crashing down, shaking the heavens and earth. Black Soul Dao's ancestors emerge, harnessing the might of the 3 sources Dao monarch, leading 10 great archfiends of the ancient realm to engage in battle. Meng Hao alone defies the sect, releasing his killing intent, disrupting their minds. Meng Hao takes his 7th heavenly stride, his aura continuously escalating, forming an intangible barrier that repels the assaults of soul spirits and ancient realm cultivators. The Black Soul Dao's ancestors unleash the origin of wind, releasing soul winds, but Meng Hao summons the origin of divine fire to counter the winds. Meng Hao takes his 7th step, amassing his most formidable strike, aiming his fist at the incense burner protecting Chu Yuyan's soul. However, the ancestors of Black Soul Dao escape, but Meng Hao detects their ploy and seizes the incense burner, intending to claim Chu Yuyan's soul. When the face formed by the beacon smoke in the sky above the dark souls narrowed its eyes, Meng Hao's heart sank as he realized his plan had been seen through. However, he did not give up and resolutely took action, taking a large step towards the dark cliff that symbolized the ultimate power of the dark souls. Faced with an invisible protective light curtain on the dark cliff, Meng Hao did not retreat, but instead summoned the power of the paramount bridge within his body and collided with it head-on. The resulting shockwave shook the heavens and the earth, breaking the shield and bouncing back a destructive impact. Meng Hao sneered and, using the power of the immortal path of laws, he attacked the dark cliff with full force, using his physical body and divine soul as support. Along with a loud crash, the dark cliff collapsed, turning into flying gravel. Countless souls flew up from the cliff bottom, gathering into a yellow spring river and rushing toward the distant 4th mountain reincarnation. The Dark Soul sect was not spared either. As the dark cliff fell apart, the ground of the entire sect caved in, and all the buildings turned into dust. Numerous huge cracks spread throughout the stars, causing a destructive tremor. With the destruction of the Dark Souls sect, countless souls flew out from every corner, joining the ranks of the Yellow Spring River, and expressing their gratitude to Meng Hao. At this moment, Meng Hao felt a surge of invisible good luck. His paramount blood boiled, and an illusion of the mountain and sea realm emerged in his mind. However, at this moment, a wave of unstoppable anger erupted from the sunken ground, as the face of a middle-aged man appeared, accompanied by his roar. A figure stepped out of the sea of fire, exuding an astonishing momentum. Meng Hao's arrival caused a commotion in Dark Soul. Facing the encircled legions, Meng Hao responded composedly, crushing the disciples with the immortal mountain, and elevating morale with the return of good fortune. However, with the appearance of the Dark Soul ancestor, the situation took a turn for the worse. The ancestor exerted the pressure of the 3-source patriarch, constructing a patriarch's prison with the power of fire, earth, and wind, intending to confine Meng Hao and exterminate him. Refusing to give up, Meng Hao employed the divine ability of the lightning cauldron to dodge and change positions, also utilizing the 8th restriction of demon imprisonment to interfere with the ancestor's rule. However, the patriarch's prison was formidable, isolating Meng Hao in a small universe and presenting a lethal threat with the ancestor's personal attack. Right when the ancestor launched a fatal attack on Meng Hao with the might of the heavenly Tao, Meng Hao abruptly sacrificed a piece of earth no larger than his palm. In an instant, this soil transformed into an immortal ruins of 10,000 zhang, smashing down on the ancestor with the force of an avalanche. Sensing the incredible weight and destructive aura of the immortal ruins, the ancestor's expression changed drastically, forcing him into hasty retreat. Defying the barriers of the three sources, the immortal ruins crushed down relentlessly, landing on the surface of the star hosting the sect of Dark Soul. Under the towering shadow, countless Dark Soul disciples let out cries of despair but were unable to escape the immortal ruins' suction. With a resounding boom, the immortal ruins struck, pulverizing countless disciples into dust and leaving behind only a wasteland. A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth as a colossal immortal ruin descended from the sky, crushing all the Black Soul Sect disciples below it in an instant. Immediately after that, a violent surge of energy swept through the stars, triggering a cataclysmic storm that uprooted mountains, shattered rivers, and made the entire planet tremble as if it had been struck by a devastating blow. Panic-stricken Black Soul Sect disciples scattered in all directions. But the planet's impending collapse was irreversible. The ground shook violently, and a massive fissure spread across its surface, signaling the imminent shattering of the celestial body. The Black Soul Grand Ancestor's complexion changed drastically. He had never expected Meng Hao to possess such a formidable immortal ruin. As the planet crumbled, Meng Hao summoned a terracotta warrior and began slaughtering the Black Soul Sect disciples. Seeing that the terracotta warrior was unstoppable, the Black Soul Grand Ancestor immediately stepped forward to engage Meng Hao in battle. Meng Hao unleashed his Azure Rock divine ability to counter the Grand Ancestor's three great source powers. Though he sustained injuries, Meng Hao employed his monster sealing technique to restrict the Grand Ancestor's movements. Meng Hao then unleashed his full spiritual energy, transforming himself into a meteor that carried the power of the sun, moon, stars, and 9 mountains, and charged straight at the Black Soul Grand Ancestor. The latter believed that Meng Hao had already unleashed his ultimate attack. But to his surprise, Meng Hao had been concealing his war soldier. As the planet's core collapsed, Meng Hao emerged wielding the war soldier and delivered a surprise blow that heavily wounded the Black Soul Grand Ancestor. However, the Grand Ancestor, cunning as ever, managed to activate a powerful defense that significantly reduced the damage from this attack. At this moment, the Black Soul Grand Ancestor produced a colossal incense burner. Meng Hao recognized the object and a smile spread across his face, indicating that he had been anticipating this encounter. Meng Hao employed the seventh bridge and exerted its coercive force upon Black Soul Patriarch, instilling in him a sense of life and death crisis. After an intense struggle, Meng Hao managed to seize Black Soul's censer. In that instant, the stars shattered, and the Black Soul Tao crumbled. Black Soul Patriarch's eyes reddened in fury, and he let out a roar as he engaged Meng Hao in a decisive battle. Meng Hao poured forth his full strength, utilizing his most formidable state and delivering his most powerful attack against Black Soul Patriarch's Black Soul Slaughtering Skies technique. The clash reverberated through half of the Godhead Union, prompting countless divine senses to investigate. The decisive battle between Meng Hao and Black Soul Patriarch sent shockwaves throughout the Godhead Union. Ancestor Black Soul summoned countless souls with his own blood essence to form an enormous soul face imbued with immense power. The soundless roar it emitted shook the starry sky, manifesting visions of the underworld, Wangchen, and the great tomb of heaven and earth. Undeterred by the terrifying attack, Meng Hao retaliated with his most potent strike, provoking a head-on collision with the soul face. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, tearing a gaping black hole into the starry sky. Ancestor Black Soul's soul face shattered, while Meng Hao sustained severe injuries, his flesh torn and mangled. Facing imminent demise, Meng Hao's fourth nirvana fruit dropped, unleashing an astonishing burst of power. He lunged forward, shaking Ancestor Black Soul's consciousness. Both adversaries were nearing exhaustion, their contest a test of endurance. Ancestor Black Soul sacrificed his remaining souls in a desperate assault, consuming Meng Hao's flesh and organs. Meng Hao endured unimaginable agony, but his indomitable spirit fueled his relentless counterattacks. Ultimately, Meng Hao's body was reduced to bones, his paramount bridge shattered, and Ancestor Black Soul's souls pounced, Just as defeat seemed inevitable, Meng Hao's war weapon deconstructed. But he endured the excruciating pain and unleashed one final strike. With a deafening crash, Ancestor Black Soul's souls were obliterated. His true spirit escaped, vowing vengeance against Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes glinted with fury as he watched Ancestor Black Soul's escape. However, his severe injuries prevented pursuit. Meanwhile, the Celestial Legions had arrived, sealing off the Alliance's passageways and hunting down all foreign cultivators. Enduring his wounds, Meng Hao departed the scene, consumed by rage, through the enigmatic machinations of the Elder of the Heavenly God League. Meng Hao's aura was sealed within a white crystal and disseminated among the various sects of the League. A bounty was offered for the servitude of the Black Soul Patriarch for 1,000 years, causing a ripple throughout the Heavenly God League. Countless cultivators frantically searched for Meng Hao. As the Heavenly God League sealed off all entrances and exits, news of Meng Hao's annihilation of the Black Soul Dao spread throughout the 8th Mountain and Sea. And both Meng Hao and the Meng family became primary targets. An investigation revealed that Meng Hao was not a cultivator of the 8th Mountain and Sea, but rather hailed from the Outer Mountain and Sea, bearing the supreme sequence laws. After reconstituting his body with the assistance of cultivators from the Heavenly God Dao, the Black Soul Patriarch recognized Meng Hao's likeness. Although the Heavenly God League lifted the blockade, Meng Hao's whereabouts remained unknown. Disguised as a scholar, Meng Hao rode a donkey transformed from Pudge and blended into the mortal realm. As Pudge concealed Meng Hao's aura, the divine sense of the Heavenly God League failed to detect him. Meng Hao concealed his gaze behind a book, but a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Meng Hao planned to use this opportunity to recover from his injuries and search for Chu Yuyan's soul. However, upon opening his incense burner, he did not find the soul he sought. Simultaneously, the Meng family's merchant ship arrived, carrying Meng Chen, a Meng family member detailed to accompany the young master of the Han family. Within the Celestial Union, while fellow cultivators searched for Meng Hao across the starry sky, a figure slowly approached the barrier between the 8th and 9th mountains. Each step made him tremble, as if he were bearing great pressure. The figure was none other than Ji Dongyang, his eyes as deep as the stars, his smile eerie, planning to fuse with Meng Hao in the 8th sea. Meanwhile, outside the Celestial Union in a meteorite field, the black-robed man Han Qinglei emerged, surrounded by 9 skeletal giants. Upon hearing news from the Celestial Union that Meng Hao was the one who annihilated the entire Black Soul sect, a competitive spirit arose within him. The Celestial Union's most talented disciples also joined the search for Meng Hao, their cultivations far surpassing their realms. Accompanied by protectors, the entire Celestial Union was stirred up, attracting many cultivators. However, Meng Hao was oblivious to all this, peacefully dwelling in an inn in a county city, immersing himself in books. With only half a month before the imperial examination, he decided to give it his all. He had to find another way to save Chu Yuyan, but her remnants of soul were too incomplete. Early one morning, Meng Hao embarked on his journey to the imperial city on his little donkey. The scenery along the way was picturesque, his mood gradually becoming tranquil. However, on the official road, he encountered bandits. Meng Hao let out a cold snort, his voice creating a resonant sound, stunning the bandits before he executed them one by one. Several days later, Meng Hao arrived in the imperial city and participated in the imperial examination. In the examination hall, he carefully read the examination questions, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, taking pride in his knowledge. Meanwhile, the Celestial Union's search continued, but Meng Hao's whereabouts remained a mystery, vanished without a trace. During the capital's imperial examination, the moment Meng Hao put pen to paper, a surge of righteous qi emerged, startling an elderly Taoist and the emperor in the palace. The Taoist, with his keen eye, recognized Meng Hao as a promising disciple of the Righteous Heaven Sect and rushed to the examination site. Meanwhile, the Divine Heaven Sect issued a warrant on jade slips, initiating a search for Meng Hao. Hundreds of Divine Heaven Sect cultivators, aggressive beasts from the Blood Mist, and a wild female hunter converged to apprehend Meng Hao. The Righteous Heaven Sect, Divine Sword Sect, Five Elements Sect, and Heavenly Music Sect from the Luo River Star also dispatched forces to locate Meng Hao. Undeterred, Meng Hao continued writing, calmly completing his exam and skillfully evading the Taoists' attempts to recruit him as a disciple. As the cultivators surrounded him, A donkey suddenly crashed through the wall and rescued Meng Hao. The Taoist Xu Ran, who was pursuing him, became even more excited upon learning of Meng Hao's identity and urged him to join his sect. At that moment, a group of cultivators in cyan robes appeared, using a unique method of Taoism. Meng Hao sensed their peculiarity. However, upon the Taoist Xu Ran's stern reprimand, the cultivators, realizing Meng Hao was their granduncle master, withdrew. The Taoist Xu Ran, overjoyed to learn that Meng Hao had defeated the Black Soul sect, became even more determined to make him his disciple. The turmoil caused by the imperial examination turned Meng Hao into a target. But with his formidable strength and composure, he deftly diffused the crisis and gained the appreciation of a powerful figure. On planet Loha, Meng Hao encounters the siege of a group of disciples from the Vast Expanse sect. Just when he is about to fall into a predicament, the elder of the Vast Expanse sect clamors for the disciples to help. However, the disciples look at each other indifferently and do nothing. Suddenly, a whistle cuts through the sky, and countless snakes hiss and surge towards Meng Hao from all directions. Among them, a giant python carrying a supreme aura is particularly striking. Seeing this, Meng Hao does not retreat but instead goes head-on. After a fierce battle, Meng Hao destroys the python with the Annihilation Fist, startling the other snakes. At this moment, a woman dressed in wild clothes arrives with colorful light. This woman is the Dragon Serpent Maiden of the Dragon Serpent Harmony sect and also a genius in the Heaven Alliance. The Dragon Serpent Maiden uses 5 pythons and soul-shaking sound waves to attack Meng Hao. But all are broken by Meng Hao. Meng Hao transforms into an azure rock, crushing the 5 pythons and seriously injuring a blood dragon with the demonic fist. Unwilling to give up, the Dragon Serpent Maiden uses the 13 Dragon Serpent stacks, boosting the blood dragon's aura 13-fold and giving it the mark of the Tao. But Meng Hao still shakes his head and uses the Godslayer Fist to destroy the blood dragon. The Dragon Serpent Maiden tries to escape with teleportation, but Meng Hao uses the Tao Divine Seal to block her movement. Just when Meng Hao plans to capture the Dragon Serpent Maiden, an old woman near the Tao realm suddenly appears. Intending to help, Meng Hao uses the power of the Supreme Bridge to shatter the old woman's palm and chases after the Dragon Serpent Maiden. Meng Hao casts the Causality Technique, leaving an IOU on the Dragon Serpent Maiden. Just then, a blood mist descends from the sky, and Meng Hao sees it and escapes in a rainbow. The elder of the Vast Expanse sect hurriedly calls out to Meng Hao. But Meng Hao does not stop and continues to flee. As Meng Hao is about to escape from Loha Star, a smiling old Taoist suddenly appears, claiming Meng Hao as his disciple and giving him the name Yizhaizi. The old Taoist has unfathomable cultivation and a high position in the Vast Expanse sect. Being one of the 3 Origins Tao Lords, the old Taoist insists on taking Meng Hao as his disciple, despite Meng Hao's protests. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of cultivators and 10 Tao realm experts from the Heaven Devouring Alliance have surrounded Loha Star, intent on capturing Meng Hao. Meng Hao is in dire straits and cannot escape. However, just as a 7-colored streamer is about to hit Meng Hao, the old Taoist intervenes. He blocks the streamer with his body and uses the chi of the Vast Expanse to create a pillar of chi that shoots into the starry sky, deterring the Heaven Devouring Alliance cultivators. The old Taoist proclaims that Meng Hao is his disciple and wields the chi of the Vast Expanse, and anyone who dares to touch him will be the enemy of the Vast Expanse sect. Although the old Taoist draws upon the power of Loha Star and enters a stalemate with the Heaven Devouring Alliance, the 2 confrontations with such powerful forces take their toll, and blood seeps from his mouth. Meng Hao is deeply moved and realizes that the chi of the Vast Expanse mentioned by the old Taoist may be related to his return to the mountain and sea realm's destiny. In the standoff, the Heaven Devouring Alliance cultivators dare not step onto Loha Star, as it is a main star that houses an important sect like the Vast Expanse sect and has the secret technique to mobilize the power of the stars. Amidst a stalemate with the Heavenly God Alliance, the old Taoist of the Vast Expanse sect boldly accepts Meng Hao as a disciple and takes him back to the sect. Along the way, the old Taoist defies the Heavenly God Alliance's warrant, declaring the Vast Expanse sect's protection for Meng Hao. Touched and wary, Meng Hao knows he is an interloper from the 8th mountain and sea. The Vast Expanse sect, a sect holding the providence of the mountain and sea realm, withstands the Heavenly God Alliance's siege with its protective formation. Entering the sect, Meng Hao senses the strong vast expanse qi and recognizes the sect's formidable power. A Dao venerate in the temple catches Meng Hao's attention, and he learns that the old Taoist's 8 previous disciples all died under strange circumstances. Sheltered by the old Taoist, Meng Hao bides his time in the vast expanse sect, awaiting an opportunity to teleport away. However, to draw more attention away from Meng Hao and buy him time, the old Taoist decides to impart to him the sect's most powerful technique. The Tao is in my will. The sight is in my gaze. Heaven sealing mountain and sea formula. Meng Hao learns that the old Taoist's 8 previous disciples also learned this technique. But none survived. Concerned but trusting in the old Taoist, he accepts the teachings. As Meng Hao enters the first twilight of the vast expanse sect, he encounters an eccentric master named Yiranzi. Yiranzi introduces Meng Hao to a peerless Dao technique called the heaven sealing technique. The Dao is in my heart. The eye seeks to seal heaven and earth. According to Yiranzi, he created this technique himself, and it possesses unrivaled power, capable of making its user a master of the heaven and earth realm. However, Yiranzi's actions are far from reliable, as he opens teleportation arrays daily, sending anthropomorphic spirit beasts away to confuse enemies and create an opportunity for Meng Hao to escape the Celestial Alliance. Although Meng Hao knows the heaven sealing technique Yiranzi created is only a figment of his imagination, he cannot bear to refuse him. He accompanies his master in practicing the technique, constantly perfecting every detail. Meanwhile, he also learns that Yiranzi has suffered a tragic event in the past and has since become insane. On a full moon night a month later, Meng Hao witnesses Yiranzi seated on a statue, looking up at the sky, laughing and crying foolishly. He finally comprehends that behind Yiranzi's madness lies a heartbreaking past. From that point on, Meng Hao is no longer perfunctory with Yiranzi, and instead earnestly assists him in practicing the heaven sealing technique. He remembers the protection his master provided during a time of crisis in his seemingly absurd yet poignant wish. The laughter sounded both fearful and mournful. Meng Hao looked at the old Taoist in the statue as he silently closed his eyes. When dawn broke, the old Taoist had vanished, replaced by that muddle-headed old man. However, millions of cultivators had already gathered outside the Violet Fate sect. The pressure they exuded began to cause the Violet Fate sect disciples to resent Meng Hao. But he rarely descended the mountain, and instead silently practiced the sealing heaven technique, disrupting the surveillance from the outside world. Just as the 2-month period was about to end, the old Taoist suddenly suggested that Meng Hao leave immediately, when the teleportation portal opened. However, the old Taoist grabbed Meng Hao and sped them both toward the sky, avoiding the pursuit from the powerful experts of the Divine Radiance Union. At the same time, the numerous Dao-seeking experts by the teleportation portal were deceived by the old Taoist and were teleported elsewhere. In truth, the old Taoist's teleportation portals were all bait, and his true intention was to personally escort Meng Hao away. The old Taoist piloted a flying shuttle with a speed 10 times faster than before, heading directly to the starry sky. When Dao-seeking experts gave chase, the old Taoist used the sealing heaven technique to freeze time and space, transforming into a tilted mountain. Using the good fortune of the mountain and sea realm, he unleashed his unparalleled power, repelling the pursuers. Amidst the chaos, Meng Hao's body trembled as the teleportation portal on the flying shuttle opened, sending him to an unknown distant land. The old Taoist fought back against the Dao-seeking experts by himself, protecting Meng Hao's departure. Meng Hao witnessed the old Taoist's sacrifice, and his heart was greatly shaken. His conviction in his own path became even stronger. Meng Hao witnessed the 9 mountains and 9 seas delineating a towering figure, conjured by the old Taoist, who pointed a finger down at the hundreds of thousands of pursuing cultivators. Under that finger, the starry sky peeled away. The cultivators recoiled in horror, and even the Dao realm experts showed a tinge of trepidation. This seal the heavens art, created by the Yiranzi of the vast expanse Dao sect, was usually considered a joke. But now, wielded by the old Taoist, it unfurled in astonishment of unparalleled might. Countless cultivators were spurting blood. Even the Dao realm grandees had blood spilling from their mouths. That finger from the giant seemed to contain the power of mountains and seas, sealing off all the cultivators, causing them to be involuntarily tossed and turned. The old Taoist had no intention of bringing trouble upon his vast expanse Dao sect. He ended it there, and turned to look into the distance. He saw Meng Hao's expression of shock which mirrored that of the crowd. He spoke calmly. Good disciple, this is your master's seal, the heaven's art. The old Taoist had an extraordinary imposing aura. His appearance seized the attention of all the cultivators. At this moment, he was no longer befuddled or unreliable, but rather exuded an ethereal bearing. With extraordinary temperament, he took a step and left, ignoring the others, heading towards the Luohe star. At the same time, Meng Hao appeared at the other end of the Divine Radiance Alliance. He reflected on the astonishing might of the seal, the heaven's art, and couldn't help but murmur. Insight, only by traversing a long distance, seeing much, and experiencing a lot, can one come to understand that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and that there are people beyond people. Beyond the Tao techniques, there are even stronger Taos. Meng Hao felt grateful toward the old Taoist. He bowed once before heading straight for the boundary of the Divine Radiance Alliance. He intended to break through from the long, expansive border, rather than the heavily guarded star portals. One day later, Meng Hao arrived at a white city wall. He charged into it with a bang, but was locked onto by the illusory face of an old man. Meng Hao scoffed, continuing forward, only to encounter countless white walls, seemingly endless. The old man's illusory face appeared, claiming that Meng Hao could not escape from the Divine Radiance Alliance. But he overlooked Meng Hao's decisiveness, and the latter realized that the old man couldn't kill him in person, but could only manipulate the power of the border. Accordingly, Meng Hao destroyed the transmission arrays until only 2 successful transmissions remained. However, after nearly 100 cultivators appeared, Meng Hao transformed into a turquoise rock, slaughtering left and right, those 2 youths in the lead. One escaped as a scarlet mist. The other transformed into a residual image of a celestial. Meng Hao locked onto the scarlet mist, and gave chase. A young man in a red robe, who Meng Hao had encountered on planet Loha, reappeared and was instantly killed by him. Meng Hao also swiftly slew the old guardian accompanying him. Meng Hao then proceeded to annihilate dozens of cultivator teams pursuing him, including a group of disciples from the heavenly Tao. After killing a Tao severing expert, the number of cultivators chasing him dwindled, and the leaders of the Heavenly Union were shaken. Despite this, the pursuit continued and intensified, with 30% of the Tao severing cultivators searching for Meng Hao. He fought several Tao severing cultivators, killing some but sustaining serious injuries. He discovered a mark on his body that allowed the Heavenly Union to locate him quickly. One day, Meng Hao encountered darkness and nothingness at the edge of the starry sky, from which emerged 33 glowing lines that formed a hideously distorted face. Meng Hao sensed imminent danger and the scent of death, realizing that this place was probably a secret realm or a tomb, and quickly retreated. Just then, Meng Hao noticed a Meng family merchant ship approaching him. The people on board crushed a jade slip, clearly intending to notify the Heavenly Union. Meng Hao sighed and intended to leave, but he was stopped by cultivators on the merchant ship. They had received orders to hold Meng Hao back until the arrival of Tao severing experts from the Heavenly Union. Meng Hao, during his adventure with the 8th Sea Mountain, unexpectedly encountered his clan members, who hunted him down relentlessly. When the clan members eventually retreated, 3 formidable Tao sovereigns appeared. Among them were Profound Daozi of One Profound Sect, Hong Chen of Dragon God Sect, and Ancestor Blacksoul, all of whom intended to recruit Ancestor Blacksoul and possess the remaining fragments of his divine soul. Despite his injuries, Meng Hao remained composed when confronted by these 3 Tao realm powerhouses and revealed his identity. Ancestor Blacksoul, consumed by hatred for Meng Hao, launched an attack. Meng Hao countered with his Immortal Mountain and Sovereign Bridge, but after being forced to retreat, he resolved to seek a glimmer of hope by journeying to a perilous location he had discovered earlier. White-robed boy Profound Daozi, however, employed his origin art to capture Meng Hao. At a critical moment, Meng Hao unleashed the time step imparted by Lu. Using time against time, he successfully countered Profound Daozi's origin power and escaped Profound Daozi's grasp. This remarkable technique astounded Profound Daozi, leaving him in disbelief. After the boy witnessed Meng Hao practicing the footwork, the source within him yearned for it intensely, which astounded the boy. Legends say that only a source would be enticed by the source of the Tao, and Meng Hao's footwork seemed to contain the Tao of time, offering a chance for his source to achieve a breakthrough. In his excitement, the boy decided to temporarily abandon his initial intention of killing Meng Hao and aimed to comprehend the Tao of time within his footwork. Meanwhile, the old woman struck again, summoning a colossal shadow formed by 7 intertwining centipedes, which transformed into a dragon god and lunged at Meng Hao. Facing imminent danger, Meng Hao resorted to sacrificing many artifacts and abilities for defense. Despite fighting tooth and nail, he ended up severely wounded and coughing up blood. Just when Meng Hao's life hung by a thread, the boy suddenly intervened, blocking the old woman and the Black Soul ancestor, claiming that Meng Hao was of great use to him. While the three were entangled, Meng Hao remembered he had one last technique to cast. Taking a deep breath, he executed the Seal Heaven technique. As the Seal Heaven technique was cast, the starry sky trembled, the world roared, and the 9 seas of the mountain and sea realm howled. The 9 mountains shook, and all the celestial bodies emitted an otherworldly glow. The entire mountain and sea realm seemed to be responding to Meng Hao, acknowledging his identity as the master of mountain and sea. At that moment, Meng Hao stretched out his arms as if embracing the entire world, and proclaimed, to explore the mountain and sea. Seal the heavens. Along with Meng Hao's roar, the mountain and sea stirred. The Seal Heaven technique made its debut, causing shockwaves throughout the starry sky. Its power was such that it made the 9 seas of the mountain and sea realm roar. The 9 mountains shake, and even the celestial bodies pale in comparison. As Meng Hao extended his arms, the starry sky twisted, and an enormous, blurred figure appeared out of thin air, charging forward like a cleaving blade, causing a heaven-shaking commotion. Black Soul Patriarch was the first to face it, resisting desperately, but was shattered into pieces in an instant. And just as Black Soul Patriarch's soul and body were annihilated, he heard a voice that only he and Meng Hao could hear: mountain and sea's abhorrence. Sentenced to death by execution. The heaven-sealing art did not end there, but continued to sweep forth, carrying the will of the mountain and sea realm, heading straight for the old woman. Faced with this terrifying technique, the old woman grew desperate, summoning the dragon god to resist. But it too was instantly annihilated. In the process, the dragon god totem on the old woman's body was erased, her aura plummeting, and her cultivation falling below the Tao sovereign realm. However, just when she thought the ordeal was over, the familiar warning sound rang out again: cultivator of foreign techniques, born and raised in the mountain and sea, not seeking life, only to destroy your foreign lineage. Helpless, the old woman could only watch as the heaven-sealing art struck the Meng family's merchant ship, punishing the cultivators within. Meng Hao, seeing this, forcibly retracted his technique, but it did not respond to his will, as if it had a will of its own, intent on punishing all living beings in the mountain and sea realm. Just as the heaven-sealing art was about to engulf the entire ship, Meng Hao, regardless of his injuries, forcibly withdrew his spiritual energy, suffering a great impact to his soul. And just as Meng Hao retracted the technique, the enormous figure turned and looked at him deeply, and Meng Hao seemed to see his own reflection in its face. However, before he could ponder further, the figure dissipated without a trace. Meng Hao knew that the old woman and Tongzihei would seek revenge. So without hesitation, he flew towards the area where the 33 lines of light were located: the 33 heavens. The 33 heavens, legend had it, was a terrifying cage where the alien races who had died in the war between the supreme immortal realm and the alien races back in the day had been buried. As the area of the lines of light expanded, the 33 heavens was opened for the first time, and countless people, hearing the news, rushed into it, eager to obtain fortunes. And just as Xuandaozi and the old woman entered the 33 heavens, the Meng family's merchant ship also flew over, with the young master announcing that they would heavily reward anyone who retrieved the fortunes, forcing all of the Meng family cultivators to head to the 33 heavens. Among them was Meng Chen, who was covered in old injuries. Meng Hao ventures deep into the deathly 33rd zone, pursued by his pursuers. Within this enigmatic domain, he is drawn to a glowing line and unhesitatingly steps in. He discovers a space isolated from the outside world, thick with death energy that erodes his vitality. In his sights is a colossal stone stele inscribed with words that read: "Sealing the other shore. Grand Celestial Tao Hai resides here, suppressing his soul for 10,000 years." Along with a name Zhou Fun, Meng Hao's supreme blood boils, sensing a beckoning call from the stele, his heart resonating with this realm. Meanwhile, the pursuing Zhang Daozi and others enter the zone, intent on killing Meng Hao. At a perilous juncture, Meng Hao recalls the 6 generations of monster sealing life and death forbidden he learned in the 9th mountain and sea immortal ruins. Successfully controlling the decaying figures composed of death energy, Meng Hao harnesses these figures to engage Zhao Daozi's group, creating an opportunity to recover. As Meng Hao approaches the stone steel, the decaying figures he commands increase to 100, encircling Zhao Daozi and his companions. Meng Hao sits cross-legged atop the steel, his supreme blood surging, his injuries swiftly mending. However, at this moment, a pair of covetous eyes emerge from the earth, fixated on Meng Hao's living body. The entity behind the eyes introduces himself as Tanlang, eager to seize Meng Hao's physical form. While Meng Hao heals in solitude, outside the 33rd zone, cultivators from the Celestial Union pour in, drawn to the allure of this enigmatic realm. Word of its opening spreads to their sects, sending shockwaves through the 8th mountain and sea. Meng Hao finds himself in an eerie world with an unknown pair of eyes watching him. Meanwhile, a Dao realm expert, Xuandaozi, and an old woman fight hordes of shadowy figures. Suddenly, a gray mist envelops the area, raising Meng Hao's alarm. Hidden within the mist, he spots a hazy silhouette preying upon him. Using his divine ability, Meng Hao evades the shadowy figures and makes his way toward Xuandaozi and the old woman. Controlling puppets with his death and life forbiddance technique, he navigates the mist and silently approaches the old woman. With a sudden strike, Meng Hao punches her in the chest, severely injuring her. A cyan rock emerges from the mist, attacking the old woman. Xuandaozi rushes to her aid but is halted by a group of shadowy figures. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity, using his divine fire and paramount bridge to restrain her before impaling her with his battle weapon, taking her life. Despite being heavily wounded, Meng Hao's gaze remains determined. He continues his escape through the mist, pursued by the hazy figure. Meng Hao discovers he can absorb the shadowy figures to replenish his life force. Using his blood parasite technique, he drains the life from a nascent soul cultivator, healing some of his injuries. Meanwhile, cultivators from the Celestial Alliance enter the 33 heavens, including several Dao realm experts. Xuandaozi's enraged roar reverberates through the mist, startling all present. Meng Hao pushes forward, his eyes bloodshot and crimson. He transforms into a blood parasite, continuously absorbing the shadowy figures to replenish his life force. The hazy figure remains on his heels, its eyes fixed hungrily on him, biding its time to possess him. Amidst the misty battlefield, Meng Hao emerges as a lone wolf, his form elusive, his eyes glimmer crimson, while the fluctuations of the blood fiend's art exude from his body, revealing that he's absorbing the chi and souls of cultivators to restore his own powers. However, his prey are no ordinary cultivators, but experts of the antiquity realm. As Meng Hao's killings continue, the eternal realm within him gradually awakens, unleashing an endless stream of restorative energy. Yet, trailing behind Meng Hao is a hazy, mist-like figure, biding its time to strike. Sensing Meng Hao's brutal aura, the desire to possess him intensifies within it. During the relentless slaughter, Meng Hao encounters 3 furtive attacks by this terrifying entity. In a perilous moment, he acutely detects the immense threat emanating from the mist and narrowly escapes the figure's deadly blow. Just as the eternal realm within Meng Hao stirs to awaken, a divine sense sweeps through the battlefield. Locking onto him, Meng Hao recognizes it as belonging to an elder of the Divine Radiance Alliance, and instantly realizes that he's no match. Transforming into a rock, he flees, but the elder's formidable pressure relentlessly pursues him. Simultaneously, Zhao Daozi also enters the fray, engaging Meng Hao in a fierce duel. As their battle escalates, a muffled roar echoes from the mist, accompanied by the incessant clinking of chains and a faint whisper of hunger. Meng Hao senses that the Divine Radiance Alliance expert has encountered a formidable entity. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao makes his escape, only to be retargeted by Zhao Daozi. Zhao Daozi, desperate to capture Meng Hao, offers a substantial reward, prompting others to join the pursuit. Soon, a chorus of voices echo through the mist, closing in on Meng Hao. As Meng Hao faces imminent danger, an anxious voice suddenly emanates from the mist, directing the pursuing cultivators to instead intercept Zhao Daozi. Meng Hao realizes that Han Qinglei is secretly assisting him. Meng Hao and Han Qinglei briefly meet, and the latter explains that his aid is not driven by kindness but by his own convictions. Han Qinglei boldly proclaims that a life and death battle between them is inevitable. But Meng Hao can't resist remarking on his rival's irritating speech. Meng Hao accidentally discovers that he is being tracked by the Celestial Path's blood-seeking technique. And once a trace of his blood is exposed, he will be found. To break this technique, he decisively burns all of his blood and generates new blood. At the same time, Han Qinglei, from the 8th Mountain and Sea, also notices Meng Hao's situation. Using his authority and connections, he helps Meng Hao scatter his blood and provides cover for Meng Hao's escape. Just as Meng Hao is prepared to leave with Han Qinglei, a terrifying roar comes from the fog, and the fog dissipates. Celestial Union cultivators appear, and Profound Path Master, having found Meng Hao's tracks, requests assistance from the Celestial Path expert, Master Zhao. However, unexpectedly, Profound Path Master realizes that Meng Hao's aura is hidden in the entourage escorting Han Qinglei. Meng Hao sees through Profound Path Master's plan, revealing his identity to lead away the pursuit. Han Qinglei steps in to defend Meng Hao, launching him away with a powerful punch. Meng Hao, facing the siege of Profound Path Master and many Celestial Union cultivators, finds himself in dire straits. At that critical moment, a shocking change occurs in the buried earth world that catches everyone off guard. The heavens and earth trembled, the sky transformed, and mountains split apart as if colossal dragons were turning over. The earth above a tomb cracked, releasing an earth-shattering roar that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Meng Hao and many other cultivators coughed up blood. Only the old man from Sky Apart Dao remained relatively unharmed. A powerful azure light emerged from the tomb. Like a buried sun, Meng Hao's mind shook violently, and he faintly saw 9 suns pulling a grand statue through the starry sky. One of the suns mirrored the scene before him. Xuandaozi realized the existence of the Dao origin realm, comparable to the other shore great heavenly venerate. An immense suction pulled everyone into the tomb, not even sparing the old man from Sky Apart Dao. As Meng Hao was being sucked in, a vague crimson figure lurking nearby seized the opportunity and surged into Meng Hao. Merging with him, the old man from Sky Apart Dao desperately resisted the suction and eventually escaped. The other cultivators were dispersed throughout the palace within the tomb. Meng Hao lay unconscious in a side chamber. A nearby ancient realm cultivator discovered Meng Hao and harbored malicious intent. He swung his sword at Meng Hao's head, unaware that Meng Hao had secretly regained consciousness and seized his arm. The ancient realm cultivator was horrified to discover that Meng Hao was not dead. A sense of crisis struck him like a thunderbolt. Trembling, he watched as Meng Hao's right hand slowly rose and gripped his arm. In the shadowy depths of a tomb, Meng Hao, a disembodied spirit who had possessed a body, awakens. His body is restored, its wounds healed, and emanates a fearsome aura. Meng Hao's skull reattaches itself, and his bones and flesh mend rapidly, becoming stronger than ever before. Terrified, the fleeing cultivator desperately tries to escape, but his efforts are futile. Meng Hao appears like a phantom and snaps his neck in an instant. In that moment, Meng Hao experiences the exhilaration of killing and realizes that he has possessed a powerful body with a rare bloodline. Through relentless acupuncture, Meng Hao continuously strengthens his body, surpassing the peak of the ancient realm and reaching a level comparable to the Dao realm. He then tempers his flesh, bones, and meridians, absorbing the life essence of cultivators and awakening his innate power. His blood refines into a dark gold, granting him a physical strength that transcends the ordinary limits of the Dao realm. To test his physical might, Meng Hao manifests as a wraith, reaping lives within the tomb. He encounters 6 ancient realm cultivators and charges toward them with astonishing speed. Their divine abilities and magical treasures bombard his skeletal body, but they are ineffective. Meng Hao effortlessly vanquishes them, absorbing their essences and partially restoring his flesh. However, the contents of Meng Hao's storage pouch disappoint him. He discovers a cauldron, a spear, and a sword, but realizes that these magical treasures require reforging with his innate power to reach their optimal state. Meng Hao discovers a sealed long spear and, utilizing the sealing technique of his hometown, effortlessly unlocks its seal, endowing it with great power. He retrieves the thunder cauldron, finding it to have been refined, and using blood and lightning re-refines it, enhancing its might. With the art of transfiguring and changing positions, Meng Hao traverses walls and encounters a 2-source Dao realm cultivator. He unleashes thunder and earth thunder from the 5 elements thunder cauldron, slaying the opponent instantly and devouring their soul and vitality. Meng Hao discovers several sealed demon hunting swords, weapons crafted in another realm specifically to kill immortals. Through the flame of origin and incantations, he superimposes several wooden swords, but due to their different structures, he cannot complete it perfectly. Meng Hao realizes that he possesses a sovereign bridge within his body, filling him with excitement and recognition of its immense fortune. He retrieves the 4th nirvana fruit, merging its power with his own, elevating his cultivation base. To sustain the fusion, he sacrifices his life essence, forcibly sealing the nirvana fruit. Meng Hao senses the immense advantages of this body and sacrifices everything to enhance it. He uses his life essence to support the nirvana fruit's fusion, progressing his cultivation base. Meng Hao hides a 4th nirvana fruit within him, which drains his life force. After possessing Meng Hao's body, Tan Lang finds himself unable to control the fusion of the fruit and resorts to using his own life source to aid it. However, the fruit's absorption speed far exceeds Tan Lang's expectations, and his life source rapidly dwindles. To sustain the fusion, Tan Lang is forced to slaughter the cultivators in the Tomb Palace and absorb their life forces. But it still proves insufficient. Just when Tan Lang falls into despair, he discovers a Dao realm cultivator who has been drawn into the Tomb Palace. Tan Lang, without hesitation, he pounced towards the opponent and unleashed the dominate the world as a wolf technique, swallowing down the life source of the powerful cultivator, including the thunder and water forces within their body. Tan Lang's greed saves his life, as the fruit absorbs enough life force to complete its fusion. Tan Lang, who controls Meng Hao's body, sees his cultivation soar and undergoes a transformative change. Meng Hao's eyes regain their life, and the fusion of the nirvana fruit brings him unprecedented power. However, the pain of Tan Lang's possession still lingers, and he yearns to break free from the seal and find a way to rid himself of Tan Lang's influence so he can continue his cultivation journey. With the aid of the tomb's life force, Greedy Wolf, who had seized Meng Hao's body, successfully fused with the 4th nirvana fruit, releasing a powerful aura. This aura emanated from the nirvana fruit, not from Greedy Wolf himself. Simultaneously, the Luo heavenly Taoist power within Greedy Wolf's body circulated rapidly, stimulating the fusion of the Dao fruit and triggering Meng Hao's bloodline, causing inscriptions to emerge all over his body, radiating an imposing aura. Greedy Wolf was elated, believing this body to be comparable to the Dao realm, possessing transcendent powers and the ability to absorb divine blood to further enhance the flesh. Meanwhile, Zhao Daozi, who was in another part of the tomb, sensed Greedy Wolf's surge and became uneasy, quickening his pace towards the sanctuary in the center of the tomb. Most of the cultivators within the tomb had already perished at Greedy Wolf's hands, including the severely injured Meng Chen. Meng Chen's heart sank with unwillingness as he recalled his aspirations and clan. But death energy was corroding his soul, leaving his life hanging by a thread. Greedy Wolf, who had taken over Meng Hao's body, encountered Han Qinglei and recognized him on the way to Zhao Daozi. Greedy Wolf intended to devour Han Qinglei's life force, but Meng Hao's weak remnant soul resisted slightly, making Greedy Wolf realize that Meng Hao had a close connection to Han Qinglei. Greedy Wolf purified Meng Hao's remnant soul by incinerating it with qi and thunderfire, abandoning his pursuit of Han Qinglei and instead continuing to chase Zhao Daozi. Eventually, Greedy Wolf and Zhao Daozi confronted each other in the central hall of the tomb. 9 stone pillars stood at the center of the hall, and in the middle of the pillars was a platform upon which sat a corpse. A cerulean flame burned between the corpse's eyebrows, resembling a sun. Behind the corpse were a cerulean shield and a murky bell, and various treasures were scattered around the hall. Zhao Daozi's attention was drawn to the sun between the corpse's eyebrows, the shield, and the bell. At this moment, Meng Hao also appeared at the entrance of the hall. Within the dim hall, the showdown between Xuandaozi and Greed Wolf, who had possessed Meng Hao's body, escalates. Xuandaozi is astounded when he uncovers Greed Wolf's true identity as Daoshan, the great celestial of the Sea Realm. Greed Wolf discloses a conspiracy by 9 seals paramount to seal 33 supreme experts and refine them into an elixir. Despite Xuandaozi's full-force assault, Greed Wolf exhibits formidable powers. His devouring ability knows no bounds, consuming Xuandaozi's laws, crocodile dragon, blood sword, and golden armored celestial soldiers. Greed Wolf's fusion with the nirvana fruit deepens within his brow. Panic-stricken, Xuandaozi resorts to the profound heaven grand technique, conjuring a colossal black hand to suppress Greed Wolf. However, Greed Wolf swiftly absorbs it, leaving Xuandaozi in terror. Greed Wolf seals the hall's entrances and exits, cutting off Xuandaozi's escape route. In Xuandaozi's despair, Greed Wolf steps forward and touches his body. Xuandaozi screams and recoils, but the spot Greed Wolf touched begins to rot and emit deathly energy. Simultaneously, Xuandaozi's life force surges unnaturally. Greed Wolf reveals he has invoked the origin of life and death, converting Xuandaozi's death energy into life force, prolonging his agony. Xuandaozi is aghast, realizing his doom as there is no escape from Greed Wolf's torture. As Greed Wolf advances, Xuandaozi's life force gradually diminishes, while his face contorts with pain and regret. Upon awakening, the Tanlang beast devoured profound Taoist's immortal body but found the latter's knowledge of the immortal realm to be limited. Tanlang beast interrogated profound Taoist and learned that he had once fought Meng Hao, whose time steps had caused profound Taoist's primordial source to tremble. Profound Taoist conjectured that by merging with the time steps, he would be able to create a glimmer of a Tao source, a realm higher than just transcendence. Elation surged through Tanlang beast upon hearing of this Tao source, and it eagerly searched profound Taoist's soul. However, Tanlang beast was so engrossed in its joy that it overlooked profound Taoist's underlying despair. As Tanlang beast searched his soul, profound Taoist seized the opportunity and unleashed a desperate attack. His soul transformed into a rune that imprinted itself on Tanlang beast's chest, causing profound Taoist's life force to drain rapidly. Tanlang beast fought valiantly to undo the attack, but it managed to save only a fifth of his life force. Tanlang beast realized its overconfidence. Profound Taoist had pretended weakness to captivate Tanlang beast's attention while creating an opening for his deadly attack. Tanlang beast conceded that profound Taoist's final blow had indeed been lethal, but it was not enough to obliterate him. No longer underestimating its opponents, Tanlang beast prepared to remove its seal, retrieve its divine soul, and embark on the path of transcendence. However, as it reached towards the 9 pillars, Meng Hao's shrunken face appeared on Tanlang beast's forehead. Meng Hao expressed gratitude to Tanlang beast for sculpting his body, refining his cultivation, and providing valuable life force. He also pointed out a hidden group of 9 sovereign blood seals, which opened like a floodgate, draining Tanlang beast's life force. Tanlang beast realized that this was all part of Zhou Feng's machinations and let out a heartrending roar. It became clear that Zhou Feng had been manipulating it all along, and the magnificent body and cultivation that Tanlang beast boasted were nothing but a trap set by Zhou Feng, ultimately turning against it. Meng Hao's body is possessed by the divine soul of Greedy Wolf, who attempts to take over Meng Hao's body. However, the power of the 4th nirvana fruit within Meng Hao is immense, absorbing Greedy Wolf's life essence. In self-preservation, Greedy Wolf devours Meng Hao's soul, but he is met with a counterattack from the supreme blood within the 3rd nirvana fruit. Greedy Wolf realizes in despair that he has been outsmarted by the 9 seals supreme, and that the split of his divine soul was also arranged by 9 seals. Meng Hao, in the process of devouring Greedy Wolf and merging with the nirvana fruit, gains Greedy Wolf's and profound Taoist's memories. As the 4th nirvana fruit nearly completes its fusion, half of Greedy Wolf's divine soul is utterly erased. Meanwhile, the other half of Greedy Wolf's divine soul escapes to the blue sun on the forehead of the mummy on the 9 stone pillars at the center of the hall. As Greedy Wolf's divine soul is completely destroyed, the blue sun emits a brilliant light, revealing Greedy Wolf's face. Greedy Wolf's hatred for Meng Hao and 9 seals is skyrocketing, but his divine soul has suffered heavy damage. Meng Hao has merged with the nirvana fruit, greatly increasing his cultivation and gaining Greedy Wolf's lightning origin power and strong physical body. He also realizes that Greedy Wolf has greatly assisted his body and cultivation, and feels a sliver of gratitude toward Greedy Wolf. Greedy Wolf watches Meng Hao enjoy everything he prepared for him, and his heart is racked with pain and regret. He realizes that these benefits that Meng Hao has taken from him were originally supposed to be his. Helpless, Tanlang watched as Meng Hao collected his treasures, including a small shield and a bell. Meng Hao realized that along with absorbing Tanlang's life essence, he had also assimilated the nirvana fruit, gaining control over both treasures, all of Tanlang's true treasures. including these artifacts, were now his. From Tanlang's memory, Meng Hao learned that the 33 grounds were created from 33 pills left by the 9 Seals sovereign, known as Daodan. Having split off a portion of his soul, Tanlang realized he had devoured half a Daodan. Meng Hao gained further insight into the immortal world's cultivation hierarchy: Dao Realm, Dao Master, Dao Venerate, Sovereign, and the legendary Dao Source Realm. Dao Source Realm was comparable to the great heavenly Venerate and Taoist gods in the other shore. A realm of legends. Meng Hao realized why Tanlang was obsessed with him. Because the life essence only reacted to Dao Source. However, his cultivation was not sufficient to refine the Daodan. So he decided to return once he reached the Dao realm. Exiting the palace, Meng Hao suddenly noticed the floor tiles were refined from precious materials imbued with Dao intent. In a frenzy, he began prying up the tiles and removing the murals from the walls. Filling his storage bag, Tanlang watched Meng Hao's rampage with astonishment. Marveling at his greed, he realized Meng Hao was more fearsome than his nemesis from the past. For Meng Hao devoured everything down to the bare bone, leaving nothing behind, not even the ground beneath their feet. Tanlang looked around at his ravaged domain, now spotless as if gnawed clean by a dog. He had underestimated Meng Hao's greed. It was Meng Hao who was the true Tanlang, the greedy wolf. As Meng Hao departed, he stripped away another valuable structure from the palace's peak, leaving Tanlang weeping. He lamented his underestimation of Meng Hao, now the poorest of the 33 tomb palaces. After leaving the central hall, Meng Hao and Padong searched the side halls of the tomb wildly, like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. When they finished plundering, Meng Hao searched for an exit, and his divine sense detected the dying Meng Chen, a clansman from the Meng family's boat. Meng Hao suspected that Meng Chen knew about the Meng family and the Fang family of the Ninth Sea and Mountain. Meng Hao rushed to Meng Chen and found his body had merged with the soil and had been eroded by death energy, leaving only a wisp of life force remaining. Meng Hao released life force to help Meng Chen regain a glimmer of consciousness. And Meng Chen barely whispered a request for Meng Hao to help the Meng family thrive. Meng Hao was shaken when he learned that Meng Chen was his cousin. Realizing that his grandfather's lineage had declined because of him, he decisively promised to grant Meng Chen's request and assumed his identity, taking Meng Chen's body and storage pouch with him as he left the tomb. Before he left, Meng Hao changed his appearance to resemble Meng Chen, determined to return to the Meng family as Meng Chen and fulfill his unfinished desire to help the Meng family prosper. Meng Hao arrived at the Meng family, his maternal grandfather's clan, to find his grandfather's lineage in decline. With only Meng Chen remaining as a Xi'an realm cultivator, he suspected that the other powerful members of the family had perished, weighing heavily on his heart. Later, Meng Hao and Han Qinglei entered the tomb to search for Tanlang. Meng Hao used Tanlang's memories to successfully exit the tomb, while Han Qinglei was expelled. Outside the fog-filled tomb, Meng Hao witnessed numerous cultivators battling a gigantic tentacled monster. Just as Meng Hao prepared to leave, an ancient realm cultivator obstructed his path. Meng Hao used his enigmatic power to control the ancient realm cultivator. And then the ground shook violently, a repulsive force driving everyone out of the tomb. The tomb closed, the exit shrinking rapidly. The colossal monster swelled, its countless tentacles reaching towards the sky. Meng Hao grabbed the ancient realm cultivator and tossed him into the monster's maw, escaping the tomb himself. Looking back, Meng Hao was haunted by the images of the monster and the happenings within the tomb. Emerging from the exit, Meng Hao was astonished to find himself in the vast expanse of the starry sky, surrounded by cultivators from the Celestial Union. Their expressions varied, some elated, others apprehensive. Meng Hao noted that some cultivators were surrounded by a multitude of protective companions. He also observed hostile gazes from others. But after careful consideration, these individuals chose not to engage. Meng Hao followed swiftly with the others. Along the way, he learned that the opening of the 33 gates occurred in 3 phases. Each opening phase would expand the area of the burial grounds. This opening marked the initial phase, with subsequent openings unveiling more of the burial grounds and progressively greater peril. Meng Hao discreetly followed at the rear of the group, ultimately breaking free from the borders of the 33 gates. Exiting the 33 gates, Meng Hao was welcomed by a breathtaking panorama of warships and palaces hailing from the Celestial Union sects. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed as he spotted the Meng clan vessel, pale-faced and unsteady, He approached the vessel and deceitfully claimed to have narrowly obtained a treasure after facing near-death experiences. This piqued the interest of the Meng clan's young master. The young master seized Meng Hao's storage pouch and verified the existence of the treasure. Overjoyed at the discovery, Meng Hao used this opportunity to plead for recognition, which resulted in the young master granting him 3 days of respite. In his seclusion chamber, Meng Hao's divine sense enveloped the vessel, stealthily observing the occupant's behavior. He realized that Meng Chen was being mistreated on the vessel and surreptitiously used his divine sense to eliminate the middle-aged cultivator who had abused Meng Chen. As the Meng clan vessel approached the exit star, Meng Hao emerged from his secluded chamber. The Celestial Union's pursuit and bounty on Meng Hao had subsided due to the deaths of the Black Soul Old Ancestor and the individuals hunting him. The Meng clan vessel successfully entered the exit star, escaping the Celestial Union's sphere of influence. Standing on the deck, Meng Hao gazed back at the Celestial Union, his emotions swirling within him. He had endured countless trials slaying the Taoist, possession and rebirth, and debt repayment for his brother. He anticipated that his upcoming experiences with the Meng clan would be equally eventful. At that moment, a languid voice called out from behind him, offering a night of companionship. Meng Hao arrived at the deck where the Han youth despised him with contemptuous gaze and teasing words. The youth's eyes gleamed strangely, revealing a preference for male affection. Intending to bully Meng Hao, a cold glint flashed in Meng Hao's eyes. He grabbed the youth's neck and subdued him effortlessly. The protector attempted to intervene, but Meng Hao glanced at him, causing him to scream and turn into ashes, his soul fleeing into Meng Hao's body. The youth begged for mercy in terror, but Meng Hao remained indifferent. He transformed the youth's body into a gray color, grew thick fur, and became a fierce beast, which he put into a storage bag. Meng Hao learned of the Han youth's identity but didn't care. Meng Hao returned to the cabin and discovered that Meng Da was the 9th young master of the Meng family and that his trip wasn't sanctioned by the family but for personal gain. Meng Da's foolish behavior made Meng Hao snicker. He searched his soul and found out that his maternal grandfather's lineage had fallen into ruin. With only a few spirit realm clansmen left who had become servants and were facing the threat of extinction, Meng Hao's heart ached, and his thoughts raced. He couldn't forcibly support his maternal grandfather's lineage as it would cause family turmoil and risk foreign invasion. At the same time, he knew that a real war was imminent, and time was of the essence. Meng Hao decided to observe Meng Da's actions in the trading town to test the Meng family's current deterrence. In the trading town, Meng Hao deliberately revealed his wealth to attract attention and direct it towards Meng Da. Eventually, 9 men in black appeared, ready to rob Meng Da. Meng Hao judged that although the men in black feared the Meng family, they still dared to rob, indicating that the deterrence of the Meng family had weakened. In the vast 8th archipelago, Meng Hao's ship was attacked by a powerful group of masked individuals, led by a transcendent realm great perfection cultivator. The group included 2 others in the middle and early transcendent realm, while Meng clan had only 1 transcendent realm great perfection protector. The disparity in strength was evident as the Meng clan protector fought valiantly but fell to the combined might of the masked individuals' battle axe, shattering their protective barrier. Meng clan members were massacred, their mournful cries echoing through the ship. Meng Da, the young master, trembled in fear and begged the masked individuals to spare him, even offering to surrender all of his wealth. However, the masked individuals remained unmoved, ignoring Meng Da's pleas. As Meng Hao assumed the masked individual's motive was robbery, he discovered to his surprise that they were not rogue cultivators but belonged to the same sect. This realization struck him hard, making him understand that Meng clan's deterrence was diminishing, no longer capable of intimidating other forces. With the screams fading, Meng Da was the sole survivor of the Meng clan, just as the masked individuals were about to end Meng Da's life. A tall, black-robed figure appeared, disintegrating Meng Da's protector with a single finger strike. The masked individuals bowed reverently to the black-robed figure, who removed their hood, revealing the face of the protector. The other masked individuals also removed their hoods, revealing faces identical to the fallen Meng clan members. Meng Da was horrified, realizing that the masked individuals were traitors within the Meng clan. The traitors had set up a disturbance to block their communication with the clan, leaving the Meng clan ship isolated and vulnerable. In the boundless star-filled void, Meng Hao sailed in a cabin when he suddenly discovered a black-robed figure with a mask. He speculated that the masked figure was Meng Da's true form, And indeed, the black-robed man removed his mask, revealing a face identical to Meng De. Meng De was terrified, realizing his impending doom. The black-robed Meng De ordered Meng De killed and to return to the Meng family. At that moment, a sigh echoed through the void, startling the black-robed Meng De and his companions. Meng Hao, unable to stand idly by, decided to intervene. He manifested his celestial realm aura and confronted the black-robed Meng De and 9 men in black. The men in black combined their forces in a battle axe technique. But Meng Hao, with his formidable physique, shattered the battle axe with his bare hands. The 9 men were severely injured, and the black-robed Meng De fled in horror. Meng Hao snorted, and a sonic boom shattered 8 of the men in black, forcing the black-robed Meng De to retreat. The black-robed Meng De used a clone technique, but Meng Hao utilized the star-plucking method to seize his clone. The black-robed Meng De escaped badly injured, and Meng Hao discovered his source to be distinctive. He used the phantom of the wolf's head to absorb all the clones and their power, leaving behind only a sealed black-robed Meng De. Meng Hao felt his power exceed that of the Taoist masters and resolved to become even stronger after opening the ancient door. He turned to the Meng family's ship, saw Meng De shock, and quietly departed. The barrier of the void had been broken, allowing the Meng family to re-establish contact with the outside world. Meng De frantically searched for his companions and found the sole surviving clone of the black-robed Meng De in the cabin. Meng De rushed into the cabin and found Meng Hao unconscious. Upon learning that everyone else had perished, Meng De was moved and overcome with gratitude for Meng Hao. Under Meng De's meticulous care, Meng Hao regained consciousness. They relied on each other, taking turns steering the boat towards the Meng family's direction. During this time, Meng De gradually shed his frivolous habits and became more mature and dependable, while Meng Hao also displayed a composed and calm demeanor. Meng De repeatedly attempted to contact his family but was unsuccessful. Upon Meng De questioning, Meng Hao revealed that he had been mistreated by the housekeeper on the first day aboard the boat. Meng De realized his error and apologized to Meng Hao. 2 months later, Meng De finally established contact with his family. The Meng family sent 5 people to meet them, including Meng De's parents and a powerful Dao realm expert. The elder initially harbored murderous intentions towards Meng Hao, but under Meng De's pleas and threats, he ultimately spared Meng Hao's life. The boat returned to the Meng family. The Meng family's territory was a vast continent, with a majestic statue standing at its center, exuding the coercion of Dao Venerable. Meng Hao felt the essence of mountains and seas from the statue, which deeply impressed him and made him realize the depth and power of the Meng family. Meng Hao finds himself in the 8th mountain and sea, experiencing its powerful aura. He remembers a family legend about the ruler of this region being from the Meng family. Yet, what Meng Hao sees and hears contradicts this legend. As the rumored celestial has no name or surname, Meng Hao speculates that there must be some unknown connection between the celestial and the Meng family. Meng Hao returns to the Meng family's ancestral home with his clan member Meng De. Everything seems unfamiliar to him. He discovers that the cultivation level of the Meng family members is generally low, with only 5 elders at the Dao realm, and 2 of them are on the verge of death. Meng Hao discreetly releases his divine sense, discovering the situation in the ancestral home, including a scene where a lady named Meng Ru is unsuccessfully begging for mercy, and Meng Chen's young cousin is brutally mistreated. Meng Hao is furious upon learning about Meng Chen's cousin's mistreatment. He rushes to the scene, grabs the right hand of the abuser, and crushes it. He then shatters all the bones in his body, causing him unimaginable pain. Meng Ru pleads with Meng Hao to return home and save her dying grandmother. Meng Hao takes Meng Ru and rushes away. After Meng Ru's grandmother is saved, Meng Hao causes a stir in the ancestral home. The discovered remains of the abuser shock the clan members, leading them to suspect that Meng Chen was responsible for retaliating. After Meng Hao's departure, the ancestral home circulates a legend about Meng Chen's ruthless and heartless nature, striking fear into the hearts of the people. Upon learning that his grandmother was still alive, Meng Hao's heart was filled with excitement. He immediately rushed to his great-grandfather's continent with his sister, Meng Ru. After arriving at their destination, Meng Hao's divine sense scanned a county city and discovered a manor. He sensed a familiar bloodline aura that made him ecstatic. Entering the manor, Meng Hao met his elderly and frail grandmother and his other relatives. He discovered that his grandmother had many hidden injuries and toxins in her body, putting her in a critical condition. Meng Hao used his vitality to heal his grandmother but realized that it was being blocked by 9 black nails and toxins within her body. Meng Hao was furious. He used his magic to remove the nails and input his vitality, finally rekindling his grandmother's soul flame. He learned that his grandmother and the other relatives had similar nails in their bodies, and that the culprit was the Xu family. Meng Hao was determined to avenge his grandmother and his family. He used his divine sense to locate the Xu family's main branch manor. Entering the manor, he mercilessly slaughtered all the cultivators, leaving only one badly injured teenager alive. Meng Hao went on to destroy 16 more of the Xu family's branch manors. Finally, he coldly gazed at the main manor at the center. Just as he was about to wipe out the clan, he sensed his grandmother's awakening breath and immediately returned to his great-grandfather's manor. Upon his return, Meng Hao entrusted the unconscious Meng Chen to his clansmen and then approached his maternal grandparents' dwelling. After paying his respects, he entered the house. Inside, Meng Hao's maternal grandparents and 2 great-uncles greeted him warmly. He revealed his identity and presented the jade slip his mother had given him as proof. His grandparents were overjoyed to learn that he was Meng Li's son. However, upon hearing of his experiences in the 8th mountain and sea, they mourned Meng Chen's demise. Meng Hao inquired about the family's situation and discovered that the Meng clan had declined due to an invasion by mysterious cultivators and traders. His lineage, in particular, had been pursued by 9 formidable beings and had black nails embedded in their bodies, suppressing their cultivation and forcing them into a fragile state. Meng Hao offered to heal their injuries and revealed the combined axe illusion technique of the mysterious men in black. This news shocked his grandparents, who recognized the impending outbreak of the mountain and sea war. Meng Hao suggested relocating the clan to the 9th mountain and sea, but his grandparents and great-uncles insisted on defending their ancestral land. Meng Hao respected their choice and promised to assist them should the mountain and sea war erupt. Subsequently, Meng Hao used his divine ability to isolate the Meng clan's old residence and create a secluded area rich in immortal energy with a massive amount of immortal jade. Cultivating within this domain for one day was equivalent to several months in the outside world. Meng Hao summoned the clansmen who had been servants abroad and warned that anyone who obstructed their return would face his retribution. Meng Hao's arrival shattered the calmness of the Meng manor. Inspired by his fervor, Meng Hao's maternal grandfather rallied against the Xu family, determined to reclaim their former glory. Enraged, the Xu family dispatched hundreds of cultivators to suppress Meng Hao's maternal family. Faced with the formidable might of the Xu family, Meng Hao remained calm. He sent his tamed mastiffs and black bean men to protect Meng Ru, while he sat cross-legged and shared his cultivation insights. His teachings were enthusiastically received by the family, providing them with profound enlightenment. Guided by Meng Hao, the family members within the manor immersed themselves in a trance of comprehension. Meanwhile, the formidable Xu cultivators arrived to find themselves opposed by the black bean men. The black bean men were formidable, even cultivators in the mid-ancient realm struggled to resist them. Within moments, hundreds of Xu cultivators were slaughtered. Meng Hao's actions intimidated the Xu family and instilled hope in his maternal family. As Meng Hao continued his sermon, the family's cultivation and understanding grew rapidly. His maternal side was undergoing a transformation, poised to regain its former glory. Within the spirit realm, Meng Hao transforms the realm into a concentrated cultivation ground for immortals, providing his family members an opportunity to rapidly advance their cultivation. He generously bestows them with abundant resources while emphasizing the importance of frugality and scavenging for any available cultivation materials. Inspired by Meng Hao, the family members are determined to change their family's destiny. Upon learning of the animosity between the Xu family and his maternal grandfather's lineage, Meng Hao resolves to eliminate them. He personally unleashes a colossal palm that decimates the Xu family's ancestral home, imprisons the malicious cultivators, and spares the innocent. The Xu family's patriarch desperately attempts to break through to the Dao realm for self-preservation but is consumed by a gigantic wolf summoned by Meng Hao. After the Xu family's annihilation, the 7th lineage of Meng Hao's family arrives with a formidable group, seeking retribution for his maternal grandfather's lineage. The elder arrogantly commands Xu Yushan to present himself for battle. As the elder's voice reverberates through the heavens, the entire land undergoes tremendous transformation. The celestial clouds are swept away, causing the earth to tremble. The elder stands proudly in the sky, awaiting the Xu family's response. Determined to eradicate this long-standing threat once and for all. In the vicinity of the Meng family's ancestral home, traces of an existential tribulation appear. Meng Hao is presumed to have killed Xu Yushan and proclaimed himself as Meng Chen. The Meng family arrives seeking Meng Chen but retreats in horror after realizing the extent of Meng Hao's cultivation. Upon Meng Hao's return, his grandmother regains consciousness and decides to rebuild the family, ordering Meng Hao to rescue the impeded clansmen. Meanwhile, Ji Dongyang senses Meng Hao's presence in the 8th Sea of Divinity. The colossal tortoise in the 8th Sea of Divinity awakens from a nightmare. And the 7th Sea of Divinity assembles an expeditionary force preparing to invade the 8th Sea of Divinity. Meng Hao's grandmother resolves to eliminate impediments to the family and re-establish its authority, sending Meng Hao to rescue the clansmen. Simultaneously, the formidable expeditionary force from the 8th Sea of Divinity approaches, hinting at a looming conflict. At the junction of the 7th and 8th Seas, obscure figures appear around the Meng family, observing from the shadows. Meanwhile, terrifying forces from the 33 heavens and the vast expanse beyond watch over the 8th Sea. Anticipating something, as Meng Hao races forward, a sudden palpitation strikes him, and his parrot urgently informs him of a formidable enemy pursuing them. Realizing the critical situation, Meng Hao hastens his return to the Meng family's ancestral home. Outside the Great Hall in the eastern region of the ancestral home, 9 giant furnaces blaze beneath 9 towering pillars, with 9 women bound upon them. 2 of these women grit their teeth and refuse to plead for mercy. An elder sits cross-legged at the center of the furnaces, casting spells continuously, preparing to refine a red beauty pill. 2 youths observe and make wagers on whether the 9 women will successfully become pills. Just as the elder announces their completion, a cold snort reverberates, the ground freezes, the furnaces extinguish, and the pillars shatter. The 9 women break free, and the 2 who had remained unyielding gaze at Meng Hao with stirring emotions. Meng Hao emerges and transforms the red thread used for refining into a pill, which he merges into the elder's forehead, reducing him to ashes. He denounces the Meng family's cruelty in using humans for alchemy, declaring it an affront to humanity. Meng Ru rushes forward to protect the 2 courageous women. Weeping uncontrollably, the remaining Meng family cultivators seethe with anger and order their fellow disciples to encircle Meng Hao. Meng Hao glares at them with contempt, labeling their clan as worthless and his eyes flaring with murderous intent. Meng Hao is disappointed by the degeneration of the Meng family's descendants and is determined to eliminate the blight from his family. He unleashes a powerful force, a ripple that sweeps around him, vaporizing all of the hostile cultivators in front of him. Meng Ru and her tribe members witness Meng Hao's fearsome power with both awe and reverence. Meng Hao's pressure spreads out, provoking rage in 2 groups of cultivators in the distance. They come to seek justice but are summarily annihilated by Meng Hao. A blood-red rainbow blossoms in a whirlwind, heralding the doom of the Meng family. Meng Hao calmly declares that he will take his people with him, with Meng Ru following behind him. 9 long rainbows race in to try to stop them but are repelled by a single glance from Meng Hao. The Meng family elders exclaim Dao Realm, leaving the other cultivators terrified. Meng Hao and his party pass through a whirlpool formation unscathed, while the Meng family members around them have mixed expressions. Suddenly, the ancestral statue emits a blinding light, and a voice booms. "Who are you?" The Meng clan members looked in shock at the imposing statue that exuded a majestic aura, which condensed into an irresistible force pressing down upon Meng Hao. The world shook, the heavens darkened, the winds and clouds surged violently, and a pressure exclusive to the Dao realm descended from the sky. The rules and laws of the world retreated, as if the entire world had transformed into the domain of the Dao realm. The Meng clan members were all astonished. The 9 ancient realm great circle cultivators hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, ancestor." The cultivators in the vortex were also brimming with excitement, and exclaimed together, "Greetings, ancestor." Inside and outside every building of the Meng clan, all the Meng clan members and servants knelt down, their voices combining to form a thunderous roar. "Greetings, ancestor." The expressions of the 3 Meng sisters changed drastically. Although they had faith in Meng Hao, in their subconscious minds, the ancestor was always the pinnacle existence of the clan, aloof and unreachable. However, while the entire Meng clan was in uproar, a figure in the 8th secret cave within the statue opened his eyes. his gaze filled with gravity. It was the ancestor of the 8th branch of the Ming clan. He had to show himself because the cultivator who had died was of his bloodline. Meng Hao took a step forward, ignoring the seemingly earth-shattering pressure, and turned to look at the statue in the distance. In a calm tone, he uttered arrogant words. You have the courage to fight me. His voice spread in all directions, arousing anger and uproar among the Ming clan members. Audacious, courting death, overestimating your abilities. There were shouts of rage from the Ming clan members, although they acknowledged Meng Hao's formidable power. In comparison to the ancestor in their hearts, he was still insignificant. However, the expressions of the ancestor in the 8th cave changed drastically, because Meng Hao's words contained a fluctuation that could not be detected by anyone below the Dao realm. A fluctuation that filled him with an unmatched terror. Meng Hao's expression remained unchanged. He turned around and left with the 3 Ming sisters. The ancestor in the 8th cave hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not dare to make a move, or even speak a word. Meng Hao did not pursue the matter, but chose to endure for the time being. As Meng Hao left, the Ming clan members followed behind him. Initially, they were filled with murderous intent, but it gradually waned until silence fell. They realized that ever since Meng Hao had said those words, their ancestor had not said a single word, and even his aura had weakened. This could not help but shock them. Could it be that Meng Hao was really like he said, and their ancestor did not dare to fight him? The ancient realm Great Circle cultivators' hearts shook violently, and they confirmed Meng Hao's identity. Dao realm. The ancestor in the 8th cave gritted his teeth, and he could sense the auras of the other 2 ancestors in the 9th and 1st caves awakening. But none of them made a move. He made up his mind to test the depths of Meng Hao's strength, and he used the clan formation to attack together. A burst of golden light erupted from the statue, forming a giant hand that grabbed at Meng Hao. Meng Hao neither dodged nor evaded, and went straight to meet it. With a roar, the golden giant hand shattered inch by inch, and even the golden ocean that covered the surroundings disintegrated. The ancestor in the 8th cave of the statue coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew out of the statue. His gaze filled with fear and shock. Dao Dao Lord, Dao Sovereign. The ancestor of the 9th branch was also shocked. The Ming clan members were even more dumbfounded. They had witnessed with their own eyes their ancestor being defeated, with Meng Hao just taking a single step. The belief in their invincible ancestor in their hearts instantly collapsed. At this moment, the eyes of the ancestor in the 8th cave turned blood red, and he offered up the blood from his brow, activating the guardian formation on the statue. A curtain of light instantly spread out. With immense power, Meng Hao tested it and found that with his current cultivation base, it was very difficult to withstand it for long. In the end, Meng Hao left with the 3 Ming sisters, while the expression of the ancestor in the 8th cave was unsightly. He had witnessed the formidable strength of Meng Hao, who could shake the formation without suffering any damage, and his heart was filled with terror. The ancestor of the 1st and 9th branches on the statue also had solemn expressions, and they began to ponder what realm Meng Hao had reached. Meng Hao, an extraordinary existence with the aptitude of Luo celestial cultivator, possesses the combat prowess comparable to any Dao realm under Dao Venerable. His aspiration lies in stepping into the ancient realm, opening the ancient gate, and extinguishing the soul lamp, sensing the opportune moment with the integration of the 4th nirvana fruit. He returns to his clan to tend to his maternal grandmother and relatives. Meng Hao's healing prowess is unfathomable, as he extracts 9 nails from the bodies of his relatives. Nails that once sealed their cultivation. With their removal, their cultivation is restored, allowing 5 of his maternal relatives to break through to the ancient realm, with his 5th matrilineal aunt reaching the great perfection of the ancient realm. Meanwhile, in the distant 7th mountain and sea, an altar exists that binds the fate of the Ming clan. Meng Hao's extraction of the nails triggers the altar, causing 4 stone thorns out of 9 to collapse. The 9 Dao realm experts guarding the altar, their expressions grave, realize that someone is disrupting it. Exerting great effort, Meng Hao assists his maternal granduncle in removing all the nails, and after severing the silver threads attached to them, his maternal granduncle's cultivation skyrockets, reaching the quasi-Dao realm. With a roar, he absorbs the power of heaven and earth, showcasing his formidable presence. Concurrently, the 5th altar in the 7th mountain and sea develops a crack. The 9 Dao realm experts attempt to reinforce the altar, but Meng Hao's healing continues unabated, and the 6th altar shatters into pieces. The Dao realm experts recognize the fifth altar as the main formation in its need for protection. Thus, they infuse their divine senses into it, engaging in an indirect confrontation with Meng Hao. In the heavenly temple of the eighth mountain and sea, as the altars collapse one after another, a strange figure covered by a mysterious mask shakes violently. Meanwhile, in the subcontinent of the Meng clan, Meng Hao breaks the seal on his grandmother, but is attacked by the divine senses of 9 Dao realm elders. Meng Hao resists with his powerful divine sense, and forcibly breaks through with the power of the lightning cauldron and the supreme bridge, forcing out 8 nails from his grandmother's body. When the 9th nail is forced out, the power offered by 10,000 cultivators and the leftover coercion of the Dao realm elders erupt, forming a terrifying curse power. Meng Hao cuts off the curse, completely lifting the seal on his grandmother. But at this moment, a sense of crisis arises in his heart. He notices that the curse power comes from the starry sky outside the heavens. So, carrying the curse, he flies toward the starry sky, leaving his grandmother worried behind. In the heavenly temple, the mysterious figure under the mask finally slowly opens an eye, releasing a terrifying coercion. It seems to whisper the words Hauer, while Meng Hao is in the starry sky, preparing to refine the curse power. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, Ji Dongyang of Violet Fate Sect gazes upon Meng Hao from afar. Hesitation consumes him, as Meng Hao senses an impending crisis within his soul. Meng Hao harnesses the power of a curse within the tip of his right finger, ready to unleash its latent potential. Days later, Meng Hao's grandmother and her family decide to return to the Meng clan. With her mastery of formations, his grandmother breaches the clan's protective array, leading them to their ancestral home. Meng Hao's grandfather and maternal uncle reveal their presence, shocking the clan. His grandmother's voice echoes through the protective array, summoning the return of their lineage. She demands the return of the palace once occupied by Meng Hao's mother, but faces opposition from Lu Shu of the 7th lineage. As his grandmother unleashes her killing intent, the clan's protective array transforms, exuding an aura of murderous intent. She reveals Lu Shu's past betrayal, escalating tensions to a critical point. At the Meng ancestral home, Meng Hao's grandmother led her brothers and uncles in an attack against the 7th lineage. The grandmother controlled the clan's protective array, releasing suppressing beams that weakened the 7th lineage's cultivation. Simultaneously, she summoned the legendary Sin Blade, which was said to have been destroyed long ago, and used it to kill the 7th lineage's leader. However, a quasi-Dao realm expert from the 7th lineage, a white-haired boy, intervened and accused the grandmother of provoking internal strife. Meng Hao stepped in to assist, using a storm strike technique to crush the white-haired boy's bones to dust. Shocking the onlookers, the grandmother, in the name of the Meng clan's disciplinary hall, announced the execution of the white-haired boy and demanded the first lineage cede their territory. At this moment, a voice emanated from the ancestral statues, urging both sides to cease fighting. The grandmother proposed conditions, demanding the first lineage surrender their territory or face further prosecution. However, the first lineage refused, believing the grandmother was abusing her power. After a moment of silence, the grandmother entrusted Meng Hao with the authority to handle the situation. With piercing eyes, Meng Hao looked through the statues and saw 5 Dao realm figures standing within. Determined to further establish his authority, he decided to press on. When Meng Hao's gaze landed on the statue, the 5 figures within awakened. The 9th and 8th ancestors stepped forth, and the first ancestor unleashed the power of the fire origin, accusing Meng Hao of being an outsider. Facing the 3 ancestors, Meng Hao was unyielding. He summoned the Thunder Cauldron and proposed a battle with the 5 ancestors. With the Thunder Cauldron as the prize, Meng Hao's demand was that if he won, the 5 ancestors would swear a Dao oath to protect his grandmother's lineage for 1,000 years. 2 of the Meng clan's strongest ancestors joined the battle, including one who was a mere thread away from becoming a Dao Lord of the 4 sources. In the battlefield of the starry sky, the 5 ancestors attacked simultaneously, unleashing their origin powers. The first ancestor transformed the fire origin into a giant hand, while the 8th ancestor unleashed a destructive storm. However, Meng Hao remained fearless. He countered the fire origin with the divine fire origin and condensed an illusory fire monkey that devoured the first ancestor's hand. Although the 8th ancestor's storm damaged Meng Hao, his unyielding physique allowed him to recover swiftly. Faced with Meng Hao's invincible power, The eighth ancestor could only retreat in terror. The Meng clan witnessed the battle through divine abilities. Witnessing Meng Hao's overwhelming strength, Meng Hao's grandmother shed her worries and took pride in her powerful grandson. During the fierce battle between Meng Hao and the Meng family ancestor, the ancestor of the ninth bloodline executed the mirror kill, transforming the starry sky into a mirror to trap Meng Hao. Meng Hao immediately used the power of his fleshly body to confront the source of slaughter in the Azure Thunder Dao method within the mirror. But he still remained composed. When Meng Hao unleashed his Luo Heaven Immortal Cultivation base, his gravitas soared, and he effortlessly shattered the four mirrors, forcing the ancestor of the ninth bloodline to concede defeat. Subsequently, Meng Hao summoned the Blood Fiend and executed the Annihilation Fist, heavily injuring the ancestor who specialized in the source of slaughter. Seeing that Meng Hao was unstoppable and only a hair's breadth away from surpassing the four sources, the ancestor of four sources also chose to surrender and acknowledge the 10th bloodline as the main bloodline of the family. However, at this moment, the signs of the primordial gate's descent appeared, causing the Dao realm ancestors present to raise their heads in unison. Meng Hao remained silent, but he gazed up at the starry sky with an expression filled with anticipation. As the primordial gates descended, this intense battle finally came to an end. Amidst the boundless expanse of stars, ripples pulsated, enveloping the territory of the Meng clan. Embedded within the ripples were profound layers of Dao, resonating within the souls of all who came into contact. As if the cosmos itself whispered. The five ancestors of the Meng clan's expressions changed drastically as they looked up at the endless void. The source of the ripples. In that instant, the celestial realm fell silent, and the breath of its inhabitants quickened. From the highest to the most ordinary of the Meng clan's members, all perceived the echoing ripples that shook the cosmos. An indescribable coercion descending upon them like a divine tribulation. The earth quaked, mountains crumbled, and rivers ceased to flow, leaving the Meng clan's kin aghast. The five ancestors hastily retreated, their shock evident. As the ripples dispersed, a colossal ancient portal materialized within the celestial expanse, exuding an aura of antiquity. Its descent was both inspiring and heart-stopping. The Meng clan's ancestors gasped in recognition, but the coercion it emanated far surpassed that of any ordinary ancient portal. They realized that its appearance was somehow related to Meng Hao, whose cultivation had inexplicably reached the immortal realm. Meng Hao stood within the celestial realm, gazing at the portal's silhouette, a fervent luminescence illuminating his eyes. It was his ancient portal, and he was determined to converge the essence of Dao, open its doors, receive the baptism of the universe, and gain the approval of his ancestors. Only then could he step into the ancient realm and pursue the path of the ancients. With Meng Hao's words, the celestial realm erupted, the ripples surged, the portal swelled, and a blanket of mist emerged, obscuring the surrounding space. Ancient figures materialized within the mist, emanating thunderous roars that multiplied the coercion. Meng Hao's countenance turned grim, for the portals might far exceeded his expectations. The Meng clan's ancestors fled in terror, convinced that no one could survive such an ordeal. Despite Meng Hao's possession of combat prowess rivaling the realm of Dao, he knew he had erred in his assessment. His own power was but an insufficient measure. The true price of the unparalleled might of the Heaven Dao Immortal was this cataclysmic heavenly tribulation. Meng Hao looked up at the mist and the dimly visible portal that lurked within, and he sensed the breath of death. This time, opening the doors to the ancient realm is only the beginning. The true trials lie in the myriad tribulations that await me within. Those who fail, this ancient realm will not merely serve as a waystation for me, but a series of life or death struggles. For a Heaven Dao Immortal, this is a path that must be endured. Meng Hao's understanding deepened, and a soft sigh escaped his lips. I wonder if any Heaven Dao Immortal in the realm of immortals has ever escaped the ancient realm, ever taken the step into the realm of Dao. The question arose unbidden in Meng Hao's mind, sparked by the daunting power of the portal. He couldn't help but contemplate whether such a feat had ever been accomplished. As the thought crossed his consciousness, a deafening roar reverberated through the night sky, as if a being of immense power were bellowing in frustration. The sound shook the celestial realm to its core, leaving its inhabitants reeling. The complexions of the five Meng clan ancestors turned ashen. Without hesitation, they returned to the clan's mainland, swiftly activating its protective array and casting Meng Hao outside. It was as if they feared that the tribulation summoned by the opening of the portal might implicate them. though all were aware that the trial targeted only its instigator and would spare others. They could not suppress their terror in the face of such a formidable ordeal. The celestial realm fell silent, save for the sound of Meng Hao's breathing. He stood alone, facing the boundless mist and the towering portal, feeling as insignificant as an ant. Meng Hao remained silent. Amidst the impending crisis, he found a sense of tranquility. Raising his gaze to the mist, he suddenly heard the anxious voice of his grandmother from the Ming clan's mainland. Hao, come inside the array. Her plea was accompanied by the appearance of a fissure in the protective barrier. No! The cry of the 5 ancestors erupted in unison as the fissure manifested. Meng Hao glanced toward his grandmother on the Ming clan's mainland. The worry etched upon her face warmed his heart. But he shook his head. Grandmother, this is a tribulation sent for me alone. With those words, Meng Hao turned back, his aura surging with cultivation energy as he charged toward the mist. Whether it be easy or arduous, I must face it head on. Meng Hao has cultivated for centuries. And while my current realm may be unprecedented, it is not without precedent. All is a consequence of the Heaven Dao immortal bloodline I bear. The greater my gifts, the steeper the price. This formidable tribulation is the price I must pay. The obstacle that stands in my path to the realm of Dao. If that is so, then I will uproot these obstacles one by one, regardless of whether any Heaven Dao immortal has conquered the ancient realm before. I must take this leap of faith. Meng Hao threw back his head and laughed. Then with lightning speed, he plunged into the mist. Meeting the roar head-on, he ventured forth, alone, to confront the tribulation summoned by the opening of his own portal. In the ancient realm, cultivators improve their cultivation through repeated near-death experiences. Upon reaching the great perfection of the ancient realm, they can sense the source and endure the trial of the Dao. Then enter the Dao realm. However, for heavenly Dao immortal, the ancient realm becomes a real battle of life and death. With a 90 fatality rate, Meng Hao initially believed his ancient realm would be relatively easy. But when he entered the mist, he found himself facing a great perfection faceless man tribulation. This unbelievable difficulty made him feel desperate. As Meng Hao advanced, the tribulation's difficulty also escalated. 12 quasi-Daos and 4 Dao realm faceless men appeared one after another. And Meng Hao fiercely resisted with his powerful cultivation. However, a mysterious white-clothed woman who seemed to have no substance put him in a life-or-death crisis. The woman tried to drag Meng Hao into a giant mouth in the mist. But he broke free using the power of the Supreme Bridge and continued towards the ancient gate. However, 4 even stronger dual-source Dao realm faceless men appeared in front of him. Awaiting his challenge, Meng Hao knew he had to quickly endure the tribulation, otherwise he would face even greater danger. He unleashed his full strength and charged towards the ancient gate at an astonishing speed, hoping to complete the tribulation before the calamity fully erupted. As Meng Hao was passing his tribulation, several dozen pitch-black willow leaves were floating in the vast starry sky outside the Ming clan. On each leaf sat dozens of ancient realm cultivators, with cultivation levels ranging from early to late ancient realm. Even more astonishingly, there were 7 Dao realm experts, the strongest of whom was the 5 elemental Dao venerable. The 5 elemental Dao venerable gazed upon the Meng clan from afar and sensed an unusual aura emanating from Meng Hao. He then ordered the subordinate sects of the 7th celestial mountain of the sea to intervene and investigate. Tens of sects dispatched tens of thousands of cultivators to attack the Ming clan. During his tribulation, Meng Hao encountered peculiar ancient tribulations, including a mysterious young girl and 4 faceless Taoist lords. Meng Hao fought with all his might. But when a cold, male voice proclaimed, "Cannot move," from within the mist, he was immobilized. Simultaneously, external enemies invaded the Ming clan. Tens of thousands of cultivators from the 8th celestial mountain of the sea surrounded the Ming clan, intent on annihilating it. As the Ming clan's protective formation activated, the clan members were shocked to discover an eerie red glow shimmering on its surface, foretelling impending doom. Amidst the misty chaos of the ancient star gate, Meng Hao finds himself in a perilous predicament. Hunted by 3 faceless abyssals of the 3 sources Dao, he is pinned in place, his life hanging in the balance. However, the 4 nirvana fruits within him ignite, allowing Meng Hao to break free and summon his battle armor, slaying the ancient who had aimed for his brow with a single strike. As the old man utters enigmatic words before his demise, Meng Hao is left bewildered. With the old man's disappearance, The swirling mist reveals a fissure leading to the ancient gate. Meng Hao surges towards it, only to encounter 4 more abyssals of the Four Sources Zhao, who obstruct his path. Meng Hao refuses to yield, unleashing his full power against the abyssals, even detonating his thunder cauldron. Yet, when faced with 4 abyssals of the 5 sources venerable, Meng Hao's resolve reaches a fever pitch as he activates all his cultivation techniques and summons the dragon spear. Breaking through the encirclement, Meng Hao pays a heavy price, blood gushing from his orifices and bones shattering. Undeterred, he hurls the dragon spear, repelling one of the abyssals and forcibly creating an opening amidst the 5 sources venerables. Despite his grievous wounds, Meng Hao grits his teeth and surges towards the ancient gate, for he senses the ominous presence within the mist rapidly closing in. And only by pushing open the gate can he escape the clutches of death. Outside the ancient gate, Meng Hao faces the encirclement of 4 faceless fiends from the 5 sources. His spear condenses into a colossal dragon, shaking the faceless fiends and causing them to show signs of petrification. Revealing a gap, Meng Hao seizes the opportunity, unleashing his full force and charging towards the ancient gate. However, the pressure from 4 faceless fiends from the 6 sources strikes, severely injuring Meng Hao. In a critical moment, he employs the Starlight Incantation, transforming into a meteor and traversing dozens of meters to reach the ancient gate. As the meteor approaches the ancient gate, it disintegrates, and time rapidly accelerates. At this moment, the clouds and mist churn, and 2 gigantic arms struggle to break free from the veil. A crimson fingertip emerges, imbued with a destructive power capable of annihilating souls. Meng Hao finds himself in grave danger and resolves to push open the ancient gate. With his soul as the price, he unleashes a second burst of force, pushing the gate open a fraction wider. However, he is halted by the finger that has emerged from the clouds and mist. And Meng Hao's body is shattered, his soul disintegrating. The ancient gate trembles and dissipates, the clouds and mist thinning. It seems that everything has come to an end. However, just as Meng Hao perishes, a sudden change occurs. Outside the ancient gate, where Meng Hao had died, an astonishing force erupts, catching everyone by surprise. At the mysterious ancient door, Meng Hao underwent a life-or-death tribulation. Countless faceless attacked him, and the giant's finger descended with thunderous force, instantly destroying Meng Hao's body. However, to everyone's surprise, Meng Hao's life was not over. The sequence bestowed upon him by Sea Dream Supreme granted him 2 chances of indestructible souls. And his soul was able to split into 3 parts. Even if his body was destroyed twice, he could still be reborn. After his rebirth, Meng Hao gained a seed of the source of time within his body, granting him the power of time's flow. He focused his mind, and with all his strength, he pushed open the ancient door. Dazzling light poured out from the crack, accompanied by whispers from ancient times. The faceless were devoured by the light, howling in agony, and even the towering finger was forced to retreat. At that moment, Meng Hao resolved to venture out of the ancient door to avenge his death. The cultivation base of Luo Tian Dao Xian surged within him, and his war beast instantly transformed into its strongest form. He performed an unusual step, traversing through time, and struck the terrifying finger with his saber. A dazzling trail of light tore through the starry sky, cutting off a section of the fingertip, and blue blood gushed out. An enraged roar echoed from the mist, and the finger quickly retreated. Along with the mist, Meng Hao, his face pale, put away his war beast and stepped into the ancient door. Under the radiance of the intense light, his cultivation base recovered and began to rapidly increase. The aura within him became ancient and mulberry, a fluctuation unique to the ancient realm. All the observers around were awestruck. They had witnessed Meng Hao's extraordinary abilities and perseverance, and they couldn't help but feel inferior. Inside the ancient door, Meng Hao began to absorb the light of the ancient door, condensing his soul lamp. The number of soul lamps represented potential and future, but it also meant more near-death crises. However, Meng Hao's character drove him to pursue the ultimate. Upon seeing this, the child, in order to intercept Meng Hao's future path, decisively ordered the annihilation of the Meng family, attempting to disturb his state of mind and suppress the growth of his soul lamp. At the acolyte's command, dozens of pitch-black willow leaves transformed into streaks of light like meteors, carrying murderous intent and immense spiritual power as they raced toward the Meng family. The cultivators on the willow leaves, all dressed in black, had cold gazes and overbearing auras. The willow leaves struck the Meng family's protective shield, creating a deafening roar that shook the starry sky. The shield violently trembled, developing cracks. The 5 ancestors of the Meng family fought desperately, launching counterattacks with crimson rainbows, while their clansmen fought fiercely with the aid of formation. However, the black-cloaked cultivators from the 7th sea and mountain were overwhelmingly powerful. They easily crushed obstacles, forcing the Meng family members to retreat. In this critical moment, the Meng family's former affiliate family betrayed them, causing internal and external chaos and threatening to topple the Meng family entirely. At this time, Meng Hao, who was inside the ancient gate, was absorbing the ancient gate's light, transforming the celestial energy in his body into primordial yuan. He witnessed the Meng family's plight but remained calm, paying attention only to his grandmother's lineage. The acolyte on the willow leaf sensed Meng Hao's demeanor and challenged him with a provocative gaze. Attempting to disturb his focus, Meng detected the opponent's intent, shook his head indifferently, and continued absorbing the ancient gate's light. As his celestial energy transformed, the nirvana fruit within Meng Hao's body gradually changed into a Dao fruit, and his cultivation continuously soared. When the 3rd nirvana fruit transformed into a Dao fruit, 80% of the celestial energy in Meng Hao's body had turned into primordial yuan. Simultaneously, a massive black scorpion charged from the Black Sea and violently struck the Meng family's shield. At this moment, the 4th nirvana fruit in Meng Hao's body also transformed into a Dao fruit. An ancient and weathered aura emanated from him. His physical strength skyrocketed, and his celestial energy of the Luo Heaven Dao became even more potent. Meng Hao let out a long howl. The primordial yuan within his body roared, and the 4 Dao fruits in his body continuously contracted and expanded, releasing a powerful aura, as the final strands of his celestial energy turned into primordial yuan. Meng Hao's ancient gate shattered, transforming into a 7-colored sea of fire that enveloped him, initiating the ritual of the soul lantern's ignition. The acolyte from the 7th sea and mountain directed the black scorpion to attack the Meng family's shield with all its might. Attempting to destroy the defense in one blow, the cultivators on the willow leaves and those from the various sects charged forward simultaneously, launching a combined barrage against the shield, finally shattering it, leaving the Meng family on the brink of peril. At the Meng clan's ancestral home, a colossal scorpion bursts from the ground, its claws piercing through the light shield and landing on the mansion, causing the ground to tremble violently. The scorpion releases black seawater that submerges the surrounding area. Simultaneously, numerous cultivators from the outside world rush in, engaging the Meng clan in a bloody slaughter. As dozens of black willow leaves pierce their skin, 1,000 assassins in black emerge and join the battle. The Meng clan faces annihilation, desperately fighting back, but to their horror, anyone who surrenders is ruthlessly executed. On the main battlefield, Meng Hao's 5 ancestors fight fiercely against 5 Dao realm cultivators from the 7th sea mountain, while Meng Hao's grandmother and granduncle secretly intervene, blending into the crowd. On the battlefield, a young boy notices Meng Hao's breakthrough attempt and tries to distract him to hinder his tribulation. Meng Hao summons his spirit beasts and blood fiend, secretly protecting his loved ones. He focuses on igniting soul lamps. 9, 10, 13. With each ignited soul lamp, his soul and blood power disperse, only to recover on their own. He realizes that the more soul lamps he ignites, the stronger he will become in the future. As Meng Hao ignites his 19th soul lamp, the young boy learns through soul searching that Meng Hao cares deeply for someone in the Meng clan. He targets Meng Hao's grandmother for an attack. However, as Meng Hao ignites his 20th soul lamp, the Meng clan member he soul searched explodes into pieces. The young boy realizes his mistake and shifts his target to Meng Hao's grandmother. While Meng Hao is in the starry sky trying to open the 21st soul lamp, he suddenly senses a change in the Meng clan ancestral house. He instantly rushes back and finds that his grandmother has been attacked by a boy. Meng Hao is enraged and strikes, shattering the boy's black ocean with one punch. As the boy retreats, Meng Hao opens the 21st soul lamp in an instant. The boy is surprised and strikes again, manifesting 8 mountains to suppress Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao is unmatched in his dominance, and with his bursting cultivation and 3 newly opened soul lamps, he breaks through the 8 mountains in succession. Realizing the situation is dire, the boy summons a giant scorpion. Meng Hao is fearless, using the killing god punch to shatter the scorpion with one strike. Despite being wounded, the boy is unwilling to give up and attempts to continue fighting. At this moment, the black-clothed man from the seventh mountain and sea suddenly attacks Meng Hao's grandmother. Meng Hao is furious and uses his power of curses to instantly kill the black-clothed man, shocking everyone present. Seeing this, the boy sacrifices his fifth origin, truth, transforming his illusory world into reality. Meng Hao remains undeterred, and the two sides prepare for an intense battle. At this time, the mountain and sea war between the 8th and 7th mountain and seas is about to begin. And the battle between Meng Hao and the boy becomes the prelude to this war. Within the mountain and sea realm, there are no more than 15 five-source Dao venerables. In the entire 7th mountain and sea, only the mountain and sea lord and the young man Xiao Yan have reached this level. The young man, Xiao Yan, revealed 5 elemental sources: vegetation, rain, darkness, light, and truth, displaying immense power capable of destroying heavens and earth. His elemental source realm transformed into a grinding disc, aiming to crush Meng Hao into dust. Meng Hao utilized his 30 soul lamps to unleash his cultivation, breaking free from the suppression of the elemental source realm and gaining the strength to confront a 5-source Dao venerable. He learned that the 5th elemental source of the heavenly god Great Protector was borrowed, indicating that his combat power fell between the peak of a 4-source and a 5-source. Xiao Yan recognized Meng Hao's threat and withdrew his elemental source realm, transforming it into 5 elemental giant hands that clutched at Meng Hao. Meng Hao employed the copper mirror and the supreme bridge to engage in a fierce battle with the giant hands. Xiao Yan let out an ear-splitting scream, unleashing a wave of void sound at Meng Hao. But Meng Hao ignited his 31st soul lamp and struck Xiao Yan with a formidable blade attack. As the battle intensified, all cultivators within and beyond the mountain and sea realm were stunned by the confrontation between the 5-source Dao venerables, especially the Meng clan ancestors of the 7th mountain and sea, as they had never witnessed such a display of 5 simultaneous elemental sources. At this point, the gap between Meng Hao and Xiao Yan was narrowing, and with each extinguishing lamp, Meng Hao's power continued to approach the realm of a mountain and sea lord. In the midst of a heated battle in the starry sky, Meng Hao swings his blade and cuts through the firmament, forcing his opponent to spit out a white mist that transforms into feathers and flies straight at Meng Hao. Determined to perish together, Meng Hao's battle armor pierces through his opponent's body, only for it to shatter against what appears to be just a layer of skin, revealing a young man emanating an air of malice. Meanwhile, the feathers land on Meng Hao's crown, weighing him down significantly. As the young man approaches, Meng Hao's cultivation bursts forth, lifting the feathers and igniting the 32nd soul lamp, which emits a blood-red hue. With the appearance of this soul lamp, a bloody light fills the starry sky, connecting with Meng Hao's crown and causing his body to wither as if reaching the limit of opening soul lamps. The blood-red soul lamp becomes the main lamp upon its emergence, and the surrounding soul lamps blaze brightly, absorbing the power of heaven and earth as nourishment. Under the illumination of the blood-red soul lamp, the feathers burn away, and Meng Hao's body is no longer restrained, while the lamp's glow intensifies. Witnessing the emergence of the blood-red soul lamp, the onlookers exclaim in astonishment. Realizing that this is the final soul lamp, Meng Hao has opened a total of 32 soul lamps, setting an unprecedented record. Simultaneously, within the Fang clan, those with the bloodline feel a surge from Meng Hao, indicating an enhancement in their bloodline. Meng Hao senses that the blood-red soul lamp differs from the others, carrying a sense of bloodline connection, and intuits that there is still one more main lamp within him yet to be ignited. The young man retreats temporarily and concentrates the power of heaven and earth to form a colorless arrow, using a willow leaf from the Meng clan to create a black bow. Preparing to shoot Meng Hao, Meng Hao unleashes his cultivation, steps onto the supreme bridge, and wields his battle armor in response. The young man draws the bowstring, releasing 3 arrows infused with the powers of flora, darkness, and light. Meng Hao endures the attacks with his body, allowing the 3 arrows to penetrate him, but he cleverly controls their placement so that the soul lamps can absorb the arrow's energy, aiding in the imminent opening of the last main lamp within him. Meng Hao inadvertently integrated the power of a child, igniting an unprecedented true main lamp. Its emergence shook the starry sky, transforming the heavens and earth. This main lamp originated from the will of a drop of blood from the 9 seals supreme within Meng Hao's body. As the main lamp emerged, a powerful pressure permeated the surroundings, suppressing nearby cultivators and inhibiting their cultivation. Simultaneously, the 9 profound turtles of the 9 mountains let out deafening roars. And the sun, moon, and stars ceased their movements as the Sea of Mountains realm seemed to awaken. The monster-sealing lineage heritage within Meng Hao's body awakened, granting him a sense of being able to support the Sea of Mountains realm. However, when he attempted to do so, his cultivation rapidly depleted. At this moment, Meng Hao stepped into the ancient realm, with 33 soul lamps revolving around him, absorbing the power of heaven and earth. He conjectured that if he could possess 9 origins, the realm he would break through to would not be Dao realm, but Dao origin realm. At this moment, a spatial rift appeared between the 8th and 7th Sea of Mountains, and a multitude of cultivators from the 7th Sea of Mountains invaded the 8th Sea of Mountains. Faced with this sudden crisis, Meng Hao's gaze swept across the cultivators, causing their bodies to tremble. The spatial rift between the 7th and 8th mountain and seas was ripped open. A large number of cultivators from the 7th mountain and sea poured out and quickly set up a formation to reinforce the rift. The voice of Sima Dao, the master of the 7th mountain and sea, echoed throughout the 8th mountain and sea, declaring the outbreak of the mountain and sea war. Meng Hao's Meng family was invaded, but his intimidating presence deterred the invaders. However, with the arrival of the 7th mountain and sea, the invaders regained hope and declared that the 7th mountain and sea would prevail, demanding the Meng family's surrender. The Meng family members and traders wavered and prepared to retreat. At that moment, Meng Hao took action, ruthlessly slaughtering the invaders and traitors and blocking their escape routes. The Meng family members were forced into battle as well and, under Meng Hao's leadership, displayed astonishing transformation and killing instincts. In the end, the battle concluded with the Meng family's victory, but they also suffered significant losses. The surviving Meng family members on the battlefield knelt before Meng Hao, hailing him as their ancestor and awed by his imposing manner and formidable strength. The Meng clan was betrayed, and under Meng Hao's guidance, the traitors were exterminated. Meng Hao revealed his identity and announced that he came from the Fang clan of the 9th mountain and sea. Shocking everyone, his grandmother became the acting patriarch of the Meng clan, and the family officially became a main branch. Cultivators from the 7th mountain and sea launched a surprise attack on the 8th mountain and sea, engaging in a fierce battle with the League of Celestial Beings. Meng Hao remained at the Meng clan, cultivating in seclusion while monitoring the conflict in secret. The 8th mountain and sea was steadily losing ground, and the 7th mountain and sea cultivators were advancing rapidly. Half a month later, the 7th mountain and sea broke into the League of Celestial Beings' teleportation star, and the battle reached a stalemate. The Han clan was breached by the 7th mountain and sea, and only a few cultivators escaped. Han Qing was severely injured and cursed. While Meng Hao was monitoring the war, he sensed a group of wounded Han clan cultivators fleeing. They were pursued by 3,000-foot-tall behemoths and over 1,000 7th mountain and sea cultivators. The leader of the pursuers was a young man in green robes, his eyes glinting with cruelty. The young man ordered them to capture Han Qing alive, while all the other Han clan cultivators were to be captured and fed to the giant beasts. Meng Hao detected Han Qing's presence, and with a flicker in his eyes, decided to intervene and assist. The green-gowned youth and his spider mount let out a roar, closing in on the fleeing Han clan cultivators. Driven by desperation, Han Qing decided to seek shelter in the Meng clan, suspecting that Meng Hao was related to them. As the Han clan entered the Meng clan's territory, they discovered the floating remains of trespassers. Suddenly, 3 spiders charged into the Meng clan in pursuit of the Han clan. Just when the Han clan's hope dwindled, a cold snort echoed through the void, shattering the spider web and causing the spiders to retreat. A white-robed youth emerged from the void, revealing himself to be Meng Hao. The green-gowned youth arrogantly threatened Meng Hao to return to his clan or face the annihilation of the Meng clan. Unfazed, Meng Hao flicked his right hand, unleashing a force that crushed the green-gowned youth into a pulp. The green-gowned youth's father, Liu Hu, appeared, displaying the power of the 4th source realm. However, Meng Hao instantly annihilated him. 3 Dao realm experts rushed at Meng Hao, joined by thousands of cultivators. Meng Hao raised his right hand, which transformed into an intangible hand thousands of feet in size, squeezing the 3,000 cultivators and the spiders into oblivion. Han Qinglei and the Han clan witness Meng Hao use the powers of the mountain and sea realm and destroy 3,000 cultivators of the 7th mountain and sea with a single attack. The horrifying power stuns everyone, and Han Qinglei realizes the insurmountable gap between himself and Meng Hao. Meng Hao explains that he no longer borrows the power of the mountain and sea realm through the blood of the chosen, but can mobilize it directly. He also reveals that the higher his cultivation, the stronger the aura of the monster-sealing lineage he possesses, allowing him to access more of the mountain and sea realm's power, even to the point where he can control its fate. Learning of Meng Hao's prowess, Han Qinglei asks why he doesn't act to repel the 7th mountain and sea. Meng Hao responds that the war will not end and that he chooses not to act because the time is not right. Meng Hao also notes that the starry sky is slowly descending, hinting that unknown forces, including the 33 heavens, will likely descend, signaling an even greater and protracted war. In the face of these threats, their only recourse is to become stronger. Meng Hao reveals that he is constructing a massive spell formation beneath the earth, incorporating the power of the mountain and sea realm. Once complete, he will fully control the mountain and sea realm's power, gaining the ability to overturn the heavens and earth. Han Qinglei questions why Meng Hao won't act to stop the 7th mountain and sea's invasion, arguing that his doing so would save them losses. Meng Hao pauses and says that the time is still not right. He acknowledges that though he is powerful, he cannot protect everyone in the Han clan. If he acts, the 7th mountain and sea will retaliate against the clan, and he will not place them at risk. Thus, he chooses to maintain a delicate balance and wait for the right moment before intervening. Meng Hao, the future master of the mountain and sea realm, has no connections with the assembly of heavenly gods and has even battled them. If it weren't for the invasion of the 7th mountain and sea, the Meng clan would have been hunted down by the assembly. However, the assembly has someone who taught Meng Hao the sealing heaven art, the Taoist master Yiranzi. There is also a familiar aura from the 8th mountain and sea's master that Meng Hao senses. Additionally, he is concerned for his grandmother's safety. Therefore, Meng Hao decides to participate in the war. But he needs to settle his worries first. He spent months using his mountain and sea power to construct a formation deep underground, integrating the 9 subcontinents of the Meng clan and all of its members into the formation, preparing to send them away to the safe 9th mountain and sea. The war in the 8th mountain and sea becomes increasingly intense, with fewer and fewer of the 7th mountain and sea's cultivators appearing through the rift. Instead, Sima Dao, the 7th mountain and sea's master with a powerful life flame, arrives. The 8th mountain and sea also senses a similar being awakening. After 3 days, Meng Hao emerges from seclusion. The formation erupts, and a loud rumble comes from the 9 subcontinents. The Meng clan is panic-stricken. While Meng Hao bids farewell to his grandmother, he confesses that he must participate in the war but will send them away to the 9th mountain and sea to protect the Meng clan. His grandmother agrees after a moment of silence. Meng Hao announces his plan to the clan, which includes the Han clan and all of their members, who will be sent to the 9th mountain and sea. As Meng Hao activates the formation using his mountain and sea power, Lu Hu of the 7th mountain and sea arrives, leading an army. Lu Hu, resentful of Meng Hao for killing his descendants, has ignored the mountain and sea's master's orders and vows to exterminate the entire Meng clan. Around the Meng family's ancestral home, 9 pillars of light from the secondary continents shot up into the sky, converging into a giant whirlpool. Lu Hu led the cultivators of the 7th sea to attack, but were deterred by the whirlpool's overwhelming pressure. Meng Hao emerged, wielding the power of the sea mountain region, and shattered 8 secondary continents in succession, merging their light pillars into the whirlpool. Finally, he pointed at the 9th continent and shouted, "Open the sea mountain path," unfurling a path of light connecting the 8th sea mountain and 9th sea mountain, even more magnificent than the immortal bridges. At the same time, the 9th sea mountain also lit up, Meng Hao's aura looming faintly within its glow. Lu Hu was shocked and distraught, realizing that Meng Hao was sending the Meng family's continent to the 9th sea mountain. Meng Hao personally moved the Meng family's ancestral land into the whirlpool's black hole, where it merged with the path of light. The whirlpool vanished, the path of light faded into the distance, and the Meng family's continent was sent to the 9th sea mountain. The 8th sea mountain returned to tranquility. with only Meng Hao left. Looking out toward the ninth sea mountain, Lu Hu was horrified, realizing that he had provoked an existence he should never have, a peerless being capable of opening 2 sea mountain regions and transporting an entire continent. The cultivators of the 7th sea mountain withdrew in panic. But Meng Hao's gaze shifted, and he calmly uttered, "Since you came, don't leave." Hearing this, the cultivators of the 7th sea mountain were terrified, realizing that the ties that had restrained Meng Hao were gone, and they would now face unimaginable danger. Amidst the starry sky, Meng Hao erupted with killing intent, deterring the retreating 7th mountain and sea cultivators despite his ties to the Meng clan. Though acknowledging the significance of strength preservation for the forthcoming war, his nature of being a mere cultivator and background as a scholar spurred him to avenge the Meng clan that had sheltered him. His stride shook the starry sky, unleashing an oppressive aura that paralyzed the fleeing cultivators, halting them in terror. Even Marquis Lu Hu turned to face him. But Meng Hao, with another step, arrived before him and struck with a force that sent him tumbling back. Lu Hu then revealed his true nature, summoning a gargantuan alien head. Despite Shanghai's hatred for outsiders, the head roared with an alien voice, vowing to annihilate Meng Hao and his allies. Meng Hao, aware of the curse's special ability against the aliens, utilized it to weaken the alien head, absorbing its life force. With a surge of power, he seized the head, but it burst, releasing a torrent of black energy that entered Lu Hu. Lu Hu transformed into a grotesque alien monstrosity, charging furiously at Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao, accessing his Tao of all, overpowered him, reducing him back to his human form. The alien energy, though, possessed Lu Hao's body, mutating him once again into a monstrous beast. It was then that Meng Hao noticed how some of the 7th mountain and sea cultivators were not genuinely terrified but rather concealed intense excitement. The battle continued as the alien monstrosity lunged at Meng Hao, whose resolve remained indomitable. In the midst of Meng Hao's battle with the ferocious beast Lu Hu, he inadvertently triggers the wrath of the will of the mountain and sea realm. He uncovers that Lu Hu isn't possessed but has become a projection of a powerful entity from beyond the 33 heavens. This entity possesses incredible strength and engages in a fierce confrontation with the will of the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao engages the projection in hand-to-hand combat, attempting to gauge its capabilities. The projection utilizes colossal, rune-carved trees to combat Meng Hao's divine fire source. Meng Hao deploys multiple divine abilities to assess the projection's strength while using the power of the mountain and sea realm to defend against its attacks. The projection summons an ethereal image of a revered figure from the 33 heavens. This colossal lizard-like form exudes an aura of devastation. Meng Hao wields the supremacy bridge and the power of the mountain and sea realm to vanquish the lizard image. In search of further information, Meng Hao employs a soul-searching technique to probe Lu Hao's memories. He discovers a tenuous thread connecting the 33 heavens to Lu Hu. Driven by a thirst for adventure, Meng Hao traces the thread with his divine sense, reaching the entity's supreme consciousness. The supreme consciousness detects Meng Hao's intrusion and launches a divine sense attack. Meng Hao's divine sense nearly perishes, but he manages to escape thanks to the suppression of the mountain and sea realm. Seizing the opportunity as the projection vanishes, Meng Hao absorbs a portion of its divine sense. Consuming the supreme divine sense significantly enhances Meng Hao's own divine sense. But at a great cost. His body sustains severe injuries, nearly claiming his life. Nevertheless, the endeavor proves worthwhile. Meng Hao's eyes turn crimson, and wherever his gaze falls, the cultivators of the 7th mountain and sea tremble and bow in unison. After eliminating the alien race at the 7th sea mountain, Meng Hao puts away his killing intent and executes the cultivators still harboring ill will towards the alien race. The others are filled with fear and begin to suspect Liu Hao's identity. Meng Hao, after vanishing, manifests on an asteroid, where he fights to control the rampaging supreme deity's divine sense. In 7 days, Meng Hao's body becomes frail, but his divine sense triples in strength. He realizes the strength of the divine sense would be the key to extinguishing the ancient realm's soul lights. After 7 days, Meng Hao's body recovers to its peak state. He decides to put out the first soul light, marking the beginning of the extinguishment of the ancient realm's soul lights. As Meng Hao waves his hand, the thought to extinguish the light appears. In an instant, the first soul light trembles, and its flame flickers. Meng Hao utters the word extinguish, and the soul light goes out. Immediately after, Meng Hao's body violently trembles. His life fire rapidly dims. His vitality scatters. His cultivation can't circulate, and his divine sense is difficult to move. A thick layer of deathly energy covers his entire body, as if his soul is separated from his physical body. Meng Hao finds himself trapped in an illusion, while his physical body is still sat cross-legged in the same spot. He feels his soul dissipating and his body withering away, a phenomenon known as the withering illusion during the ancient realm light extinguishment. Suddenly, the asteroid transforms into a crimson heart, with the faces of all of Meng Hao's victims painted on the surface. A bloody hand emerges from the heart, intending to seize Meng Hao. Meng Hao dodges and realizes that the entity within the heart has been waiting for him for a long time. Meng Hao realizes the true nature of the withering illusion is the separation of his soul from his body. And if he fails to return to his body before it withers, his soul will vanish. However, his formidable divine sense allows him to locate his distant physical body. With his strengthened divine sense, Meng Hao soon locates his body. The moment he extends his divine sense, the mysterious entity lets out an angry roar. But Meng Hao remains calm and suggests he has already found a way out. Meng Hao unleashes his formidable divine sense, stirring the mist into a vortex. His divine sense power rivals that of a sixth-source Dao sovereign, or about 4/10 of a paramount. This power has the ability to change the colors of the heavens and the earth, cause the starry sky to rumble, and exert astounding pressure. Meng Hao approaches a meteorite and finds a withered body inside. He merges with the body, healing and revitalizing it, and lights the first soul lamp. This soul lamp explodes with power, strengthening Meng Hao's body, bloodline, and cultivation, as well as his soul and divine sense. However, the remaining 32 soul lamps do not power up along with it. Meng Hao surmises that his previous speculation was wrong. He extinguishes the one soul lamp and collects the others, intending to solve the problem of the 8th sea and then search for Xu Qing. According to Lu House memories, the war involves not only the 7th sea invading the 8th sea but also the 6th sea invading the 5th sea, with the ultimate target being the 4th sea. Meng Hao realizes that the way to stop the war is not to engage in direct combat but to target the 7th Sea Lords who are looming behind the invasion. Meng Hao travels to the Divine Ascension League and finds that it has already been occupied by the 7th Sea. He is recognized by dozens of 7th Sea cultivators, but because his cultivation level is only at the ancient realm, they mistakenly believe him to be a straggler from the 8th Sea and swarm towards him. Meng Hao continued his leisurely stride, scattering the minds of dozens of cultivators, causing them to fall asleep. Within the Divine Seal Alliance, the area was in shambles, with wreckage strewn about. The 7th Mountain and Sea and Divine Seal Alliance's cultivators clashed fiercely on various battlefields. Not far from Meng Hao, a large-scale war was taking place, with hundreds of thousands of cultivators from the 7th Mountain and Sea and Divine Seal Alliance participating. Meng Hao swept his divine sense, quickly discovering that the two individuals on the 8th Mountain were his targets. Yiranzi was caught in the siege of two 7th Mountain and Sea cultivators, severely injured and on the verge of death. Meng Hao's eyes flashed with a cold glint upon witnessing this, and he stepped onto the battlefield. In Yiranzi's moment of despair, he executed the incomplete Heaven Seal technique, but couldn't release the spell. Meng Hao appeared at this opportune time, uttering the words, "The Tao lies in my heart." The entire starry sky trembled as the mountain and sea realm's power descended, forming a suppressive aura that enveloped the battlefield, causing every cultivator's mind to roar and their breath to cease. Meng Hao continued, "With my intent lies in my gaze and the endless mountain and sea." The starry sky boomed as the mountain and sea's power gathered. Finally, he waved his hands and uttered the three words: "Seal, Heaven, Technique." The starry sky vibrated as the mountain and sea's power reached its peak, transforming into an indescribable force that swept across the battlefield, capturing all the 7th Mountain and Sea cultivators into a massive vortex, sealing them within and preventing their escape. On the battleground of the starry sky, a torrential downpour swept through mountains and seas. Imbued with the sorrow and anger of the mountains and seas, the outburst of the rain unleashed boundless power of mountains and seas, causing the cultivators of the 7th Mountain and Sea to be swept away, their blood forming a sea of blood in a gruesome scene. Yiranzi and Meng Hao joined forces and used the heavenly sealing art to seize control of the power of the mountains and seas. forcing the 7th mountain and sea to retreat. Meng Hao went a step further by slaying 2 Dao realm powerhouses of the 7th mountain and sea, shocking the entire battlefield. His threat was like that of a mountain and sea master, filling all the cultivators with fear. At that moment, the 8th mountain and sea realized the terrifying power of the heavenly sealing art. And Yi and Zi thus gained respect and awe. The battlefield was forcibly separated, and both sides withdrew. It was the first time since the outbreak of the mountain and sea war that it had ended so peacefully. Meng Hao left the battlefield and headed to the 8th mountain. Sensing a familiar aura on the mountaintop, he speculated that it could be his grandfather, who was also the 8th mountain and sea master. As he approached step by step, the familiar aura became clearer, and he could not help but murmur, "Are you my grandfather?" Meng Hao ventures into the 8th mountain. His mind preoccupied, he anticipates encountering his maternal grandfather, yet he harbors concerns for his well-being. As he progresses, he encounters a sealed ancient immortal abode and an aged stone tablet before reaching the summit. At the celestial pool, a black tortoise statue captures Meng Hao's attention. As he approaches, the statue's eyes open and it bows in submission to him. Meng Hao comprehends that this is the embodiment of the mountain and sea realm. Behind the celestial pool lies a palace. Upon entering, Meng Hao beholds a majestic figure clad in armor, seated in the grand hall. It is his maternal grandfather. Yet his aura is chaotic and his soul is absent from his body. Meng Hao examines the situation and discovers that his grandfather's soul has been scattered throughout the 8th mountain and sea realm, sealed by a curse that has made him forget the way back. To awaken his grandfather, Meng Hao requires an intense stimulus, and the most effective means is to confront the 7th mountain and sea master in battle. Thus, Meng Hao travels to the boundary between the 7th and 8th mountain and sea realms. Determined to challenge the 7th mountain and sea master, Patriarch Crimson Flame, Meng Hao unleashes his formidable aura, causing the 7th mountain and sea realm cultivators to panic. Patriarch Crimson Flame emerges with 3 Dao realm experts, signaling an impending battle. Facing the crimson-haired elder of the 7th mountain sea and hundreds of thousands of cultivators, Meng Hao's gaze was piercing, emanating a powerful aura that instilled terror in the hearts of all present. The crimson-haired elder, sensing the horrifying fluctuations in Meng Hao's being, swiftly commanded the cultivators to disperse, seeking to prevent unnecessary casualties. As Meng Hao approached, the arrays and restrictions in the vicinity began to tremble and collapse, turning into nothingness. The crimson-haired elder and his companions' expressions were filled with terror as their cultivation bases and techniques paled in comparison to Meng Hao's aura, forcing them to retreat several steps. In the end, Meng Hao engaged in a 1-on-4 battle, single-handedly suppressing the crimson-haired elder and his 3 companions, inflicting heavy injuries upon them. He came to a halt before the rift, awaiting the descent of the monstrous beast within, and delivered a cold warning, "I await your arrival." A glacial snarl emerged from the rift in response, and Meng Hao assumed a meditative position, his gaze as sharp as a blade, preparing himself for the impending confrontation. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, beyond the rift, Meng Hao sat cross-legged, awaiting the arrival of the 7th mountain and sea lord. This battle, for Meng Hao, was a challenge to his own limits and a turning point in the mountain and sea war. However, Meng Hao faced no ordinary foe. It was the White Lord, one of the 9 mountain and sea lords, a cultivator whose strength reached the heavens and the earth. Although Meng Hao's strength was considerable, the mountain and sea lord's status and strength far surpassed cultivators of the same realm, making Meng Hao's chances of victory slim. As time passed, the roar within the rift grew louder, heralding the White Lord's arrival. Meng Hao's heart, however, was surprisingly calm. He had gathered his aura to its utmost limit, resembling a steady, unwavering reef. The White Lord emerged, his aura dominating, compelling the heavens and earth to change color. Myriad cultivators from the 8th mountain and sea were forced into a steady retreat, while the cultivators of the 7th mountain and sea were filled with righteous indignation. Just as the White Lord was about to step out of the rift, Meng Hao's eyes erupted with fierce fighting spirit. He released the aura he had been suppressing for so long, clashing with the White Lord's coercion, creating an earth-shattering roar. This moment shook the entire 8th mountain and sea. The 8th mountain and sea cultivators regained their morale. The 7th mountain and sea cultivators were greatly encouraged, and the 8th mountain and sea lord, within the 8th mountain palace, felt the intense surge. Meng Hao spoke in a deep voice, 7th Mountain and Sea Lord. Meng Hao has been waiting for you. This battle, about to begin, would determine the fate of the 8th Mountain and Sea. The overwhelming pressure of the 7th Sea Lord in the 8th Sea Realm dissipated under the impact of an earth-shattering aura, inspiring all cultivators. However, the High Protector of the Heavenly God Way felt his mind surge as he realized that the Heavenly God Sea Lord had not awakened. And the source of this aura was Meng Hao, who had previously appeared on the battlefield. Shocked, the cultivators of the 7th Sea Realm watched as the tides of war instantly turned. All eyes converged on the distant starry sky as a Sea Lord battle that would determine the fates of both realms was about to erupt. Meng Hao's aura was magnificent, his spiritual energy surging as he unleashed his momentum on the White Lord. The White Lord's expression was solemn as he released a million sword shadows. Their might unrivaled, Meng Hao consecutively unleashed his extinction and demonification fist, shattering most of the sword light. Next, Meng Hao executed his God Slaughter fist, crushing all remaining sword light and counter-attacking the White Lord. The White Lord utilized his absolute heartless origin, attempting to erase Meng Hao's emotions. But Meng Hao resisted with the Supreme Bridge and closed in on the White Lord at rapid speed with a thought-unchanging starlight shift. The White Lord summoned an illusionary giant hand that seized Meng Hao's transformed meteor, crushing it. However, Meng Hao pierced through in the form of the Azure Rock, simultaneously unleashing techniques like the Devouring Mountain Formula and the Jianmu Spear. The White Lord unleashed a 5-sided cursed crescent, causing Meng Hao's Devouring Mountain Formula to collapse, the Supreme Bridge to tremble, and the Azure Rock to be heavily wounded. Meng Hao gripped the spear, its tip pointing directly at the White Lord's glabella, who let out an earth-shattering roar as the spear tip turned to dust. However, just as the White Lord opened his mouth to mock, another weapon, the Fiend Tomb, emerged from Meng Hao's spear. With a roar from Meng Hao, the Fiend Tomb shot towards the White Lord's glabella. At that moment, Meng Hao's aura skyrocketed, instantly reversing the battle's outcome. The intense battle is about to break out. Meng Hao does not hesitate to get seriously injured in order to pierce through the 7th Mountain and Sea Master, Bai Zhu, with the demonic battlefield tombstone. However, Bai Zhu strangely uses the everlasting Azure Emperor domination art to resist. The powerful aura even causes Meng Hao's everlasting realm in his body to become restless. Meng Hao immediately detonates the demonic battlefield tombstone. But Bai Zhu's injury recovers instantly. He has an ugly expression on his face, realizing that the mountain and sea scripture realm that Bai Zhu cultivates is far higher than his own. Facing Bai Zhu's everlasting aura, Meng Hao has a hunch that if he can fuse with it, his everlasting realm will advance once again. Hence, he takes 2 consecutive steps, executing the divine 7 steps. A giant starry skyfoot appears, carrying a roar as it approaches. Bai Zhu exclaims impossible, but Meng Hao bites the tip of his tongue, spitting out blood that turns into a sea of blood, resisting the giant foot. At the same time, he summons the meat jelly as armor and the copper mirror as his battle weapon. His fighting spirit soars. Bai Zhu also uses the 5 origins of destruction: force, curse, earth and time. The rules of heaven and earth transform into 5 rules, enveloping Meng Hao. In this battle of the century, the heavens split open and the earth cracks. Meng Hao's orifices are bleeding, but his fighting spirit is not diminished. He wields his battle weapon and strikes Bai Zhu. The 2 of them fight fiercely, shocking the 4 people in the distance, completely triggering a tidal wave of shock in their hearts. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, Meng Hao wielded his war spear and launched a surprise attack on the White Lord. The White Lord's origin force transformed into 5 elements: extinction, power, curse, earth, and time, attempting to crush Meng Hao with overwhelming force. Although Meng Hao successfully cut through the extinction element, he was repeatedly defeated by the power, curse, and earth elements. Just when he was about to despair, inspiration struck, and he recalled the sealing technique of the monster sealing lineage. Meng Hao decisively employed the monster sealing method, unleashing the 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th monster seals in succession, sealing the time, cause and effect, and duality of the White Lord's origin world. Finally, with the guidance of the ancient monster sealing jade, Meng Hao cast the sealing law, completely sealing the White Lord's origin world. The White Lord was shocked and horrified, realizing that his control over his origin force had been severed. At that moment, Meng Hao sensed the power of the monster sealing method. and his eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light. However, instead of using his origin force, the White Lord summoned the 5 venoms of the 7 seas and 5 regions. 5 enormous poisonous creatures roared and charged at Meng Hao. An earth-shattering battle was about to unfold. As the 5 poisons surged towards Meng Hao, Bai Zhu flees in panic. Attempting to restore his origin for the seal, Bai Zhu grows wary, realizing Meng Hao has been disrupting his actions. His initial fatal blow being the source. Meng Hao, while not killing Bai Zhu, has gained the upper hand and sealed Bai Zhu's origin, dictating the pace of the battle. Aiming to prevent Bai Zhu from restoring his origin, Meng Hao employs the monster sealing prohibition spell, summoning the mastiff and countless dark bean puppets, bolstering their powers with the upright seal. The mastiff breaks through to the Dao realm, while the dark bean puppets gain the might of the mountains and seas. Meng Hao, alongside the mastiff and puppets, confront the 5 poisons while he charges towards Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu, helpless, understands he can no longer stall for time. He inhales deeply, unleashing the monstrous mountain and sea realm power. As the 7th mountain and sea lord, he can mobilize the power of his mountain and sea realm, drastically elevating his strength. Bai Zhu, confident, believes Meng Hao, a cultivator, cannot rival a mountain and sea lord's power. However, Meng Hao unexpectedly displays a surge of immense mountain and sea power. 9 mountains and 9 seas emerge as illusions above him, signifying his authority over the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao proclaims it as his mountain and sea realm, matching Bai Zhu's mountain and sea power. Bai Zhu is astounded, incredulous that Meng Hao possesses such potent mountain and sea power. A fierce clash ensues as the 2 exchange blows, each collision shaking the mountains and seas. Bai Zhu, severely injured, retreats, while Meng Hao, also wounded, has his murderous aura amplified. Bai Zhu and Meng Hao rise again, engaging in an even more intense confrontation. Their divine abilities and spells burst forth, rocking the surroundings, causing the entire 8th mountain and sea realm to tremble. The battle continues, the victor yet to be determined. Meng Hao engages in a fierce battle with Bai Zhu, who employs the secret technique Way of the Mountain from the Book of Mountains and Seas to grievously wound Meng and force him into a desperate situation. However, Meng conjures a substitute from his 9 death hex as his true form, which absorbs the fatal blow and saves him from impending doom. Despite this, an obstinate Bai Zhu summons a projection of the Dao Fang, attempting to eradicate Meng. Yet, the divine flame within Meng erupts uncontrollably, transforming into a figure of a middle-aged man who roars, "Dao Fang must die," and launches an assault against the Dao Fang projection. By this point, Meng sustains severe injuries and retains only a shred of consciousness. The man formed from the divine flame and the Dao Fang projection engage in a fierce battle, with neither side gaining an advantage. Faced with imminent defeat, Bai reluctantly employs his stellar lock 8 souls, blockading the cosmos and preparing to seek assistance from the descended Dao Fang. Just when Bai considers victory assured, Meng suddenly utilizes the time step technique, narrowly dodging Bai's ultimate killing move, the Imperial technique. Simultaneously, Meng's projection retreats, escaping the range of Bai's 8 souls. Bai is stunned, realizing that Meng possesses not a spiritual body but an actual fleshly form. Albeit significantly emaciated, it turns out that Meng, faced with the threat of death, utilized the 9 death hex to create a decoy, sacrificing it in place of his true self. An enraged Bai once again summons the Dao Fang, manifesting a colossal projection of a monkey. However, the divine flame manifests its consciousness and launches a fierce attack against the monkey projection. As the battle rages, Meng's life hangs in the balance, clinging to a thread of hope amidst his perilous state. In the 8th heavenly sea, Meng Hao encounters an unknown middle-aged man, the very ancient expert he had suppressed in the 9th heavenly sea's divine fire source. Driven by hatred for Dao Fang, this man summons Dao Fang's projection. Simultaneously, Dao Fang awakens beneath the southern sky. The 2 ancient forces clash in the cosmos. Meng Hao and the White Principal are both severely wounded upon witnessing this. But they press on, fighting each other to the death. The Principal resorts to a forbidden technique, piercing himself with 9 black swords to unleash a terrifying curse that seeks to kill Meng Hao. In a moment of crisis, Meng Hao unleashes his divine willpower, which surpasses that of a Grandmaster by 40, countering the White Principal's curse. When the Principal's clone self-destructs in support, the curse intensifies, threatening to consume Meng Hao. He closes his eyes and employs the heaven sealing technique, fusing his heavenly sea energy with his divine willpower, summoning a vast cosmic tempest. The technique overpowers the curse, and its remnants devour the principle, leaving his body withered and irrecoverable. Finally, Meng Hao defeats the principle with great difficulty, ending their monumental battle. In a strenuous battle against the seventh mountain lord, Bai, Meng Hao fought with all his might, sustaining serious injuries. As Bai attempted to escape, Meng Hao's weakened consciousness persisted in executing the star-snatching technique. However, Bai unexpectedly displayed a surge of power, crushing Meng Hao's star-snatching attempt with a single blow. At this critical moment, the fifth lord, along with cultivators from the ninth sea, emerged from Meng Hao's storage pouch. The fifth lord performed a melody, its strange power neutralizing Bai's blow, catching him off guard. Under the melody's influence, Bai uttered a half-sentence of the song and fled in panic into a rift, leaving behind a furious declaration. Weakened after his escape, Meng Hao realized the difficulty of the battle and his inadequate strength to completely defeat Bai. He resolved to swiftly acquire Li inheritance and strengthen his powers in preparation for another confrontation with Bai. Meng Hao detected the presence of Patriarch Reliance and, despite his weakening consciousness, pursued him. He understood he would require a month to recover, while Bai's recovery could be shorter. At that moment, the eighth mountain realm erupted in jubilation, sensing the absence of Bai's power and realizing his defeat, damaging their morale. Conversely, the cultivators of the eighth mountain realm were emboldened and launched a counterattack against the seventh mountain realm, reversing the tide of the conflict. Meanwhile, as Meng Hao left the battlefield, Ji Dongyang emerged from the void and expressed his gratitude. Ji Dongyang was overwhelmed with emotion, crediting Meng Hao with providing him an opportunity for revenge and marveling at the rate of his strength's growth. Meng Hao remained alert, observing Ji Dongyang with a discerning eye. When Meng Hao was at his weakest, the enigmatic Ji Dongyang appeared, claiming to be the Ji family's ancestor, the legendary ninth mountain and sea lord. Ji Dongyang revealed his long-held secret of observing Meng Hao, stating he was the ideal candidate to become his ninth incarnation. Meng Hao saw through Ji Dongyang's intentions but realized the latter was cautious and hesitant to make a move. To lure Ji Dongyang into pursuing him, Meng Hao feigned an escape while in his weakened state. He employed the devouring heavens technique learned from the White Sovereign. Simultaneously, Ji Dongyang initiated a soul-sizing attempt, seeking to possess Meng Hao's body. A fierce battle of possession and devouring ensued within Meng Hao's mind. Ji Dongyang's possession attempt was cunningly timed and malicious, but the greedy wolf's life essence that Meng Hao acquired from the 33 Heavens tomb became a crucial factor. The greedy wolf's devouring power not only consumed Ji Dongyang's body but also his soul. With an anguished roar, Ji Dongyang perished within Meng Hao's mind. Meng Hao absorbed Ji Dongyang's life essence, healing his injuries and gaining even more power. The battle concluded with Meng Hao's triumph, embodying a beacon of hope for the well-being of the mountain and sea realm. On the ninth heavenly mountain, a deafening roar reverberates as an enormous eye manifests. A flash of apparent rage gleams within before it subsides. Seated in its pupil is an elderly man with a grim expression, who moments later emits a soft chuckle. Simultaneously, in the eighth heavenly mountain, Meng Hao opens his eyes. His attempt to take over Ji Dongyang's body has failed, resulting in Ji becoming a source of healing instead. Meng Hao's divine sense spreads, sweeping across the eighth heavenly mountain until finding what he seeks Daqingshan. However, he notices that Patriarch Leaning Mountain is fleeing while carrying a continent. The old tortoise panics and accelerates its escape, but Meng Hao's divine sense relentlessly pursues. Meng Hao trails Leaning Mountain, intercepting him at a distance. The old tortoise feigns courage and pretends to fight desperately, but in reality, he is swiftly retreating. Meng Hao sees through his ruse and uses the star-plucking method to seize the old tortoise's tail. Leaning Mountain turns around and tries to swallow Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao remains unfazed and utters a word, causing the old tortoise's wide-open mouth to abruptly stop. Meng Hao observes that Leaning Mountain's actions resemble those of a body cultivator he encountered previously, who faked resistance while fleeing. He blocks Leaning Mountain's escape route, forcing him to charge at him directly. The old tortoise feigns a desperate fight with Meng Hao while secretly gathering energy for a breakout. Meng Hao anticipates this and conjures a giant hand to seize Leaning Mountain. Suddenly, the old tortoise bursts forth with golden light, shattering the hand. Leaning Mountain exudes triumph and mockingly asks Meng Hao if he is afraid. Meng Hao arrives at the 8th mountain and sea to seek the Back Mountain Patriarch as his mount. Initially arrogant, the Patriarch is forced into a corner by Meng Hao's overwhelming power. As the Patriarch prepares for a desperate battle, Meng Hao uses the 8th demon seal band to restrain him. The Patriarch's true form as a massive turtle is revealed, with a door on its back. Meng Hao's divine sense finds a familiar demon sealing aura within the door, leading him to speculate that Li Zhu may be a descendant of the demon sealing lineage. Just as Meng Hao is about to claim the inheritance, the Patriarch struggles again, his runes shattering and his aura rising to the level of Dao. Meng Hao forcibly splits the ground open, exposing the Patriarch's massive turtle shell and the writing on it. "Don't look!" The Patriarch roars furiously, but Meng Hao ignores him. Striding towards the door, the demon sealing law and ancient jade in his body resonate, intensifying the summoning sensation. As Meng Hao approaches, the Patriarch's struggles intensify, his runes shattering completely. At this critical moment, Meng Hao uses the 7th demon seal band to suppress the Patriarch once more. Meng Hao calms the Patriarch, promising to let him go after acquiring the inheritance. He then steps through the door, embarking on a journey to obtain Li Zhu's legacy. Meng Hao notices the faint words tortoise of Meng Hao on his overlord's back. Recalling events from the Violet Fate sect, he realizes the overlord may have been a young turtle. Meng Hao speculates that the overlord's refusal to become a mount stems not only from pride but also from the writing on its back. Meng Hao casts the seal demon technique, subduing the overlord and entering a strange realm through a door. The sky here is yellow, the ground white, and a colossal statue of a middle-aged man stands tall. Meng Hao notices 2 symbols on the statue's hands, the 2 great seal demon techniques. Amidst the statue's mumbles, Meng Hao learns of the legendary Li Lord and the seal demon lineage. The symbol on the statue's left hand flies off, merging with heaven and earth. The realm contracts, forming a spherical cage that crushes Meng Hao inside. Meanwhile, in the chasm between the 7th and 8th mountains and seas, Bai Lord meditates, slowly regaining strength, filled with hatred toward Meng Hao. He vows to kill him at their next encounter. Meng Hao faces a life or death ordeal in the realm within Patriarch Reliance's back door. The world shrinks, and the pressure weighs on him like mountains, pushing him to the brink of collapse. At a crucial moment, he comprehends the true and false restrictions of the 2nd generation's monster sealing technique, turning the real into the illusory and vice versa. Guided by Li Tuo, Meng Hao comes to understand the essence of the true and false restrictions. However, the 3rd generation's monster sealing technique that Li Tuo uses to protect him is nowhere to be found. Meng Hao searches relentlessly in this ancient realm, but he cannot find a way out. Time passes, and Meng Hao remains trapped in this realm for centuries, perhaps even millennia. He witnesses the rise and fall of worlds, the reincarnation of living beings, and countless cycles of destruction and rebirth. His thoughts wander aimlessly, observing everything that transpires. Finally, after 10,000 revolutions of the realm, divine fire descends, and the world collapses. Meng Hao's thoughts converge as his main consciousness awakens. He finds himself back before the statue of Li Tuo, who wears a faint smile that seems to question whether Meng Hao truly comprehends the profound meaning of the true and false restrictions. After enduring prolonged suffering and the fear of the unknown, Meng Hao finally grasps the true depth of the technique. Meng Hao is consumed by doubt over reality and illusion after enduring the cycles of destruction from the 10,000 heavenly fires. His physical being withers, and the light of his life falters. But on the brink of death, Meng Hao fights back, and the fire of life rekindles. After 3 days of intense trembling, Meng Hao regains consciousness, his gaze refocused and his identity rediscovered. As his awareness returns, runes from the Li Lord statue fly into Meng Hao's brow, merging into the true and false prohibition 2nd generation demon sealing prohibition and the ancient and modern prohibition 3rd generation demon sealing prohibition. Meng Hao comprehends the laws of true and false, ancient and modern, and creates his own 4th prohibition, the life and death prohibition. He learns that he must still fuse the 4th and 1st prohibitions to create his 9th prohibition. He realizes that losing oneself in illusion is a tragedy, and that finding one's true self brings happiness. Meng Hao shatters the illusory second world within the Li Lord statue, revealing the true realm. Runes from the statue flow into Meng Hao, completing his second and third prohibitions. Meanwhile, the life force mist from the statue nourishes him, greatly enhancing his cultivation and divine consciousness. Meng Hao resolves to dismantle the illusion of the seventh withering of the deities in his own way. He extinguishes the second and third soul lamps without hesitation. Absorbing the green smoke, his cultivation and power surge once more, displaying his astounding mastery of the laws of reality and illusion, breaking the norms of how previous Luo heaven immortals extinguished their soul lamps. In the trial of the seven witherings of the gods, Meng Hao resolutely extinguished the fourth soul lamp, releasing a vengeful spirit that had been lurking in the withered fantasy. He fearlessly shattered the vengeful spirit with the momentum of a thunderbolt. As the fifth soul lamp was extinguished, Meng Hao's divine sense power soared to 80% of the supreme, surpassing his previous peak. At this time, the ancestor of the backed mountain break free from the forbidden law, opened his mouth to swallow, but was easily avoided by Meng Hao. Meng Hao demanded that the ancestor of the backed mountain regain his freedom. But when he turned to leave, the ancestor of the backed mountain asked him to pay homage. Meng Hao smiled slightly, pretended to bid farewell, and unleashed the mighty pressure of his divine sense. The ancestor of the backed mountain was so frightened that his soul flew away, and he retreated repeatedly, urging Meng Hao to leave. Meng Hao felt, turned and left, with sharp killing intent in his eyes, and went straight to the rift of the seventh mountain and sea, intending to fight Bai Zhu to the death. Meng Hao's supernatural abilities and martial power are now formidable, surpassing the White Lord and becoming second only to the Dezhang Mountain Sea Lord. He had once extinguished 4 soul lamps, gaining immense power, but still could not reunite Chu Yuyan's soul. Meng Hao realized the need for a deeper understanding of the origin. He gave up entering the Dao realm, choosing instead to comprehend the origin and combine it with his monster-sealing forbidden technique, creating a unique path of cultivation. The fusion of 9 origins can lead to reaching the highest supreme. Meng Hao mastered 6 forbidden arts, and if he could transform them into origins, he could break through to the supreme realm. He discovered that his mission was to create a realm where the 9 prohibitions were unified and the 9 origins merged. As Meng Hao pondered the future, he sensed the White Lord swiftly moving through the void, preparing to attack the 8th mountain and sea. Meng Hao exerted his powerful divine sense and created a void fissure in front of the White Lord. Seizing him with a hand made of divine energy, the giant hand dragged the White Lord out of the fissure and directly into the 8th mountain and sea. Horrified, the White Lord realized that the giant hand holding him belonged to a supreme being. He guessed that the supreme might not be Hai Meng, but there could not be a second supreme being in the mountain and sea realm. He was deeply puzzled. Standing outside the fissure, Meng Hao watched as the White Lord was dragged away. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he had found his own path of cultivation. A realm beyond the supreme. A fusion of origins, emerging from a fissure in the 8th mountain and sea. Meng Hao's presence unleashes a tremor that forces the cultivators of the 7th mountain and sea, including the crimson-haired elder, to retreat. Suddenly, the fissure erupts in a deafening roar as it begins to crumble. To everyone's astonishment, the Lord of the 7th mountain and sea, Bai Zhu, is ejected from the collapsing fissure, not of his own volition but dragged out by an invisible hand. This spectacle sends shockwaves through the onlookers. Bai Zhu cries out in terror, calling for help from the Sea Dream Supreme, but is met with Meng Hao's composed voice. Meng Hao steps out of the fissure, shocking the cultivators and Bai Zhu alike. In the span of a month, Meng Hao's power has soared beyond recognition, sending shivers down their spines. Despite his reluctance to believe it, Bai Zhu cannot deny the deadly threat that Meng Hao poses. Determined to end Bai Zhu's life, Meng Hao cuts off his escape, turning the 8th mountain and sea into his tomb. In desperation, Bai Zhu transforms into a beam of white light and flees towards the collapsing fissure. But Meng Hao's divine sense crushes his hopes. Bai Zhu unleashes 3 godly mountain divine abilities, summoning the power of a human mountain, earth mountain, and heaven mountain to bear down on Meng Hao. However, with a wave of his hand, Meng Hao shatters all 3 mountains, sending Bai Zhu reeling in terror. Meng Hao calmly declares that Bai Zhu is no longer his match. With each step he takes, the starry sky trembles, and the power of the mountain and sea converges on him. Under Meng Hao's overwhelming pressure, Bai Zhu retreats step by step, vomiting blood and accepting his inevitable defeat. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, An earth-shattering battle erupted. Meng Hao confronts Baizu's 3 sea laws with his supreme bridge, suppressing him. However, Baizu employs a forbidden secret technique, summoning an eerie power from the extraterrestrial beings of the 33 heavens. Baizu's body transforms into a grotesque alien creature, possessing an immortal and indestructible body, surrounding Meng Hao with dozens of clones. Meng Hao's divine sense is mighty, comparable to a supreme, as he uses it to suppress Baizu. However, Baizu's clones multiply, gradually eroding Meng Hao's advantage. Out of desperation, Meng Hao can only temporarily withdraw his battle weapons, employing the supreme bridge to suppress him and unleashing a divine sense comparable to the power of 6 sources. Baizu's dozens of clones are shattered one by one under Meng Hao's ferocious assault. However, these clones bizarrely reform after being shattered, appearing incessantly. Meng Hao's brow furrows, realizing that Baizu's immortal and indestructible ability is extremely troublesome. He must find a way to break through quickly, or this battle will continue indefinitely. Simultaneously, Baizu detects Meng Hao's vulnerability in his physical body and launches a furious assault with reckless abandon. A ghostly totem emerges on the back of Baizu's hand, communicating with the extraterrestrial beings of the 33 heavens, summoning massive apparitions of a lizard and a silver dragon. Yet, Meng Hao's divine sense is overpowering, effortlessly warping the starry sky, crushing the apparitions into pieces. Driven to madness, Baizu unleashes a forbidden secret technique, fusing the extraterrestrial power within himself and transforming into a tangential extraterrestrial monstrosity. Meng Hao suppresses it once more with his divine sense, coupled with the Supreme Bridge's attack, finally bisecting Baizu. However, the clones swiftly wriggle and reform into 2 Baizus. The attacks from the divine sense and the Supreme Bridge continue incessantly, shattering Baizu's clones time and time again, only for them to be reborn repeatedly. Meng Hao comprehends that defeating Baizu requires finding a way to shatter his immortal and indestructible body. He recalls hearing that the blood of an ancient god can transcend the realm of the physical body from his trials in the 9 seas divine realm. Since Baizu has connections with the extraterrestrial beings of the 33 heavens, the 7th sea mountain, an extraterrestrial territory, may hold clues to the ancient god's blood. Meng Hao confronts a group of White Lords and discovers that their secret to immortality lies in their life force. He thrusts his right hand into a bronze mirror, awakening the sealed demon soldier, Huang Zhang, a black spear that emanates a potent evil energy. As Meng Hao retrieves Huang Zhang, the mirror releases billowing black fog and the wailing of tormented souls. Wielding the demon soldier, Meng Hao plunges it into a White Lord's forehead, instantly absorbing its life force and causing Huang Zhang to glow a vibrant purple. The White Lords flee in terror, but Meng Hao shatters their barriers with the demon soldier. The will of the mountain and sea realm senses the White Lord's presence and descends to suppress them. However, a cultivator from the 33 heavens appears and declares that if the mountain and sea realm kills the White Lords, war will erupt prematurely. The will of the mountain and sea realm is compelled to halt its attack, allowing the White Lords to escape. Meng Hao is torn between abandoning the pursuit of the White Lords to avoid precipitating war and engaging the 33 heavens. As the 33 heavens continue their threats, a fateful war between the mountain and sea realm and the 33 heavens becomes inevitable. A cataclysmic conflict erupts in Firmament World, as the colossal hand attempting to seize the White Sovereign is about to depart. An invisible force suddenly manifests, unleashing a roar of fury. The will of Firmament World, also known as the Artifact Spirit, unveils the secrets behind Firmament World. In the past, the Celestial Immortal Realm faced a rebellion from 3,000 lower realms and an invasion from external forces. 9 sovereigns forged Firmament World, recreating the heavens and the earth. The 33 heavens behind Firmament World are the remnants of the 3,000 lower realm rebels. Now, the 7th and 6th sovereigns of Firmament World have betrayed their realm, igniting the flames of war. The will of Firmament World poses a choice to all cultivators: engage in immediate warfare or allow both sides time to prepare before a future battle. Led by the 4th sovereign of Firmament World, Earth Treasury, the war intent of all mountains and seas in Firmament World surges. The 8th sovereign of Firmament World also awakens from hibernation, announcing the commencement of this war of extinction. Visions of the Celestial Immortal Realm's destruction emerge in the minds of all cultivators in Firmament World. awakening their ancestral memories and igniting hatred towards the 33 heavens. They recognize this war's purpose as defending the legacy of their ancestors and protecting their home. On the precipice of the mountain and sea realm's imminent conflict, Meng Hao, a divine sense cultivator with formidable power, resolves to join the battle and thwart the invasion by alien forces. As a colossal golden hand attempts to abduct the White Sovereign, Meng Hao's divine sense materializes into a sharp blade, severing the intruder's massive arm. The White Sovereign falls, 7 mountain and sea sovereigns perish, and the will of the mountain and sea realm awakens. A resounding fight echoes through the realm, summoning the thunderous roars of countless divine turtles. The celestial bodies of the sun and moon unleash their radiance, tearing asunder the golden net that envelops them. The first heaven descends, but the mountain and sea realm stands prepared, dividing the heavens with 2 beams of light, isolating the first heaven. War erupts on all fronts as the merciless alien hordes of the first heaven scatter across the mountain and sea realm, clashing fiercely with its cultivators. The 7th and 6th mountain and seas face perilous situations, while the 8th and 5th mountain and seas mount a valiant counter-offensive. Bolstered by Meng Hao's presence and their strategic advantage, the 1st mountain and seas cohorts lead the charge, while the 2nd and 3rd mountain and seas fight with unwavering determination. Conspicuously, the 4th mountain and sea remains absent. The cataclysmic war unfurls across the mountain and sea realm, shrouding it in smoke and staining its rivers red. Wielding the desolate tomb's demonic soldiers, Meng Hao fights relentlessly, providing a glimmer of hope for the realm's survival. The war between the Shanhai realm and the 33 heavens has entered full swing. The netherworld Yin Luo Palace and the raging yellow springs of the 4th Shanhai Sea quelled the invading aliens, while a mysterious light in the 9th Shanhai Sea swept away all aliens. The Shanhai realms will descended, suppressing the alien forces of the first heaven. At this moment, an emaciated figure emerged from the first heaven, transforming into a colossal beast and declaring itself as Yi Jiyu, announcing that it would sacrifice the Shanhai realm. The alien army of the first heaven descended once more, led by 3 quasi-supreme dominators and 6 elite alien races, charging towards the 9 Shanhai Seas. Faced with the pressure of the supreme Yi Jiyu, the 4th Shanhai Sea's master, Dizang, manifested his statue form and used the power of incense offerings to counterattack the alien supreme. In the 8th Shanhai Sea, Meng Hao unleashed his supreme bridge and 80 of his supreme divine consciousness to confront the supreme Yi Jiyu. Countless figures appeared on the supreme bridge, astonishing the supreme Yi Jiyu and making it realize that the Shanhai realm should not be underestimated. Meng Hao was shocked by the appearance of the supreme bridge, which was identical to the bridge seen when the 9 Seals Supreme was shattered years ago. Meng Hao's divine sense was as powerful as 80 of the alien supreme Yi Gus, which surprised Yi Jiyu even more. However, what truly shook Yi Jiyu was not the strength of Meng Hao's divine sense, but the 9 Seals Supreme fluctuation he felt from Meng Hao. Yi Jiyu realized that Meng Hao was the inheritor of the 9 Seals Supreme and decided he could not allow another 9 Seals to exist. He erupted in murderous intent, intending to eliminate Meng Hao. He recklessly risked the lives of his kin to destroy the 8th Sea Mountain. At a critical moment, Sea Dream Supreme intervened and engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Jiyu, preventing him from attacking Meng Hao. Meanwhile, the alien Dominator and another alien Dao Venerable attacked Earth Treasury and the 5 Mountain and Sea Lords. The alien Dao Venerable in golden armor headed straight for the 8th Sea Mountain, seeking revenge for Meng Hao killing his younger brother. He was confident that his 6 origins could match Meng Hao. However, after merging the Eternal Azure Emperor incantation, Meng Hao possessed an almost immortal recovery ability. Despite being heavily injured, Meng Hao instantly recovered and dealt 3 heavy blows to the alien Dao Venerable. Seizing the battle's initiative, Meng Hao took advantage of his initiative and heavily injured the extraterrestrial Taoist with the monster sealing technique. However, the extraterrestrial Taoist transformed his own life source into a black fire lizard, forcing Meng Hao to use the Thunder Cauldron to switch positions and evade. The extraterrestrial Taoist merged with the black lizard and continued to pursue Meng Hao. Meanwhile, the 8th Mountain and Sea Lord appeared on the top of the 8th Mountain and engaged in a fierce battle with another extraterrestrial Taoist. The extraterrestrial Taoist split into 5 parts, one of which was seized by the divine consciousness of the 9th Mountain and Sea Lord. GTNE. A violent conflict broke out within the mountain and sea realm, and the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm fought frantically against the extraterrestrials. Meng Hao fought fiercely against the extraterrestrial Taoist in the 8th mountain and sea realm. Using the power of the mountain and sea realm and the 7th and 6th prohibitions of the monster sealing technique, the extraterrestrial Taoist used his own life source to form a black fire lizard, forcing Meng Hao to use the monster soldier, the abandoned tomb, to pierce through the lizard. In the end, the extraterrestrial Taoist could not withstand Meng Hao's attack and spewed out blood. Meng Hao retreated strategically, and the extraterrestrial Taoist pursued him. However, Meng Hao was cautious and had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle. Preparing to wait for an opportunity to strike, the all-out war between the 33 heavens and the mountains and seas officially begins. The first heaven appears above the mountains and seas, releasing a powerful coercion that triggers a cosmic battle. The first heavens Supreme and the Sea Dream Supreme engage in a fierce fight in the starry sky, while the fourth mountain and sea is embroiled in a chaotic battle between Earth Zhang and Mantaluo. The golden armor Tao Venerable, one of the 4 powerful figures from the first heaven, engages in an intense battle with Meng Hao, which becomes a pivotal battle on the mountains and seas. In addition, cultivators from the first heaven and the mountains and seas fight fiercely on various battlefields, with alien geniuses frequently attacking and geniuses from the mountains and seas fighting back valiantly. In the fourth mountains, Xu Qing uses his exceptional combat tactics to harness the power of the fourth mountain and sea. The seventh mountain's Yuan Jian fights against the alien geniuses. In the ninth mountain and sea, sects like the Fang and Li families fight bravely, demonstrating the strength of the geniuses. Although Meng Hao's father Fang Yi is unable to join the battle, he presides over the southern heaven star formation, repelling the invading aliens. During the initial phase of the war, the mountains and seas counterattack is surprisingly strong, taking the first heaven's aliens by surprise. However, the 33 heavens' overall strength should not be underestimated, especially with its far greater number of Tao realm and ancient realm cultivators. The mountains and seas have prepared for this war, with the 9 mountains and seas and the 3 Taoist gates ready to strike. Beyond the 33 heavens, the Howling Wind realm may also witness the return of the Howling Wind Sovereign, introducing a new variable to the conflict. Furthermore, within the mountains and seas, 3 powerful figures from the Supreme Spirit Hall, the Tao God Hall, and the Heaven Severing Hall await their summons to join the war. In the 8th mountain and sea, Meng Hao and the Golden Armor Tao Venerable engage in a fierce battle. Meng Hao uses his transmigration teleportation divine ability to maneuver around and find an opportunity to lead him towards the Celestial Alliance, intending to trap or seal him. Upon the arrival of the first day, Meng Hao's supreme blood stirred within him, hinting at a period of rapid growth. However, the outbreak of war brings him a taste of its arduousness. Realizing that he must grow stronger to protect his homeland, Meng Hao sets off on his journey to the 33 realms. The pursuing alien immortal venerate of 1,000 feet fails to land a blow, and in their fierce battle, Meng Hao demonstrates his formidable divine abilities, including the Desolate Tomb, Blood Demon, Mastiff, Supreme Bridge, Desolate Tomb of the Monster Soldiers, and the Slaying Trio. The alien immortal venerate is not to be outdone, wielding the Blackfire Lizard, Scales Storm, and Blackfire Spin. As the fight rages on, Meng Hao is repeatedly injured but heals with incredible speed, transforming into the Great Peng. He blinds the alien immortal venerate in the right eye, only to have it crushed by the latter. In a life or death moment, Meng Hao casts the cursing art of death, and as his opponent recoils, summons a void rift, into which he escapes. The alien immortal venerate senses the dangerous aura within the rift but fails to retreat in time, getting grabbed by Meng Hao's plucking star method. In a daring move, Meng Hao employs the shapeshifting art, exchanging places with the alien immortal venerate. The alien immortal venerate backs off within the rift, unintentionally separating himself from the exit. In the enigmatic realm of the 33, Meng Hao traps an otherworldly Taoist lord through a stratagem. The 33 teams with dense death energy and formidable auras. Alarming the Taoist lord, Meng Hao activates the forces within the 33 with his life source of the Dire Wolf and the Supreme Bridge, sending mist swirling, chains lashing, and a giant emerging to consume the lord. Shielded by a protective halo from a supreme, the Taoist lord breaks free, only to find the Skyfisher sealing upon his ascent. Glowing eyes in the mist fill him with terror. The 33 echoes with the sound of devouring laughter, promising to feast on his flesh, soul, and cultivation. The Taoist Lord unleashes his might against the heavens, desperate to escape, but the Supreme's halo falters. Observing from beyond, Meng Hao yearns for the Taoist Lord's demise, which would fuel his own power. He anticipates the Lord's inevitable escape, confident in his ability to vanquish him. Meng Hao's divine sense sweeps across the 8th mountain and sea, where mountain and sea cultivators battle the otherworlders. He intervenes, decimating the enemy ranks. On the 8th mountain, Meng Hao joins forces with his maternal grandfather to confront an incarnation of another otherworldly Taoist lord. Unleashing the God Slayer's fist, Meng Hao grievously wounds the incarnation. His grandfather deploys seals, and Meng Hao follows with the 8th forbid of the demon seal. The forbid of cause and effect, and the ban of truth and falsehood. Finally, Meng Hao executes the forbidu of reality and illusion, erasing the incarnation's existence. Meng Hao's grandfather lauds his combat prowess. Grandfather and grandson embrace, reminiscing about the past. Meng Hao inquires about his grandfather's father, but learns that he serves an otherworldly elder and no longer resides in the mountain and sea realm. Pressed for the elder's identity, Meng Hao's grandfather remains silent. Meng Hao's grandfather reveals that his father's name is Shui Donglio, leaving Meng Hao shocked and contemplative. Subsequently, Meng Hao learns about the chaos and devastation in the 9th mountain and sea, where foreign races run rampant. Despite his grandfather's formidable cultivation, he is unable to quickly quell the war due to his body's adaptation period. Meng Hao resolves to retrieve his lover Xu Qing from the 4th mountain and sea. But a sense of unease lingers in his heart. His grandfather entrusts him with a mission and plans to lead the remaining cultivators of the 8th mountain and sea into the 9th mountain and sea to combat the foreign races. Meng Hao bids farewell to his grandfather and, wielding his potent temporal powers, traverses numerous rifts to reach the 7th mountain and sea. However, the 7th mountain and sea has fallen into the hands of foreign races. With the power of curses and black flames engulfing the starfield, Meng Hao single-handedly confronts the foreign races, effortlessly slaying a group of Dao realm experts. He witnesses the tragic plight of the 7th mountain and sea's cultivators, and the flames of anger ignite within him. He rescues Yu Wenjian, an old comrade, from the clutches of besieging foreign Dao realm powers. Through his divine sense, Meng Hao discovers a sinister formation laid down by the foreign races in the 7th mountain and sea and learns that the final main star of the 7th mountain and sea faces imminent annihilation. Without hesitation, Meng Hao rushes to the battlefield, determined to salvage the last glimmer of hope for this mountain and sea. On the 7th astral sea, in a star called Tiger Jail, Wu Wenjian led tens of thousands of surviving cultivators in a life-or-death battle with foreign invaders. The fires of war raged. The heavens and earth were stained with blood, and the entire 7th astral sea was on the verge of extinction. At the most critical moment, Meng Hao burst forth from the void. He unleashed the power of the astral sea, conjuring a colossal illusory palm that annihilated the foreign invaders. The battlefield fell silent, and the cultivators of the 7th astral sea stood in stunned silence, as if their souls had died. Bitterly, Wu Wenjian asked Meng Hao if this war could be won. Meng Hao's gaze swept over the scarred cultivators, his heart filled with indescribable pain. He spoke in a thunderous voice. I do not know if we will emerge victorious from this war, but I do know that we, from the supreme immortal realm, have endured. Today's astral sea will not be easily extinguished. The cultivators of the astral sea have blood in their veins, and we will never abandon hope. Meng Hao's words resonated with the cultivators of the 7th astral sea, reigniting a spark of life in their eyes. Simultaneously, news arrived from the 9th astral sea that the Li clan's formations had repelled the foreign invaders, preventing their entry into the southern celestial star. However, the ancient vessel hovering above Shui Donglio let out a sigh, prophesying that the astral sea had no hope. Shui Donglio remained silent until nightfall, when he murmured, "The choice has long since been made." From afar, the black-robed king emerged, promising Shui Donglio a single act of assistance. Shui Donglio understood that the war in the astral sea required a resurgence of spirit. In the 7th sea, Meng Hao's resonant words awakened the hopes of a group of cultivators facing imminent demise. Recognizing his strength, they placed their trust in him. Meng Hao comprehends the need for unity and a symbol of resistance among the cultivators of the Sea Realm and proposes an offensive against the 33 heavens, restoring their pride. Fueled by a burning desire, Meng Hao acknowledges the arduous nature of this undertaking but emphasizes the necessity of heroes and solidarity. Determined to forge an unyielding spirit within the Sea Realm, he embarks on a grand plan. Subsequently, he sets off for Xu Qing to resolve matters with the White Lord. Recalling the clue about divine blood that Yuan Jian had mentioned, he invites him to accompany him. Yuan Jian gladly obliges, but Meng Hao first attends to another pressing matter on Xu Qing fulfilling his promise to the immortal corpse, Chou Men Tai. Upon locating Chou Men Tai's heritage cave, Meng Hao discovers that the formation has transformed from one of inheritance to one of summoning. Sensing the immense power it radiates, he realizes its potential threat to the Sea Realm and decides to destroy it. However, at that moment, Chou Men Tai's voice resonates, imploring Meng Hao for mercy. It reveals its identity and purpose to resurrect its master and offers to pledge its allegiance in the war against the Sea Realm. Chou Men Tai proposes sealing a 7 Sources Supreme and presenting it as a puppet to Meng Hao. After careful deliberation, Meng Hao questions Chou Men Tai's ability to aid in the conflict. Chou Men Tai promises to seal a 7 Sources Supreme and transform it into Meng Hao's servant. Weighing the risks and benefits, Meng Hao eventually accepts Chou Men Tai's proposal. Meng Hao learns that the ugly altar, who once bestowed upon him the legacy, did not deceive him. However, the legacy was a scheme. In his desperation, Meng Hao learns the truth about the ugly altar, a servant obsessed with reviving his master. To protect Tiger Jail Star, the ugly altar sacrificed his soul to become a formation, extending Tiger Jail Star's life. The ugly altar makes a deal with Meng Hao, promising to revive himself if Meng Hao sends a 7 Origins Paragon to fight him. Meng Hao accepts, receiving runes from the ugly altar. He realizes the depth of the ugly altar's loyalty to his master. Meng Hao walks away, pondering the ugly altar's words. He understands that the ugly altar's master was a powerful entity. Shocked by the ugly altar's devotion, Piggy and Parrot accompany Meng Hao, discussing whether they would seek resurrection like the ugly altar if Meng Hao died. Meng Hao carries a heavy secret related to the bronze mirror. He understands that the war stems from the bronze mirror, and surrendering it might end the conflict. However, the bronze mirror has witnessed Meng Hao's growth, and he cannot part with it. Determined to face fate's uncertainty, Meng Hao grows stronger. He travels to the God Burial Valley with Wu Wenjian, a perilous realm where Meng Hao believes a breakthrough awaits him. Wu Wenjian affirms his resolve, stating that despite his limited lifespan as a sequence, he will fulfill his duty and face the war's horrors alongside Meng Hao. Meng Hao and Wu Wenjian join forces to break into the alien formation. Meng Hao's supreme bridge crushed thousands of aliens with a single blow, and Wu Wenjian was filled with hope after witnessing Meng Hao's terrifying power. Hundreds of black cubes released a powerful divine sense that transformed into a face and roared toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao was fearless and condensed his divine sense into a giant fist to strike the divine face, shattering it along with the black cubes and the aliens within. The surrounding aliens were intimidated by Meng Hao's terrifying power and did not dare to approach. Meng Hao let out a cold snort and walked forward, the aliens making way for him and forming a siege. Meng Hao noticed a broken altar, which was the entrance to another dimension. 3 alien cultivators stood before the altar, one of whom, a purple-horned alien, bowed to Meng Hao and introduced himself as the First Heaven's Way clan. Dragon Daozi proposed that if Meng Hao was willing to submit to the First Heaven's Way and become a Dao slave, they would ensure the safety of his family and anyone he designated. Wu Wenjian was swayed, but Meng Hao refused Dragon Daozi's offer with a stern face. The standoff between Meng Hao and the alien cultivators continued, the atmosphere tense, the fate of the mountain and sea realm hanging in the balance. Upon reaching the entrance to the Burial God Valley, Meng Hao was approached by 3 pentasource foreign races. The foreigners tried to persuade Meng Hao to submit, believing that the mountain and sea realm could no longer resist the first heaven. However, Meng Hao remained resolute, standing firm in his belief that the mountain and sea realm was the inheritance of the paramount immortal realm and would never submit. The foreigners, upon seeing that persuasion was futile, agreed to let Meng Hao enter the Burial God Valley. However, Meng Hao halted and retorted, questioning their sanity for thinking he would agree to their conditions. He pointed out that the burial god valley originally belonged to the mountain and sea realm, and the foreigners had no right to stop him from entering. The foreigners were stunned, caught off guard by his response. Meng Hao unleashed his coercion, overwhelming the 3 foreigners. With 6 consecutive steps, he severely injured the foreigners. In the end, only a purple-horned lizard remained, and it revealed its true form and fled. Meng Hao used his heaven-covering transfiguration divine ability to disperse the will of the mountain and sea realm and replace it with his own. Exterminating the purple-horned lizard, the foreigners witnessed Meng Hao's might, their hearts filled with fear. Meng Hao let out a roar, scattering the foreigners and instilling a deep-rooted fear within their souls. The foreigners scattered in disarray. Their fighting spirit crumbled. After witnessing the gruesome defeat of the foreign race, Yuan Jian suggests pursuing them. But Meng Hao believes that crushing their spirits is more important. He plans to obtain the divine blood in the burial valley of the gods and witness the collapse of the first heaven continent to shatter the foreign race's will. The burial valley of the gods is a fragment of an ancient battlefield, filled with endless battle intent. The divine lightning here is formed from battle intent, and phantoms and illusions continuously clash and fight. Meng Hao ventures into the valley, collecting divine blood, but finds that the impurities are too great to meet the needs of his physical breakthrough. Meanwhile, Yuan Jian receives his own fortune, and his physical body is transforming. Meng Hao suspects that the foreign race has other plans in the valley, so he flies to a high point to observe the situation. Unexpectedly, the burial valley of the gods is shaped like a skull, and in the center of the skull's brow are 8 shining stars that radiate a powerful wave. Meng Hao realizes that this is where the divine blood he seeks lies, so he sharpens his gaze and prepares to seize it. Meng Hao found himself in the valley of divine burial. He discovers that this area is the skull of a deceased god. He observes the alien races and Yuan Jian gathering at 3 points of light, and surmises that these points are related to the god's brow. Realizing this is his chance to elevate his physical form, Meng Hao heads to the first point of light at the brow. At the bottom of a lake, he finds a colossal stardust emitting immense qi and blood force. Meng Hao destroys the stardust and obtains a drop of golden divine blood. Upon absorbing it, his physical form undergoes a profound transformation, and his qi and blood force skyrocket. Meng Hao then proceeds to the second and third points of light. At the second point, he encounters an alien race absorbing divine blood. He kills it and absorbs the divine blood. At the third point, he obtains a drop of lifeblood. After absorbing the 2 drops of divine blood, Meng Hao's physical form finally breaks through the ancient realm and reaches the Dao realm. His physical strength ascends rapidly, causing the laws and principles of the surrounding area to manifest and influence the heavens and the earth. Meng Hao senses the immense power of his Dao realm physical form and is filled with elation and excitement. Meng Hao suppressed the accumulated qi and blood in his body, increasing his physical strength several times. He continuously devoured foreign gods' blood, his body continuously expanding, his qi and blood swelling, reaching the strength of a Dao Lord realm. Meng Hao sped up, devouring God's blood, surpassing the White Lord, reaching the power of a 6 sources Dao Venerable. He destroyed the Thunder Pool, absorbing God's blood, breaking through to a height of 400 feet. At the 7th star point, Meng Hao encountered tens of thousands of foreign self-destructions, breaking through his physical body to 5 sources. He fought fiercely with the foreign elder, discovering that the elder also had a Dao Lord realm physical body, and possessed the void origin, allowing him to move the heavens and earth. Meng Hao cast the demon sealing technique, sealing off the world, preventing the elder from escaping. He cast spells continuously, eventually imprisoning the elder, leaving him nowhere to run. An ancient alien arrives in the God Burial Valley, attempting to prevent Meng Hao from obtaining the 7th drop of divine blood. But he is trapped by Meng Hao's Dharma restraint. Unable to move, Meng Hao launches a swift and fierce attack, piercing the alien's brow and killing him. The alien's true form reveals itself as a giant lizard, from which a drop of golden blood flies out and is absorbed by Meng Hao. This greatly enhances his physical strength. Nearly reaching the pinnacle of 5 elements, Meng Hao releases the Dharma restraint and proceeds to the final location of divine blood in the God Burial Valley. It is a statue shrouded in mist, exuding a savage aura. As the statue awakens, it unleashes a divine curse, drawing Meng Hao into a vivid dream. In the dream, Meng Hao witnesses an ancient battle and sees the arrival of the head god of 8 stars. The head god launches a powerful attack, putting Meng Hao in great danger. In a life-or-death situation, Meng Hao deploys the monster sealing restriction, triggering the path of time, and evades the head god's finger attack. With sudden insight, Meng Hao forms a hand seal to activate the karma restriction, locating the karmic threads connecting him to the head god. He tears the threads apart, eliciting a roar from the head god as the dream collapses. Meng Hao returns to the god burial valley. Finding the statue has shattered, he realizes that his divine blood has been used to unleash an ancient divine ability. Unwilling to accept this, he resolves to cultivate his physical body to the realm of a Tao venerable through his own efforts. In the collapse of the 8th cosmic node on the divine head, Meng Hao's world started to crumble. However, he rose slowly between heaven and earth, and his qi and blood surged forth in his body. He released the qi and blood after extinguishing the 5th soul lamp, continuously enhancing his physical strength until it reached the peak of the 5 origins. Unwilling to stop there, Meng Hao unleashed his qi and blood once more, finally elevating his physical body to 999 Zhong, just one step away from reaching the 6 origins. In order to break through this boundary, he extinguished a 6th soul lamp, entering the first withered calamity of the 7 witherings of the divine auras. Despite his heavily damaged body, Meng Hao ignored the pain of the withered calamity, enduring it with his powerful physical body. Meanwhile, the burial valley of gods began to collapse. Meng Hao escaped with Yu Wenjian, and sensed a cataclysmic force the physical body tribulation. However, the arrival of this tribulation was extraordinarily strange, seemingly to restrain due to the outbreak of war between the mountain and sea realm and the first heaven. Meng Hao frowned upon this but remained unafraid. His destination was the 4th mountain and sea, where he would meet Xu Qing to resolve his obsession. After passing through the barriers of the 6th and 7th mountain and seas, Meng Hao entered the 6th mountain and sea, where he detected traces of an alien race. He extended his divine consciousness and sensed a strange war, the belligerents being the 1st heaven's avatar and the 6th mountain and sea lord. Witnessing all this, a fire ignited within Meng Hao. He resolved to do something that would resonate throughout the 33 heavens, raising the spirit of the mountain and sea realm and spreading his name throughout the myriad worlds. Determined, he clenched his fist, transforming into a rainbow and speeding towards his destination. The withered calamity was still ongoing, but it was nearing its end. When the withered calamity ended completely, Meng Hao's physical strength would fully erupt, and he would reach the pinnacle of the physical body Tao venerate, possessing the strength to rival a supreme. In the vastness of the starry sky, a fierce confrontation unfolds. The 5th mountain and sea lord, a middle-aged man in a purple robe, shatters his mountain and sea crown, generating a protective light shield to fend off the combined assault of the 6th mountain and sea lord and an avatar of an otherworld Tao venerate. The purple-robed man struggles valiantly, knowing all too well his cultivation is unlikely to advance further. Desperate, he seeks to use his mountain and sea lord status to negotiate for a chance to survive. However, the 6th mountain and sea lord boldly declares his betrayal of the mountain and sea realm in pursuit of his own path to higher cultivation. The avatar of the otherworld Tao venerate scoffs at this, mocking the purple-robed man for his stubbornness. Abruptly, a cold voice challenges the 6th mountain and sea lord's statement. A handsome young man in a verdant robe approaches, his presence exuding an indescribable aura. The cosmic rules and principles vanish the instant he arrives. This is Meng Hao, a rising star in the mountain and sea realm who inspires awe in the otherworld Tao venerate. The avatar of the otherworld Tao venerate's expression falters upon recognizing Meng Hao. The 6th mountain and sea lord is equally stunned, sensing that while Meng Hao is not a mountain and sea lord, his strength rivals that of a 5 sources peak cultivator. The otherworld Tao venerate's avatar attacks without hesitation, wielding dark flames, torrential rain, and thunderbolts in an attempt to obliterate Meng Hao. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Meng Hao effortlessly repels the attack. His expression contorted, the avatar unleashes a forbidden technique, merging rain, thunder, dark flames, and the power of the void to extinguish Meng Hao's existence. Yet, Meng Hao remains unmoved, his formidable physical strength rendering the avatar's attack futile. In the 6th sea, both an alien Tao venerate's avatar and the former 6th sea lord attack Meng Hao at once, unleashing potent fundamental forces and magical treasures. Nonetheless, Meng Hao stands firm, recalling the roar of the colossal deity in the divine burial realm. And suddenly unleashes a deafening roar. This roar's power surpasses mere sound, warping the starry sky, kicking up an earth-shattering storm. The alien Dao Venerate's avatar coughs up blood and is sent flying, while the sixth Sea Lord is left bloodied and with legs turned to ash. A purple-robed middle-aged man watches dumbstruck, bearing witness to Meng Hao's terrifying power. The alien Dao Venerate's avatar and the sixth Sea Lord's great weapons are now all ashes. The sixth Sea Lord is profoundly shocked, unable to believe Meng Hao's realm, likening him to the legendary sixth source Dao Venerate. Although Meng Hao's face is slightly pale and he coughs up blood, he is unconcerned, claiming he has yet to reach the sixth source Dao Venerate realm. However, at this moment, the alien Dao Venerate sees his injuries and believes it is the perfect time to strike. Meng Hao is undaunted, sending the alien Dao Venerate's avatar flying with a single punch. The sixth Sea Lord also strikes, but Meng Hao's fist penetrates his vengeful spirit blood mist, exploding his body, leaving only his head fleeing in panic. Meng Hao roars to the heavens, his physical body reaching the Dao Venerate realm at that moment, triggering tremors in the heavens and earth. All 9 mountains resonate, and the sun, moon, and stars shine together. His body expands, finally reaching a colossal size of thousands of feet, accumulating unimaginable strength. At this moment, Meng Hao proclaims himself Dao Venerate, and the heavens and earth rejoice. He stands with clenched fists, controlling the starry sky and fate. His roar, forever etched in legend, echoes throughout the sea of mountains. The 9 wills of the mountains and seas converge on Meng Hao, opening up the realm of the fleshly Daovner for him. In the battle at the end of the starry sky, the Sea Dream Paramount and the 7 Source Paramount of the alien race, Yi Ji notice this change. Yi Ji is horrified and realizes that Meng Hao is the future leader of the mountain and sea realm. In the 4th mountain and sea, Xu Qing leads the cultivators to fight against the alien race. When she looks into the 6th mountain and sea, she sees that Meng Hao has become a Daovner and her heart fills with joy. Also in the 4th mountain and sea, Di Zhang and the ruler of the 1st firmament are in a stalemate but are overjoyed after learning of Meng Hao's breakthrough. In the 9th mountain and sea, Shui Donliu reflects on the past defeats of the paramount immortal realm and sees Meng Hao's rise as a beacon of hope for the mountain and sea realm. At the same time, in the 6th mountain and sea, the 1,000-foot-tall Meng Hao roars to the sky. The wills of the mountains and seas surround him and start to simulate his fleshly body. The avatar of the alien Daovner flees in terror but is crushed by a single finger from Meng Hao. The ruler of the 6th mountain and sea witnesses everything and falls into a state of confusion. In the end, he closes his eyes and perishes. Meng Hao eradicates the alien avatar, and the ruler of the 5th mountain and sea pays homage to the Daovner. As the wills of the mountains and seas fade away, they endow all the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm with the characteristics of Meng Hao's fleshly body, greatly enhancing their physical strength. Meng Hao realizes that this is the foundation for the mountain and sea realm to combat the foreign enemy. He travels to the 5th mountain and sea and experiences the great power of a Daovner firsthand. He murmurs to himself, 1 step, 6 sources, life equal to heaven. 1 step, Daovner, incomparable. Then, Meng Hao traverses the void and enters the 4th mountain and sea, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation as he eagerly awaits his reunion with Xu Qing. Upon entering the 4th mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao senses a thick, eerie presence. This mystical land is ruled by Earth's Door, who controls the cycle of reincarnation in the mountain and sea realms and the underworld, making him a supreme being. Meng Hao's divine sense sweeps across the 4th mountain and sea realm but is promptly blocked by Earth's Door and an otherworldly overlord. Earth's Door exudes an air of calm confidence, while the otherworldly overlord is brimming with murderous intent. Meng Hao turns his attention to the battlefield, where millions of cultivators from the 4th mountain and sea realm are engaged in a fierce battle with the otherworldly beings. In the midst of the chaos, Meng Hao's gaze falls upon Xu Qing. She is well protected, and under her leadership, the 4th mountain and sea realm cultivators are slowly gaining the upper hand. Across the vast expanse of the battlefield, Meng Hao and Xu Qing's eyes meet, sparking memories of their past. Meng Hao recalls Xu Qing's vulnerability, her selfless sacrifice, and her unwavering loyalty back in the Great Azure Mountain, the sect of Reliance, and the gateway to the ugly. Overwhelmed with emotion, He realizes that his feelings for Xu Qing far surpass mere reminiscence. Breaking the solemn silence, Meng Hao steps onto the battlefield, unleashing a surge of annihilating power that scatters the otherworldly beings. He walks straight towards Xu Qing, causing the surrounding otherworldly beings to retreat, forming an eerie spectacle. Xu Qing's face lights up with a radiant smile. Her memories now fully restored. She had always believed that Meng Hao would come to her. Their gazes lock, and in the presence of countless witnesses, they are reunited at long last. However, this is not a time for joy. Xu Qing bears a heavy burden, and Meng Hao has his own responsibilities. After a brief embrace, Xu Qing releases his hand, asking him to wait for her. She looks forward to the end of the war, when she can finally return home with Meng Hao. Meng Hao's heart sinks, understanding Xu Qing's predicament and his own obligations. With a wave of his hand, he casts a protective barrier around Xu Qing and takes flight, soaring towards the first celestial continent, which has now replaced the starry sky. He is determined to ignite a Pinterest, shaking the very foundations of the mountain and sea realms and rousing their spirits. This Pinterest will begin with Meng Hao, and it will reverberate throughout the cosmos. Meng Hao ascends from the fourth mountain and sea, heading resolutely towards the first heaven continent. Determination and resilience light his eyes as he shoulders the hopes of the cultivators from the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao's mission is to shatter the first heaven's sanctuary, igniting the long-dormant yang energy of the mountain and sea realm's cultivators. The realm teeters on the brink of collapse amidst the catastrophe. In desperate need of a spiritual resurgence, Meng Hao is aware that his solitary efforts cannot turn the tide of the war. But he intends to galvanize hearts and souls, making his imminent assault on the first heaven a potent symbol. With 1,000 sons of Yang, he forges a radiant orb that illuminates the mountain and sea realm's starry expanse. Approaching the first heaven, Meng Hao's orbs multiply to 4,000, a glowing solar spectacle that eclipses the heavens. Its radiance pierces into the awareness of all mountain and sea realm cultivators. From the second, third, fifth, and sixth mountain and sea realms, cultivators witness the AWE-inspiring orb in astonishment. They sense Meng Hao's unwavering resolve and discern his purpose. Within the seventh mountain and sea, Yuan Jian's instincts inform him that the orbs belong to Meng Hao. He grasps Meng Hao's motive, the rekindling of the mountain and sea's spirit, the shattering of the first heaven's symbol, and the subsequent ignition of the cultivator's fighting spirit. As the glowing orbs draw closer to the first heaven, their luminescence intensifies, transforming Meng Hao into a beacon that ignites an unquenchable fire within the hearts of the mountain and sea realm's cultivators. Amidst a boundless cosmos, a dazzling star emerged abruptly, illuminating the entire realm of mountains and seas. From the first mountain sea to the seventh mountain sea, the eyes of all cultivators were drawn to this luminous beacon. As the star rose higher, the hearts of both humans and foreign cultivators pounded with anticipation. Heimeng, Dizang, and the lords of the various mountain seas combined forces to block escape routes for the foreign cultivators, thwarting their attempts to disrupt Meng Hao's endeavors. Meanwhile, the solar stars orbiting Meng Hao now numbered 8,000, casting a resplendent glow upon the starry sky, attracting the attention of all. The Fang family of the ninth mountain sea, Meng Hao's parents, and his closest companions witnessed this celestial spectacle, their hearts filled with pride and anticipation. From within the luminous orb, the eighth mountain sea lord, Meng Hao's maternal grandfather, sensed his grandson's aura and let out a hearty laugh, radiating unwavering faith in Meng Hao's future. As the number of solar stars reached 10,000, all cultivators throughout the 9 mountain seas gazed upon this radiant sun. Meng Hao's presence became distinctly discernible, prompting exclamations, "It's Meng Hao!" Just as Meng Hao approached the first world continent, countless foreign cultivators surged forth from the landmass in an attempt to intercept him. However, Meng Hao's physical tribulation suddenly unleashed its fury, and innumerable humanoid bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, aiming directly at Meng Hao. Undeterred, Meng Hao executed the 8th prohibition of the fiend sealing technique, imprisoning the tribulation lightning, the 7th prohibition, severing cause and effect in the 5th prohibition, deflecting the lightning back into the tribulation cloud. The tribulation cloud shattered with a deafening roar, but the will of the first world continent persisted, summoning an even more formidable tribulation cloud, from which emerged the shadowy form of a colossal lizard's claw, wielding the tribulation lightning and reaching for Meng Hao. With a chilling gaze, Meng Hao deployed the second prohibition of the fiend sealing technique, true and false, transforming the tribulation cloud's reality into illusion, causing it to dissipate. The might of the first world tribulation cloud surpassed all expectations. But Meng Hao, with his formidable strength and mastery over the power of the mountains and seas, defied the tribulation, proving his extraordinary mettle. In the sky, Meng Hao gave the order. The second prohibition of the demon seal was cast, causing the heavens and the earth to shake while the tribulation clouds dissipated. The foreign race's sovereign was horrified, and tried to stop Meng Hao, but was obstructed by Dizang. The Sea of Dreams sovereign led the crowd to resist the foreign race's sovereigns. Meng Hao quickly approached the first heaven, commanding over 10,000 sun-like stars to bombard the light curtain. Ripples expanded, and the foreign races were reduced to ashes. Meng Hao tore open a fissure in the light curtain and broke into the first heaven. The Shanghai cultivators were excited while the foreign races were shocked. Meng Hao's words, "Shanghai cultivators, fight to the death," ignited the fighting spirit of the Shanghai world cultivators. The fourth Shanghai was the first to respond, and the various Shanghai realms erupted in succession, shaking the heavens and the earth. With this one sentence, the Shanghai world stirred the spirit of their people. The foreign races trembled, the Tao venerables were shocked, the sovereigns were shaken, and the supreme existences were horrified. At this moment, nobody dared to look down on the Shanghai world that had been sealed for 10,000 years. It had awakened, and let out a roar that vowed to fight to the death. At the far end of the vast starry sky, Meng Hao stepped into the first heaven. A breathtaking world unfolded before his eyes, towering mountains, magnificent rainbows, boundless plains, and an endless sea intertwined into a magnificent tapestry. Spiritual energy here was many times denser than in the mountain and sea realm. And there was even a touch of immortal energy, making it feel like paradise. The cities and buildings floating between heaven and earth, not to mention the countless natural treasures scattered everywhere, were all testaments to this place's extraordinary nature. Meng Hao's heart pounded with excitement. His physical strength erupted, transforming him into a giant thousands of feet tall, and the supreme bridge materialized behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. The native cultivators stationed here were numerous, but their cultivation bases were weak. At this moment, they were filled with terror and confusion. Meng Hao's voice was low as he declared his intention to destroy this subordinate realm. Then, he punched the ground. Destructive force burst forth, causing the earth to tremble, vegetation to wither, and gray ripples to spread, destroying all life. The faces of the native cultivators turned pale, but Meng Hao showed no mercy, slaughtering them like mere beasts. He unleashed his extermination fist, demon fist, and berserk fist, destroying heaven and earth and seizing control of this world's will. Wherever he went, mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, rivers flowed in reverse, and the sea rose to the heavens. Countless native cultivators died in misery as Meng Hao transformed into a storm that swept all before him. As Meng Hao's slaughter continued, an enraged roar resonated from the depths of the earth, the resistance of this world's will. But Meng Hao was not afraid and used his mighty strength to suppress it. Finally, the first heaven began to collapse and disintegrate. Seeing this, the mountain and sea cultivators' morale soared, and they launched a counterattack. The native cultivators were filled with fear and began to crumble, and the balance of the war began to tip. At this moment, the patriarch of Mount Reliance, Jiuyi Dingyue, and other mountain and sea cultivators arrived to assist. The patriarch of Mount Reliance was so excited that he declared his willingness to become Meng Hao's mount. Dong Hu also demonstrated his formidable strength, following the others into the void of space. Meng Hao's arrival had ignited the unquenchable belief in the hearts of the mountain and sea cultivators. The battle of the first heaven ended with the victory of the mountain and sea realm. In the 8th mountain and sea, 33rd land, as the first day was on the verge of collapse, a deafening roar reverberated through the void. One of the two overlords of the alien race, the golden-armored Tao Venerable, emerged from a rift, his body brimming with unyielding rage. Once sealed by Meng Hao, he had endured unimaginable torment to escape, and now vowed to annihilate Meng Hao's entire clan. Learning that Meng Hao had ventured into the first day, the golden-armored Tao Venerable flew into a fiery rage and transformed into a dazzling rainbow. Hurtling towards it, simultaneously, 3 alien supremes issued divine thoughts, commanding the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm to kill Meng Hao at all costs. Faced with the raging inferno and devastation of the first day, Meng Hao was filled with sorrow but unwavering determination. His gaze fixed upon the point where the golden-armored Dao Venerable had descended. Returning to his homeland, the golden-armored Dao Venerable was greeted by a scene of ruin and desolation. Igniting a torrent of grief and fury, he charged towards Meng Hao, accusing him of heartless cruelty. Meng Hao retaliated with a thunderous punch that absorbed the life force of the first day's world, causing a massive shock that forced the golden-armored Dao Venerable back. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to shatter the earth, creating a deep chasm. The golden-armored Dao Venerable unleashed his primal source to manifest 6 blazing fire lizards, while Meng Hao summoned the Supreme Bridge to suppress them. In a desperate act, the golden-armored Dao Venerable ignited his life force, transforming into a colossal mouth of flame that sought to devour Meng Hao, only to be cut apart by his battle soldier, abandoning one of his bodies. The golden-armored Dao Venerable escaped Meng Hao's demon sealing forbidden art with the protection of the first day's will. Meng Hao withdrew his battle soldier and engaged in a fierce and prolonged confrontation. Unleashing the devil-entering fist, Meng Hao, in the form of a blue rock, fought fiercely with the golden-armored alien, severely injuring it with a punch and forcing it into a deep pit. However, the alien used illusions to deceive Meng Hao and attacked him from behind. Meng Hao retaliated with his thunder cauldron and divine sense, but the alien's statue behind him neutralized the attack. At this moment, the alien sovereign in the fourth sea unleashed the power of sacrifice, enhancing the cultivation level of the golden-armored alien. Meng Hao executed the 8th seal of the demon sealing art, thinking he could kill it with a single blow. However, the alien Supreme Yigu used bloodline compatibility with the golden-armored alien to allow it to escape. The golden-armored alien threatened to exterminate the cultivators of the sea and world realm, forcing Meng Hao to stop destroying the first heaven continent. Meng Hao faced a dilemma, but the ancestral protector of Reliance Mountain took action in time, using his powerful cultivation and mysterious runes to block the golden-armored alien. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to return to the first heaven continent and continue his widespread destruction. The entire continent trembled, cracks spread, rocks fell, and it neared the brink of collapse. Cultivators in the mountain and sea realm rose up against the oppression of extraterrestrial beings, eager to witness the collapse of the vast heaven continent. As the first continent shook and its fragments fell, the extraterrestrial Dao Venerable let out a desperate roar as his stronghold city crumbled along with the continent. In the moment when the Dao Venerable burned his life to break through the encirclement, the mountain and sea realm cultivators beheld a breathtaking scene. A vast continent, a tenth the size of the original, detached with a shattering sound and plummeted down under Meng Hao's mighty fist, shattering into countless starlight fragments. The collapse of the first continent reverberated through the mountain and sea realm, plunging the extraterrestrial beings into a pit of despair as their homes and kin were reduced to dust. Conversely, the mountain and sea cultivators were revitalized, their spirits finally free. As the continent shattered into pieces, the first heaven dissolved into fragments, falling in a cataclysmic crash. The cataclysm not only destroyed the beliefs of the extraterrestrial beings but also awakened the rise of the mountain and sea cultivators. They regained their freedom and hope, while the extraterrestrial beings were consumed by boundless fear and despair, their battle spirit shattered. Meng Hao's actions shocked the world of the mountain and sea realm. He destroyed the first heaven with his own power, a symbol of the alien race's oppression, igniting hope and determination in the hearts of the mountain and sea cultivators. Amidst the crumbling of the first heaven, the mountain and sea cultivators erupted in deafening cheers and roars, their spirits rejuvenated with a newfound vigor and unwavering resolve. The atmosphere of the entire mountain and sea realm transformed, becoming unprecedentedly uplifting and inspiring, like a slumbering giant finally awakened. With the collapse of the first heaven, a vast amount of power of heaven and earth congregated, pouring into the mountain and sea cultivators. Under such stimulation, many cultivators broke through their previous cultivation bottlenecks, demonstrating the mountain and sea realm's potential. The alien race sensed the awakening of the mountain and sea realm, their morale and convictions collapsing in an instant. Even the overlords and Yigu, who were engaged in battles with Dizang and Hai Meng, felt a glimmer of despair and powerlessness. At this critical moment, Meng Hao's alien clone charged towards Meng Hao with a chilling laugh, intent on revenge. However, Meng Hao had sensed the world source of the first heaven, a supreme and transcendental Tao. Meng Hao had previously acquired the world source of the Ruo Feng realm, which had granted him the Luo heavenly Tao bloodline. The world source of the first heaven was far more formidable than that of the Ruo Feng realm and possessed immense benefits for comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. Meng Hao realized that obtaining the world source of the first heaven might further awaken his Luo heavenly Tao bloodline and deepen his understanding of the great Tao. Thus, he deftly evaded the attack of his alien clone and swiftly flew towards the location of the world source. The rich world source aura surged into Meng Hao's body, making his mind exceptionally clear and his body feel weightless. His perception of the great Tao of heaven and earth surged dramatically, and both his deductive abilities and bloodline underwent peculiar transformations, as if they were being absorbed and reshaped. Upon understanding the origin of the world, Meng Hao realized that a world origin composed of 100,000 light points in the shape of a lizard had appeared around him. He was at the heart of the lizard, the densest part of the origin. The foreign Tao Venerable exclaimed world origin, then realized with sorrow that a world with a world origin could evolve into a living entity. Meng Hao's heart pounded. He knew how valuable this world origin was and started to madly absorb it. The foreign Tao Venerable screamed at him to stop. But Meng Hao, with a fighting power a level above, dodged and continued his absorption. As Meng Hao continued absorbing, the foreign monks started sending out desperate calls for help. Meng Hao clearly felt his thoughts speed up significantly, as did his understanding of the Tao. He decided to comprehend the origins of each of the 9 sealing restrictions, thereby reaching the pinnacle of supremacy. Focusing on comprehending the 8th restriction, Meng Hao's deduction speed and depth increased drastically. He gathered 10,000 years of time into one. Comprehending the core origin of this law space, the foreign Tao Venerable, left with no options, burned everything and transformed into a purple sea of blood that surrounded all sides and wildly attacked Meng Hao. Using his understanding of space, Meng Hao stepped into another dimension, dodging the attacks of the sea of blood and continuing to absorb the world origin. Finally, Meng Hao absorbed half of the world origin, and the 8th restriction was broken apart in his mind. He had comprehended its origin in space. Amidst the chaotic void, Meng Hao witnessed countless interwoven spaces that intertwined like threads. He realized that these threads were not mere boundaries but seals formed by the overlapping of spaces. Harnessing the power of the world's origin, Meng Hao embarked on a deduction of the spatial origin. He discovered that space was composed of innumerable lines that determined its length, height, width, and size. When connected, these lines formed specific spaces. In his enlightenment, Meng Hao perceived the starry sky as a vast canvas and space as a brush. With each stroke, he connected lines, creating an enclosed circular space. Within this space, he found he could control time, space, and matter at will. Meng Hao's comprehension of the spatial origin astounded the world. The sea of flames transformed by the foreign Tao Venerable could not reach him, for he had mastered the secrets of space. With ease, he imprisoned the sea of flames within a frame sketched with lines, effectively sealing the foreign Tao Venerable. Thus, Meng Hao grasped the essence of space. It was composed of lines that could be connected to create different spaces. Mastering the spatial origin was like wielding a brush in hand, allowing for the free sketching and creation of various dimensions. Meng Hao's comprehension of the origin Tao of the 8th taboo consumes him greatly, but its immense power fills him with joy. He discovers that the Luo Tian Tao immortal bloodline has undergone peculiar changes after absorbing the origin of the first world, indicating the impending reawakening of the Luo Tian Tao immortal in its attainment of an unimaginable realm. Meanwhile, various forces in the mountain and sea realm sense Meng Hao's metamorphosis. Shui Donliu of the southern sky star exhibits surprise, foreseeing Meng Hao's potential to transcend the divine and demonic realms and reach the supreme state of a Xian or even a legendary immortal. As Meng Hao immerses himself in enlightenment, the alien overlord breaks through the obstruction of Dizang and targets Meng Hao. The overlord's 6 source peak strength surpasses that of a Tao Venerable, with 6 colossal whirlpools containing terrifying origin power. Undaunted, Meng Hao transforms into the azure rock and engages the overlord, utilizing the mountain and the rock's power to counter the whirlpools. However, under the impact of the 4th whirlpool, Meng Hao sustains grievous injuries and retreats swiftly. The alien overlord seizes the advantage and unleashes the 5th whirlpool. Meng Hao deploys the Seal Demon Forbidden technique, empowered by 5 forbidden seals, to strike the 5th whirlpool. Though the forbidden techniques are shattered, Meng Hao manages to mitigate the crisis. As he retreats, Meng Hao's gaze harbors a hint of anticipation, for he recognizes that the Overlord's attack presents an opportunity for his breakthrough. As the fifth vortex collapsed, Meng Hao was severely injured and forced to retreat, only 10,000 feet from the paramount battlefield. Taking advantage of the situation, the otherworldly Overlord launched a sixth vortex. But instead of retreating, Meng Hao charged forward and fought back with all his might. Although he destroyed the vortex, Meng Hao paid a heavy price and was near death. At this moment, otherworldly Overlord Yigu broke free from Hai Meng's control and joined in the siege against Meng Hao. To force Meng Hao towards the paramount battlefield, the otherworldly Overlord suppressed him, driving him towards Yiga's attack range. However, Meng Hao was not defenseless. At the critical moment, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips, as if he had planned something. Yigu and the Overlord sensed Meng Hao's odd behavior, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. As Yiga's palm strike descended on Meng Hao, he turned and faced Yigu head-on with a burst of energy in his life-or-death crisis. His smile and laughter carried an unknown power, causing Yigu to change expression and show fear. The next moment, a misty figure appeared behind Meng Hao, and strands of gray silk emerged from the mist, wrapping around Yigu. Unknown runes flickered on Yigu, binding him and dragging him back to Meng Hao. Meng Hao commanded, "Return. From now on, I shall be your master of eternity." Yiga's body was pulled back uncontrollably, and this strange scene shocked everyone present. The otherworldly Overlord retreated in horror, fearing that he would be implicated, while Overlord Hai Meng seemed to have realized something, but remained silent. To the shock of the Sea Dream Supreme Being, a misty figure emerged before Meng Hao, exuding the power of enslaving supreme beings. The news sent ripples through both the Mountain and Sea Realm and the other clans. Cultivators of the Mountain and Sea Realm were filled with hope, while the other clans despaired. Yi Jiyu, a supreme being of the other clans, though heavily injured, demonstrated his indomitable will and refused to submit. Having witnessed the fall of the supreme immortal world and the rise of the 33 heavens, he now faced the fate of enslavement. Even in the face of death, Yi Jiyu would not bow. However, Meng Hao's resolve was set. He could not allow Yi Jiyu to remain a beacon of defiance for the other clans. With the aid of the ugly woman, he wiped Yiga's soul, enslaving his body. The process was both inspiring and heartbreaking. In the end, Yi Jiyu became Meng Hao's puppet. Kneeling before him, it marked the downfall of the first heaven and the dawn of hope for the Mountain and Sea Realm. The war raged on, but Meng Hao's feat had greatly bolstered the morale of the Mountain and Sea Realm. And the enigmatic figure that enslaved supreme beings retreated into slumber, awaiting the day when its master would return. When an ultimate being in Shanhai Realm was enslaved by Meng Hao, the entire otherworld fell into silence and despair. The otherworldly beings witnessed the destruction of their home and the death of their people. Their morale was instantly crushed. Then, the enslavement of the ultimate being was like a heavy blow, completely destroying their hope. The otherworldly dominator witnessed the capture of the ultimate being. His bitter laughter filled with misery and helplessness. His previous vengeful anger had vanished, leaving only guilt and regret. In contrast to otherworldly despair, the cultivators of Shanhai Realm erupted in thunderous cheers, proclaiming the commencement of the counterattack. Meng Hao stood before the enslaved ultimate being, his complex emotions a mixture of awe and determination. He bowed to the ultimate being, both out of respect for his unyielding soul and out of helplessness toward the brutal war. Meng Hao stepped onto the head of the ultimate being puppet, controlling its formidable power, and becoming the apex of Shanhai Realm. He represented the spiritual symbol of the Shanhai Realm, inspiring cultivators to fight valiantly. Meng Hao ordered the ultimate being puppet to confront the fleeing otherworldly dominator, demanding his surrender or destruction. The otherworldly dominator was filled with resentment and refused to submit, vowing to curse the Shanhai Realm with malicious intent. Meng Hao calmly refuted, pointing out that the otherworld was the aggressor in the war, while the Shanhai Realm was only defending their home. Under Meng Hao's powerful attacks, the otherworldly dominator was forced into retreat, eventually meeting his demise. A sense of weakness came over Meng Hao, but he still sent out divine thoughts, commanding the ultimate being puppet to sweep across the Shanhai Realm, leaving the otherworld in despair and bitterness. Pursued by the Patriarch of Mount Reliance, the otherworldly forces were routed on the first day. This war, provoked by otherworldly aggression, ultimately ended in their defeat. And Meng Hao, who had grown from an ignorant youth into the spiritual leader of the Shanghai realm, led them to victory.